This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1 AK066 Login Successful. The survival competition is the great mission given to us by the Star God. Participating in the survival competition is the highest tribute to the Star God. Above the God's blessing square, the passionate female voice and the electric noise are intertwined in the cold morning mist. Let us welcome the trial of the Star God together, and let our souls bathe in the glory of the stars in the universe. Dozens of loudspeakers played mobilization speeches at the same time. The sound was pleasant to the ears, like a passionate chorus. However, the people in the morning mist were expressionless, and lined up in long queues with dull eyes, like rows of soulless zombies. These people were players who were about to log in to the survival competition. This was a game called EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, and all adult citizens on the blessed star had to participate. As for the origin of this game, the designer and the organizer, no one knew it, and it was so mysterious that it was suffocating. However, the method to participate in the game was ridiculously simple. The administrator of this planet only needed to apply to the center of the galaxy to obtain the game control module and entry program. No one could predict the game content after logging into the entry program. The only thing we know is a rumor. More than half of the players participating in the survival competition will die in the game. Normally, no one would be willing to participate in such a life-related game. But this death rate of more than half is exactly the purpose of the Supreme God Court, the administrator of the God Blessing Star, to introduce this game. The people standing in the God Blessing Square, almost without exception, know that the God Court hopes to use this game to conduct a thorough survival of the fittest for all citizens. Over the years, the natural environment of the godly Blessing Star has deteriorated significantly, and it is now increasingly difficult to guarantee the survival needs of all the population. The intention of the God Court is to select high-quality citizens in this survival competition and continue to survive, while those inferior citizens who cannot pass the competition will naturally be eliminated in the game. No. No! I won't participate. I don't want to participate. I want to go home. Let me go home. In the crowd, a middle-aged man suddenly collapsed and roared, his eyes bloodshot, struggling to rush out of the team, trying to escape. But before he ran out of the square, he was stopped by the surrounding Divine Court guards and pinned to the ground. Inject the tranquilizer, the defense officer instructed expressionlessly. The medical staff immediately stepped forward, took out the injection, and skillfully injected it into the body of the escapee. The tranquilizer took effect quickly, and the escapee gradually became silent, and was weakly dragged back to the crowd by the guards. Cold, cruel, and inhumane. But even so, people could only submit. After all, on this planet, the army, technology, minerals, food, all resources are controlled by the Divine Court, not to mention the absolute suppression by force. Even if the Divine Court deprives them of the right to distribute food, no one can survive. Participating in the game may allow them to survive, but resisting the Divine Court will lead to death. The choice is obvious. Therefore, although no one really believes in the glory of the Star God, and the Divine Court has never thought of making people believe it, they still enjoy doing superficial work. And the people standing in the queue of life and death can only wait tremblingly for the unknown fate to come. Next, at the front of the line, the staff in the uniform of the God's Court pulled open the player's collar, stamped the number stamp under the player's collarbone, and called the next person to come. The player at the head of the line trembled and walked to the registration officer, and was stuffed into an instrument that was more than 1 person tall. Height 174 cm, weight 82 kg, body fat rate 38%, muscle rate 26%. Cardiopulmonary function, poor, physical flexibility, low, strength level, low, reaction speed, low. The registration officer read the player's data displayed on the computer, glanced at the fat man who walked out of the instrument, and exchanged a mocking look with his colleague. Combat rating D, in order, assigned to the EB field. The clergyman in charge of stamping nodded. After recording the number on the computer, he roughly stamped the fat man's collarbone. The moment of stamping may be painful. The fat man's expression twisted for a moment, but he didn't dare to protest. He could only rub his collarbone silently. The guard who guided the players had been waiting on the side. Seeing that the fat man had stamped, he urged him to move forward. As soon as he entered the door, the strong light seemed to hurt the fat man's eyes. Countless huge balls of light emitting dazzling white light were neatly arranged inside the door. Blurry images seemed to flicker in the white light. but nothing could be identified upon closer inspection. These balls of light were the portals of the game. His eyes gradually adapted to the strong light. The fat man looked at the magnificent balls of light in front of him in despair. He was forcibly dragged by the guards, and walked to the sign marked EB. "Go in," the guard said coldly, and before the fat man could respond, he roughly pushed him into the ball of light. Height 183 centimeters. Weight 75 kilograms. Combat power level B. Assigned to DR field. Strength assessment, good. Reaction speed, medium. Assigned to BS field. Next. The player team moved slowly, and strict guards and sufficient tranquilizers ensured that the login process went smoothly. Assigned to BD field. Next. "Oh, do you want to enter here?" The login officer habitually called out the next one. And surprisingly, someone in the usually silent player team responded. The login officer was slightly surprised. He looked up and saw a white figure walking into the instrument. "Who is this person?" The indicator light of the instrument lit up. The login officer did not think about it, and turned his eyes to the data on the computer. Height 176 centimeters. Weight 65 kilograms. Body fat rate 15%. Muscle rate 38%. Cardiopulmonary function, good. Physical flexibility, medium. Strength level, medium. Reaction speed, excellent. Such values are not particularly outstanding among players. Nor are they bad. The login officer is a little hesitant about what combat power level to evaluate it as. At this moment, the instrument made a beep sound, and the test was over. The door of the instrument opened, and a young man with shoulder-length hair walked out of the instrument. Could it be the man who just spoke? The registration officer glanced at the man. He was wearing a well-dressed white suit, a pair of clear frameless glasses on his nose, a pair of shiny black boots on his feet. His long silver hair looked neat, and a dark red silk scarf was tied under the collar of his shirt. The whole person looked extremely delicate. However, such attire does not look like someone who is going to compete for survival. The man walked out of the instrument, and walked slowly towards several clergymen. The registration officer looked at him suspiciously, and forgot that he had not yet rated him. The other players all looked nervous, like sheep waiting to be slaughtered, and the data of this young man showed nothing special, but he looked calm, and even had time to take care of his clothes. In a game where more than half of the people died, wasn't he afraid? "Mr. Registration Officer, what should my combat power level be?" The registration officer did not answer. The man smiled slightly, but reminded the other party. The registration officer was attracted by his smile. After a moment's surprise, he realized that the man was extremely handsome, with a fair, almost transparent complexion, and one gold and one gray eye, like a seductive cat. You." The registration officer cleared his throat unconsciously, adjusted his work attitude, and rechecked the data on the screen. "Your combat power level is D, according to the order assigned to the AK field." I'm actually D level." The man was slightly disappointed, but he didn't say much, and walked straight to the clergy who were preparing to stamp. In fact, judging from such physical data, it is more reasonable to assess him as C level. But considering his unreliable appearance and style, the registration officer once again glanced at the man who was about to stamp. He exuded an unreliable aura all over his body. Although he looked handsome, he was just a pretty cannon fodder. D level would be more suitable for him. Number stamp. Should it be stamped around the clavicle? The man stood in front of the stamper and raised his eyes to ask. "Yes. Open the collar a little bit," the stamper said coldly. The man said "Oh," reached out and unbuttoned the silk scarf around his collar, and then unbuttoned his shirt. His thin and slender fingers wandered around his neck, unbuttoning the first button first, then the second. The stamper stood in front of the man, watching the buttons unbuttoned one by one, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. "If I had known that I would have to stamp like this, I should have dressed more simply." After some effort, the man finally pulled his collar to one side, revealing his fair skin. The stamper stared at the exposed skin, holding the number stamp, and his expression seemed a little dull. "Is this okay?" The man saw that the stamper was indifferent, and asked with a slightly raised eyebrow. The stamper quickly came to his senses, and raised his hand to stamp the number stamp heavily on the smooth skin. AK-066. The man looked down at the number printed on his body, and then buttoned his shirt slowly. At the same time, the player data on the computer screen disappeared, and was replaced by a line of black characters reminding Player AK066. By Yi, login successful. Not far in front of the team. Height 192 cm, weight 85 kg, body fat percentage 12%, muscle percentage 63%. Cardiopulmonary function, excellent. Body flexibility, excellent. Strength level, excellent. Reaction speed, excellent. The login officer looked at the amazing player data on the screen, and his eyes widened unconsciously. However, before he could give a combat rating, the surroundings suddenly became dark, and a strong sense of oppression instantly surged from the top of his head to his whole body. The login officer instinctively raised his head, and saw that the owner of the data had stood in front of his operating table without knowing when. The tall figure instantly blocked most of the light. The player lowered his eyes slightly, looking down at him expressionlessly. Although he didn't say a word, the frightening momentum made him dare not even hope to stay for a moment. Battle. Combat rating. S. The login officer tried to stabilize his voice and said, S. The colleague next to him was stunned, and asked quickly, then, which match should be assigned? Which match should be assigned? The login officer pondered for a moment. The allocation of matches is not completely random. There are competitions and rankings in the game, and the game process will be broadcast live in the God's Blessing Star. Therefore, some powerful players need to be allocated in proportion in each match to ensure the smooth progress of the game. And a corresponding number of cannon fodder should also be allocated to ensure the effectiveness of the survival of the fittest mechanism. So far, the login work has mostly shown the results of low-power players. These players are destined to be eliminated. Apart from showing an unbearable death on the field, they can't contribute to the progress of the game at all. And it doesn't make much difference to put them in any match. But this player in front of him, his whereabouts must be carefully arranged. The login officer hurriedly opened the match data, after careful comparison, finally selected a match with the highest ratio of cannon fodder, and a lack of strong players. AK, assign AK match. OK. The stamper set the number, and carefully placed it under the collarbone of the S-level player. The number stamp left a line of black marks on the man's body, and the login officer watched the guard lead him to the portal, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the computer screen in front of him, the routine prompt appeared, and then quickly disappeared. Player AK048, Jinsu, login successful. Chapter 2. He is Jinsu. A few seconds later, the center of the light ball teleported the player to a spacious hall surrounded by floor-to-ceiling windows. In the hall, a lot of players had already gathered. Some players sat in the central rest area, with different expressions. Some had dull eyes, staring at the air without a soul. Some put their hands together, praying in a low voice, and some bowed their heads and sobbed, full of sorrow. Another group of players stood quietly in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, looking at the scene outside the window. Some were terrified, looking ashen, some looked solemn and stern, and others were calm, as if they were watching a wonderful drama. This is the waiting room of the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Players are quietly waiting for the start of the preliminaries. Please enter the preliminaries in order of number, and participate in the corresponding competition. Every time a player enters the waiting room, he will receive this system prompt in his mind. For players with fantasies, this news seems to be the dawn of hope. They may think, since only by passing the preliminaries can they become official players, then if they don't pass the preliminaries, can they avoid the survival game with a mortality rate of more than half? But when they walked to the window and looked, their fantasies were ruthlessly shattered. Under each floor-to-ceiling window, there is a vast circular venue, where the ferocious beasts and the players who have escaped from the collapse are in a life-and-death struggle. The preliminaries are a life-and-death struggle between humans and beasts. What lies before them is not the possibility of passing the level, but the desperate situation leading to death. Welcome to the EVO Doomsday Arena. The preliminaries, the Beast Battle, officially begins. This Beast Battle is obviously a test of combat effectiveness, and its content is straightforward. Killing the beast is victory. Cruel and simple. However, the participants were almost all ordinary people with almost zero combat power. Imagine putting them in this bloody arena, fighting one-on-one with monsters. The result would be horrible. Ordinary players only need to glance at the window to see the cruel scene. Most of those who can continue to watch the battle are masters with combat power above a level. At this time, a white figure stood by the window, which was in sharp contrast with the many strong men around him. His thin figure, silver-like long hair and exquisite clothes made him look extremely delicate, but also a bit fragile. People naturally turned their eyes to him, generally showing strange curiosity. Bai Yi seemed to be indifferent to this, standing quietly in front of the window, looking at the battle in the arena. Outside the window, a giant python spit out a bright red tongue and violently swung its tail to attack a player. The player had no power to fight back, and his face was full of fear, and he rolled and crawled to escape. Although the sound outside could not be heard in the waiting room, just by watching, it seemed that he could feel his endless despair. Bai Yi stared at this battle that had nothing to do with him. Even though the player was being ravaged by the giant python, he did not frown at all. Hey! Not far away, a muscular man with a face full of flesh touched his companion and pointed his eyes at Bai Yi. The two companions followed his gaze and showed a mocking look on their faces. What a fancy dress! One of them glanced at Bai Yi. Look at that boy, he is thin, he will probably die in less than a minute. The other sneered. It's a pity for his face. Humph, he looks like a jerk. The muscular man was indignant, and felt that Bai Yi's dismissive calmness was very unpleasant. It's still early for the game. How about, let's go have some fun. He had a malicious smile on his face. However, after exchanging glances with his three companions, they walked towards Bai Yi insidiously. Hey girl. The muscular man deliberately used this word to call Bai Yi, leaning beside him, looking extremely provocative. Come on, play with the brothers for a while? Bai Yi turned his head and glanced at him then, as if nothing had happened, turned back to look out the window. Are you so arrogant? The muscular man was angry, and forcibly pulled Bai Yi's shoulders. Don't you want to live? Bai Yi just looked at him quietly, and whispered, Get lost. Huh? The fat man opened his eyes wide, and his two companions immediately surrounded Bai Yi. Who are you talking to, you little bastard? Are you looking for death? The fat man was originally dissatisfied, and when he saw Bai Yi not yielding, he was even more furious. Do you know who I am? I am from the Night Owl Group, and the boss is Chen Su. Letting you play with me is a compliment to you, don't be shameless. Bai Yi looked at him quietly, and didn't say anything for a long time. What? This guy doesn't even know about the Night Owl Group? The companion next to him sneered. Is there anyone who doesn't know about the Night Owl Group? Another person sneered. I think he was scared by our third brother's reputation. Their words revealed disdain. Obviously, Bai Yi was familiar with the name of the Night Owl Group. After all, there were many people who knew about this organization on the God's Blessing Star. The Night Owl Group was the largest and most well-known underground mercenary organization on the God's Blessing Star. The members were extremely powerful, although there was a gap compared to the regular army of the God's Court. Almost no one outside the God's Court dared to compete with them. The major underground gangs have close contacts with the Night Owl Group. On the surface, they are legal companies and organizations, but secretly they often have various secret cooperation with them. The leader of the Night Owl Group, Chen Su, is at the top of the list in terms of combat power. It is said that he once killed hundreds of thugs single-handedly in gang conflicts, and even bravely broke into the mansion of a wealthy man and killed a target with one shot in the hail of bullets. In addition to his amazing combat power, Chen Su is also extremely violent. He has been furious at the mistakes of his subordinates many times, and even executed them, making him famous among the dark forces. At this time, the fat man and his two companions forced Bai Yi to fight against them. But in the face of such a life-and-death test, no one among the bystanders was willing to intervene. Bai Yi frowned slightly, but suddenly relaxed his brows when facing the approach of the fat man, and a smile appeared on his lips. Since you don't want to leave, then be prepared. The fat man was shocked by this smile for a moment, but soon realized the threat. You bitch. Are you threatening me? He grabbed Bai Yi's collar, relying on his physical advantage, and almost lifted him up. Let me tell you, if you mess with me, it's the same as messing with the Night Owl Group and Chen Su. Either go to the toilet over there and let us brothers have some fun, or forget about it. At this moment, there was a sudden bang, followed by a scream. Ah! The voice was low, but it could not cover up the pain. The players turned their heads towards the source of the sound and found that the fat man had fallen to the ground, holding one leg and wailing. The leg was seriously injured, and blood gushed out, instantly staining one of his trouser legs red. His two companions stared at Bai Yi with wide eyes, as if they had lost their souls. They were completely confused. What did you do to the third brother? One of them asked stutteringly. They no longer intended to attack each other. The man in white had no weapon. No doubt. They couldn't imagine that the injury would be related to him. Did he use some hidden weapon? No. It was impossible. There was no sign of anyone shooting around them. Judging from the wound, it was obviously an attack from Baye's direction. "You bastard. You dared to start a fight first. You've lived so long." The chubby man growled in pain, but he still couldn't stand up. The two companions beside him were also cursing, supporting each other, but secretly walking away from Baye. At this moment, the situation was reversed. If they confronted such an opponent head-on, it would obviously not be a wise move. Everyone unanimously raised their vigilance against Baye, and Baye didn't intend to care about it anymore. For him, this battle was equally important. He straightened his sleeves. The micro-air gun had already been hidden in them, and glanced at the chubby man, but the chubby man suddenly stopped mocking at this time, his eyes fixed, looking into the depths of the hall. It's him. He's actually in this game. At this moment, the unusual commotion in the waiting room became more and more obvious, and the players were whispering to each other, and even those watching the game by the French windows turned their eyes back to the hall. Baye was slightly stunned, following the line of sight of the fat man, and it seemed as if he saw the tall figure that had once made the host nervous. He walked to a place not far from them unconsciously. The man had a tough look, and a stern face, and a black suit casually draped over his shoulders, followed by several equally burly subordinates, and his aura oppressed everyone so much that they couldn't breathe. His eyes swept over Baye. After lowering slightly, he inspected the gangsters, strode past Baye, passed through the crowd, and came straight to a row of chairs in a rest area. The players sitting nearby immediately avoided him, and several subordinates stood in 2 rows, while he sat in the middle of the row of chairs, pressed the armrest, and sat down steadily. The attention in the hall was focused on him, and the players secretly glanced at his expression, and the scene was silent as ice for a while. At this moment, this person was Chinsu. Chapter 3 Chinsu, get ready to welcome God Blessing Star, aka live broadcast hall of the Star Cluster venue. A giant 4-sided display screen is hung in the center of the hall, and it is crowded with viewers watching the live broadcast of the survival competition. These viewers are all citizens of God Blessing Star, including players who have passed the preliminaries, and prospective players who have not yet participated. The 4 large screens are divided into countless areas, and the largest screen in the center is broadcasting the most intense and exciting battles in the AK arena, while the small screens next to it show some bland scenes, or shots of the waiting area. At present, the central screen is broadcasting a fight between a giant python and a male player. The giant python is attacking like a rainbow, and the male player is in a mess. The scene is quite tense and exciting, but the audience does not seem to care. Everyone's eyes are focused on the small split screen next to the central screen. In the split screen, a tall man in black sits down elegantly in the rest area, with 2 rows of subordinates neatly arranged beside him. And he has a strong aura. The camera is aimed at the man, although he has no expression on his face. His handsome face is unforgettable. He must be Chinsu, someone asked doubtfully. This is the top combat power of the Night Owl group, the legendary Pluto Su. He is actually in the game, and he is actually in the AK field. With this epiphany, the audience was silent for a second, and then a heated commotion broke out. As a legendary figure, Chinsu enjoys a very high reputation in the God's Blessing Star. The Night Owl group has always been low-key, and many people have only heard of him, but have never seen him. However, on the screen, the details described in the rumors of the man in black matched one by one, and coupled with his powerful aura that ordinary people could not reach. The audience quickly recognized the identity of the Night Owl group and Chinsu. I'm so lucky to be able to see Pluto's match. I'm so lucky to come to AK. The audience was so excited, discussing with each other Chinsu, and had no intention of paying attention to those ordinary people with weak fighting power. As soon as the legendary Chinsu appeared, the tickets of AK immediately turned into winning lottery tickets. The second floor of the Star Cluster AK Hall. The internal monitoring room. Finally, in front of the wall full of monitoring screens, a slightly bald middle-aged man tapped the table with a pen in his hand. His eyes focused on Chinsu, who was surrounded by his subordinates on the screen. A blue work badge was hung on his belly. Behind him, more than a dozen colleagues were sitting in front of their computers, looking serious. Everyone was wearing the same work badge. The name of their organization was uniformly marked in white traditional Chinese characters on the work badge. EVO Doomsday Survival Competition Observation and Analysis Center AK Group. The EVO Doomsday Survival Competition Observation and Analysis Center is a special organization of Shiting, which aims to collect and analyze information on survival competitions. Although Shiting is the importer of this game, their knowledge of the game is limited to the game manual provided by the center of the galaxy. The actual situation in the game, the residents of the godly blessing star, including the Divine Court, have never experienced it in person. However, the Divine Court does not want to experience it with their own eyes. To be more precise, they do not have to witness it in person. All adult citizens of the godly blessing star must participate in this survival competition. Only the clergy within the Divine Court are exempted. After all, as the omnipresent ruler of the godly blessing star, it is natural to enjoy this privilege. But the Divine Court needs to understand this game. In order to govern effectively, they must have a deeper understanding than all the players. What exactly is the survival competition introduced? For this purpose, Shiting established the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition Observation and Analysis Center and issued free licenses to the center's employees to collect game and player information, make analysis reports, and report them to Shiting's Internal Information Department. During this process, Shiting's Information Department instructed the analysis team to focus on strong players in advance, because only such players can reveal the true face of the game in a deeper and broader way. Chen Su is a focused target marked in red and bold. Chen Su, the current leader of the Night Owl Group, 29 years old, blood type B, 192 cm tall, 85 kg in weight, combat rating S level. Player number AK-048, expected to enter the game within 1 to 2 hours. Operator Xiao Jing read out Chen Su's basic information. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the leader of the AK analysis team nodded, thought for a moment, and asked Xiao Jing, "Is there any information showing what monster he will fight?" "It's not clear yet," Xiao Jing replied. "According to the rules of this game, if the monster in the previous game has been defeated by the player, the next player will face a new monster. If the player in the previous game dies, then the next player will continue to fight the monster. Currently, there are still 15 players before Chen Su who have not yet entered the game, so it is not possible to predict what monster he will fight against for the time being," Xiao Jing explained to the bald team leader. "Well, fix his picture on the main screen and pay special attention to him," the team leader instructed. "He is the most important subject of observation for the AK team. Starting from his performance in the waiting room, every detail must be recorded." Boss. Not long after Chen Su sat down, a burly man hurriedly treated his wound, dragging one leg, limping to Chen Su's side, and called out cautiously from a distance. Chen Su leaned back in his chair, seemingly thinking about something. Hearing the voice, he raised his eyelids slightly. Boss! Seeing that Chen Su had some reaction, the black and fat man ran over excitedly, but was blocked by his subordinates next to him, still a few steps away from Chen Su. "Boss, I'm not an outsider. I just joined the team 2 days ago. My name is Pang San," Pang San said, while bowing slightly, with a flattering face. "From now on, I will work with the boss. I'm a good fighter, and I'm also very obedient. I'll do whatever the boss tells me to do. Please promote me more." Chen Su looked at Pang San, who was not far away and who was groveling, and frowned slightly. Although it was this strong man who was injured in the end, the reason for his injury was obvious. After all, when Chen Su entered the waiting room, he saw Pang San grabbing someone angrily. "Who took him in?" Chen Su asked coldly. "Which team are you from?" The subordinate in black asked Pang San directly. "Me? I'm from Team 5, Team 5. Pang San answered hurriedly, in a loud voice. "Team 5, it should be Brother Qiao who took him in." The subordinate relayed Pang San's response to Chen Su. How could he take in such a person? Chen Su looked away coldly, no longer looking at that greasy, annoying face. "Throw him out," Chen Su ordered. Pang San's smile froze instantly. 2 subordinates in black quickly obeyed, one holding his arm threateningly, and dragged him out of the waiting room without hesitation. "Hey! No! Boss! I'm really from the Night Owl team. I didn't lie to you." Pang San struggled desperately, but he couldn't escape the restraint of his arms anyway. He could only shout loudly, "I've only been here for 2 days. I don't know the rules. If I say something wrong, you can punish me. Whatever you want. Don't throw me. Let me go! Boss! Boss!" Pang San's roar attracted the attention of other players in the waiting room. The 2 companions who had just blocked Bai Yi with him seemed to want to help. But Chen Su's aura was too strong. They hesitated for a moment, and finally chose to retreat. Obviously, Pang San's statement was not false. And the injured were the people of the Night Owl group. Chen Su did not attack the man in white, but threw Pang San. who took the initiative to cause trouble. Out of the hall, the legendary violent Hades does not seem to be completely ruthless. The players in the waiting hall were all surprised by such a reaction. Chinsu seemed to be bored, and raised his hand to the side. The subordinate next to him immediately took out a cigarette box, took out a cigarette, and handed it to him respectfully with both hands. Chinsu held a cigarette in his mouth, and his subordinates quickly lit it with a lighter, then put away the cigarette box and lighter, and continued to stand beside Chinsu with his hands behind his back. There were many empty seats in the rest area, but among the group of people, only Chinsu sat alone. The people in the waiting room seemed very conscious and kept a distance from the Night Owl group. Chinsu and his subordinates in black seemed to be separated by a vacuum zone. Although he was not so ruthless, he was still the high and mighty gang leader. Bai Yi leaned on the railing in front of the window, watching Chinsu throw Pang San out of the waiting room, and then cast his eyes on Chinsu sitting on the chair, with a slight smile on his lips, and turned around to continue staring at the game outside the window. In the arena, the game was still going on. Some games were strength duels, where players tried their best to kill monsters, and almost died, while some lucky players were able to encounter monsters that were almost killed in the previous game and easily won. The giant python in the number 2 arena mercilessly killed a male player, and then was killed by other players with all their strength. So far, many new monsters have been refreshed in Arena 2. In fact, no matter how strong or weak the monster is, each refreshed monster will survive at least 2 to 3 games, and some can even survive more than 10 games. And every time these monsters survive a game, it means that a player dies from their attack. Although players always win cheers from the audience when they win a battle, behind this arena, there is more cruelty that is unbearable to watch. In the rest area, a subordinate in black bent down and said a few words to Chinsu, who was sitting. Chinsu nodded, stood up and walked to the French window. Looking out, Chinsu's movement immediately attracted the attention of all the players in the waiting room. He took a puff of cigarette, slowly exhaled, and looked down at the battle in the arena below through the French window. Several subordinates also gathered around him, watching to their heart's content, and seemed to be particularly concerned about this game. Since they entered the waiting room, it has been nearly an hour, and they finally care about other people's games. The reason is simple. Chinsu is about to appear. The small screen next to the French window exudes a light blue glow. Bai Yi looked up and saw that it was showing the match order information of the number 3 arena. The current players are AK-047, AK-048 player, Chinsu. Please get ready. Chapter 4. This is too strong. The monsters that appeared in the number 3 arena were a group of densely packed mechanical ants. They were quite large. Each mechanical ant was more than 1 meter tall, and their antennae were more than 1 person tall when stretched out. Despite their huge size, they still swarmed like ordinary ants, swarming in from all directions, and tightly surrounded the player numbered AK-047 in the center of the arena. According to the rules of the game, if AK-047 lost the game, AK-048's Chinsu would take over to fight against the group of mechanical ants. However, combined with the AK-047's poor combat power, Chinsu's opponent could almost foresee the result. These ants' attack methods mainly rely on the spikes on their mouthparts, and the venom they spray. The subordinates on the side said to Chinsu, "Yeah." Chinsu didn't say much, and continued to concentrate on observing the battle on the field. The man on the field held a gun in his hand, and kept shouting desperately, while madly shooting around. Unfortunately, his weapon's firepower was obviously insufficient, and the bullets could only temporarily repel the ant colony's attack. After a period of crazy shooting, he failed to defeat even a mechanical ant. The ants could not get close to him, so they began to spray thick green poison in waves. The man's clothes were corroded and tattered, and his skin was completely ulcerated. He twisted his face in pain, still holding on to his breath, holding the gun tightly, trying to survive in the ant colony. But obviously, he couldn't hold on for long. Chinsu saw the situation on the field, put out the cigarette in his hand, and took off the coat on his shoulders. Under the coat was a black short-sleeved tights, which fit tightly to his upper body, outlining the muscular lines like sculptures. He handed the coat to the subordinate beside him, then lightly touched the neck. The tights immediately exuded a metallic matte, and the exposed hands and neck were quickly covered with the same black material. The subordinate promptly handed a leather armband to Chinsu. Chinsu put it on, fastened the metal buckles one by one, moved his wrists slightly, and his eyes were still fixed on the arena without suspense. This mechanical ant doesn't look very powerful. If the boss takes action, it will probably be solved in less than 2 minutes, a subordinate said. Others agreed, obviously confident in Chen Su's strength. But Chen Su did not respond to his subordinate's words, but just stared at the mechanical ant colony in the field silently. Although his expression was not tense, it was not relaxed either. The current players were too weak to obtain useful information from his battle, and this group of mechanical ants was probably not as simple as it seemed. Records showed that 15 players had died from the attacks of mechanical ants in this number 3 stadium. Chen Su saw the players on the field finally fall to the ground exhausted, and were quickly submerged by the ant colony, and his brows slightly frowned. Ants are still ants after all. At this time, a clear and gentle male voice came from the side. The voice was neither hurried nor slow. With a bit of laziness, the owner of the voice leaned against the railing by the window, turned his head, and showed Chen Su a friendly smile. It was Bai Yi. Chen Su glanced at Bai Yi, speechless. The man in front of him was not dressed properly, was not tall, skinny, looked weak, but he was able to defeat an opponent with the strength of the Night Owl group. Not only that, witnessing the fierce battle in the field, he could still face it with such a relaxed tone and a relaxed attitude. This person does not look as weak as he appears, Chen Su thought to himself. In the arena, the ant colony gradually dispersed, revealing the already silent players. The broken bodies gradually melted in the air. The mechanical ants lost their targets and began to wander aimlessly. AK-048 player Chen Su, please enter the arena number 3 to compete. The system prompt sounded in Chen Su's mind. He took a deep breath, ignoring the man in white beside him, turned around and walked into the passage of the arena number 3 surrounded by his men. Chen Su is on stage. In the AK hall of the Star Cluster, on the big screen, the main picture starts with Chen Su slowly walking into the passage, and it firmly attracts the attention of all the audience. The long-awaited audience instantly became extremely excited. The elevator is rising. He is entering the arena. He just arrived at the arena. The shielding door is open. Ah, the mechanical ants found him. Hey, wait, look, he doesn't seem to have any weapons. The audience was shocked by this reminder and looked carefully. Sure enough, Chen Su's hands naturally hung on both sides of his body. Facing the swarming ants, he actually had nothing in his hands. No weapons? How will he fight? As soon as the question was raised, Chen Su in the picture suddenly soared into the air, stepped on the mechanical ants in front of him, and leaped to a protruding fake stone in the corner of the venue in a few steps. The ant colony reacted quickly, turned around instantly, and rushed over to the fake stone. The audience held their breath, looking forward to Chen Su's fighting performance. I saw Chen Su leaning against the edge of the venue, raising his left hand, and a large caliber heavy artillery appeared out of thin air in his empty hand. The audience was instantly shocked, watching Chen Su's every move intently, and not even daring to blink. The mechanical ants were densely packed, and were madly approaching him. Chen Su had a solemn expression, but he carried the heavy barrel on his shoulder neatly. Then, the blazing red flame surged out from the muzzle, and the mechanical ants within a 5-meter range were instantly devoured by the red flames, and turned into a piece of red iron mud. Oh my god, he killed these ants, it was so easy. The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. After experiencing the tension of the preliminaries, they were all shocked and convinced by Chen Su's smooth and powerful operation. The player tried hard for more than 10 minutes, but couldn't kill even one mechanical ant. Now, in his hands, they are just a piece of cake. Is this Chen Su, the chief combat force of Shenyixing? What Chen Su wears on his left arm is a single-weapon 3-stage space card arm sleeve. An analyst from the analysis team explained to everyone on the second floor of AK Hall, pointing to the enlarged picture of Chen Su's left arm. This arm sleeve is equipped with 3 single-weapon space cards, each of which can hold a weapon, and also has spare ammunition or energy blocks. The arm sleeve is designed to be light and portable, which greatly improves its practicality in battle. Its space card uses the principle of space folding to store weapons in another dimension. When using, just press the button lightly to take them out easily. After the battle, just put the weapons back into the space card, and the fighters don't have to bear the burden of the weapons. Such a design not only allows fighters to go out lightly and flexibly, but also allows them to use powerful weapons at any time without worrying about the lack of ammunition or energy. The capacity of the space card can almost accommodate the entire ammunition depot, and carrying more will not increase the burden on the fighters. In addition, The weapon used by Chen Su should be the high-energy flame cannon F-36. This flame cannon can spray out ultra-high energy flames in a short period of time. As a handheld weapon, its attack power is almost at the top level. However, its disadvantage is that it is huge and extremely heavy. It is difficult for ordinary people to lift it, and professional fighters are usually difficult to operate it. But watching Chen Su use it, it's like operating an ordinary submachine gun. Sure enough, it is an S-level combat force. Chen Su's strength is indeed far beyond that of ordinary players. The bald team leader nodded in praise. As a professional combat organization, the Night Owl group is indeed equipped with first-class equipment. By the way, is the black clothes on him also some kind of special protective clothing? Yes. The analyst answered affirmatively. If I am not mistaken, he should be wearing a multifunctional protective clothing made of magnetic fluid material. This kind of protective clothing can effectively resist most physical cutting and punctures, is resistant to high temperatures, and is corrosion resistant. The venom of those mechanical ants may not be able to penetrate this layer of magnetic fluid protection. Plus high-powered heavy weapons, nearly unlimited energy supply, and protective clothing that can resist the attacks of mechanical ants. With this equipment alone, Chen Su's battle is no longer a suspense. The bald team leader stared at the ant colony that was completely crushed by Chen Su on the main screen, stroking his chin, and couldn't help sighing. The other members of the analysis team nodded, seemingly with a hint of sympathy for those monster tool NPCs who were destined to be destroyed. But in the arena, Chen Su understood the complexity of the current situation better than any spectators outside the arena. The outside world only saw his dazzling equipment and powerful strength, as well as those exciting and fierce battles, but only Chen Su, who was in it, understood that, even though the mechanical ants were destroyed wave after wave by his flame cannon, there was still a thick fog between him and the final victory. This game is not as simple as it seems, Chen Su thought to himself. He has already killed a considerable number of mechanical ants, and the melted mechanical corpses have piled up into a towering iron mud mountain. However, new waves of mechanical ants are still pouring in, and the momentum of the attack shows no sign of weakening. It is not difficult to deal with mechanical ants, but the system still does not determine his victory. This is not a show match to show strength, but a life and death contest that must end with the death of one side. Then, do we need to eliminate all the mechanical ants on the field at the same time to prove the extinction of the ant colony? Chen Su raised the flame cannon high and burned another wave of mechanical ants, analyzing calmly in his heart. There is no room for questioning in the battle in the arena, only the decision of life and death. Therefore, what is the correct answer? Only by taking action can we know. Chen Su frowned slightly, thought for a moment, then put the flame cannon on his back to free up his right hand, took out a palm-sized square box from the space card in his left arm, and threw it directly on the fake stone. Then, he immediately jumped off the fake stone, raised his fist, and knocked the mechanical ants in front of him away. At the same time, he sprayed flames with cannons, and moved quickly along the edge of the arena. Every time he walked a distance, he threw a box on the ground. What is he doing? The operator of the analysis team pushed his glasses, and stared at the scene on the screen in confusion. After Chen Su gave up the powerful attack, the number of mechanical ants on the field increased significantly. Chen Su ran wildly on the field, and the mechanical ants followed closely behind him. Chen Su only focused on using the flame cannon to clear the way, completely ignoring the increasing number of mechanical ants behind him, as if they were about to drown him like a tide. Does he want to lure the mechanical ants to one place, and then fire at them all at once? Impossible. Someone interrupted. Just now, he was standing on the fake stone, with his back against the edge of the arena, actually using this tactic, deliberately letting the mechanical ants attack in a concentrated manner, and then burning them all together with high-temperature flames. Since he has given up this tactic now, it means he should have a new strategy to implement. In fact, I have been thinking about a question, another analyst said. It is said that Chen Su has killed a lot of mechanical ants, and the bodies have piled up into a mountain. But you see, the number of mechanical ants has not decreased. And when his firepower weakened, these ants attacked more fiercely. Doesn't this mean that his attacks have no effect at all? Then, how can he win this game? How to win? The members of the analysis team were stunned by the words. This game was completely different from the others. In other games, you only need to destroy the opponent's monsters to win. But in this game, Chen Su has killed many mechanical ants, but there is still no sign of victory. So, Is he planning a winning strategy by leading the ant colony in circles like this? The team members exchanged glances, and then focused their attention on the main screen. The bald team leader also frowned, paying close attention to Chinsu's every move. In the screen, Chinsu circled the field several times, and finally jumped onto a mountain of mechanical ant corpses, raised the heavy artillery, and then swung it wildly. The red flame seemed to be more violent than before, and the ants that rushed in were instantly turned into dust. Just before he put down the artillery, the screen suddenly shook violently, and in an instant, flame shot up into the sky, as if to tear the entire screen apart, completely engulfing the live broadcast screen. Boom! Chapter 5 Pluto. Boss! Boss! The violent explosion shook the ground in the waiting room. Several subordinates of Chinsu immediately became nervous. Bai Yi, who was standing next to him, was also shocked by the dust and fire in the arena. He held his breath involuntarily. Soon, the vibration under his feet stopped, the fire went out, and the dust gradually dissipated. The arena after the explosion was charred black, and the remains of mechanical ants were everywhere. It was a mess. The venue was dead silent, so quiet that it made people uneasy. Boss! Several subordinates were so anxious that they wanted to go down to the field to find Chinsu. But before they could run away from the window, they saw a dark shadow moving in the middle of the field. Everyone looked carefully and found that the man stood up with his hands on the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and carried a heavy cannon on his shoulder, as if nothing had happened. Boss! Boss! It's okay. Chinsu didn't seem to be affected by the explosion, and the subordinates finally breathed a sigh of relief, and Bai Yi beside him also put down his worries a little. He looked at the man standing in the center of the field, and looked around the arena that was blown into a mess, and quickly understood Chinsu's intention. Perhaps he wanted to use a powerful attack covering the entire field to destroy all the mechanical ants in one fell swoop. In theory, killing a monster is equivalent to defeating all enemies, and destroying all the mechanical ants can also be counted as a victory. Perhaps this can meet the victory conditions of the game? In the monitoring room, the bald team leader patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. He sat too close to the main screen, and the explosion scene on the full screen made him feel scared. So, does Chinsu win? Has the system announced the result? Someone asked. Not yet, but there are no opponents on the field now, so the outcome is set. As expected of a player that the Divine Court pays special attention to. The bald team leader exclaimed, turning to the operator and saying, Xiao Jing, after all the AK group matches are over, you will be responsible for sorting out Chinsu's information, and write a detailed report, and hand it over to. Wait a minute, it seems it's not over yet. An analyst suddenly interrupted the team leader. Team leader, look at the screen. Rustle. Subtle sounds were heard all around. It seems that what we did just now is not the solution to the problem. Chinsu's eyes turned cold, and he tightly grasped the firing rod of the flame cannon. There had not been a single living mechanical ant on the field for more than 10 seconds. However, he did not win. After a short period of silence, the noise of the mechanical ants echoed from all directions again. They were still emerging, and the battle seemed to have no end, and it would never end. Although the scene has been cleared, there is still no hope of victory. So, what is the real answer? Chinsu's heart was heavy, trying to think about the next countermeasure. But the mechanical ant colony did not give him room to think, and surrounded him in an instant. Before the countermeasure was decided, he could only start the battle. Chinsu looked around at the dense mechanical ants. His face sank, and he was ready to aim the gun at the ant colony in front of him. However, before firing, he glanced out of the corner of his eye, and a white figure appeared in his field of vision, which touched a nerve deep in his mind. He looked up subconsciously. Outside the arena, several black-clad subordinates were watching his fight in the large French windows. Beside them, the man in white was leaning on the railing, looking over here. The two people's sights met in an instant. The man in white seemed to move his lips, whispering something. Chinsu was in the arena. He couldn't hear his voice, but he could clearly see the changes in his mouth shape, as if he was saying, Ants? Chinsu's heart was slightly shaken. That's right, before he entered the arena, the man seemed to have mentioned a sentence. He said, Ants are still ants. Ants. Always ants. Chinsu's pupil shrank slightly, and a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be? He thought quickly, lowered his head, and focused his eyes on the ground. A large group of mechanical ants waved their antennae, and rushed over with their mouthparts open, But Shinsu seemed unaware of the dangers around him, and thought quietly. The mechanical ants approached quickly, and their spikes almost pierced his body, but at this moment Shinsu suddenly turned his arm, and put the flame cannon back into the space card. What on earth is Shinsu doing? The audience outside the stadium stood up nervously. In a moment of life and death, he actually put away his weapon? What kind of reverse operation is this? The audience in the live broadcast room was so anxious that they wanted to fly into the field to help Shinsu fire, but on the screen, they saw that this man who seemed to be in a desperate situation was not panicked at all, kicked away the approaching mechanical ant, jumped out of the encirclement, and in a flash, he had changed his hand to a weapon that looked lighter. A J-8 rocket launcher? The weapons and equipment expert in the analysis group stretched his neck, carefully identifying the screen. That's right, it's a J-8. The warhead fired by this rocket launcher is very sharp, and it can produce high-energy explosion after penetrating the enemy, and the lethality suffered by a single enemy is extremely considerable. But Shinsu is now dealing with an ant colony, and a J-8 is not the best choice. Whether it is suitable or not, the weapon is in his hand. Shinsu stepped on the mechanical ant next to him and jumped onto the pile of corpses next to him. But he did not aim at the ant colony, but continued to jump high, carrying the rocket launcher on his shoulder in the air, with the muzzle facing down, and decisively fired a rocket at the ground. The rocket was accompanied by a gust of wind, and it was inserted directly from the air, and before everyone could react, there was a loud bang, and the rocket exploded, and gravel flew, and a huge deep pit was suddenly blown out on the ground. What is he doing? The analysis team in the monitoring room and the audience in the live broadcast room exclaimed at the same time. The smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated. Shinsu stood on the pile of corpses nearby. He only glanced at the deep pit, then turned to the open space not far away and fired the second rocket. The ground of the stadium was a solid stone slab, but the soil underneath was slightly loose. Shinsu fired rockets one after another, and the stone slab fragments and mechanical remains flew up in an instant. Soon after, the arena was blasted into a mess, and there was almost no intact ground. What is he doing? Does he want to destroy the entire arena? The audience in the AK live broadcast room were still anxious just now, but now they all stared at the screen blankly, not understanding what Shinsu's intention was. Shinsu, with a rocket launcher on his shoulder, was like a god of destruction. The originally intact arena was destroyed by him in the blink of an eye. Only the last piece of intact ground was left. Shinsu stood on the top of the mountain made of rubble and corpses, and raised the rocket launcher again. Here, it should be the key. Under this piece of land, the correct answer to victory is hidden. Shinsu's face was calm, and his finger firmly pressed the launch button of the rocket launcher. Boom! With a loud bang, dust flew up, and the hoarse roar instantly echoed in the stadium, the waiting room, the live broadcast room, and the monitoring room. And everyone was stunned. In the lingering smoke of the explosion, a giant mechanical ant waved its front claws, and suddenly jumped out of the explosion pit. This mechanical ant was dozens of times larger than an ordinary mechanical ant, and could almost touch the window of the waiting room when it stood. Its abdomen was extremely large, and it had a pair of thin film-like wings on its back. Its compound eyes stared at Shinsu, and then the spikes in its mouth lit up, rushing towards Shinsu. Is this the Queen Ant? The analysis team was in an uproar, and the team members rushed to the screen, trying to see clearly. This structure, this body shape, it's probably the Queen Ant. There's actually a Queen Ant in the mechanical ant colony. Has their bionic technology reached this level? No wonder those ants couldn't be completely eliminated before. It turns out that the source of this monster is under the stadium, on the first floor of AK Hall. The audience watching the live broadcast also boiled instantly, and the sound of praise and discussion filled the entire live broadcast hall. In this brief chaos, in the arena, the Queen Ant and Shinsu had already started several rounds of confrontation. Although the Queen Ant was huge, her movements were extremely flexible. Sometimes she attacked with spikes. Sometimes she sprayed venom. Every time she attacked, Shinsu had to dodge greatly to avoid it safely. Shinsu had blown 2 deep holes in her fat abdomen. The mechanical parts inside were scattered and sparks appeared from time to time. But the Queen Ant's attack power remained unabated. The strength and sharpness seemed to be difficult to resist even for the magnetic fluid protective clothing. Even if her abdomen was blown to pieces, it didn't seem to make much sense. In the intervals of dodging the attack, Shinsu glanced at the hole in the Queen Ant's abdomen. and his eyes finally locked on the queen ant's triangular head. The abdomen is not the vital part, so the vital part is probably here. After all, no creature can survive without a head. A quick fight, and a quick decision. Chinsu's eyes condensed, and he immediately put away the rocket launcher, stood still, and chose to wait for the queen ant to attack unarmed. The queen ant naturally had no way of understanding Chinsu's tactics, and made a piercing high-pitched sound, and stabbed at Chinsu fiercely. Chinsu rolled to avoid its spikes, and while the queen ant had not yet fully stood up, he kicked his right foot and jumped up, grabbed one of the queen ant's compound eyes with both hands, and quickly climbed to the top of the queen ant's head. The people outside the field exclaimed. Just before the exclamation died down, Chinsu suddenly pulled out a rocket launcher, stepped on the queen ant's head and jumped back. And then a rocket was fired with a whizzing sound, cutting through the air and piercing the back of the queen ant's head. Boom! With a loud sound like thunder. The queen ant's head was instantly blown into countless pieces, flying everywhere. Chinsu flipped backwards and landed steadily on the pile of corpses not far away, while the huge mechanical body in front of him lost power in an instant, and stiffly maintained the last posture of baring teeth and claws. Chinsu lowered the rocket launcher and stared at the remains of the queen ant with an indifferent expression. Zila! 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 The headless body made a chaotic mechanical noise, seemingly collapsing rapidly. Soon, the huge body could not maintain balance, and fell out of control into the pile of corpses. With a bang, smoke and dust filled the sky. Dead, dead. Chinsu shot the queen ant in the head. In the monitoring room, the bald team leader and the members of the analysis team stared at the main screen in a daze, and everyone could hardly hide their inner shock. Pile of body parts, broken battlefield, the arena in the picture has turned into a hellish ruin. The huge, broken mechanical corpse of the ant queen lay in the center of the ruins, without a trace of life. In the dust, Chinsu stood on the top of the pile of corpses, ran a rough glance around, then put away the rocket launcher, slightly lowered his head, squinted his eyes, and gently lit a cigarette. This is the legendary god-level combat power, the Hades Chinsu. Everyone was stunned. The bald team leader swallowed his saliva, and could not take his eyes away from the battle scene that had already ended. AK Arena Number 3, Player AK-048 Victory. Chapter 6 Where is the man in white? Boss! Thank you for your hard work. Boss! As soon as Chinsu entered the waiting room, his men quickly surrounded him, took the armbands he had taken off, and put the black coat back on his shoulders. Yeah! Chinsu, holding a cigarette in his mouth, replied casually, not paying much attention to these men, just glanced at the entire waiting room. No. Where is the man in white? Chinsu asked the subordinate next to him. The man in white? The subordinate was stunned for a moment. Well, the one who was by the window just now. Oh, that person. The subordinate seemed to remember something. He watched your game for a while, and then left. It seems he is going to participate in the next game. Going to the game. Chinsu glanced at the small screen by the French window. Although there were player numbers and names on it, he didn't know what the person's name was. And it didn't match. Chinsu paused for a moment, walked to a French window, and looked out. The player on the field had been attacked by the rock monster and was dying. It's not him. Chinsu glanced at them for a few times, and then turned to the next window. Ants are still ants in essence. Even if they are mechanical ants, there may still be a queen ant. That person had already understood the key to fighting against the mechanical ant colony, and was obviously reminding himself on purpose. Chinsu thought while looking out the window next to him. On the field, a player was flying and dodging, throwing darts at the slime monster. It's not him either. Chinsu didn't stay for long, and took his subordinates through several more windows, and finally stopped in front of the 6th floor-to-ceiling window. White clothes, silver-gray hair. The man stood in the middle of the wide arena, looking small and fragile. On the other side of the arena, he was facing a huge crab like a tank. A few minutes ago. AK-066 player Bai Yi. Please enter the arena number 6 to compete. Bai Yi received the system's prompt in his mind. With that kind of monster-like fighting power, there should be no doubt about the next result. Bai Yi glanced at Chinsu, who was confronting the queen ant, left the floor-to-ceiling window number 3, and walked towards the passage of the arena number 6. Bai Yi did not feel embarrassed to injure his subordinates in front of him. This friendship should be repaid. However, the price of repaying others was that he did not have time to observe what kind of monster his opponent was. The elevator slowly rose. gradually revealing the stone floor of the arena. The shielding doors around opened like lightning and disappeared in an instant. Only Bai Yi and a giant tank crab that stopped wandering and suddenly turned to Bai Yi were left in the huge arena. The tank crab let out a hissing sound and raised its huge claws. AK-066 player, Bai Yi vs Terra 34 tank crab. The battle begins now. Hey, Chinsu show is over. I guess there's nothing to watch today. In the AK live broadcast room, the audience's enthusiasm gradually waned, and they all looked a little listless. But this match is Pluto. It's worth the money, don't you think? A man with a coxcomb said to his friend, but the friend seemed to be distracted by something, and failed to respond in time. Hey, what are you looking at? Seeing that his friend ignored him, the coxcomb-haired guy leaned over to see where he was looking. Are you watching the live broadcast in the corner? Yes. This time, his friend responded. Look at that guy. What is he wearing? What is he wearing? The coxcomb-haired guy narrowed his eyes and looked at him carefully. The one in white clothes. Hey, is he wearing a suit? Yes. The friend laughed. He's wearing a suit, glasses, and a scarf in this life-threatening battle. Do you think he's a little mentally ill? Damn, and a scarf? The coxcomb-haired guy continued to stare at the person in the picture. Wow, that's pretty cool. I think we should enlarge his picture, the friend said seriously. Just imagine, this kind of person looks like a pretty boy, so skinny that he doesn't even have 2 pounds of flesh on his body, and dresses up like a decent person, but as soon as he gets into the arena, he gets beaten to pieces by monsters, his face is scratched, his clothes are torn, his body is covered with wounds, he cries and screams, and finally, he is beaten unconscious by the monsters, and tortured to death. Do you think this scene is very exciting? Do you want to see it? Hey, now that you mention it, it's true. Listening to his friend's description, the coxcomb-headed man's eyes began to sparkle with excitement. It's a pity that the system doesn't have your vision. Chinsu is over. There's nothing to see in the center now. We can only enjoy your good show on that small screen. How about we move to a closer position over there to have a look? After watching Chinsu, looking at the one in the center now, it feels boring. That's a good idea. Let's go! The two hit it off and lowered their bodies and left their seats. Players with a combat power rating of D are obviously not valued by the system. Baiye's picture is squeezed into a small corner of the big screen. Coxcomb and his friend moved to the edge of the seating area so that they could see the small picture clearly. In the picture, a dirty and broken tank crab confronted Baiye. The tank crab bared its teeth and claws in a threatening manner, while the thin Baiye leaned forward slightly, as if he really wanted to fight the behemoth. It was called a tank crab, but if you look closely, it looked like a pile of large and small scrap mechanical parts, forming a moving garbage dump. Those scrap parts seemed to be assembled without any rules, but when put together, they were really as solid as a tank. A pair of long arms that looked like crab claws kept waving, then, the tank crab spread out its 8 thin legs, supported its huge body, and rushed towards the player. The fight has begun. Coxcomb and his friends immediately stared at the screen. It was impossible to judge due to the distance, but at this moment, the tank crab approached Baiye, making Baiye look like a little white bird standing in front of a tank. He will be crushed to death directly. Looking at the size comparison between the tank crab and Baiye, Coxcomb and his friends suddenly felt that they had made a mistake in judgment, and there might not be any crying and shouting in this battle. The tank crab rushed over and pressed, ending the battle with one move. I wonder if the two people who just exchanged seats with us are willing to switch back. The coxcomb couldn't help but look at their original seats. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly heard his friend say hey for some reason. What's wrong? The coxcomb looked back at Baiye's picture, and his eyes widened like his friend's. In the picture, the tank crab was speeding towards Baiye. But Baiye didn't move, as if he was frozen in fear. But the next second, his left hand was slightly raised, and then he waved it down. Buzz? Huh? What? What is this? The coxcomb and his friend were stunned. Is this a robot? On the field, Baiye still stood there calmly. After his seemingly normal gesture, a mechanical giant half a body taller than him suddenly appeared beside him. The whole body of the mechanical giant was shining with silver luster, and its figure was like a strong warrior wearing armor. The speed of the tank crab was getting faster and faster, and it was about to hit Baiye. The red light on the head of the mechanical giant flashed, and the mechanical arm rolled up, easily picked up Baiye, and flew a few meters away in the blink of an eye. Baiye's calmness is certainly not without reason. In this game where the mortality rate is more than half, He can't fight these ferocious creatures with just a small gun in his sleeve. In this competition of survival of the fittest, everyone is desperately trying to become the winner. Whether it is the man who fled in panic in front of the giant python, or AK-047 who fought hard until his death, and of course Bai Yi, those strong winners either rely on amazing physical strength, or rely on rich combat skills. And calling on mechanical giants to fight is the fighting method chosen by Bai Yi. Even though his physical ability is mediocre, he knew that this was his real strength, because Bai Yi was a very talented mechanic. The small gun in his sleeve was just a trick. The mechanical giant on the field, Bad Machine, was Bai Yi's biggest support. Bad Machine could accurately understand Bai Yi's instructions to fight, and had an automatic protection system, always putting Bai Yi's safety first. The air pressure booster equipped on its legs allowed it to instantly protect Bai Yi's dodge, ensuring that it would not be hurt by the violent impact of the tank crab. The mechanical giant, Bad Machine, is Bai Yi's unique all-purpose weapon. At this time, the tank crab missed once, turned to Bai Yi again, and rushed over. Its 8 thin legs moved one after another, supporting the heavy mechanical waist. Bai Yi stared at the position under the tank crab, leaned forward slightly to dodge, and gave the Bad Machine an order at the same time. Kick! Yes, master. The Bad Machine immediately responded to the order and raised its thick mechanical arm. A dazzling white light suddenly shot out from the arm, instantly breaking 2 of the 8 crab legs of the tank crab. Once the legs were broken, the tank crab immediately lost its balance. Bai Yi quickly rolled sideways to avoid it, and with a loud bang, the tank crab crashed into the wall of the arena. This is really... Bai Yi's preemptive strike made the coxcomb head and his companions in the live broadcast room begin to express dissatisfaction with the tank crab's poor performance. Is this tank crab really so fragile? Those legs are like real crab legs, and they are easily broken? Although Bai Yi's summoning of the robot was an accident, in the final analysis, isn't this robot also a huge weapon? Others fought to the death with weapons, but he broke the monster's 2 legs with 1 shot. Other people's monsters are fierce insects and beasts, but when it comes to this, it becomes an empty shell? This is simply unreasonable. The 2 people muttered in dissatisfaction. Bai Yi knew in his heart that this tank crab was no ordinary thing. When it fell to the ground and struggled, Bai Yi quickly retreated to a relatively safe position, straightened his clothes, and looked at the seemingly worn-out parts on the tank crab again. Those parts were of different shapes and sizes, and there were even some completed mechanical products mixed in. Regardless of the shape, color, or the surface of these parts, they all emit a barely perceptible dark gray matte luster. Ordinary people may not be able to see anything special about them, but as a mechanic who deals with metal components all day, Bai Yi noticed the clues at a glance. These materials are super titanium. Super titanium is a very rare and tough metal in nearby galaxies. Steel with super titanium added has a hardness, toughness, and heat resistance that are dozens of times higher than ordinary steel. Even Chun Tzu's flame cannon F-36, which can melt mechanical ants, is unlikely to cause substantial damage to super titanium alloys. Bai Yi had wanted to replace the damaged machine with a super titanium alloy shell, but the stock of super titanium was limited, and it was difficult to buy enough materials on the market even if he had money. But now, every part of this tank crab is shining with the unique dark gray matte of super titanium. From some angles, this tank crab does look only for show, and its appearance seems loose, like a pile of garbage that can be knocked over at a touch. But with this super titanium alloy, it is difficult for any ordinary weapon to cause damage to it. If the keyword of Chun Tzu's battle was hiding, then the keyword of my battle this time would probably be invulnerable. Bai Yi stared at the movement of the tank crab, stepped back a few steps, and stood behind the mechanical giant. However, the weapon I equipped for the Bad Machine was not an ordinary one. It was the PKL-5 quantum laser cannon, one of the core weapons equipped by the Shiting troops. A powerful version. Although super titanium can be bought on the market, weapons like PKL-5 do not exist on the normal market at all. Most civilians outside the Divine Court knew nothing about this, and Bai Yi had to rely on connections and a lot of money to barely get one. Quantum laser cannons are different from ordinary weapons. The quantum lasers they emit can reach a temperature more than 10 times that of ordinary lasers, and it takes only a moment to destroy ordinary metals. Facts have proved that. Although the tank crab is made of super titanium, its 2 crab legs still cannot withstand the impact of the PKL-5 quantum laser. Bai Yi stood diagonally behind the broken machine, watching the tank crab limping on one leg and struggling to stand up, and quickly conceived a strategy to deal with this behemoth. The laser cannon has two attack modes. One is the impact mode, which fires laser bullets instantly, causing strong impact damage to the target. The other is the burning mode, which continuously fires high-energy lasers to burn the target at a fixed point for a period of time. When attacking the legs of the tank crab, the bad machine used the impact mode, which can tap 80% of the laser cannon's energy, has strong mobility, and is accurate in attack. Although the burning mode has higher energy, it is limited to fixed-point attacks and is not practical when confronting living targets. After all, no one would be so stupid as not to dodge in front of a laser beam. However, if the target is a tank crab that has lost a leg, that's another matter. Bad machine, concentrate your firepower on its legs. Bai ordered in a low voice. Yes, master. Bad machine responded immediately, and at the same time, he raised his right arm, and a laser bullet was fired. In short, first beat it into a crab that has lost both legs, and then use the burning mode to slowly deal with this huge body. Bai made up his mind, and hid behind the bad machine. The lame tank crab supported its body with its remaining leg, raised its claws, and made a sharp metallic noise. The bad machine fired quickly, and after a few shots, the tank crab's 4 legs broke, and it fell down with a bang, struggling and unable to stand up again. This man looks weak, but his robot is quite powerful. At the French window of number 6 in the waiting hall, the subordinate in black said to Chen Su. Chen Su responded vaguely, his eyes still focused on the battle scene outside the window. It's not just robots, Chen Su thought to himself. From the first second of the battle, he calmly faced the huge enemy, without any cowardice or retreat. When attacking, he accurately locked onto the tank crab's most vulnerable legs and fired, without hesitation, with a clear goal, and he was obviously full of confidence in the next battle. The strength of combat power is not only reflected in physical fitness, but also in intelligence and mentality. Indeed, this man in white does not seem to be weak. However, Chen Su's eyes fell on the fallen tank crab. But this opponent does not seem to be simple. On the field, the collapsed tank crab struggled on the ground, and after several fluctuations, it stood up again incredibly. Bai immediately took a fighting posture beside the broken machine, staring closely at the tank crab that raised its claws again, and his heart sank. The huge pile of mechanical wreckage still stood steadily in the center of the field. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Under that bulky body, 8 thin legs grew out again, neatly and orderly, as if they had never suffered any damage. Chapter 7. He is really a man. Look, I said it's not that simple. In the AK live broadcast room, the companion pointed at the live broadcast screen and said to the coxcomb. On the screen, Bai seemed to have issued a new order. The mechanical giant turned the muzzle and began to attack the tank crab's body. However, the white light was fired several times, but only a few shallow pits were left on the huge garbage dump, which were almost imperceptible. In such a survival competition, how can such a pretty boy pass easily? Absolutely not. Well, it is true. The coxcomb put his hands behind his head, looking a little bored. But with the robot here, the pretty boy was not injured. You can't kill me, and I can't kill you. I don't know how long this scene will last. The companion responded, and suddenly changed his tone. Wait a minute, look, the pretty boy started to run away. Run away? Where to? The coxcomb-headed man leaned in to see, and exclaimed, Hey, what's going on? The robot doesn't care about him. No way, if the robot doesn't care, the pretty boy is really finished. Bai naturally knew the current situation. PKL-5's impact mode could not cause any damage to the tank crab, and the broken machine could only temporarily attack those thin legs. However, the raw materials in the pile of mechanical garbage were inexhaustible, and the legs were repaired at an extremely amazing speed. The broken legs were broken and growing at the same time. The ground was full of broken limbs. Almost at the same time, all attacks became ineffective. If this continued, my mortal body would definitely not be able to outlast this huge machine. If I want to break the deadlock, I have to fight. Bai calmed down, and after thinking for a moment, he said, Bad machine. Yes, master. Turn off the automatic protection. Bai gave the bad machine a new command, and then ordered, Turn on the burning mode, and attack from behind. Yes, master. The bad machine had no ideas of its own, and completely followed Bai's orders. After receiving the new order, the bad machine quickly left Baye's side, activated the air pressure assist, and quickly moved to the back of the tank crab. The tank crab did not seem to be interested in the bad machine. No matter where the bad machine moved, it always attacked Baye fiercely. Just like to beat me. Baye's mouth slightly raised, and then he turned around, with his back to the tank crab, and quickly ran in the opposite direction of the bad machine, by the window of the waiting room. Why doesn't his robot protect him? A subordinate couldn't help but whispered. Chin-Su and the others had been watching Baye's battle by the window, and the more they watched, the more worried they were for him. If there were no robots to protect him, if he ran a step slower, wouldn't his life be at stake? Maybe this is a tactic. He and the robot are on the left and right, cooperating in the battle. Another subordinate next to him interrupted. If the coordination is not good, when the tank crab claws down, wouldn't he? The subordinate hadn't finished speaking when he suddenly felt a chill in his ears. He turned his head subconsciously, and happened to meet Chin-Su's cold eyes. The subordinate's body tensed up, and he immediately shut up. No one knew why the boss was so focused on this person's game, and even watched it so attentively. He was just a player who occasionally met, and his strength, even if the robot was included, was only at the lower level of the Night Owl group. Several subordinates racked their brains, but could not think of anything special about this man. But since the boss did not say anything, no one dared to ask. If the boss wanted to watch, the subordinates had to accompany him obediently. And judging from the boss's appearance, it seemed that he would not allow any discussion. The subordinates swallowed quietly, straightened up, and continued to watch the battle outside the window. On the field, Baye seemed to have given up the fight and ran desperately in one direction. But his robot swiftly went around behind the tank crab. And at the moment when the tank crab rushed towards Baye, it raised its right arm. A white light that was more dazzling than before, like a huge lightsaber, pierced directly into the back of the mechanical garbage. A low hum came from not far away, which was the signal for the burning mode to start. For a metal like super titanium that is extremely resistant to high temperatures, it is obviously not possible to achieve a destructive effect through laser burning in an instant. He must attract the attention of the tank crab in order to buy enough reaction time for the bad machine. Baye glanced back, then quickened his pace, and continued to run forward. The muscular tank crab did not immediately notice the abnormality behind it, and Baye dodged it with a sudden pounce, and then swung his crab claws to attack. Baye quickly rolled to the side, although he did not intend to fight, but he quickly got up and rushed out of the attack range of the crab claws. At this moment, he suddenly felt a piercing cold wind behind his neck. Baye was startled, and reacted instinctively, and rushed forward. The huge crab claws almost clamped him from behind. If he had reacted 1,000 slower, his waist would have been cut off by the sharp claws. Hiss! The black-clothed subordinates by the window couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Chin-Su looked down at Baye in the arena, and his eyebrows twitched slightly. Although Baye was not cut off instantly by the crab claws, his suit jacket was cut on both sides of his waist. Baye quickly got up from the ground and faced the tank crab. At the place where his clothes were torn, bright red blood soon seeped out of the white fabric. Hey, it's coming, the clothes are about to be torn. The companions hurriedly patted the coxcomb's arm, reminding him to look quickly. Oh, that's amazing. The exquisite suit suddenly had 2 big cracks, and the blood quickly dyed the fabric red. Although the coxcomb was amazed, the strange thing was that he didn't seem to be as excited as he imagined. Perhaps it was because after the clothes were torn, the pretty boy didn't cry for his parents as they thought. But this pretty boy is still a man. The wound looked serious, and it must have hurt. But he didn't even frown. The companion didn't expect Coxcomb to react like this, and was stunned for a moment. He looked at Coxcomb in confusion, not knowing what to say, and could only focus on Baye's live broadcast again. In the picture, the injured man was panting, and did not take any further action, but just confronted the tank crab coldly. The tank crab failed to attack successfully, and it seemed that it had no intention of continuing to pursue. The crab claws stopped in the air for a second, then turned around suddenly and pounced on the broken machine. The wound was of course very painful. Baye could hardly stand due to the pain. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead like raindrops, and dripped down his cheeks. His chest was heaving, and he raised his hand to wipe away the sweat on his chin. But at the moment when Tank Crab turned around, Baye suddenly smiled. In the middle of the mechanical waste, a big charred hole suddenly appeared. The attack was successful. Hey, you stupid crab. Bai Yi endured the pain, and calmed down after a few breaths, and shouted loudly. The broken machine is just my weapon, and I am the real opponent. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly picked up the scattered crab legs next to him, swung them violently, and threw them at Tank Crab. The super titanium crab legs collided with the super titanium body, making a crisp collision sound. The Tank Crab paused slightly, and before it could react, several more crab legs came clanging and smashing. Perhaps the hole on its back was not too deep. Bai Yi's provocation seemed to anger the Tank Crab more than the bad machine's attack. The huge crab suddenly raised its claws, roared, turned around and rushed towards Bai Yi. Seeing that the provocation was successful, Bai Yi immediately turned around and ran. The wounds on both sides of his body became more and more painful as he ran. Gradually, the back of his shirt was stained with a touch of bright red. Although he tried hard to hold on, the pain made by Yi's movement slowed down significantly. After several rounds of fighting, the big hole behind the Tank Crab was dug deeper by the broken machine. And Bai Yi also had several more scars on his body. Alas, the coxcomb looked at the panting and wounded Bai Yi in the picture, and couldn't help feeling a little bit of pity. He's still holding on. He's so injured, but he still dares to fight the monster head-on. Well, although he's not strong, he's still determined enough. The companion's initial desire to watch the show gradually faded with Bai Yi's persistence. I just don't know how long he can hold on. This game can't be won by sheer toughness alone. At this time, as if echoing what the two said, Bai Yi, who seemed to have reached his limit in the live broadcast, finally stopped using the original bait tactics. When an attack came, he recalled the bad machine, protecting himself from the deadly crab claws. The bad machine's attack was interrupted, and it didn't continue for a long time. The hole behind the Tank Crab was precariously sunken there, as if mocking Bai Yi's self-importance. Chapter 8 Destroy it. This is not okay. Bai Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the severe pain in almost every part of his body. If there is enough time, this broken machine can be allowed to slowly self-ignite, and perhaps burn through this pile of super titanium waste. But in his current state, I am afraid that he cannot create enough opportunities for the broken machine. What a D-level combat power. Bai Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. However, no matter what kind of combat power, you must first be alive, to be qualified to consider victory. Bad machine, turn on automatic protection. The wound stung like a needle, Bai Yi staggered back a few steps, and shouted at the bad machine. The bad machine reacted quickly, and immediately moved in front of Bai Yi. The Tank Crab's scissors pounced on Bai Yi, and the bad machine's mechanical arm stretched out, and quickly rolled up Bai Yi, and instantly took him away from the attack track, and at the critical moment, successfully avoided the fierce attack. The Tank Crab's attack missed, and it waved its claws angrily, and let out a deafening roar. Bai Yi broke free from the arms of the bad machine, staggered a few steps, and the bad machine quickly turned its head to Bai Yi, with a flash of red on its face. The Master's health index has been detected to be below 60. Do you want to try to withdraw from the battle? No, Bai Yi answered firmly, stabilizing his body, and staring at the angry mechanical monster in front of him with his golden gray eyes. The Tank Crab became more and more arrogant, and the mechanical roars came one after another, as if the next attack could completely tear Bai Yi apart. The two sides confronted each other for more than 10 seconds, and the Tank Crab finally opened its legs and rushed towards Bai Yi. Bai Yi, however, looked dazed, staring motionlessly at the rapidly approaching Tank Crab, and seemed to have no intention of dodging. Bad machine was still reliable. Although Bai Yi was mostly motionless like a log, the automatic protection system was still working. The Tank Crab came aggressively, but Bad Machine deftly rolled up its arm and easily took Bai Yi out of the attack range again. After successfully dodging a round of attacks, Bai Yi came to his senses. He took a few steps back, hid behind Bad Machine, and then pulled up his sleeves, revealing a black leather wristband. The next second, 2 silver bottles appeared out of thin air in Bai Yi's hands. Space card wristband? At the window of the waiting hall, the subordinates in black all showed surprised expressions. Space cards are high-tech equipment, and not everyone is qualified to equip them even in the Night Owl organization. Except for the wealthy Shiting army. It is estimated that only professional combat organizations like them will purchase some through special channels. And this little man who looks like he is not good at fighting at all is wearing a space card wristband like them. Who is this person? The subordinates in black were confused. But in front of the boss, no one dared to speak out their doubts. On the field, The space card wristband was quickly covered by the sleeve. Bai Yi raised his head, drank the liquid in the two small bottles one by one, and threw the empty bottles aside. One of the two small bottles was a strong painkiller, and the other was a physical enhancer. Not only PKL5 and the space card, but also the two bottles of potions of Bai Yi were rare items that could only be obtained on the black market. The strong painkiller can completely numb the pain caused by trauma, and the physical enhancer can greatly enhance physical strength in a short period of time. However, the effects of these two drugs can only last for 15 minutes. And after using them once, you must wait 24 hours for the body to completely metabolize the drugs before they can produce effects again. In other words, Bai Yi basically only has one chance in this game to forcibly ignore all pain and physical limitations and become a short-term Superman. And the time he chooses to become a Superman is now. The pain in his body began to ease, and strength gradually filled his limbs. Bai Yi frowned slightly. His eyes fell between the two crab claws of the tank crab, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The tank crab is a pile of garbage made up of a pile of scrap mechanical parts. The crab legs are metal rods for mounting shafts. The crab claws are sharp semicircular blades, and the body is full of various scrap parts, while the two retractable lenses are its eyes. It is really stupid. As a mechanic, facing this pile of mechanical waste, he only wants to fight with weapons. Bad machine. Attack its legs. Bai Yi gave the bad machine a new order, and then took a leap and ran to the side of the arena. Right in front of him, there was a pile of ready-made materials, and the stupid crab full of garbage was clearly a walking material warehouse. Between Bai Yi and the bad machine, the tank crab obviously hated Bai Yi more. As soon as Bai Yi ran away, he immediately chased after him with his teeth and claws bared. The bad machine faithfully carried out Bai Yi's orders. A few rounds of artillery fire broke several crab legs, and the madly running tank crab fell to the ground. While the tank crab had not yet reacted, Bai Yi grabbed half of the crab leg on the ground, turned around and rushed towards the pile of garbage that had collapsed on the ground, then climbed up steadily on the raised parts block, as if he was not injured at all, and climbed up neatly. He really climbed up? No. What exactly does he want to do? The two people in front of the screen were stunned, with a look of shock on their faces. Their bodies were covered with wounds, while the monster on the opposite side was full of life. Faced with such a situation, ordinary players would often collapse, either attacking madly or lingering on quietly. But after Xiao Baimian drank 2 bottles of medicine, his state seemed to be completely renewed, and the weakness he had just felt disappeared. His action of climbing onto the tank crab was obviously not related to mad attacks or lingering on. On the contrary, it seemed that he had found the key to victory. But could this key to victory really be on the crab? The two nervously watched Bai Yi's every move, and never mentioned the script of being torn clothes and tortured to death. Even a moment ago, they had not expected that Bai Yi's real performance would be more interesting than the plot he imagined. He was covered in blood, but he still had the strength to climb onto the crab's head. Look! He seems to be trying to grab the crab claw. No! It's its eye! Although the tank crab was slow to react, people were riding on it, so no matter how slow it was, it would not be unconscious. This huge monster was obviously unhappy, shaking its body desperately, just wanting to get rid of the parasite on its body. Bai Yi tried to grab the damaged parts, and shouted loudly, "Bad machine!" The bad machine immediately raised its left arm, and fired several shells in succession. The new leg that had just grown was broken again, and it fell down again with a bang. From the breaking of the crab leg to the regeneration, it took only a few seconds. Bai Yi seized a brief opportunity when the tank crab was restricted in its movement, stabilized his body, and quickly crawled to the vicinity of an eye. That's it. The telescope regarded as an eye by the tank crab was as thick as the barrel of Chen Su's flame cannon. Bai Yi stepped onto the barrel of the telescope, raised the super titanium crab leg in his hand, pointed it downward and stabbed it into the seam at the front of the telescope, trying his best to pry it hard. Bang! 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 Hiss! The lens at the front of the telescope, along with the metal shell around it, were all pried off by Bai Yi, and rolled to the top of the garbage heap with a clang. The tank crab roared wildly, waving its claws wildly, trying to hit Bai Yi. Bad machine! Catch it! Bai Yi dodged immediately, shouting "Bad machine" and jumping down with the lens. Bad machine took a few steps forward, grabbed the lens, and then held Bai Yi steadily. Hold my treasure. Bad Machine. Bai Yi sat on the sturdy mechanical arm of Bad Machine and reached out to adjust his slightly tilted glasses. His face was covered with sweat and blood, but he showed a firm smile. Now, let's burn this pile of garbage to ashes. What is he going to do with this thing? In the AK live broadcast room and the waiting room, the two men with cockscomb hair and the subordinates in black asked the same question in unison. They stared at the screen blankly, confused by Bai Yi's strange behavior. In the waiting room, Chen Su did not stop his subordinates' discussion with his eyes, but unexpectedly responded to their questions. Have you used laser cannons? Yes. What about the amplifier? Amplifier. The subordinate was stunned for a moment. The amplifier of the laser cannon is mainly a lens. Chen Su responded lightly. You mean, he wants to use this lens to amplify the laser cannon? The subordinate looked at Chen Su in astonishment, and then turned to look at Bai Yi in the field. Can he modify his weapons while enduring attacks in this arena? Can he really do this? This is not a question of whether or not. Chen Su silently watched the people who were desperately resisting in the arena, and did not answer his subordinates' questions. If you can survive, you must have the ability. Otherwise you will die. If you want to survive, you must have the ability. If you want to live, you must catch up with the trajectory of success. The effect of the potion only lasts for 15 minutes. And now about 5 minutes have passed. Time is running out, and there is no time to waste. Once the effect of the drug wears off, no one knows how much strength I still have to deal with it. Bad Machine, help me resist the attack. Bai Yi gave the order to the Bad Machine, quickly jumped off the mechanical arm, picked up several super titanium crab legs on the ground, and stuffed them all into the space card. The Bad Machine attacked the tank crab's legs frantically, preventing it from chasing Bai Yi. While Bai Yi was running, he kept picking up crab legs, until he ran a lap in the arena, and finally returned to the Bad Machine again. Coxcomb and his companions were confused, and no longer expected to understand Bai Yi's thinking. But seeing Bai Yi's seemingly purposeful and incomprehensible actions, and his blood-stained but firm expression, their expectations gradually grew. Their heartbeats accelerated, and they hoped to see Bai Yi turn these useless things into something magical, and hoped to see this seemingly harmless little bird finally defeat the huge and powerful mechanical crab. Come on! Go! Coxcomb clenched his fists, and his palms were full of sweat. Come on! Pretty boy! Although his companions still called the pretty boy's name, their attitude had completely changed, and they no longer looked down on him. He's up! Hey, he's going to use his crab legs! On the field, Bai Yi climbed up the Bad Machine in a few steps, and rode on its right arm with one leg. The quantum laser cannon was installed on the Bad Machine's right arm, and the laser cannon's launch port was just above the right wrist. Raise your right arm horizontally, and don't put it down. Before I finish, you must avoid the tank crab's attack. Bai Yi ordered the Bad Machine, took off his blood-stained white suit jacket, and quickly pulled out a few super titanium crab legs from the space card. Bad Machine faithfully withstood the tank crab's fierce attack, providing air pressure assistance with all its strength, and Bai Yi only dodged, without counterattack. Bai Yi used his coat to hold the crab legs, tied them to Bad Machine's arm, tied his sleeves in a knot, and the super titanium metal was neatly fixed to the front end of Bad Machine's right arm in an instant. The lens pried off from the tank crab's eye was firmly held in Bad Machine's left hand, and the diameter of the lens was much larger than Bad Machine's arm. Bai Yi observed the size, while stuffing the crab legs one by one into the rope loop tied by the coat. The rope loop of the coat stretched to its limit instantly, and the right arm of the Bad Machine was tied up, as if it was twice as thick. It's almost done. Bai Yi finally confirmed the size, held the lens on the Bad Machine's hand with both hands, and pushed it hard. The lens fit perfectly, with the front end of the thickened right arm. Hiss! The metal friction sound was like a piercing scream. Bai Yi pushed the lens hard, and the metal outer ring and the thickened crab leg arm were just stuck together. Simple laser amplifier. Completed. Bai Yi stood up, stepped back half a meter, and sat on the right shoulder of the Bad Machine, raised his head, and smiled at the crab with one eye missing. His expression was calm and confident, facing the still energetic enemy. Bai Yi seemed to be full of confidence in victory. Bad Machine. Smash it. Yes, Master. Chapter 9. No matter how painful it is. Bad Machine, smash it for me. Yes, Master. Bad Machine did not hesitate at all. After hearing Bai Yi's order, it immediately aimed its gun at the huge tank crab. The tank crab did not seem to care about their attack at all. It rushed towards Bai Yi without any avoidance. However, the quantum laser bullet amplified by the lens was no longer comparable to the past. A shell was fired, and it instantly emitted a dazzling high-energy laser, which was almost impossible to look directly at. The tank crab had not rushed up a few meters, and it accurately hit the center of its huge body. Boom! Coxcomb and his companions rubbed their eyes, and stared closely at the picture illuminated by the laser, for fear of missing any critical moment. The subordinates in black clothes present were blinded by the strong light of the laser. When their vision slowly recovered, they all stared with their eyes wide open. In astonishment, Chinsu's mouth corners slightly raised, but soon returned to a calm expression. The tank crab that was so aggressive just now was now knocked down in a corner of the stadium, struggling and waving its claws and legs. In the center of its body made of mechanical garbage, a huge deep pit with sparks suddenly appeared. Coxcomb and his companions were so shocked by the shot that they were speechless and stood there in a daze. The subordinates in black also looked incredulous and gasped, and could hardly believe their eyes. Bai Yi used the amplification device assembled on the ground to actually knock over the almost indestructible tank crab. The powerful impact mode almost made Bai Yi fall off Bad Machine's shoulder. Bad Machine noticed Bai Yi's situation and immediately squatted down, trying to send him back to the ground. However, Bai Yi did not go down to the ground, but instead rode on Bad Machine's arms, and tightly held the two knotted sleeves of his suit. "Looks like I'll have to install a seat for you when we get back, the kind with a seat belt," Bai Yi said, pulling his sleeves, and using gestures to signal the Bad Machine to continue attacking. The Bad Machine received the order, and once again aimed the laser cannon equipped with a simple amplifier at the pile of mechanical garbage. "In the battle as soon as possible. Bad Machine, start burning." At this time, the tank crab finally stood up from the overturned state, waving its claws and roaring angrily. The metal on its body was faintly red, and it seemed to have entered an unprecedented violent state. However, before it could rush towards Bai Yi, a dazzling white light had already cut through the air and rushed straight towards it. The tank crab hurriedly dodged sideways, but the laser still burned on it for 2 or 3 seconds. The beam went straight through its body from the root of the crab claws. The huge crab claws broke instantly, and fell hard on the stone floor of the arena. "Oh my god! He just added a lens to his weapon, and it became so powerful." The coxcomb and his companions looked at the scene in front of them in disbelief. They stretched their necks and almost reached into the screen. In fact, the principle of what Bai Yi did was very simple. The amplifier used in laser cannons is much more complicated in design structure in order to effectively control the energy and precision of the laser. However, no matter how complicated the structure is, the core component of the amplified laser is still the lens. The lens can focus the laser in a small area, thereby increasing the energy density and reducing the energy loss of the laser during propagation, so that more energy can be effectively transmitted to the target. Therefore, in the focused area, the energy of the laser cannon will be more concentrated, producing stronger destructive power. So under simple conditions, even without an amplifier, as long as there is a lens, plus the powerful quantum laser of PKL5 itself, the situation can be reversed. But for the layman like Coxcomb, Bai Yi's series of operations are simply magical. Could it be that this pretty boy is also a scientist, fighting and modifying weapons at the same time? Scientists are so cool. Coxcomb's face was full of fanboy expressions. He suddenly stood up and looked at Bai Yi riding on the robot arm in the picture. He excitedly waved his fist and shouted, "Blast it! Blast it! Left! Left! Come on! Scientist! Do it in one go! Smash it! Go back!" In the waiting room, Chinsu lit a cigarette in the hands of his subordinates and turned away from the floor-to-ceiling window. "Boss, aren't you going to finish watching? He's about to win." The subordinate followed Chinsu closely and said with doubt, "No need." Chinsu did not explain further and silently asked the system to leave the game. In a flash, the tall man in black disappeared in the waiting room, leaving only wisps of light smoke, which gradually dissipated. What the subordinate said was true. Bai Yi's battle situation was already clear. Bai Yi used his sleeves to direct the direction, and the Bad Machine quickly opened fire. The tank crab was bombarded by Bai Yi's huge energy version of the laser cannon, and its hard super titanium body had already been blown into pieces. Although the monster's consciousness seemed to exclude the option of escaping, the tank crab, even though it was seriously injured, still waved the remaining half of its claws, roaring to fight back. Maximum power. The 15 minutes of Superman time were running out. Bai Yi shouted to the bad machine, pulling his sleeve to adjust the angle of the laser cannon, and shot at the tank crab. The tank crab was already unstable, and after struggling desperately for several times, it finally fell heavily in the blazing white light, twisting its body and wailing loudly. Sizzling, sizzling, and gradually became silent. But Bai Yi did not stop attacking, and continued to burn with great energy. The charred and deformed parts fell one after another, and instantly turned into a piece of mechanical garbage, with fragments scattered all over the ground. Bai Yi just looked at the body that had already been torn into pieces with an expressionless face, and continued to burn until every piece of wreckage could not be recognized. And then he ordered the bad machine to turn off the laser cannon. Huh? The bad machine squatted down and set Bai Yi down steadily. Bai Yi landed on his feet, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. The power that filled his body was losing at an alarming speed, and the wounds on his body began to show obvious pain, which was even more heartbreaking than before taking the medicine. But fortunately, it doesn't matter how much it hurts. Damn, he's finally dead. In this life and death battle, I won. The pretty boy won. The tank crab was burned beyond recognition. So cool. Scientists riding on robots and firing cannons. This scene is so exciting. In the AK live broadcast room, Coxcomb and his friends couldn't contain their excitement, cheered, and jumped up. The audience nearby was startled by the sudden cheers, and cast doubtful glances. In the eyes of the Coxcomb head, Bai Yi's fighting passion surged. But it seemed that there were only two of them in the entire live broadcast room, rejoicing for Bai Yi's victory. Bai Yi in the game didn't know, nor did he care how many people cared about his win or loss. The effect of the drug had disappeared. He put away the broken machine, took a deep breath, endured the pain in his body, and talked to the system. Player AK-066. Do you want to leave the game immediately? The system asked. Bai Yi, where will you be teleported after leaving the game? System. Leaving players will be teleported to the God's Blessing Square. Bai Yi paused for a moment, and then said to the system, can you send me back to the bathroom in the waiting hall first? System, okay. According to your request, teleport the player to the bathroom in the waiting hall. As soon as the voice fell, Bai Yi felt a flash in front of his eyes. And when he reacted, he was already in front of the sink in the bathroom. The wash basin was paved with white stone bricks, and a huge mirror hung on the wall. In the mirror, a blood-stained silver-haired man was reflected. His half-long hair was stuck to his face by sweat, and it was no longer neat and exquisite as before the game. His suit jacket had been scrapped, and his light gray shirt was also tattered. You could vaguely see the scabs or dirt-stained wounds on his body. It was really embarrassing. Bai Yi looked at himself in the mirror, smiled bitterly, and slowly walked into the bathroom cubicle. After a long time, the cubicle door finally opened, and Bai Yi slowly walked out. At this time, he had changed into a clean and tidy new suit. Walking to the sink, he turned on the faucet, carefully washed the blood off his face, straightened his hair, finally wiped the mirror until it was shiny, and put on his glasses again. No matter when, he should stay neat and decent. This is Bai Yi's consistent belief. He looked at himself in the mirror, adjusted the silk scarf around his neck, and then summoned the system in his mind. System, please teleport me out of the game. System, okay. Please note that in 3 seconds, the player will be teleported to the Divine Blessing Square. 3, 2, 1. Chapter 10 Top 5. This is the match statistics of the AK group. Please check it out. Team Leader. The AK group's preliminaries have ended, and the audience in the live broadcast room has also dispersed. However, in the second-floor monitoring room of the AK Hall, the analysis team is still busy. The overall score of the AK group ranks among the top in all groups. In addition to Chin-Su, the top 5 players of the AK group are also worth paying attention to. Let me see. The bald team leader took the brief report handed over by the analyst and turned to the first page. The first place in the total score is Chin-Su. The second place is Kasu. The third. The fourth. The team leader confirmed the unfamiliar name in the top 5 again, and looked up to ask the analyst, who is the 5th place? Why is his overall score so high? But I have no impression of his game? Bai Yi. The analyst recalled for a moment, shook his head and said, we don't seem to pay much attention to his game. And this person is not on the list of attention designated by the Divine Court. Not on the list of key attention. Which means that his combat power rating is not high. But he can get the 5th place rating. This, the bald team leader thought. Turned to the corner of the room and shouted, "Moo! Check the information of this Bai Yi." No one answered. The team leader frowned slightly. "Moo, I asked you to check Bai Yi's information. Did you hear me? I checked it." Before the team leader finished speaking, he was interrupted by a cold male voice from the corner. In an instant, the team leader's anger surged. "How can you check it? If you check it, why don't you send it to me directly? Do I need to go to you to get it? Your attitude. It's on your computer screen." The male voice was still calm, without further explanation, and could not understand the team leader's anger, and just responded briefly. The team leader was stunned for a moment, then subconsciously turned his head to check. Sure enough, he did not operate the computer at all, but the screen showed rows of player information, even with photos. Although the staff member named Mu was not pleasant, the bald team leader decided to focus on work first. He turned to the computer and saw the personal information under Bai Yi's name at a glance. Name, Bai Yi. Gender, male. Age, 27. Birthday, November 1st. Blood type, O. Height, 176 cm. Weight, 65 kilograms. Occupation, mechanic. There is also a detailed educational background below, even which kindergarten he attended. And the last thing displayed is the Divine Court's rating of his combat power D. The combat power rating is only D? How can a D-level combat power enter the top 5 in the competition rating? The combat power rating is divided into A, B, C, D, and S, and D level is the lowest. According to their statistics, except Bai Yi in the AK field, no other D-level combat power can survive in the preliminaries. The team leader looked at this inconspicuous height and combat power, and then looked at the photo of Bai Yi next to him. In the photo, Bai Yi is dressed formally, wearing frameless glasses, and a blue silk scarf, looking quite gentle and refined. And it doesn't look like he can fight. The team leader's doubts emerged. Maybe the scoring of this competition. The evaluation logic is different. The analyst tried to explain. The scoring will refer to the battle time, the player's injury level, the monster's damage level, and the monster's combat power rating and the player's combat power rating. Maybe Bai Yi, because his combat power is too low, but he won in the end, so he got a high score? No. The team leader shook his head, rejecting the analyst's statement. If that were true, his battle score wouldn't be as high as the top 5. Look at these players in the top 5, except him, who isn't an S-level player favored by the Divine Court. Everyone's name is in red and bold, and the battle situation has long been our focus. But this person. The team leader paused, and called the operator Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing, immediately call up Bai Yi's game video. A detailed report on the top 5 battle needs to be submitted to the Divine Court, and we must review this player's video as soon as possible. Hiss. Wow. Huh? Damn. The main screen was playing Bai Yi's battle video, and a group of people in the monitoring room were staring at the screen intently, making sounds of surprise or excitement from time to time. In the picture, Bai Yi rode on the robot's arm, staring coldly at the tattered tank crab. Instantly, a dazzling white light filled the stadium. And then, the screen was occupied by a strong light. The white light gradually dissipated, and the image of the stadium became clear again. The super titanium tank crab had turned into charred wreckage all over the field. A battle ended with the monster's ashes and smoke, and the video stopped at the moment when Bai Yi was transmitted from the field. This Bai Yi is indeed unusual. The bald team leader calmed down his excitement, coughed lightly, and turned to the team members behind him. The replay is over. Let's discuss what information everyone has seen. From the scoring criteria, the reason why he scored high in this game should be related to the extent of his opponent's damage. An analyst said. The monster was not only dead, but completely disintegrated. And his battle time was not long. Although he was injured, it was not too serious. After the battle, he was still able to move flexibly, which should also be a plus point. Another person responded. Team leader, look, this monster's information. Operator Xiao Jing pulled up a page on the computer and showed it to the bald team leader. Abandoned tank crab, Gamma Star mechanical combination monster, super titanium upgraded version, difficulty level. The team leader read the tank crab's information, and his expression froze. Difficulty level, S. Yes. Xiao Jing nodded. There are only 3 S-level monsters refreshed in the AK field, and this tank crab is one of them. The difficulty of the tank crab lies in its super strong defense. Ordinary attacks can hardly cause damage to it. Several players have fought with the tank crab before, but they did not cause any damage, and ended up in a miserable defeat. There are only 3 S-level monsters, and this D-level player actually encountered them. What bad luck. A D-level player can win against an S-level monster. No wonder the score is so high. The members of the analysis team discussed one after another. Although his personal combat power is D, his weapon is very powerful. Indeed, a weapon that can attack Super Titanium must be extraordinary. I looked at his weapon, and it felt like PKL5. An analyst, who was proficient in weapons, said hesitantly, PKL5? Everyone cast a curious look. Yes. The analyst nodded. PKL5 is a special high-energy laser cannon for the Shinting army, with 2 attack modes, impact mode and burning mode. PKL5 will release a dazzling white laser when it is fired. The impact mode has a slightly lower energy, but it is highly flexible, and the burning mode has a huge energy, but it can only attack at a fixed point. All these characteristics are very consistent with the attack style of this robot. However, the weapon has been internally modified in the robot, and the appearance cannot be seen, so it is impossible to determine whether it is really PKL5. Besides, he is a civilian. How can he get the weapons of the Divine Court army? Then, just write the word suspected in the report. The bald team leader made a decision on the weapon issue, and said after thinking for a while, there is one more point I think it is worth paying attention to. Xiao Jing dragged the playback progress bar to the time when he just entered the field. Xiao Jing did as he was told, and the main screen soon showed the scene when Bai Yi just entered the field. In the scene, the man in white was alone facing the huge tank crab, and it was impossible to imagine how powerful the fighting energy he would burst out next. Look, when Bai Yi just entered the field, there were no partners around, and his robot was not in the field. And here, the team leader asked Xiao Jing to adjust the progress bar backwards. Here, his robot suddenly appeared out of thin air. Right. Once reminded, the team members also noticed this question. Where did his robot come from? I suspect it has something to do with the space card. Someone raised an opinion. Space card? You mean he put the robot in the space card? The person next to him asked in confusion. But such a big robot, how to take it out of the space card? Well, I don't understand, but with such a sudden appearance, except for using space technology similar to space cards, I can't think of any other possibilities. Now it seems that it should at least be related to space technology, but the specific principle still requires us to consult professionals further. The bald team leader said, while assigning the consultation work to a team member, and then temporarily stopped the discussion. The battle reports of the top 5 must be submitted to the Divine Court within 3 days. Shijing, you are still responsible for Chen Su's report. You can divide the report of the 234th place among yourselves. As for Bai Yi, the team leader thought for a moment. His situation is more complicated. Ed, the team leader said to the analyst, who is proficient in weapons. Summarize the results of the discussion just now, and send them to me. I will handle Bai Yi's report. The players have left the venue. The audience has also dispersed. The analysis team has completed their work, and they can finally go home. Hey, Xiao Jing. On the way out of the monitoring room, Aide and Xiao Jing walked and talked. You mentioned that there were only 3 S-level monsters in the AK field. Besides Bai Yi's tank crab, what else is there? There is also Chen Su's mechanical ant colony, which is also S-level. Xiao Jing answered. Is that also S-level? Aide was stunned, thinking that this S-level seems a bit simple. But think about it carefully. If ordinary players do not consider the existence of the Queen Ant, or do not have the ability to blow up the arena so badly, then they can only be beaten by the mechanical ant colony, and there is no way to hit the core of the ant colony. It's not that the mechanical ant colony is not S-level, but Chen Su is too strong. What about the other one? Ed paused and asked. The other one is the electromagnetic piranha, the second place in the AK field. Oh, that one is quite tricky. Although the second place player was not identified as a priority by Shinting, his game analysis team paid close attention to it, because the electromagnetic piranha was the monster that defeated the most players in the AK field. In the electromagnetic piranha field, the arena became a deep lake, and players had to fight the piranha underwater. When fighting underwater, breathing is the primary problem. Piranhas have sharp and fast teeth, and it is not easy to defeat them in water. What is more deadly is the discharge attack of piranhas. Water is a conductor. and many players are not well prepared. They are electrocuted to death as soon as they enter the water. After that, players who have learned from the past wear insulating protective clothing and are equipped with breathing devices. But one after another people still bleed on the water surface in the arena. But when it was the turn of the second-ranked player, he went into the water with his upper body naked and only a diving mask. He won the victory without any injury in less than 10 minutes. You know, before him, the electromagnetic piranha defeated 24 players. Xiao Jing sighed. Among the top 5 players in our AK field, it seems that only he and Bai Yi are not members of the Night Owl group? Yes. I really don't know what will happen when the AK group encounters these two people and the Night Owl group. Especially Chen Su. In the official field. Ed thought about the situation in the next official field. Do you think they will form an alliance? Or will they be hostile? If a few people don't like each other and fight, won't the dungeon be blown up? Xiao Jing didn't seem to be interested in Ed's idea. Whether they are allies or enemies, these big guys will never die. I hope that there will be less fighting in the official arena, so that the weaker ones can live longer. Well, Xiao Jing's tone became lower and lower. Ed nodded and remained silent for a while without saying anything. The members of the analysis team, including the bald team leader, were actually just ordinary workers hired by the Divine Court. They were able to escape this survival competition because of the exemption permit issued by the Divine Court. Most of the time, they subconsciously isolate themselves from the competition, as if they were really clergymen who were indifferent to the world. But occasionally, they would suddenly realize that the cruel competition was actually only a license away from them. What would happen if they participated in the competition? Almost everyone in the analysis team deliberately avoided this question, and seemed to pay more attention to the strong, but indifferent to the weak, thinking that they would never experience the tragic ending on the field. However, in this deserted corridor after the bustle, the scenes of death inadvertently touched Xiao Jing's nerves. Anyway, let's finish the report to the bosses first. After a moment of silence, Ed tried to change the subject. Yeah, there was no point in thinking too much. So Xiao Jing followed Ed's topic and nodded vigorously. Chapter 11 Genius Mechanic. Congratulations to the player for successfully passing the preliminaries and qualifying for the official competition. The first official competition will be held in 7 days. Players must go to the God's Blessing Square on time to participate. Please note that those who evade the competition will be severely punished by the God's Court. When he was teleported out of the game, Bai Yi received such a reminder. 7 days later, it will be the official competition. The indelible number stamp has been deeply engraved on his body. This competition for survival in the end of the world is like a pirate ship that cannot be escaped. In the eyes of ordinary people on the godly blessing star, there has never been an option of not participating. As night fell on the godly blessing star, there was no one in the godly blessing square. Only the damp mist quietly diffused in the dim light. The passionate female voice in the loudspeaker kept repeating brainwashing propaganda. And at the same time, a large number of players, who were forced to participate in the survival competition, had already disappeared in the endless darkness. However, facing the high and mighty God Court, any resistance was powerless. As an insignificant ant who was also forced to participate, Bai Yi could only try his best to survive in this survival of the fittest. The journey from Xinyu's square to his home was not short. After walking a few steps, he stopped and raised his hand to summon Bad Machine. Sorry, I need you to carry me back. Bai Yi patted Bad Machine's arm. Bad Machine understood what he meant, bent his knees, stretched out his mechanical arm, and put Bai Yi on his shoulder. Bai Yi sat steadily, gave Bad Machine directions, and the two gradually disappeared in the deep night outside the square. The night fog became thicker and thicker. Bad Machine's footsteps were firm and heavy, accompanied by inconspicuous mechanical sounds, echoing in the empty streets of the main city of Xinyu Star. The road became more and more remote, and more deserted. When they just left the God's Blessing Square, there were still a few weak street lights on the street. When they finally arrived at their destination and stopped, there was only a dead silence and darkness like the deep sea. We are finally home. Bai Yi got off the shoulders of the broken machine and reached out to hold a high wall hidden in the night. A faint light flashed in the darkness, and then a rumbling noise sounded. The two iron doors on the high wall slid open to both sides one after another, opening a wide entrance for Bai Yi. Number 87. I'm back. Bai Yi walked into the gate, raised his voice slightly, and said in this deep sea of silence, Beep, beep, A faint startup sound sounded. And along with it, the lights in the gate lit up one by one. The cold darkness was quickly dispelled, and the wide yard immediately appeared under the light. This was a bare concrete floor. The ground was uneven, and rainwater accumulated shallowly. Some old machines were piled up in a corner of the yard, and the earth-colored plastic sheet covered half of them, and the other half exposed was already rusty. Opposite the old machine is a row of cast iron pipes of varying thicknesses, which have fallen into disrepair and do not seem to be in use. Swish! A small factory sensed Baye's approach, and the iron door automatically slid open to both sides, revealing a room of soft light. Behind the small factory, there are several large factories without lights, with doors and windows closed. Standing silently, the mottled exterior walls are vaguely visible in the dim night. Dim, cold and desolate. Baye's home is a factory that has long been abandoned. Little Mute, I'm back. He walked into the small factory and casually greeted someone. The bad machine walked straight to a circular platform and stood still. The charging indicator light on its back lit up immediately. Although this was a small factory, it was too spacious as a residence. It was large enough for a 2 or 3 meter tall mechanical giant to move freely. It was filled with various machines, instruments, electronic screens, and operating tables. But it didn't seem crowded. Lines of code were scrolling evenly on several electronic screens, and the dashboards indicated different data. The indicator lights were stable and always on in the alternating blue and green, indicating that all indicators here were normal. On the wall opposite the electronic screen, many mechanical prostheses of different models were hung high and low. Under the prostheses, various human organs were piled up on the racks, including hearts, eyeballs, auricles, and even a whole head. At first glance, it seemed like an illegal human laboratory, which was creepy. But after a closer look, it was found that these organs were all simulated mechanical products without exception. The wounds on his body were still aching. The short distance of a few dozen meters from the door to the room had made Bayi sweat profusely. He looked up at the clock, took out a bandage from the medicine box, and found the right medicine from a pile of bottles and jars, and treated his wound. The medicine worked well, and the pain soon eased. Bayi took a few breaths, looked up to check the time, and then stood up and looked around. Little Mute, I'm coming to find you, he said casually, and then began to look in every corner. The space here was too big, and there were many instruments. Bayi turned around several times, and finally found the Little Mute behind a machine. It was a little boy of 6 or 7 years old, with delicate appearance, neatly dressed, but with no expression on his face, standing quietly in the shadows, staring blankly ahead. Hey, today's Little Mute doesn't seem to recognize me. Bayi squatted down, looking at the Little Mute, showing a helpless smile. What do you think? Is it that your little corpse is not suitable for transformation, or is it that my transformation technology is not good enough? The Little Mute couldn't speak, so naturally he wouldn't answer him, and didn't even move his eyes. As for Baye's question, looking at the entire Shinyu star, no one can answer it. The current human body mechanical technology is mostly at the level of installing prosthetic hands and legs for real people. And Bayi has successfully used human body machinery to resurrect a little boy who had just died. Such a resurrection far exceeds the imagination of the mainstream scientific community, and is almost a dream-level operation. However, at present, this resurrected Little Mute, except for occasionally moving on his own, which made Bayi look for him, does not have any other characteristics of a living person. Okay, Little Mute, play by yourself first. Although the Little Mute didn't look like a living person, Bayi still stroked his head gently, as if he were a real child. Time is almost up. Wait until I wake up, and then I'll take care of you. Okay. After saying that, Bayi stood up and checked the clock on the wall again. It was 10:35, and there were only 15 minutes left in today. He hurried to the bathroom, washed himself carefully, then traveled through the timeline and approached the bedroom, and finally fell on the bed, and fell asleep almost immediately. When the morning light dawned, Bayi woke up from his deep sleep. His wounds, which had been torn to pieces, seemed to be healing. This medicine is really effective, Bayi said to himself. But no one responded. He had become accustomed to such a solitary life. He silently removed the bandage and threw it away, put on his clothes, swallowed a few bites of food, and walked with the damaged machine to a large closed factory behind the abandoned factory. Click. The door lock opened, and a damp earthy smell that had not been ventilated for a long time came to his face. "It should be here," Bai Yi whispered, and walked into the factory. This factory is very spacious, almost as big as a small basketball court. There are rows of tall shelves in the factory, full of all kinds of strange items, parts, instruments, medicines, even weapons, and various mechanical organs and prostheses. Deep in the factory, several mechanical giants are quietly arranged by the wall, similar to broken machines on the surface. But there is no power connection. Where are they? I remember putting them here. Bai Yi got on the elevator and searched for what he needed on each floor. There were so many items that it was dizzying. Bai Yi searched for a long time and finally found a dark gray instrument in a corner of the top floor. Micro-electromagnetic force field. That's it. Bai Yi excitedly raised the instrument in his hand and smiled with satisfaction. Then, he found a brown leather chair that looked comfortable from another shelf and asked the bad machine to help him move it back to the small factory that served as a living room and studio. Today had just begun, so there was still plenty of time. Bai Yi changed into a white t-shirt and overalls, tied up his half-long hair into a bun, put on black thin rubber gloves, and sat on the lift chair next to the operating table. "Come on, broken machine," he called. "Hurry up and modify it for you. Maybe I can go to Lao Ping today." "Great, finally I transformed your handsome robot into a car." Lao Ping leaned against the door frame of the grocery store, staring intently at the broken machine holding Bai Yi steadily to the ground, and then watching the brown leather seat on the left shoulder of the broken machine being automatically retracted, and couldn't help but smile and applaud a few times. Bai Yi couldn't help laughing. He raised his hand to take back the broken machine, and then followed Lao Ping into the store. Lao Ping was the owner of this grocery store, in his early 30s, with a beard, and didn't look well-groomed. Although he looked ordinary, and the store looked a bit shabby, Bai Yi got all the medicines he needed, including the rare quantum laser cannon PKL-5 on the market, from here. "How was the preliminaries? Are you injured?" Bai Yi sat on a broken single sofa in the corner, drinking the hot tea brewed by Lao Ping, and asked. "It's okay. You saw it too. After all, I'm not dead." Lao Ping didn't talk much about his own situation, but asked Bai Yi, "How about you? Is everything going well? Thanks to your PKL-5. It really saved my life." Bai Yi responded happily. With PKL-5, not only did the game go smoothly, but also, Bai Yi stopped talking mysteriously, only saying half of it. He put down the teacup, walked to the door of the store and closed it tightly, turned around, smiled, and slowly pulled out a pointed metal stick as thick as his upper arm from his wrist. "This is..." Lao Ping looked at it carefully, and when he saw the special dark gray luster of the metal stick, his eyes widened immediately. "Is this super titanium alloy? Such a big one. Where did you get it from?" Bai Yi smiled and did not respond. He put the metal stick on the counter, and then took out another one from the space card on his wrist. It was the tank crab leg that Bai Yi picked up on the field but did not use up. "More than one? This time I'm rich." Lao Ping picked up the super titanium crab leg on the counter, fumbled back and forth excitedly, and watched Bai Yi pull out one by one, until the crab legs piled up half a meter high in front of the counter. "Oh my god!" Lao Ping was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. He was stunned for a long time, and could only smile and shake his head. Others are desperately participating in the survival competition, but you seem to be going to rob. Lao Ping joked. "If you sell all these super titanium, you will probably become the richest man in Xinyu Star. It's not that exaggerated." Bai Yi seemed calm. After pulling the crab legs, he sat back on the sofa and drank a sip of tea at just the right temperature. "And this kind of rare wealth, how can you sell it casually? Leave me 2 of this super titanium, and please help me find a place to process the rest into plastic raw materials. I want to use it to replace the shell of the broken machine." "No problem. Leave it to me." Lao Ping has a wide network of contacts, and he knows Bai Yi's request very well, and agreed without hesitation. "But it takes time to process this thing. I guess it won't be ready in time for your next game." "It doesn't matter." Bai Yi didn't seem to be in a hurry. "Then I'll come to pick it up after the next game." Chapter 12: The Reality of Living in the World. After dealing with the affairs of the super titanium crab legs, Bai Yi gave some mechanical gadgets he made to Lao Ping for sale, and then returned to the abandoned factory, sitting on the left shoulder of the broken machine. Whether it was day or night, the abandoned factory always maintained a desolate silence. This place seemed like a wasteland abandoned by humans, or like a giant beast that had fallen into a long sleep. Only Bai Yi knew the code word to wake it up. Number 87, I'm back. As soon as the voice fell, the lights in the yard lit up one by one. The wasteland giant beast woke up happily, and respectfully welcomed the return of its master. The door opened. Bai Yi stepped into the yard, walked into the small factory, looked around, and tentatively called out Little Dumb. There was still more than an hour left today, and he should be able to study Little Dumb's situation again. Bai Yi searched in the corner of the room, and finally found the little boy hiding in the wine cabinet. He squatted down, looked at the boy with dull eyes in the cabinet, and gently stroked his hair. I'm sorry, Little Dumb. Bai Yi smiled slightly. I promised to take care of you when you woke up, but I didn't expect that I would take care of the broken machine first. Are you angry? Little Dumb didn't respond, and stood still like a puppet. Bai Yi waited for a response, and couldn't help but sigh. If he could lose his temper like a living person, that would be a good thing. Come on. Bai Yi picked up the little mute and carefully placed him in the center of the operating table. The operating table was like a metal single bed, surrounded by various large and small instruments, crisscrossing pipelines, buttons, switches and indicator lights arranged on a console several meters long, as complicated as the Milky Way. Except for Bai Yi, no one could figure out which button was used for what. The space on the table was not small, enough to accommodate an adult, but the little mute was not tall, and only took up half of the space. The quiet boy lay quietly in the middle of the table, without any breath or heartbeat. If he hadn't opened his eyes, he would have been almost a corpse. Bai Yi pulled over a beam of probes, and attached several branches to the little mute's ears and head, pressed the corresponding buttons, and looked up to check the data on the electronic screen. The blue light flashed slowly, and the straight indicator line remained at a very low level. This shows that the brain waves of the little mute are still so weak that they can be ignored. Bai Yi pressed a switch, and then slowly turned the knob. The microcurrent sent stimulation signals to the little mute's brain through the pipeline, and the indicator line on the electronic screen fluctuated with the strength of the current. But once the current was turned off, the brain waves of the little mute returned to the previous state of almost non-existence. It's not working yet. Bai Yi sighed, and took the detection head back from the little mute. Maybe it's because you have died before. He seemed to be talking to the little mute, but also seemed to be talking to himself. The little mute did not respond, and looked up with empty eyes. In fact, if you just want the little mute to speak, it is not difficult. In this era of highly developed AI, it is relatively cheap to buy an AI anthropomorphic system, whether it is male or female, mature or simple, lively or restrained. It can be whatever you want the AI to be. Even the tone can be customized, and past memories can be simulated. But Bai Yi does not need these. Even the broken machine. He did not install a too advanced AI anthropomorphic system. AI is indeed simple and convenient, and can make a broken machine or a dumb little person more like a living person. However, even if you buy 10 or 100 AIs, it will eventually be just an illusion. Empty. All of this is fake and boring. What Bai Yi pursues is definitely not a fake person simulated by AI technology. The direction of his research is to create a person that can surpass the limits of biology but is extremely real. He may not need food, water, sleep, or even breathing and heartbeat, but his brain has real memory and emotions, his own joys, sorrows, anger, and happiness, and can truly perceive the warmth and coldness of the world. Even though his whole body is made of machines, he is a real person living in this world. If I could find you earlier, when you were still breathing, I might be able to bring you back to life. Bai Yi looked at the delicate but lifeless face of the little mute, and he pondered quietly for a long time beside the operating table, as if he was thinking about something, or just in a daze, until an hour passed and time was approaching. He suddenly said, I have a new idea. Let's try it tomorrow. Bai Yi took the little mute down from the operating table, and put him on the rocking chair he often sat on. I hope you can smile at me this time. However, Bai Yi's new idea did not succeed. The little mute still did not smile at Bai Yi. 7 days passed in a flash. The official competition of the survival contest will kick off at 12 noon today. Looking back at the last qualifying match, Bai Yi had to admit that her experience was not enough. Although the storage capacity of the space card was sufficient, she brought almost nothing except weapons, potions, and a set of clean clothes. In order to make the amplifier, she even used her suit jacket. No one could predict what kind of challenges she would encounter in the official competition, but it was obvious that its complexity and difficulty were far greater than those in the preliminaries. Therefore, it was particularly important to prepare for a rainy day. Therefore, before setting off, Bai prepared sufficient weapons, ammunition, biochemical agents, and also packed a batch of tools and materials, as well as several sets of exquisite clothes, which were carefully stored in the space card. After all, for a mechanic, welding guns, wrenches and screwdrivers can all be considered weapons. For Bai, appearance is as important as life. Everything is ready. Bai puts on his clothes for going out, straightens his hem carefully in front of the mirror, tidies his scarf, cleans his glasses, and examines his image in the mirror. He hopes that when he returns, he will still be as neat and tidy as before. Bad Machine, we are leaving. Bai called Bad Machine. Bad Machine obediently came to Bai, leaned down, stretched out his arm, and sent her to the seat on his left shoulder. Little Mute number 87, wait for us here obediently, we will be back soon. Chapter 13 Adventures on the Line of Life. In the AK hall of the Star Cluster Conference, in the monitoring room on the second floor, the technician completed the debugging of the live monitoring and returned to his seat. The entire wall was filled with screens of all sizes. Analysts, operators, informers and their ball team leader were in their positions, waiting for the first official game of the survival competition to begin at 12 noon. Team leader, the top 5 players in the preliminaries have all logged in. Operator Xiaojing reported to the ball team leader. Yes. The team leader nodded, and stood up to face the team members in the room, with a serious face. Today's analysis work, I hope everyone will go all out and take it seriously. We know almost nothing about the game EVO, and even the Supreme God Court cannot predict what challenges the players will face in this official game. Every piece of information we extract and analyze from this screen wall will become key game data, and may even be an indispensable part of understanding the overall game. Although the team leader's lecture was boring, the team members seemed serious on the surface, but in fact most of them were absent-minded and did not listen to what they should have listened to. Also, the team leader didn't care about the team members' perfunctory response, and said with a tense expression, during the live broadcast of the AK group's official match, the Divine Court also sent officials to supervise. Currently, the official is in the VIP room on the 3rd floor. When the match starts, he will see the same scene as us. A Divine Court official is here too? The team members were excited after hearing this. People from the Divine Court will actually come to the Star Cluster Hall in person. Are they here specifically to see the AK group? Or will they come to every match? As far as I know, no one was sent to watch other matches on site. This is the first time for the AK group. The ball team leader replied. Why? Because the AK group has a high score? Is it because of Chensu? It's possible. The team leader also agreed that the main reason why the Divine Court paid attention to this game was Chensu. Chensu's comprehensive score in the preliminaries was not only the top one in the AK group, but also ranked first among all players. The first in the entire Divine Blessing Star? The analysts widened their eyes in astonishment. Yes, the ball team leader confirmed. But no matter what the reason is, there is no doubt that there are clergy watching this game with us. Think about it, what kind of test this means for us. If the Divine Court discovers important issues that we overlooked in our report while watching the live broadcast, how serious the consequences will be, I believe everyone knows it in their hearts. The team members looked at each other, and a chill rose in their hearts. In the past, work mistakes might just be the end of a career, but the situation on the Divine Blessing Star is different now. Once they are expelled from the analysis center, they will not only lose their positions, but may also lose their exemption license to participate in the survival competition. After that, they will be no different from ordinary people, and they will also have to participate in this life and death game with those players. Mistakes in work may lead to the loss of life. No one wants to bear such consequences. In short, in this game, don't let me find anyone slacking off again. This is not only for your team, but also for you. Do you understand? Seeing that the topic had come to a head, the ball team leader raised his chin and asked loudly, I understand. The team members instantly became energetic and excited. Yes. The team leader nodded with satisfaction, sat back in his seat, turned around and asked Xiaojing, how long will the game start? The game starts at 12 noon. And it's already 11:58 now. Look at the screen. Xiaojing had just finished speaking when a team member suddenly shouted. Everyone was awakened by the screams. and they all subconsciously looked at the main screen on the wall. On the main screen, blurry blocks of color gradually appeared. The dark green and gray interweaving picture was like a chaotic and disordered palette. The clock jumped from 58 minutes to 59 minutes. And the blocks of color gradually became clear. The lifeless gray high-rise buildings and the vibrant green trees complemented each other. And a lush and green abandoned city was clearly displayed in front of the analysis team. Player AK-066. Welcome to the official stage of the EVO Doomsday Survival Tournament. In a pure white space, a gentle female voice sounded in by Ye's ears. Unlike the preliminaries, in this official stage, you will be immersed in a doomsday world full of dangers. This world originated from a real image copy of a certain time and space in the universe. Here, under the guidance of the system, you will experience an exciting battle for survival. The system's tone was peaceful and calm, as if it was narrating an extremely ordinary thing. However, every sentence of that short speech contained the meaning of life and death. Bai remained silent, his expression calm, and he just quietly waited for the system's explanation. Player AK-066, are you impatient? The female voice continued. But before the game starts, I need to briefly introduce the mechanism of the official competition. First, in the official stage, each player will wear an energy bracelet, which has 5 energy slots. According to the game settings or the behavior that promotes the progress, the player will inject energy points into the energy slot. During the game, the system will rank the current energy points of the players in real time. At the end of the game, the top 3 players will receive generous rewards, and the bottom 30% of players will receive special penalties. In addition, energy points have another important use. A full energy slot can save the player from 1 death. The system paused for a moment, and a black bracelet quickly appeared on Bai's wrist. There are indeed 5 energy slots on the bracelet, and the highest scale of each slot is 1000, which means that each slot needs 1000 energy points to be filled, and each slot also means a chance to avoid death. Saving death sounds like a good thing, but it is not simple. After all, the existence of this mechanism just shows that there will be a lot of deaths in the game. In this game of survival, is it the monsters that really kill people, or other players? In addition, there are 2 points that players need to pay attention to. The system seemed to understand Bai's doubts, and quickly explained. First, it is forbidden to kill other players in the game. If such behavior is found, the energy points of the killer will be immediately reset to 0, and the energy slot will be invalidated. Second, the game will periodically send down heavenly punishment. Heavenly punishment will cause the player to die instantly and unconditionally, and only a full energy slot can offset the heavenly punishment. At this point, Bai's expression finally changed slightly. The murderer will face severe punishment. The system will send down punishment from time to time. It turns out that the mechanism of avoiding death does not mean that players will kill each other, but that everyone must face the fatal test of the system equally. If the points are insufficient, you will inevitably die from the punishment. Rather than saying that this is a survival game, it is better to say that this is a death race. Bai's brows frowned slightly. Being in this pure white space with no entrance or exit, although he was unwilling, he had nowhere to retreat. In fact, from the beginning, the Divine Court did not give people any room to choose. This was destined to be a trial with the purpose of death. The rules are relatively complicated. Players may have a deeper understanding and feeling of the above rules after entering the game. Before that, players only need to remember the ultimate rule of EVO's survival game: strive to survive and escape from the doomsday. The system's voice is still gentle, but it reminds players of the approaching death trial sentence by sentence. The current time is 11 hours 59 minutes and 48 seconds, and the game countdown begins. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. AK-066 player Bai. Welcome to the EVO Doomsday World. Chapter 14. Come on. Scientist, please confirm the payment of the entrance fee, 100 energy points. At the entrance of the AK Live Room of the Star Cluster Conference, the electronic synthesized voice clearly prompted. Coxcomb clicked the confirmation button without hesitation, and the gate opened immediately, and the green light came on, allowing him to pass. Coxcomb arrived not too early, and he barely studied the viewing rules of the live broadcast on the display screen outside the door, and it took him a long time to figure it out. When he entered, the live broadcast room was already full, and only some places in the corner were still empty. This live broadcast is significantly different from the last one. The last one only required money to buy a ticket, and anyone could enter and watch at will. Although the ticket price was not cheap, it was affordable for most people. However, this live broadcast was very special. The tickets were not exchanged for money, but for energy points in the game. The 100 energy points required to buy the ticket will be deducted in his next game, so only the official survival competition players can enter the live broadcast room. Energy points are closely related to life and death in the game. In other words, the ticket for this live broadcast is actually exchanged for life. Coxcomb had experienced a formal match and was quite confident in his strength. Although he would have to deduct 100 energy points in the next game, he did not think he would fall. He originally thought that there would not be many players as tough and confident as him. So he did not care about the importance of grabbing a good position. Who knew that there were so many people in front of him? Coxcomb was forced to squeeze into the corner. And he was very unhappy. He thought to himself that these people must be guys who wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to speculate and make profits. Because outside the live broadcast room, there was a clear rule. Every player who paid the entrance fee can choose a player to vote for. And choose a player to vote for. If the player you support eventually ranks in the top 3 of the energy rankings, and the player you vote for dies or becomes the bottom 30% of the energy rankings, the voter will be able to get 300 to 1,000 energy points in the next game. Spend 100 energy points, and you may get 300 or even 1,000 points of reward. If he gets 1,000 points, it is equivalent to adding 1 life directly. The temptation is too great. Although he really wants to participate in this bet, Coxcomb head firmly believes that he is different from ordinary people. He is here to support his favorite player. He did not find a seat immediately, but moved slowly in the bustling crowd, carefully searching for the thin figure on the 4 screens in the center of the hall. The live broadcast screen is divided into 4 sides, forming a circle, and each screen is extremely huge. The big screen was divided into small screens, each showing the game scenes of different players. The largest screen in the center was the live broadcast of the outstanding player selected by the system. The player he liked was not very famous, and his appearance was also ordinary. The screen image was stuffed in some corner. Coxcomb had checked 3 screens, but still couldn't find the person. He was about to go around to the last screen and take another look, when he suddenly heard a burst of laughter from the audience. Look at that guy. That guy. He's wearing a suit. Suit? The word Coxcomb instantly caught his attention. He squeezed through the crowd and came to the last screen. Sure enough, on the largest screen in the center, it was the person he was looking for. Scientist. The Coxcomb couldn't help but shout out. In the screen, Bai Yi, wearing a sophisticated suit, standing in a pure white space. However, it seemed that except for him, the other viewers had not seen Bai Yi's first qualifying match. Amidst the laughter, this player was only seen as a gorgeous weakling with inappropriate clothes. Looking at him like this, I guess he will be used as cannon fodder as soon as he enters the game. Someone said so confidently. I voted for him. I voted for him too. It seems that everyone thinks so. Look at the list of people who are most disliked. An audience member pointed to the back, and in front of him, there were several electronic screens hanging high on the walls of the hall. The electronic screen showed 3 lists. The red list of people who support, the green list of people who are most disliked, and the blue list of people who are most disliked. There was no one on the energy list. The game had not started yet, and no one had received energy points yet. The list of 20 players was listed on the support list. The top player was Chen Su, who was the most popular player in the AK field. The number of votes far exceeded the second place by hundreds of votes. On the list of the most popular players, there were only 7 or 8 names, and Bai Yi was leading by hundreds of votes. Hey! When the Coxcomb saw Bai Yi's ranking on the most popular player list, he was immediately unhappy. Why did you all vote for him? Don't you know how good he is? He played very well in the preliminaries. I watched the whole thing. He is definitely capable. The Coxcomb rushed to the voting audience and tried his best to defend Bai Yi. However, the voting was over, and the audience just watched this guy talking to himself. No one paid any attention to him. After all, no one would easily deny their own judgment because of the words of an unknown person. And it didn't take much thought to cast a strong vote. According to the rules, the players who voted for the strong vote had to be ranked in the top 3 of the energy rankings. And the strong vote only required the player to die or rank in the bottom 30% of the energy points. There were about 200 or 300 players entering the venue. Even if all the players did not die, there would be 60 or 70 people in the bottom 30% who could win the prize. For this little white-faced man who seemed to have the weakest fighting power, who couldn't even last a second as cannon fodder, how could he possibly jump out of the last 30%? Everyone felt that their votes were very safe. Coxcomb was worried about Bai Yi, but he couldn't convince these voters, so he had to find an empty seat to sit down, planning to watch Bai Yi's live broadcast first. However, when he cast his eyes on the screen, the image of Bai Yi flashed a few times, and was pushed into the corner by other players. Due to too many off-site votes, the priority of the player's live broadcast was reduced. Coxcomb suddenly turned his head to look at the vote list, and found that his propaganda did not work. But Bai Yi's votes were much more than before. He held the voting machine tightly, and the anger in his heart surged up instantly. Are these people all mentally retarded? They only look at the appearance. Just wait. Once the scientist shows his strength, he will definitely surprise you. Scientist, you must do your best. Whoever doesn't support you, I support you. Don't let me down. 51, 52, 53, 97, 98, 99. The numbers of the game loading progress kept flashing, and finally stopped at 100%. The dazzling white light gradually dissipated, and when the vision was restored, what came into view was an abandoned city with lush trees. 285 players have been successfully loaded. The game officially begins. The current time is 12 o'clock noon. The first punishment time is 5 p.m. Players are requested to accumulate points as soon as possible to survive the punishment. The system prompt sounded in my ears, and then dissipated. In the next 5 hours, you need to accumulate 1,000 energy points. Otherwise, you will face the danger of direct death. Bai Yi took a deep breath, calmed down, and looked around at the doomsday world he was about to experience. The original inhabitants of this city seem to have a special liking for gray, and the exterior walls of the buildings are almost all covered with different shades of gray. However, the original inhabitants are long gone, and it seems that no one has taken care of this place for a long time. The buildings are covered with dust and stained with mud, and they look particularly dilapidated and withered. In sharp contrast, there are trees with lush branches and leaves between the buildings and on both sides of the streets. Even the gaps between the bricks are green and full of vitality. It is as if plants have replaced humans and become the masters of this city. Try to survive. Escape the doomsday. According to the system's rules, this is the ultimate law of this world. However, the system did not provide any hints except how to survive and escape. Bai Yi did not even know how to obtain the 1,000 energy points that he had to save. There was no direction, and no other players were visible around. Bai Yi could only choose a direction at random and move slowly on the empty streets. Although he had specially installed a seat for the broken machine, he did not summon it at this moment. I don't know what dangers I will encounter. I have no idea at all. In this case, it's better to keep a low profile. As for his voting ranking, Bai Yi didn't pay much attention to it, and no one told him that he ranked 5th in the AK field in the comprehensive score of the preliminaries, so he was pushed to the center of the screen by the system for live broadcast. However, because of too many votes, he was squeezed back to the corner. Even if he knew this, Bai Yi wouldn't care too much. After all, whether he was supported or trampled, he had to try his best to accumulate more than 1,000 energy points before the heavenly punishment came at 5 p.m. Even if he had more votes than Shinsu, he couldn't save another life. With a calm mind, Bai Yi carefully observed his surroundings and slowly moved forward to explore. The weather in this world was very sunny. There were tall trees on both sides of the deserted streets, and the lush leaves exuded a fresh and tender green color. The breeze gently blew the leaves, making a rustling sound, and the sunlight shone through the gaps between the green leaves, casting dots of light, like broken gold covering the ground. The atmosphere was like a quiet afternoon with sunshine. However, this quietness was too abnormal. Bai Yi was nervous, and while walking, he carefully sensed the movements around him. After walking more than 100 meters, suddenly, several very light footsteps were heard from the alley ahead. Bai Yi was startled, and quickly stepped back to find a place to hide, but before he could find a suitable place, several dark shadows flashed in front of him, and the next moment, he was strangled by someone and fell to the ground. Bai Yi felt a sharp pain in his arm, and could not help but groan, but above his head, he heard a deep male voice quickly sounded. Wait a minute, let him go. This voice seemed familiar. Bai Yi got up from the ground, patted his clothes, and looked up. A group of men in black stood in front of him. They were all tall and strong. blocking most of the sunlight. The leader was obviously their leader, who lowered his eyelids slightly and looked at him expressionlessly. There was no warmth in his eyes, but no hostility either. "It's you," the leader said. Bai Yi looked at him, his mouth slightly raised, and smiled politely. This man was not an acquaintance, but he was not a stranger either. These men in black were the Night Owl group, and the leader was Chen Su. Chapter 15, It's My Turn to Help. Reuniting under such circumstances, the atmosphere is always a little awkward. "Sorry, we were too reckless." Chen Su apologized, his tone sincere. The attack of the Night Owl group was too fierce. Bai Ye's arm, that was strangled, was still in pain. However, Bai Yi did not intend to blame too much, after all. In this game world, accidents can happen at any time, and it is understandable to act cautiously. "It's okay." Bai Yi smiled, looking generous. Chen Su nodded, and his eyes swept around Bai Yi. "One person?" Chen Su asked. "Yes." "Where is your robot?" Chen Su asked again. Speaking of robots, Bai Yi was slightly startled. Although he did not deliberately hide the existence of the bad machine, he did not expect Chen Su to know. Facing these unfamiliar people, Bai Yi did not show much surprise. When answering casually, he raised his hand and waved as usual. "Here it is." A low humming sound sounded, and the tall mechanical giant suddenly appeared behind Bai Yi, his face flashing red, and swept over the stranger in front of him. Oh! Everyone in the Night Owl group was shocked by the summons at this moment. Even the usually calm Chen Su was slightly surprised. "But we don't need it now," Bai Yi said, and then he took the broken machine back. "Yeah." Chen Su's surprise disappeared quickly. He paused, and seemed to be about to leave. "Then you should be careful. Let's go over there and take a look." After saying that, Chen Su led his subordinates to leave, but when he passed by Bai Yi, he suddenly stopped. Bai Yi raised his head and looked at Chen Su curiously. Chen Su's eyes were slightly heavy, and he said something without any preparation. "You'd better summon the robot." "Now?" Bai Yi asked in confusion. Before he finished speaking, a strong wind suddenly blew, and Chen Su's arm flashed before his eyes. Then there was a loud noise, and a thick branch fell from the sky and hit Chen Su's gun barrel heavily. The branch. The black-clothed subordinates reacted quickly, and one of them quickly raised the rocket launcher and immediately blew the branch down. The others also quickly took a fighting stance and stared at the lush trees next to them vigilantly. At the broken end of the blown-off branch, a new bud sprouted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it grew into a branch that was no different from the original one. The gentle breeze had disappeared, but the dense branches were still swaying strangely. In just a few seconds, the Night Owl group and Bai Yi were surrounded. This seemingly peaceful world finally revealed its hideous true face. Obviously, these plants that occupied the city were the deathly killers hidden in this world. EVO Game Number 2, Vegetation Explosion. The branches that attacked Chen Su were as big as thighs. If they were hit, their bones would probably be broken. However, before Bai Yi could react, Chen Su had already quickly carried the heavy artillery on his shoulders and faced the attack of the branches without hesitation. This man is really strong. Bai Yi secretly admired him in his heart. The other members of the Night Owl group were not afraid. Although the mutant trees came suddenly and fiercely, they did not take the scene in front of them seriously. Chen Su ordered, "Back off." The subordinates tacitly stepped back half a meter, and saw Chen Su holding up the flame cannon. The next moment, the blazing flames poured out and directly engulfed the approaching tree trunks in the sea of fire. The heat wave hit Bai Yi's face, and he couldn't help squinting his eyes. Bai Yi had experienced the power of Chen Su's artillery. When he fought against a mechanical ant colony, the metal bionic ants turned into iron mud in the flames. Chen Su's men were naturally familiar with his weapons, and they retreated obediently. No one dared to attack again. After all, how could a flame that could burn metal be afraid of a few broken trees? This pretty boy is really lucky. In the AK Live broadcast room, Chen Su still supported the first place on the list, and Bai Yi, as the champion of the trampling list. The number of votes in his hand increased rapidly like a snowball. The audience didn't know who to choose at first, but since someone had already come out on the list, it would be a fool to reject this safe choice. At this time, the champions of the support list and the suppressed list appeared on the same live screen at the same time, quickly attracting the attention of most of the audience. When they saw Chen Su and his group surrounded by mutant plants, Bai Yi hid behind Chen Su again. Boos suddenly sounded in the live broadcast room. Chinsu easily dealt with the enemy, and the weak little white face would only win easily. The audience believed in the next plot, and only regarded Bai Yi as a joke. But soon after, they found that the plot did not seem to develop as expected. Hey! What happened? The voices of doubt gradually overwhelmed the boos. Why didn't Boss Chinsu attack? Are these trees burned? No. Not burned. The audience in the front row stared intently, with shock on their faces. These trees were not burned at all. The heat wave gradually subsided, and Bai Yi and Chinsu looked at the group of strange trees that were still full of vitality, and were speechless. Not only were these strange trees not harmed by the flames, they seemed to be enraged by Chinsu's flames. The rustling branches attacked the unscrupulous enemies. For the well-trained members of the Night Owl group, even if these trees mutated into monsters, it was not difficult to attack them. They had no special tricks, and their attack speed was slow, so it was effortless to dodge. And a reverse rocket launcher would instantly break the branches. But the problem was that, after the branches broke, new branches would grow again within 1 or 2 seconds, and the layers of branches surrounded them tightly, and the speed of successive attacks was amazing. Even if the rockets exploded into fireworks in the bushes, they could never open a breakthrough. What was even more incredible was that the rocket launcher could still blow off tree branches. And Chinsu's high-energy flame cannon F-36, which could even melt metal, had no effect on these swaying plants. The blazing high-temperature flames lasted for a full minute. After they were extinguished, the mutant trees were still as powerful as ever, attacking Bai Yi and his men crazily. Except for a few pieces of charred skin falling off, it was as if nothing had happened. These trees can actually withstand high temperatures. In the monitoring room, the analysis team stared closely at the fierce battle between Chinsu and Bai Yi. Among the top 5 in the preliminaries, 3 are from the Night Owl group, another is Bai Yi, and the rest are other contestants. Now among these 5 top contestants, 4 are in the same frame, and the picture has been firmly fixed on the main screen since Chinsu and Bai Yi met. These trees belong to Populico, white subspecies, which is a common urban greening plant in this star region. However, in the public information of the galaxy, there is no record of any city occupied by mutant plants, so we can't judge where this city belongs in reality. Operator Xiao Jing reported to the ball team leader. Although the content of EVO game is mostly unknown, Shiting also obtained a simple EVO introduction manual while obtaining the game interface data. The manual clearly states that EVO game scenes are generated based on the real state of a certain place and time and space. So if the analysis team can find the corresponding locations of these scenes in reality, it will provide a more reliable basis for analyzing and understanding the game content. However, such correspondence is not easy to find at present. There may not be detailed records in the public information of the galaxy. The bald team leader stroked his chin and thought. After all, a certain time and space can also cover the future. The team members heard this, and their faces changed. You mean, the mutation of this plant may be something that will happen in the future? Xiao Jing asked hurriedly. Seeing the secrets of the universe from the copy, predicting the future. This is quite shocking. The team members couldn't help but hold their breath and stare at the team leader. Well, it's just a possibility. We don't have to think too much. The team leader seemed calm and waved to let everyone relax. Time and space are quite complicated. What we see may be the future scenes of the current online, or it may be a node in other parallel time and space. Even if we live for 1,800 years, we may not be able to experience everything. We look for the real-life counterparts of the dungeon only to assist the work of game analysis. And there is no need to guide reality in reverse. As he said, he turned to Xiao Jing again and arranged a work direction for him. Now the first monster has appeared in the dungeon. You fill in the information of these trees in the monster data. Write down Papruko, mutant, mobile and concentrated attack. And specially note the regeneration mutation and high temperature resistance mutation. Not only high temperature resistance. Team leader. Look! During the time they were talking, in the picture, a tall bald member of the Night Owl team was fiercely shooting at the strange trees with a freezing spray gun. But a burst of ice mist came down, and the trees were still intact. This is the number 18 cryogenic jet, which is not often used in combat and is extremely rare in the market. They actually prepared it. Ed, who is familiar with weapons, said in surprise. The flame cannon and cryogenic jet failed to work, and the Night Owl group quickly changed their attack methods. Ed watched the black-clad men take out new weapons one after another. and his eyes gradually widened, almost flashing. Alpha Strong Magnetic Shock Cannon. Isn't this a rare weapon? Polymer Hydrogen Acid Impact Gun. They actually have chemical weapons. Wow! The legendary Supernuclear Destroyer Type 503. This is a real destroyer. Oh my god! Does the Night Owl group have any weapons that have not been equipped yet? Ed couldn't help but exclaimed. Facing such an endless and colorful display of weapons, the other members of the analysis team had to admire them prostrate themselves. However, despite the combat power, the financial resources of the Night Owl group are really astonishing, and just as they were admiring, another glaring fact was also in front of them. The Night Owl group had taken out weapons from the entire universe. Even the legendary Supernuclear Destroyer could not break through the siege of these trees. What's going on? High temperature resistance, low temperature resistance, not afraid of strong magnetism, strong acid, even not afraid of supernuclear explosions. Although physical damage can be effective, the regeneration speed of these trees is faster than you can imagine. In the picture, the attacks of the Night Owl group that were enough to shake the world were completely ineffective, and the analysis team stared at this scene in amazement and froze in front of the screen. In the final analysis, aren't these trees just a pile of wood? How could they mutate to be invulnerable to water and fire? And invulnerable to swords and guns? Even the Night Owl group is unable to deal with it. How can they break through this situation? How can they escape? In the dungeon, Chin-Su and his black-clad subordinates also felt helpless. Although it was not difficult to resist the attacks of these trees. How long would it take for such a back-and-forth and unyielding consumption to last? It seemed that something was calling them. And the strange trees in the distance also began to move towards them. The strange trees gathered around them, even blocking the gray buildings tightly. Now all the Night Owl team could see were the dazzling green leaves, and the pale bark that piled up layer by layer, which seemed to have no end. The thick branches in the front row attacked them like waves, like a machine that never stopped. Chin-Su frowned irritably, mechanically blocking the attack of the branches. The bald subordinate next to him asked several times how to deal with it, but Chin-Su just stood there coldly with no expression, without any response. The warriors of the Night Owl group were resisting in front. Bai Yi did not intend to summon those troublesome bad machines. He just quietly hid behind the crowd and calmly observed the battle between them and the strange tree. It is resistant to high temperature, resistant to low temperature, resistant to electricity, resistant to acid, resistant to nuclear explosion, and has extraordinary tolerance. Bai Yi lowered his head, and his eyes fell on the broken branches scattered on the ground. If these trees really mutated into such a material, I really want to take a few back to study. Unfortunately, it is highly unlikely to be the case. He looked at the dead branches and leaves for a long time without moving his eyes away. Ice and fire collided, and the mutant trees that besieged them were unharmed, while the branches on the ground that were affected by ice and fire were scorched and broken, with absolutely no mercy and no ambiguity. The broken branches did not have such strong tolerance, only the trees themselves could withstand it. It can be seen from this that these trees did not actually mutate at the material level. Their ability to resist fire, ice, and nuclear explosions was just a manifestation of their mutant ability. Then, their real mutant ability, perhaps only the last one was left. Bai Yi thought about it, his mouth corners slightly raised, and he felt relieved in his heart. Fortunately, what he prepared was quite comprehensive. The Night Owl group had done what they were good at, and now, it was his turn to take action. Chapter 16 if you want. That pretty boy, what is he doing? What are those things in his hand? On the big screen in the AK Live broadcast room, Bai Yi took a step back from Chin-Su, crouched down, took out a bunch of bottles from his wrist, searched carefully for a few times, kept a few, took the rest away, and then called Chin-Su. Chin-Su. Chin-Su did not look back, was using a rocket launcher to resist the attack of branches, and responded. Do you have tranquilizer guns, or other needle-type weapons will do? Bai Yi asked. We have tranquilizer guns. Chin-Su did not ask Bai Yi's intentions. After a simple answer, he directly ordered his subordinates. Huiqiao, give him your tranquilizer gun. The bald subordinate named Huiqiao did not say much. While blocking the attack, he took out the tranquilizer gun from the space card and threw it to Bai Yi. Tranquilizer gun? He doesn't think these trees can be tranquilized. Does he? The audience in the live broadcast room looked at each other, with disdain on their faces. At this moment, in the corner of the crowd, a man with a red coxcomb suddenly shouted, Wait! Look! The scientist's moment has come! In the copy, Bai Yi caught the tranquilizer gun thrown by Huiqiao, and squatted down again. He took out the anesthetic needle, pulled out the stopper, poured out the anesthetic in the needle, and then poured the medicine in his small bottle into it. Chinsu heard the rustling noise behind him, and took a break to look back. "What do you mean?" Chinsu asked. "I'll give it a try." Bai Yi didn't explain much. He put the reloaded bullet back into the tranquilizer gun, raised his hand, squinted one eye, aimed at a mutant tree in front of him and Chinsu, and a gunshot rang out. Bai Yi's aim was good. The needle bullet flew out quickly and accurately pierced the pale and mottled tree trunk. The mutant tree paused for a second, as if it had sensed it, but from the outside, it didn't change because of the needle bullet piercing the tree trunk. "Chinsu, try to use the F-36 to bomb this tree," Bai Yi said immediately. This voice was slightly louder than before. The black-clothed subordinates beside him heard it, and looked sideways at this idiot, who had not done anything for a long time and dared to call the boss by his name and give him instructions. If it wasn't the right time, someone would have stepped forward and taught Bai Yi a lesson. However, Chinsu didn't seem to care about Bai Yi's disrespect. Bai Yi said he wanted to use the F-36, so Chinsu immediately changed his weapon. Bai Yi pointed out that he wanted to bomb that tree, so he aimed at the tree that Bai Yi had shot at and fired directly. Boom! The extremely high-temperature flame spurted out, and instantly swept the area more than 1 meter wide in front. Chinsu witnessed the flames he had blasted out, and the more he looked, the more surprised he was, and his eyes suddenly widened. There seemed to be something twisting in the flames, and shrinking, and then it collapsed. Chinsu hurriedly turned off the flame cannon, and sure enough, a gap appeared in the middle of the several intact mutant trees, and a pile of black charred ash appeared on the gap. This was the tree he had shot with the needle bullet. Chinsu suddenly turned back and looked at Bai Yi behind him. Bai Yi smiled slightly, pushed his glasses, and raised the tranquilizer gun again. "Continue," Bai Yi said. Now was not the time to ask why. So Chinsu turned back and aimed the flame cannon at the strange trees in front. After confirming that the potion was effective, Bai Yi acted quickly this time, firing several shots in a row, and hitting several nearby trees with needle bullets filled with potion. Chinsu then fired the cannon, directly hitting the strange trees, and the arrogant appearance that was invulnerable to water and fire just now disappeared instantly in the extremely hot flames of the F-36. It was just like a fragile ordinary tree, and it instantly disappeared. What is going on? The monitoring room was boiling instantly. Everyone was shocked by the sudden change in front of them, and was at a loss. Since Bai Yi started to give the trees acupuncture, the Night Owl team had been smooth sailing, without encountering any obstacles. Bai Yi released the potion, and the Night Owl team immediately attacked. Within just a few minutes, the mutant trees were beaten into a mess. Everyone witnessed this incredible scene, both unbelievable and amazing. What did Bai Yi inject into the trees? We have been injecting for so long, and have not been able to cause any damage to these trees, but he easily did it with one injection. What is the principle of his operation? Can anyone explain it to us? People looked at each other, with astonishment on their faces, but no one in the analysis team could give a reasonable answer. Everyone could only look at each other, and finally looked at the screen in unison, quietly waiting for Bai Yi to reveal the mystery himself. What did you use in the tranquilizer bullet? This patch of mutant trees has basically turned to ashes. Chinsu put away the flame cannon, looked around, confirmed that the surroundings were temporarily safe, and then turned to ask Bai Yi. Modifier. A drug that can eliminate biological characteristics. Bai Yi did not intend to hide it, and gave the answer directly. Biological characteristics. However, this answer made Chinsu and his subordinates in black behind him look a little confused. That's right. Bai Yi nodded and explained patiently. These trees seem to be unafraid of fire and radiation. But in fact, they have evolved super regeneration ability, not tolerance. Even if the cells are burned, they will regenerate immediately, so they look unharmed. However, although they have mutated, trees are still living things after all. By injecting modifiers, the biological state of these trees can be changed, making them unable to metabolize, and naturally losing the ability to regenerate. This is also why the little mute, as a corpse transformed by Bai Yi, can remain fresh and not rot. After injecting this modifier, his body tissue will become a carbon-silicon-like substance. Although he looks no different from a real human, he no longer needs any biological energy to maintain his life. However, Bai Yi did not expect that in this battle, the matter would be related to the modifier. And this modifier was just one of his temporary preparations of bringing whatever he had. After listening to Bai Ye's explanation, Chen Su couldn't help showing a little surprise on his face. The black-clothed subordinates behind him looked at each other. Obviously, no one expected that these thorny trees would be in this situation. Are you a botanist? Chen Su asked after a slight shock. No, I'm a mechanic, Bai Ye replied with a smile. But he is actually a mechanic who is keen on studying human transformation. Bai Ye did not say this slightly shocking fact directly. Fortunately, Chen Su did not delve into it. Why a mechanic is so proficient in biology? He just nodded and approved of Bai Ye's answer. Thanks to you this time, Chen Su said, and a bit of gentleness appeared in his usually cold eyes. And last time. Thank you. You're welcome. This is a code that only the two of them can understand. Bai Ye smiled, replying to his thanks. After thanking him, Chen Su did not seem to plan to stay any longer. He turned around and prepared to leave with his subordinates. However, just after taking a step, he stopped inexplicably. He thought for a moment, then turned to Bai Ye again. His tone was still cold, but with a hint of politeness. If you are willing, why not finish this game with us? Together? Bai Ye's expression froze for a moment. Together? What does this mean? Is Chen Su inviting Bai Ye to join a team? In the monitoring room, the analysis team had already turned on the live synchronous audio, focusing on their conversation. Bai Ye's explanation of the modifier aroused everyone's admiration. Then Chen Su wanted to invite Bai Ye to join him, and everyone instantly made a commotion. Even the Night Owl team recognizes Bai Ye so much. This is not surprising. Who wouldn't want to cooperate with someone who has strength? The bald team leader nodded. His fingers tapped unconsciously on the table. These mutations of the popular tree are not tolerance, but regeneration, which is the first high-value information discovered in this copy. The first person to discover this information was Bai Ye. Bai Ye can not only summon powerful robots to fight, but also seems to have a high level of intelligence. If he and Chen Su work together to attack the dungeon, perhaps I will write a special report for him in the end. This player is worth studying in depth. Moo! Moo! The bald team leader thought of this, and turned around and shouted a few times to the corner of the monitoring room. The information about Bai Ye you sent me last time. Is it true? Can you find more information about him? No one answered. Moo! The bald team leader frowned, raised his voice, and shouted again. The information about Bai Ye you gave me last time. Beep. The computer on the table made a prompt sound, as if it had received a new file. The team leader turned his head subconsciously, and saw that his computer was automatically downloading and opening the file, as if it was controlled. The next second, the content was displayed in full screen. The beginning of the file was a photo of Bai Ye, indicating that this was exactly the information he needed. This kid, is he a little too ostentatious? The team leader glanced at the corner in dissatisfaction. But the file was quickly presented in front of him, and there was no reason to get angry. He had to suppress his unhappiness and pay attention to the situation of the players. Name, Bai Ye. Gender, male. Age, 27. Birthday. Until the occupation and education experience, it was exactly the same as the previous personal information. Now he had a reason to get angry, and the team leader was furious, and was about to say something. Moo. Just as the word came to his mouth, a strange photo appeared, slid out from the bottom of the page. The photo showed a dark alley. A man in white walked in front, followed by a tall robot, carrying something on his shoulder. The team leader leaned forward to take a closer look. After a few glances, his breathing suddenly stopped. It seemed to be the body of a child. The team leader swallowed and continued to scroll down. The next photo was blurry, as if it had been greatly enlarged. The photo showed a wall full of mechanical prostheses, and the back of a man was captured at the edge. Although the back was not clear, the man's hair was similar to Bai Ye's, which was a rare silver color. The next photo was still blurry, with the same mechanical prosthesis, but with a well-dressed little boy and the silhouette of an adult man. Silver hair, thin side face, transparent glasses. This is Bai Ye, no doubt. After 3 photos finally, different from the last time, information about Bai Ye appeared. Residence, number 87. X0B5 district, former deep space factory, abandoned. Family status, single. Asset status, rich. Income source, 1. Inheritance. 2. Selling mechanical props and bionic organs. Daily behavior, 1. Researching the production of mechanical bionic organs. 2. Researching human mechanical transformation. 3. Acquire various weapons, medicines, parts, special materials, etc. Achievements in the field. 1. Successfully transformed male child corpses into mechanical life forms. 2. Successfully transformed CY09 nanny robots into intelligent combat robots. 3. Currently conducting research on advanced forms of mechanized life forms. I see. No wonder he is a modifier. It seems that he does have research on biology. The team leader suddenly realized, but then came a chill. It was actually able to resurrect a child's corpse. Although this technology is advanced, it still makes people feel uneasy. At the bottom of the page, some information that they don't really need is listed, such as the stores that Bai Yi often goes to, the people he often sees, the clothes he often wears, the food he often eats, the wine he often drinks, and even the surveillance screenshots of him entering and leaving the store are attached, which are so detailed that they are creepy. This information is already private. How did that kid get all this? The bald team leader glanced at the lines of text, slid to the middle of the page, and noticed the 2 blurred pixels and photos full of mechanical prosthesis. These photos probably were taken from a distant corner, directly to his home. Taken at home. The team leader swallowed hard, and couldn't help looking at the inconspicuous corner of the monitoring room. In the eyes of that kid, does anyone have any secrets? Team leader, does the player Bai Yi have any other information that deserves special attention? Seeing the bald team leader staring at the computer for a long time without saying anything, Xiao Jing, who was standing by, took the initiative to ask, showing a positive working attitude. The bald team leader came back to his senses a little, coughed lightly, and answered Xiao Jing. So Bai Yi is a technician who studies artificial machinery. He is indeed extraordinary. He teams up with Chen Su to make up for the lack of combat power. It seems that he may have a great role to play in this battle. A team leader. Xiao Jing was stunned, hesitated for a moment, and then reminded weakly. But Bai Yi, he just now has refused to team up with Chen Su. Chapter 17. Except Bai Yi. If you want, we might as well finish this game together. A few minutes ago, Chen Su said to Bai Yi, the mutant plants in this copy are quite fierce. Players with weaker abilities may not even survive the previous wave. And if you can join the team of Chen Su and Yi Xiao, it will be like riding the strongest golden thigh in the game. You will definitely be able to save your life, and even if you can't be in the top 3 of the energy list, you will never fall to the bottom 30%. Looking at the players in the entire instance, almost no one would refuse such an attractive invitation. Only Bai Yi was an exception. Even though they had just fought side by side, Bai Yi had no intention of teaming up with them. Not only them, Bai Yi actually had no intention of having anyone as his teammate from the beginning. He had improved machines, medicines, and equipment for space cards. One person was enough. Or in other words, in such a survival game, being alone might be the best choice. Thank you for your invitation. Bai Yi smiled slightly, trying to make his refusal seem polite and thoughtful. But I'm really sorry. I'm not used to teaming up with others. As soon as Bai Yi's refusal fell, Chen Su's subordinates suddenly changed their faces. Just now, he ordered the boss to do this and that in the battle. But now that the boss took the initiative to invite him, he actually rejected a big proposal in person. Is this kid tired of living? You kid. The bald subordinate named Hui Xiao couldn't help at first. His eyebrows raised, and he was about to speak for the boss. But as soon as he spoke, a prompt sound suddenly rang in his mind. The player won the battle against the mutant plants and learned important dungeon information. Would you like to check the energy point acquisition list? Chen Su, Bai Yi, and other players in the Night Owl group also heard the system's voice at the same time. Everyone immediately shifted their attention to the energy points. The scene was quiet for a while, and no one continued the previous topic. The list must be checked. After all, the energy points represent the player's life in the dungeon. Bai Yi chose to check. And Su? The lines of items in his mind were clearly listed. Explore the map. 10 points. Discover mutant plants' popular trees. 20 points. Defeat mutant plants. 20 points. X 32 trees. X 0.1 damage contribution equals 64 points. Battle victory reward 100 points. Total 194 points. Damage contribution 0.1. Bai Yi looked at the 194 energy points and could not help but smile bitterly. It turns out that this game has such a mechanism. Players cannot escape the game settings, otherwise they will not get energy points, and may end up under the punishment of heaven. However, even if I participated in the battle, the damage contribution was too little, and I still couldn't save enough life to give to the game. It was indeed a wise move not to team up with the Night Owl group. Under such a mechanism, as an outsider, it would be difficult for me to work together with them. After all, the energy points obtained by damaging are a kind of resource that I don't have. I don't want to be forced to compete with the Night Owl group. It's only 194 points, which is far from a full energy bar. In the next few hours, I must fight for my life. Bai Yi closed the energy acquisition list and returned his sight to the outside of his brain. The members of the Night Owl group were still standing there, probably still studying the energy acquisition. Ding 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 dong. A few seconds after Bai Yi closed the list, a golden exclamation mark suddenly popped up on the system interface in his brain, followed by a burst of cheerful fireworks. Achievement achieved. Player Bai Yi gained the key information to defeat the mutant plants within 15 minutes and obtained the title of Sharp Observer. Achievement reward energy points. 300 points. As soon as the 300-point number lit up, it quickly decreased, and finally turned into a small golden star, flying to the energy point total in the upper right corner of the interface. The original 194 points suddenly became 494 points. The player's current energy points are 494 points. Do you want to check the real-time energy point ranking? The points have just been settled, and the system has given new instructions. Bai Yi naturally chose to check, and the energy list of this game immediately appeared in Bai Yi's mind. Number 1. Chinsu 721 points. Number 2. Bai Yi 494 points. Number 3. Huaqiao 487 points. Number 4. 494 points, not bad, the energy bar is about half full. Bai Yi felt a little relieved. But Chinsu was still Chinsu, 721 points, more than 200 points higher than himself. I wonder if he has also achieved something. Congratulations to the player for winning the first battle. Before Bai Yi could look down again, the system's voice sounded in another way. Bai Yi was stunned for a moment before reacting. This time, the soft female voice of the system came from midair. He and Chinsu could hear it at the same time. The dungeon quest line is officially triggered. Please work hard to complete the quest and obtain energy points to ensure your own safety and survival. The battle just now was just a prelude. This world occupied by plants has really begun at this time. Following the system's voice, a faint white light appeared in front of everyone. A gray envelope was wrapped in the white light, floating in the air, waiting for the player to pick it up. Task: maybe you want to meet Catherine. Please send the letter to Catherine Jones at the Institute. Maybe she can help you solve the problem of mutant plants. The game process was finally completed. After the system said this, it returned to silence. Bai Yi, Chinsu and others each took down the envelope floating in front of them, glanced at it, and then put it away. I'm going to carry out the mission. Bai Yi put away the envelope, looked up, and said to Chinsu, Yes. Chinsu nodded, paused for a moment, and asked Bai Yi again, Are you sure you won't go with us? Yes. Sorry. Bai Yi smiled gently, thought for a moment, and took out a small bottle from the space card. But I can give you this modifier? Chinsu took the bottle and looked at it. There was no name or description on it, and there was only a handwritten number on the label. Well, maybe it will be useful later, Bai Yi said. Thank you. Chinsu put away the vial, pressed the space arm sleeve twice, and handed him the tranquilizer gun that Bai Yi had just used. This, maybe you can use it too. Thank you. Bai Yi did not refuse, reached out to take the tranquilizer gun. With the death-prompting mechanism of the sky punishment, everyone had no time to chat. Since Bai Yi was unwilling to form a team, Chinsu did not invite him again, and after handing over the tranquilizer gun, he led his subordinates to the depths of the dungeon. National Divine Blessing University, Department of Cyber Science. Human Mechanics, S+ level graduate. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man in a dark blue robe sat comfortably on the sofa chair, fingers flipping through the resume on the holographic screen, mumbling softly. The Star Cluster Venue AK Hall is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is the live broadcast room accessible to ordinary audiences. The second floor is the monitoring room of the analysis team. And the third floor is the VIP room that few people visit. The VIP room is deliberately not open to the public, and only a very small number of special VIPs can be received. For example, the senior official who is wearing the iconic silk gold-rimmed dark blue robe of the Divine Court. and the many followers behind him. The circular screen broadcast the live broadcast of Bai Yi and Chen Su, and the holographic screen next to the sofa emitted a soft blue light. The official's eyes stayed on Bai Yi's education experience for a moment, and then slid down a few times casually. This player turned out to be a professional talent. Really a professional. However, as a graduate of the Divine Blessing University, why didn't you report to the Divine Court? The official asked. The resume was quickly read, and the official wiped the holographic screen and focused on the live broadcast. In the screen, Bai Yi watched Chen Su walk away and turned to walk in the opposite direction. It seems that he is just busy with some trivial matters in the wasteland now, the official said. Yes, he is now living in the original Deep Space Factory. The secretary responded. Deep Space Factory. A trace of thought flashed across the official's face, and he seemed to have some memory of this name. But he was not very sure. His parents are Bai Shinkong and Dellen Yongye. Do you still remember them? The secretary bowed slightly and asked the official. Oh, this player is their son. No wonder. No wonder. The official obviously had an impression of these two celebrities, even beyond simple recollection. The official paused for a moment, as if thinking, and asked the secretary again. I heard that the civilian audience on the first floor can vote for the players. I wonder if I, as a VIP, also have the right to vote. The secretary was stunned for a moment, and then smiled and responded, of course. You can vote too. However, the voting is for civilians, and the reward is energy points. Even if you voted correctly, the points you get are useless to you. That's okay. The official didn't care about the uselessness of the reward, and was still preparing to vote with interest. He took the voting device, handed over by his subordinates, and entered Bai Yi's player number. Strongly support, strongly oppose. Two options appeared on the screen of the voting machine. The official seemed to have not expected to have a choice, and his finger paused on the option for a moment. Do you want to vote for support or to discourage? The secretary reminded him appropriately. If you want to support? In fact, in this game, the player named Chen Su seems to have a higher chance of getting the top 3. The secretary continued to add. Even if he can't get into the top 3, it doesn't matter. The official smiled thoughtfully, and then confidently pressed the support button for Bai Yi. After all, he is the son of those two geniuses. As the Divine Court, we must support him. Chapter 18. He won't do his mission anymore? Bai Yi. Humph. On a secluded street in the dungeon, a muscular man, with a face full of flesh saw Bai Yi's name on the real-time energy list. Sure enough, he is also in this dungeon. This Bai Yi must not be allowed to leave alive, the muscular man said, then closed the energy list in his mind, and spitted on the ground in hatred. This man was Pang San, who had his leg injured by Bai Yi in the preliminaries, and was thrown out of the waiting room by Chen Su in anger. Although being thrown out of the waiting room does not mean that you cannot participate in the preliminaries. Pang San not only participated, but also passed it with luck. Therefore, as a player in the AK field, he also followed the others to this copy of Vegetation Frenzy. What are your plans? Pang San's companion asked. In addition to Pang San, the other two friends in the waiting room also followed him to this copy. The three of them just defeated a mutant plant together. They were lucky. The plants they encountered were far less difficult than those of Chen Su and Bai Yi. Planning? Of course I'm going to kill him. I just don't know where that bitch is now. When it comes to Bai Yi, Pang San's heart is full of anger. In fact, in the final analysis, Pang San was the one who took the initiative to find trouble, and there was no reason to hate Bai Yi. However, as a gangster, he is obviously not a reasonable person. He originally disliked Bai Yi, and he finally joined the Night Owl group through connections. But because of Bai Yi, his plan fell through. If he hadn't come to disrupt the situation, how could he be disliked by the boss Chen Su? Let him go. Absolutely impossible. Looking at Pang San's angry look, the two companions looked at each other and felt a little uneasy. We can kill him, but be careful, one of the companions warned. We don't have many points, so we must first save enough energy to survive. Besides, didn't the system say at the beginning that we can't kill players? Otherwise the energy points will be reset to 0, and the energy slot will be invalid. If we accidentally kill him, we will be finished. Energy is easy. Just kill more small trees. As for that bitch, Pang San said this, with a sinister smile on his face. This instance is full of monsters. And the system also has a heavenly punishment. Without killing him directly, there are many ways to kill him. Please submit the letter to Catherine Jones at the Institute. Maybe she can help you solve the problem of mutant plants. The mission was finally released, and the mission content was updated on the live screens of the public live broadcast room, the monitoring room, and the VIP room at the same time. Since Chinsu and Baiyi separated, Baiyi's figure disappeared from the main screen of the public live broadcast room. After all, he was the top figure on the list. I don't know where the screen was squeezed. However, in the monitoring room, Baiyi's every move, like Chinsu, still attracted the close attention of the analysis team. On the main screen, Chinsu was leading a group of subordinates to search for the research institute mentioned in the mission along the street, with powerful force. This group of people seemed simple and rough when performing the mission, searching for clues on the street without any concealment. If there were mutant plants attacking, they would be destroyed in an instant with just a few roars. At the same time, other players were also desperately resisting the sudden mutant plant attack. While closely searching for the research institute, the strength of the mutant plants in this city varies, and the strength of the players also varies. Some players can easily deal with the plants, while others are weaker and unlucky, and are attacked and killed by plants before the mission even begins. The bald team leader instructed some members to focus on Chinsu and other potential players, while he adjusted his position and continued to track Baiyi's game progress. On the secondary screen next to the main screen, Baiyi sat on the left shoulder of the big robot, his eyes drooping, as if in a daze. The big robot slowly wandered on the street. Whenever it reached a fork in the road, the red light on its head flashed a few times, and then it turned and walked away. Vines or branches on the street often suddenly attacked Baiyi, but when they were less than 1 meter away from Baiyi, these vines and branches seemed to be blocked by mysterious forces and bounced away with strange trajectories. The bald team leader touched his head with almost no hair and was confused about Baiyi's situation. Soon after Baiyi separated from Chinsu, he squatted down and worked, and seemed to take out something, and then those things flew out like black shadows. After flying away, Baiyi sat on the robot's shoulder and began to stare blankly. The robot was busy destroying the mutant plants, but its route seemed chaotic. After 2 turns, the plants in the 2 blocks were burned bare. What was he doing? The bald team leader looked at Baiyi on the screen, and then looked at the time. It was already past 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There were only more than 2 hours left before the 5 o'clock sky punishment. The plants in these 2 blocks were not strong, and the points obtained by killing these plants were limited. According to the real-time energy list, Baiyi's energy points are less than 600 points now. I wonder if this letter delivery mission will give more points. The operator Xiao Jing and the team leader followed Baiyi's dynamics together. Based on the experience of other copies before, the completion of the mission usually only gives 100 points. Now he has not reached 600 points. If he does not work harder, he may suffer a punishment from heaven, Xiao Jing said worriedly. Not only Xiao Jing, but also the bald team leader was calculating the points in his heart and worried about Baiyi. After all, no one wants to see such a potential player being executed by heaven for no reason. And seeing Baiyi strolling around in a daze, he doesn't seem to be in a hurry. Maybe he has other plans? Wow! This is so cool! In a corner of the public live broadcast room, the coxcomb stared at the screen, his eyes sparkling. However, the main screen on this side seemed to have a live broadcast failure, often showing empty shots, without any human figures. The main screen was lackluster, and the number of people in the audience seemed sparse. Baiyi's live broadcast happened to be in this corner. There were almost no people in the seats around, and Coxcomb Head just happened to occupy a special seat. In the picture, a tall and mighty robot was bombarding a bunch of roaring bushes, and the man in white sitting on the robot's shoulder seemed absent-minded, with one hand on his cheek, completely unconcerned about what the robot was doing. The combination of scientists and robots had a fatal attraction to an innocent straight man like Coxcomb Head, which made stars twinkle in his eyes. The more he looked at Baiyi, the more he felt that he was like a god descending from heaven. Last time, the robot couldn't sit still on its shoulders, but this time, it has a driver's seat. Wow! This driver's seat has a protective shield. No wonder they didn't dodge the attacks of the plants. The mutant plants in these 2 blocks were easily cleared. This is amazing! The audience seats on Chinsu's side were very lively. But on this side, only Coxcomb was having fun by himself. However, no one disturbed him. and he was enjoying it. However, after having fun for a long time, he suddenly realized a problem. Why did the scientist keep wandering around this block that had been cleared of plants? That copy mission. Didn't he plan to complete it? Of course, the mission must be completed. But even if he didn't go around in this block, it might not be completed faster. Although the gray envelope had been opened in an undisputed manner, it was filled with incomprehensible words and no substantial hints. The surface of the envelope was also blank, without the address of the recipient. In this vast abandoned city, it was not an easy task to find an unknown research institute. Wandering aimlessly was just a waste of time and energy. So, it was better to wait here quietly. However, while waiting, Bai Yi did not let his brain completely empty. To outsiders, he seemed to be in a daze. But in fact, his attention was focused on the copy map in his mind. The streets of this abandoned city are neat and uniform, and the area seems to be quite large. He is currently located west of the center of the dungeon. Going west, the buildings seem to be gradually lower and sparse. And going south, the road becomes more and more blurred and chaotic. There seems to be an inconspicuous path at the southernmost end of the map, extending outside the map. However, the location of the research institute is obviously not marked on the map, and the map information is quite brief. In addition to showing the current location, it cannot provide more game information. So Bai Yi closed the map interface, and just as he regained consciousness, he saw a thick vine slashing at him. This vine was like a giant snake spitting out its tongue. It attacked with great force. When it was less than 1 meter away from Bai Yi's head, it was repelled like any other plant attack. It was not a mysterious force that repelled the vine, but the force generated by the micro-electromagnetic force field that Bai Yi installed on the seat. This device can form a circular repulsive force field within a range of about 1 meter around Bai Yi, as if an invisible protective shield was installed around the seat. All physical attacks approaching Bai Yi will be repelled. The greater the intensity of the attack, the stronger the reaction force. The quick-reacting bad machine instantly repelled the attacking vine. Bai Yi stared at the half-vine falling to the ground expressionlessly, adjusted his sitting position comfortably, and continued to look forward. The street in front of him was covered with charred branches, and the lush vegetation was almost destroyed by the quantum laser cannon of the bad machine. It's almost time, they should be back soon, Bai Yi thought to himself, and looked up at the clear and cloudless sky. Buzz. As if responding to Bai Yi's call, a tiny mechanical sound came from a distance. Bai Yi stared at the empty air, adjusted his glasses, and his mouth corners slightly raised. Very good. Now, you can start the mission. Chapter 19. Something is wrong here. Enlarge the image, enlarge it a little more. In the monitoring room, the bald team leader and several team members were whispering about the small device that flew back from midair. This little gadget can be regarded as a drone, with thin metal wings on both sides, and when landing, the wings will shrink, and it will become a fist-sized ball. I have never seen such a drone design, but it may be that I am not experienced enough, after all. I am not an expert in drones, Aide said, staring at the small device on the screen. In the picture, Bai Yi operated the drone for a few times, took out a small chip, and then inserted the chip into his wristband with the space card. A small holographic image immediately appeared above the wristband, and as Bai Yi's fingers slid, the images kept switching. These images showed the street scenes of the city, with shops, office buildings and small squares, and of course a large number of mutant plants, as well as scenes of mutant plants attacking players. However, Bai Yi was obviously not interested in mutant plants and players, except for a slight pause when he saw the Night Owl group. His attention did not stay for a moment even though blood was splattered in the picture. Is he looking for clues in these images? Xiao Jing asked with a puzzled look on his face. But the dungeon is so huge, and the 200 or 300 players who come in will soon disappear without a trace. Even if the drone takes pictures, it is like looking for a needle in a haystack. No, didn't you notice? There is a common point between these images. Ed watched Bai Yi flipping through the images outside the screen and said to Xiao Jing, "What is the common point?" Xiao Jing asked. "You see, these images all have text without exception," Ed answered, pointing to the center of the screen. "Look at this one, the advertisement upstairs, Science Illuminates Life." That's right. Some team members also noticed this pattern. This one says Aquatic Biological Ecological Exhibition. What is this? Engineering Research Institute. Sleep-eating plants? Is this a flower shop? Science, biology, research, plants. Several team members looked at each other, stunned for a moment, and then realized something at the same time. He is using drones to search for these keywords in the city. Science illuminates life, aquatic biological ecological exhibition, engineering research institute, sleep aiding plants. The members of the analysis team were right. Bai Yi used these keywords captured by drones to find clues to the legendary research institute. These drones are gadgets that Bai Yi modified himself. During the production process, Bai Yi specially designed a keyword shooting function for these drones. Once the camera captures the preset words, it will immediately start shooting and record the current scene. However, despite the setting of keywords, the number of images shot is still huge and not accurate enough, and a lot of useless information such as aquatic life and sleep aiding plants are mistakenly shot. Bai Yi patiently searched for the images, and after some effort, he finally stopped the holographic image on a certain scene. In the picture, several people in black clothes fired fiercely at the mutant plants with guns, while their leader leaned behind several subordinates, smoking calmly, his eyes slightly narrowed, and his face always had a hint of indifference. Has he earned enough points? Bai Yi stared at Chen Su's face for a second, his mouth corners slightly raised, and then his eyes turned to the advertising column not far behind Chen Su, where a faded old poster was hung. Get close to science. Explore the future. The slogan on the poster is so eye-catching. Bai Yi slightly adjusted the angle of the holographic image, and then enlarged the image. The text on the poster gradually became clear. Get close to science. Explore the future. Open day for science education. Theme: the impact of cosmic rays on plant growth. Time XX/XX/XXXX. Location: Jones Botanical Institute. S55 Fiefan Street. Welcome children to participate. Please send the letter to Catherine Jones of the Institute. S55 Fiefan Street. Jones Botanical Institute. Bingo. Bai Yi immediately set the keywords for the drone, Jones Plant, Fantastic Street S55, and reached out to release it. While waiting, Bai Yi continued to look through the holographic images in his hand. The performance of the first batch of drones was quite good. The drone that went to the Jones Botanical Research Institute had not returned yet, but the house number had already appeared in the current image. What good luck. Bai Yi's mouth slightly raised, and with a few operations on the bracelet, he directly extracted the shooting coordinates of this image. X32, Y45. About 3 kilometers from the origin. Bai Yi looked roughly in the direction of the research institute, then turned off the holographic image, put away the drone, and patted Bad Machine on the shoulder. X32, Y45. Let's go, Bad Machine. Yes, master. As soon as the command was issued, Bad Machine immediately turned on the air pressure assistance, and flew like an arrow towards the extraordinary street of the research institute. After crossing several blocks, and dealing with some mutant plants that blocked the road, about 10 minutes later, Bai Yi and Bad Machine stopped in front of a large building. This is a tall circular building, with streamlined decorations on the roof, which has the atmosphere of a science and technology museum. The exterior wall is in the same color as the entire city, showing gray stone bricks. There is a small courtyard in front of the building. Next to the door hangs the house number shown in the holographic image, Jones Botanical Research Institute. Bai Yi glanced at the house number. S55 Fiefan Street. The name and house number have been confirmed. But Bai Yi still stayed outside the gate, and he was reluctant to step into the institute. And he didn't even want to get off the shoulder of the broken machine. Why hasn't he gone in yet? Bai Yi hesitated at the door of the institute, but the analysis team in the monitoring room began to look uneasy. It's almost 3:30. Xiao Jing glanced at the time and frowned. There is still an hour and a half before the heavenly punishment, and his current score is less than 600 points. Even if he completes the task and gets 100 points now, there are still nearly 300 points to get. Indeed, Aide also gave his own calculation. It was about 1:30 when he and Chen Su separated, and his score was 494 points at that time. Now 2 hours have passed, and during this time, he has only got more than 100 points from killing monsters. Aide did not give a direct conclusion, but the people who followed Bai Yi looked at each other, and they understood the meaning in their hearts. 2 hours. Only more than 100 points. Now there is only 1.5 hours left. And he needs at least 300 points to fill an energy slot. If he continues with the previous method and efficiency, Bai Yi's punishment will be dangerous. He may be right not to go in. The team leader has not participated in the discussion, but just stared at Bai Yi's movements, not knowing whether he discovered something. He asked Xiao Jing to enlarge some details on the screen, observed for a long time, and then said to the team members, who were discussing in a low voice, "This research institute probably has some problems. Bai Yi is in the game, so he should be able to feel it better than those of us watching the live broadcast." The team leader paused, pointed to the information bar at the bottom of Bai Yi's screen, indicating the achievement title that Bai Yi had obtained. After all, this person is a keen observer. The bald team leader said, "This research institute is indeed disturbing." Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the broken machine, looking at the dilapidated building in front of him. The whole city is full of signs of abandonment, and this research institute is no exception. The outer wall is covered with water stains, most of the doors and windows are seriously damaged, and the glass fragments are scattered all over the ground in the yard, as if no one has repaired it for a long time. Strangely, there are almost no plants here. The whole building seems too clean. There is not even a trace of moss in the brick joints and corners, and the few small trees in the yard are lifeless, which is out of tune with this green city. If it were someone else, maybe they would think that the scarcity of plants means that there is evidence of human activity here. This is not unreasonable. However, before this judgment, too many signs had quietly aroused Bai Yi's vigilance. Although the city was dilapidated, it was not disorderly and dilapidated. As he walked along, the buildings he saw were basically intact. But the doors and windows here were indeed too damaged. The window glass was shattered, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle. There was no grass around, and it seemed that even the plants were avoiding everything here. The gate of the courtyard was ajar, without any locks, and the glass door of the main building was quietly open, as if urging people outside to come in quickly. However, looking through the door, there was only a deep darkness, like a black hole that could devour everything that came close without mercy. "You must not go in." Bai Yi stared at the door, and the alarm in his heart became louder and louder. This research institute must be... "I'll catch up with you, bitch." Suddenly, a familiar curse interrupted his thoughts. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the sound, and saw the arrogant face rushing towards him. It turned out to be Pang San, who had confronted him in the waiting room before, and his two younger brothers. Enemies often cross paths. His thoughts, which had just been immersed in the game, were instantly scattered. Bai Yi looked at the greasy face getting closer and closer, and his expression gradually cooled down. Although he seemed to be leisurely, Bai Yi had already made a careful plan for the punishment at 5 o'clock. First, of course, he had to find the institute and Catherine and complete the task. If he could fill up the energy bar when completing the task, that would be the best. But in order to prevent the task from being incomplete, or the energy bar from being full after completion, he had to set aside at least 30 minutes to kill monsters in the plant gathering area, so as not to lose his life in the end. This 30 minutes was calculated by him based on the plant points, location information and maximum attack efficiency. It was already 3:30 in the afternoon. This was not a place where he could complete the task. That meant that before the first punishment, he had less than an hour to find Catherine. And these three people appeared at this time, obviously not to reminisce with him. Time was running out, and they were not kind. If they were in the way, then they would be dealt with on the spot. Chapter 20. Let go and strike. Pang San and his team noticed Bai Yi from a kilometer away. After all, the eye-catching robot was too conspicuous to be ignored. However, the bad machine was half flying and half walking, and its speed was far faster than the three people's pace. Bai Yi had been in the institute for a long time, and the three people just arrived breathlessly. "Little bitch, I don't know where you can run to. New and old accounts Pang San must settle with you today. Last time, I was not mentally prepared, and let this little man escape. This time, the three of them were fully armed, and they had a good chance of winning against such a weakling." Pang San thought so in his heart, and his momentum suddenly increased. He began to speak harshly, and at the same time, he carried the weapon on his shoulder and pointed it at Bai Yi. Unfortunately, they didn't know that every time Bai Yi issued an attack order, PKL5 was not a joke, and everyone would be reduced to ashes in an instant. Unfortunately, the rules of the game restricted killing, and Bai Yi was not particularly interested in killing. "I won't run." Being called a bitch, Bai Yi was not angry, but just sat on the bad machine's shoulder, holding up one face, and looking down at Pang San. "But old and new accounts? What do you mean? I don't remember having any unfinished accounts with you," Bai Yi said, and actually smiled at Pang San. "You?" Pang San frowned, and was furious at Bai Yi's indifferent attitude. He wiped his nose, spit, and his voice became more fierce. "The time of heaven's punishment is coming soon, and we don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get ready, De Chong, Air Chi." He shouted to his two companions. "Aim at his robot and fire. Without the robot, he is just a vegetable that can be chopped at will." Before he finished speaking, Pang San immediately fired a shot at the broken machine. Bad Machine sensed the attack and instantly turned on the air pressure to help, quickly avoiding the explosive bomb fired by Pang San. But he was not prepared for the cold guns of Da Qiang and Erky behind him. With a crisp sound, brushing against the shell of Bad Machine's leg. Dang! The sound was like throwing a stone on an iron block. Bad Machine shook slightly due to the unexpected impact, but soon regained stability. This cold gun was harmless to Bad Machine, and the weapon was not damaged, leaving only a shallow crater on the shell behind the left leg. However, after the sound, Bai Ye's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his face darkened. "How dare you attack my robot?" Bai Ye's voice was still calm, but Pang San felt a chill. "So what? We're going to hit it." This trace of uneasiness quickly dissipated, and Pang San, with a look of disdain on his face, aimed the muzzle of the explosive gun at the Bad Machine again. "Either you come down and let us catch you, or you can wait to see your robot become scrap metal." As they said that, the three of them fired at the Bad Machine with their weapons in succession. The Bad Machine dodged the attacks of several people, but as long as Bai Yi did not give an order, it would not fight back against the three people, but just mechanically dodged. Although they could pass the preliminaries, Pang San and his three companions were not without strength. In addition, the Bad Machine was huge, and after a while, 2 more burn marks appeared on the metal shell. However, for some reason, even though Bai Yi could not use PKL5, he still did not issue other orders to the Bad Machine. In Pang San's opinion, this little man was probably scared by their strong offensive, and he lowered his eyelids stupidly, unable to say a word. "Come on, Da Qiang, Erky, change the guns, increase the firepower." Pang San's arrogance rose, and he shouted to his 2 companions, "This weakling is no use, paralyze his robot, and just catch him." But Bai Yi obviously couldn't be scared silly by them. The delay of these few seconds was just him talking to the system. Some things need to be confirmed with the system in advance before execution. For example, the killing rules. It's okay to scold yourself, but when they attack the broken machine, even if they leave a crater, it's also a wound. Damaging the Bad Machine naturally requires an apology. Even if Bai Yi doesn't like killing, how can they apologize to the Bad Machine if they don't pay with their lives? Bai Yi said to the system. "System." The system responded, "Hello, player AK-066. Bai Yi asked, "If you don't kill the player yourself, does it count as a violation of the rule of not killing players?" The system replied, "Yes. The criterion for this rule is, player A cannot be the implementer of the fatal blow of player B, otherwise player A will lose all energy points and energy bracelets." Bai Yi continued to ask, "Then if player A puts player B in front of the monster, causing player B to be killed by the monster, how is this situation judged?" The system responded, "The monster implemented a fatal blow to player B, and player A did not violate the rules." Bai Yi said, "Understood." Bang! The bomb exploded, bringing up a cloud of dust. The Bad Machine flew off the ground, passed through the smoke, and landed on the street not far behind Pang San. "Big guy. You hit well," Pang San muttered, turning around to fire another shot, but saw that Bai Yi had recovered his spirits and was smiling at him. Pang San was stunned. His hand trembled, and the muzzle of the gun immediately deviated. "Your name is Pang San?" Bai Yi asked with a smile. "Huh? What are you doing? You know you can't beat us. So you are ready to surrender?" Pang San raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a malicious smile. "I just want to ask. Don't you want to know why you caught up with me here?" Bai Yi ignored him and continued. "Huh?" Pang San was at a loss for a moment, but his companion soon realized and suddenly reminded loudly, "Brother San, this is the research institute mentioned in the mission." "Research institute?" Pang San's eyes lit up instantly. "That's great. We can catch this little bitch, and complete the mission, and solve it all at once." "Yeah, you can catch me, and complete the mission." Bai Yi's smile became brighter. "But it just so happens that my mission hasn't been completed yet. Why don't we go to the research institute first?" Don't try to delay time. It's the same whether the mission is done early or late. I'll do it first, and you can talk later." After saying that, Pang San fired another shot at the broken machine. The Bad Machine soared into the air, easily dodging the bomb. TSK, you are wrong, the Research Institute is right in front of you. As a player, you should go and complete the task quickly. Aren't you right, bad machine? In this tense atmosphere, Baiye's slow chat sounded particularly strange. The chill behind him climbed up Pang San's back again. Baiye whispered to his robot. The red light on the top of the robot's head flashed, and then, before Pang San could react, it appeared in front of him quickly. Pang San was startled. Just as he was about to dodge, the robot closed its palms at a very fast speed. Before Pang San could take a step, he was firmly grasped. Hey! What are you doing? Pang San did not expect that the bad machine that could only dodge before would suddenly counterattack. He had no power to fight back, and was directly controlled by the mechanical palm. Put me down. What do you want to do? Nothing. Baiye looked down at the struggling Pang San. His expression innocent and cute. I just want to help you complete the task. Before he finished speaking, the bad machine landed steadily at the entrance of the institute. The mechanical giant lifted Pang San up with 2 iron hands, just to the edge of Baiye's chair. Baiye sat leisurely on the comfortable cushioned chair, and when he saw Pang San being lifted up, he slightly raised his head and smiled at Pang San with pride. In just a few seconds, the situation was turned upside down, and Pang San instantly became a fish at the mercy of others. Pang San was terrified, kicking his feet wildly, and whimpering in his mouth. And it was hard to tell whether he was begging for mercy or cursing. The bad machine didn't care about Pang San shouting at all. The fat body was thrown out at random in the iron palm of the machine like a cotton doll, and flew into the range of the Research Institute with a whoosh. Sha! Just before Pang San was about to hit the outer wall of the institute, several tentacles suddenly burst out from the rows of windows. Those tentacles were as thick as the arms of an adult man, and twisted strangely, and rolled towards Pang San, and quickly dragged him into the gray-white building of the institute with Pang San's heart-wrenching screams. The screams soon disappeared, and the building returned to calm, as if nothing had happened just now. Wow! Baiye looked down at the broken glass on the ground in the yard, and then looked up at the dark windows on the building, and nodded seriously. Well, this research institute really cannot be entered. After saying that, Baiye turned around and looked at Pang San's 2 companions. The 2 had already been scared silly, staring blankly at Pang San being dragged into the window, not knowing whether to save him or run away. When they found that Baiye was looking at them, they both took a breath of cold air at the same time, immediately forgot about Pang San, and tried to run away. But at this moment, the bad machine roared, and landed directly in front of their path, and then the metal arm waved, and swept the 2 into it without any explanation. Don't. Let's talk it over. Let's talk it over. Don't kill us. It's none of our business. Pang San asked us to come. Boss, please let us go. We'll do anything you ask us to do. The 2 companions begged for mercy, but Baiye didn't seem to care. His golden gray eyes were so cold that they were frightening. Just now, who hit my robot? Baiye looked down at the 2 men with distorted faces in the broken robot arm. It's Pang San. Daqiang reacted quickly. After all, Pang San was probably beyond saving. He did not hesitate to put all the blame on him. It's all his fault. It has nothing to do with us. Oh, so it's all his fault. Baiye raised his eyebrows, as if he believed Daqiang's explanation. Seeing this opportunity, Daqiang was delighted and quickly exaggerated to clear himself of the relationship. It's all his fault. It's all his fault. He said he had a grudge against you. He even forced us to come. Boss, please spare us and don't bother with us followers. Yes. 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 Please let us go. We will listen to you from now on. Oh. Baiye retracted his gaze, and did not seem to listen to their quarrels seriously. Then he gave instructions to the broken machine. Okay. Let go. Chapter 21. You saw it too. The 2 players screamed in pain, were mercilessly thrown to the Research Institute, and then countless tentacles rolled into the dark window like a beast. The friends in the live broadcast room, as well as the team leader and several team members in the monitoring room, were all staring at Baiye's screen in amazement, and they didn't know how to react. The system did not count his killing of players, and his energy points were still at the top of the list, without any change. But in fact, he did take 3 lives cleanly and neatly in the live broadcast, under the gaze of many people, without blood on his hands. There was not even time to think. Are those 3 people really dead? After a moment of silence, Ed asked this question hesitantly. Xiao Jing was startled, and quickly called up the player list on the computer, and quickly scrolled to the bottom. Pang San, Daqiang, Chi, the names of the three people had turned gray, and the dark red word death was clearly marked behind them. They were indeed dead. Xiao Jing, the bald team leader, also saw the dark red death notice. He swallowed, adjusted his mentality, and then said to Xiao Jing, "His behavior is a crucial piece of information. Only when you cause fatal damage to the player with your own hands, it is considered a violation of the rule that you cannot kill the player. This sentence must be clearly stated in the report." Okay, team leader. In the live broadcast room, it took a long time for the coxcomb to recover from the shock. He slowly opened his eyes, as if he had thought of something, and his eyes were even brighter than when he saw Bai Yi sitting on the shoulders of the broken machine. Scientist. So cool. The coxcomb was almost sticking to the screen, wanting to put his face into Bai Yi's small picture. Beautiful and fragile on the outside, but cold and ruthless on the inside. What kind of setting is this? What kind of godly setting is this? And he is a high-tech talent. He is actually a scientist. In his mind, his idol is so brilliant even when killing people. The coxcomb could not suppress his excitement, just wanted to get into the game. Hugged the robot's thighs, and immediately kneeled down to Bai Yi to be his younger brother. The audience next to him looked at him with disdain and quietly moved aside. But the coxcomb was immersed in his own fanboy world. He turned around without hesitation and grabbed the sleeve of the audience next to him. And you know, he was angry because those people hit the robot. The coxcomb explained to the audience next to him enthusiastically, not caring whether the other party was paying attention to Bai Yi's live broadcast. I can see that as soon as they hit the robot. Bai Yi's expression changed immediately. He is really protecting his own people. I want to become his robot. The audience next to him instantly turned from a look of disdain to a look of horror at a lunatic, and hurriedly slapped the coxcomb's hand away, and quickly hid to the other side of the screen. The coxcomb-headed man didn't care, and returned to his best view, continuing to admire Bai Yi's every move with full concentration. In the picture, Bai Yi finally stood up from the force field seat, walked around the back of the broken machine, touched the crater, and checked the other two burn marks. However, he didn't notice that on the side of the road across the street, a group of men in black were looking at this side from a distance, neither moving forward nor retreating. The burly man in the lead seemed to have a complicated expression on his face. It would be nice if I could replace your super titanium shell earlier. Bai Yi gently stroked a burned scar, with a heart full of pity. After this instance is over, Lao Ping should be able to get the super titanium raw materials. Wait until the next one, you will. Bai Yi was halfway through his words, when he suddenly felt something was wrong. He subconsciously looked up, and saw a group of dark men gathered not far away across the street. Half of them were looking at the Research Institute building, while the other half were focusing on him. It was Chen Su and the others. Bai Yi was slightly stunned, and actually felt a sense of embarrassment of being seen through. It was reasonable for them to find the Research Institute. The poster in the holographic image was posted behind Chen Su, so how could they not have noticed this address? But I don't know when they started to watch, when I was fighting with those three people, or when I was killing people. But judging from the fact that they stopped moving forward, they should have at least seen those terrifying tentacles in the Research Institute. You've seen it. 2. This Research Institute is not open to the public. Bai Yi raised his lips slightly, trying to make his smile look natural. Yeah. Chen Su nodded, his eyes were indifferent, and he didn't say much. Bai Yi didn't think he had done anything shameful. After all, the game was live-streamed and recorded, and Shinting had told all players about this from the beginning. Even though he knew there might be a large number of viewers watching, he didn't hesitate at all when facing Pang San's killing. But facing Chen Su, Bai Yi still couldn't help but feel a little guilty. This was a person who might think he was good, and even invited him to form a team. In front of him, he should have a beautiful appearance. Bai Yi was not ashamed of his imperfections, but when that appearance was torn, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed and helpless. Fortunately, that kind of embarrassment and helplessness was just a trivial emotion, and a smile and a few words were enough to resolve it. We can't enter the Research Institute, so we have to find Catherine somewhere else, Bai Yi said, while climbing up the arm of the bad machine, sitting back in the force field chair, and smiling at the people of the Night Owl group. There is still more than an hour before the punishment. I hope everyone is safe. After saying that, Bai Yi gave the bad machine an order and drove away from the Research Institute. Bai Yi and Chen Su stayed in the same screen for a few minutes, and then separated. Bai Yi and his robot wandered aimlessly in the street, and on the screen next to them, Chin-Su and the Night Owl group stopped in front of the research institute, observed for a while, and also chose a direction at random to leave the research institute. This is a problem. Members of the analysis team, even those who followed Chin-Su's Night Owl team, or the team leader who followed Bai Yi, all showed a trace of worry on their faces. The research institute they finally found turned out to be a trap. They have to start all over again. Time is running out before the heavenly punishment. The Night Owl team hasn't even reached 1,000 energy points for Chin-Su. Hu Qiao's energy is about the same as Bai Yi's, and the situation for the others is even worse. They are the strongest group in AK field. If even they can't pass this level, then AK field is likely to be annihilated. The speaker did not continue, but everyone's expression became more solemn. People are emotional. Even at work, it is difficult for team members to watch the players they have been paying attention to for a long time fall and remain indifferent. There is still more than an hour before the punishment of this guy. Everyone should not be too pessimistic. The team leader spoke in time, hoping to boost the morale of the team members. Chin-Su is the first in the preliminaries, and Bai Yi is an outstanding dark horse. I believe that with their strength and wisdom, they will definitely not be helpless in the face of the punishment of the sky. I have full confidence in them, and I believe that the basic setting of heavenly punishment will not become an obstacle for them. Although the team leader is not tall, has an ordinary appearance, and has sparse hair, he is indeed conscientious as the leader of a team. After listening to the team leader's words, the team members nodded one after another, cheered up, and continued to pay attention to the players on the screen. At the moment when the team leader was speaking, Chin-Su and his team in the live broadcast began to bomb the plants again. And on the screen next to him, Bai Yi, who had been wandering for a while, raised his head slightly and reached out to catch the small black shadow falling from the sky. The time was 3:57 p.m. and the drone that Bai Yi sent out for the second time with the keyword Jones plant finally came back. The drone shooting system was highly accurate, and the program control was also quite reliable. Among the holographic images brought back by the drone, there were indeed several images of the dilapidated building of the institute, and one even recorded the moment when a player was pulled into the window by tentacles. Bai Yi and the analysts outside the screen had witnessed the danger of the institute, so these images were not very meaningful. However, in addition to the images of these research institutes, there are some images that seem to be a little confusing. The contents of these images are surprisingly consistent. They all show a dusty iron box standing on a sparse grass. Although the angles are different, they all look like the same iron box. Combined with limited environmental information, they all seem to be taken in the same place. What is this? Abe leaned forward, but he didn't understand what was captured in the holographic image. I remember that Bai Yi set a new keyword for the drone just now. This should be related to the research institute, right? And if you look at the first few pictures, they are all research institutes. Someone added, but there are no words on these images. If they were shot according to the keywords of the institute, why did they shoot these iron boxes? Everyone looked at the holographic image on Bai Yi's wrist, and they were all confused. Shooting images without words around the same place. It feels like the drone is stuck, Ed said hesitantly, but then denied his idea. Bai Yi is a super mechanic who can resurrect corpses. How could his equipment have such a low-level fault? Thinking about it carefully, it is obviously impossible. But if it is not a fault, then these images are. The probability of a drone malfunction is indeed very small. Even if there is a mistake, it is impossible to shoot so many images continuously at an object beyond the target range. The analysis team could not see through the mystery in these images. But when Bai Yi saw these iron boxes, his heart was shocked. He repeatedly checked these images, flipped one of them many times, and gradually enlarged it, until the picture was full of the slightly old metal color. There were some scratches on the metal shell, and it was covered with dirt and dust. Obviously no one had cleaned them. Even so, the inscription on it could still be clearly identified from the enlarged image. Jones Botanical Research Institute. Jones Botanical Research Institute. Ed finally saw the words clearly through the enlarged picture, and he stood up suddenly, and the other team members also exclaimed in unison. Oh my god! There are actually words here. However, in the copy, Bai Yi's expression was very calm, and he was not surprised by the appearance of these words. Such inscriptions are very familiar to Bai Yi. In order to prevent expensive equipment from being stolen, almost all the instruments in each laboratory and research institute will be engraved with such inscriptions that are difficult to remove, to indicate that the equipment is the private property of the institution. In the environment where Bai Yi grew up, various equipment can be seen everywhere. Large and small, high and low instruments are almost everywhere. On a smooth metal surface of each device, similar inscriptions can often be seen, showing the same line of words: Deep Space Biomechanical Laboratory. Now, the inscriptions on these iron boxes are the names of the Jones Botanical Research Institute. Several instruments of the institute appeared in the same place, seemingly arranged in an orderly manner, with green indicator lights all on. Bai Yi read the coordinates in the image, and then turned off the holographic image. "Let's go." "Broken machine," Bai Yi said firmly. "The Catherine we are looking for is probably there." Chapter 22: The First Messenger. The coordinates indicated by the image seemed a little far away. As Bai Yi walked forward, the city buildings beside him gradually became sparser from dense, as if he had walked from the city center to the suburbs. Along the way, there were still mutant plants constantly harassing Bai Yi, and the bad machine was also running with a bang. But when he and the machine arrived at the target location, the surroundings suddenly fell into silence. Bai Yi ordered the bad machine to stop, and carefully looked around. This was a small green area, dotted with low shrubs, and several large trees with lush branches and leaves. The iron box photographed by the drone was placed on the grass. After coming here in person, Bai Yi discovered that there were such iron boxes under the bushes and trees. There was one iron box every 10 meters, covering the green land regularly, and extending into the distance. These bushes are more common in the city. Bai Yi had seen them suddenly expand their branches, and quickly mutate into sharp-thorned balls to attack him. And the big trees next to them, with green leaves and white bark, were the popular trees that had attacked him and Shinsu before. But although these plants once showed a terrifying side, they are unusually docile here, and each plant quietly maintains its original state. Bai Yi asked Bad Machine to kick the popular tree next to it, but the popular tree remained motionless, and only gently dropped 2 leaves. The plants here have not mutated. Bai Yi got down from Bad Machine's shoulder, gently stroked the tree trunk next to it, and squatted down to carefully observe the iron box under the tree trunk. The iron box is about 50 centimeters high, rectangular, with only the inscription of Jones Botanical Institute on the surface, a simple switch, and a green indicator light. And the internal structure is curious. I don't know what the structure is, but what is certain is that the reason why the plants here have not mutated is obviously related to these iron boxes, because there is no other reason. These iron boxes are obviously set up by humans, and so many devices are placed to suppress plant mutations. Bai Yi looked up and thought to himself, Catherine from the Research Institute must be nearby. Thinking of this, he sat back on the Bad Machine's shoulder and instructed the Bad Machine to go deeper into the green space. There seemed to be a warehouse in front of the green space. Most of the buildings were low-rise bungalows of the same shape, neatly arranged in rows. The windows were closed. The door was rusty, and it looked lifeless from a distance. And it didn't look like there was any research institute. The only traces of people here were the iron boxes with green lights on. Bai Yi searched patiently along the passage on one side of the bungalow. The iron boxes here were much sparser than those on the green land, with only one at each end of the passage between the bungalows. Bai Yi walked through row after row, and after a while, he finally found a slightly special entrance in the passage between 2 rows of bungalows. It was a staircase extending downwards, leading to a small door in the basement. There were only a few clumps of grass at the staircase entrance, but there were 2 iron boxes placed on both sides of the staircase, which seemed a bit luxurious compared to the sparse iron boxes around. The corners on both sides of the narrow staircase were full of dust, but the middle was cleaned up very cleanly, as if people often came and went. All this seemed normal, but the most surprising thing was that, in addition to the traces of activity, there was actually a person at the staircase entrance, and it was a naked man with no clothes on his upper body. The naked man was thin and strong, with clear muscle lines. His blonde hair was tied behind his head. His eyebrows were sharp, and his red lips were particularly eye-catching. He looked handsome, but his skin was too pale, as if it was painted with a layer of matte white paint. In the Life and Death dungeon, players often guarded against each other, and rarely chose to face each other directly. In the few hours since entering the dungeon, the only players that Bai Yi had confronted head-on were Chen Su and Pang San, who came to seek revenge on him. Who was this person? Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the Bad Machine, his eyes fixed on the naked man, who was squatting leisurely at the stairs. For a moment, he didn't know whether he was a player or an NPC. Catherine, that Catherine, should be a woman. No, I can't be so sure. After all, this person doesn't look normal at all. Bai Yi was full of doubts, and failed to react, and the strange naked man also looked up at him calmly. The two looked at each other for a full 5 seconds. The man suddenly smiled, and waved to Bai Yi. Hi. The naked man looked friendly. Your robot is pretty handsome. Casso? Xiao Jing aide and other team members, who were paying attention to Bai Yi's progress, couldn't help but exclaimed in unison. Bai Yi was not familiar with this naked man, but the people in the analysis team knew him well. He was the powerful player who defeated the S-level monster electromagnetic piranha with 24 consecutive kills in the preliminaries. Ka Su, whose overall score was second only to Chen Su. He actually got here before Bai Yi. Why didn't he go in? Ed was puzzled. He has been lying in ambush here for a long time. I really don't know what he is thinking. Not far away. The team member who followed Ka Su answered. However, this answer was almost equivalent to no answer. Ed said oh silently. And then he and Xiao Jing looked back at Bai Yi's screen. Not long after leaving Chen Su, they met the second strongest man in the AK team again. I wonder if Bai Yi and Ka Su will coexist peacefully like they did with Chen Su. Or, Ed pursed his lips and watched Bai Yi's every move intently. Well, he is a player. Bai Yi glanced at the naked man's raised wrist, and then glanced at the tape on his collarbone. The man was wearing the same energy bracelet as himself on his wrist, and the player number that should have been under his collarbone was covered by a piece of inconspicuous tape. The other party was friendly, and Bai Yi also smiled friendly, pointing his eyes at the entrance to the basement. Here, aren't you going in? After hearing Bai Yi's words, the naked man still had a smile on his face, but an elusive look flashed in his eyes. You can go first, he said. I'll go first. Bai Yi's mouth was still slightly raised, but he was instantly alert. A secret entrance, traces of people's activities here, plus artificially placed mutation suppression devices. If it weren't for this sentence, Bai Yi should have gone down to find out. But Pang San and the other two had just been swallowed up by the seemingly peaceful research institute, and he himself had thrown them in. Whether this place is also as dangerous as that research institute, Bai Yi is not completely sure. He remained silent, just quietly looking down at the naked man squatting on the ground. The naked man still looked up at him with a smile. It is now 4:23 p.m. If he wants to save the last 30 minutes to ensure that he can accumulate enough energy points, he must decide within 7 minutes whether to take the risk of delivering the letter. Should he go in? Or should he turn around and kill monsters immediately? Bai Yi looked away, and looked at the stairs leading to the underground. Unlike when he was in the research institute, he was standing next to the stairs at this moment, less than 2 meters away. But even so, his alarm nerves were still quiet, without any movement. From the perspective of reason and intuition, there is no reason not to go. All the hesitations were caused by the naked man's words. Bai Yi's eyes were slightly cold, and he looked at the naked man again, assuming that there was really danger hidden inside, and the naked man could still squat here safely after knowing the danger. Then, he would probably not pay an irreversible price, just because of the unknown reason of a stranger player. He denied his original judgment, which was not in line with Bai Yi's style. Seeing that Bai Yi did not move, the naked man smiled and made a pleased gesture. Bai Yi glanced at him, then stepped down from the robot's shoulder and took back the broken machine. Wow! You are a magician. The naked man looked at the tall robot disappearing in an instant, his face full of surprise. Bai Yi did not say anything more to him, took a step, and walked down the narrow stairs alone under the naked man's gaze. The stairs were narrow, and the door to the basement was not big, not to mention the broken machine. Even a person of Chen Su's size would feel cramped walking here. Bai Yi stood in front of the small door, looked up and down for a few times, and knocked twice gently. No one answered. He thought for a moment, and took out an airflow gun from the space card. Although the airflow gun is not a weapon of great destructive power, it cannot kill with one blow. Its biggest advantage is that it can attack and defend at the same time. The airflow it sprays can not only cause certain impact damage to the enemy, but also effectively prevent the enemy from getting close, buying time for retreat. Facing the unknown dangerous and narrow space ahead, this is a very suitable weapon. Bai Yi held the gun, and gently pushed the small door of the basement with the muzzle of the gun. Just bang. The door made a crisp sound, and he easily pushed it open a few points. Bai Yi held his breath, and tried to push the door open a little more. It was dark and quiet inside the door, and there was no abnormality from the outside. The energy bracelet showed 4:25 p.m. He only had 5 minutes left to complete the task. Since he had decided to go in, there was no point in wasting time. He calmed himself down and slipped into the small door. There was a low corridor inside the house, and the basement was poorly ventilated, and there was a damp smell in the air. Bai Yi went deeper and deeper. His eyes gradually adapted to the dim light here. This basement was not as dark as it looked from the outside. At the end of the corridor, there was a dim light shining out, as if guiding Bai Yi in the direction of his exploration. He concentrated, held the spray gun to his chest, and walked quietly towards the light source. The light became brighter and brighter, and he seemed to hear the gurgling sound of boiling liquid, accompanied by some familiar humming sounds, faintly visible in the air. Bai Yi walked quietly to the fork at the end of the corridor, pressed close to the wall, and slightly poked his head in the direction of the light. Seeing the scene in the room, Bai Yi's eyebrows widened, and he quickly lowered the muzzle of the gun, left the corner that blocked him, and faced the source of the light. In front of him was a relatively spacious room, which was filled with various instruments whose functions were unknown. The liquid in the glass beaker rolled over the flame, and a woman in a white lab coat was watching intently. Noticing someone coming, the woman turned her head and smiled at the young man in white clothes and silver hair at the door. "Hello, traveler. I'm here to deliver a letter. I've been waiting for you for a long time. I'm Catherine." Bang! The letter on Bai Yi's body flew out automatically and slowly fell into Catherine's hands. At the moment the letter flew out, golden fireworks suddenly bloomed in Bai Yi's mind, followed by the soft and calm voice of the system. "Congratulations to the player for completing the task. Perhaps you want to meet Catherine. Task reward energy points, 100 points. 100 points. Before Bai Yi complained that it was too little. Ding dong. The prompt sound suddenly sounded, echoing in this underground laboratory. In various areas of the copy outside the laboratory, all players were also attracted by the prompt sound, raising their heads and subconsciously looking up into the air. Player AK-066 Bai Yi first found the location of the quest NPC Catherine Jones. Completed the dungeon quest 1, maybe you want to meet Catherine. After the prompt sound, the system's public broadcast suddenly resounded in every corner of the dungeon. Player Bai Yi achieved the first messenger, reward energy points, 1,000 points. Let's congratulate him together. Accompanied by the system broadcast, golden fireworks instantly bloomed in the sky, like the brilliance of the brain interface. The fireworks in the sky were dazzling, even more dazzling under the scorching sun, and glittering. The light spots fell from the sky, and landed on the players' heads and bodies, and then went out again. Before the players could react, the system's voice sounded again. The location of the designated NPC has been discovered. The coordinates of NPC Catherine are now open to all players. Players can check the location of the NPC on the dungeon map. Please note that the punishment will come on time in 30 minutes. Please complete the task as soon as possible and try your best to pass the punishment. Chapter 23. Star Cluster Venue, aka Live Room. On the 4 live screens in the center of the hall, gorgeous golden fireworks bloomed instantly, filling the entire space, accompanied by a booming sound, as if the entire hall was celebrating this grand event. The audience was stunned by this sudden scene, staring blankly at the bulletin board above the screen, which clearly displayed the progress of the game copy in black and white. AK-066 player Bai Yi. The first person to complete task 1. Perhaps you want to know about Catherine. AK-066 player Bai Yi. Achievement, first place messenger, reward, 1,000 energy points. Task 1 completed, NPC Catherine's location coordinates are now available. Current dungeon completion progress, 25%. Did you see it? Did you see it? Coxcomb was very excited, with excitement flashing in his eyes. He couldn't help but jump onto the chair, and shouted to the audience across the street, "Did you see it? The first place messenger is our scientist. The number 1 on the energy list now is Bai Yi." Coxcomb seemed a little naive, even though he had only seen Bai Yi play a little more than one game, but as the only fan, he supported Bai Yi with all his strength, and did not hide his excitement. Now, Bai Yi has achieved success and fame. He feels that if he does not take this opportunity to celebrate loudly, he will simply fail his responsibility as a fan. The audience who voted for Bai Yi looked at each other in dismay, and began to feel uneasy. At this time, Chen Su still sits firmly at the top of the list. While Bai Yi's energy points exceed the second place Chen Su by hundreds of points with more than 1,800 energy points. If Bai Yi really becomes a dark horse, Not only will the votes of these audiences who strongly support him be wasted, but even the votes of those who strongly support him may be affected. If Chinsu falls out of the top 3 because of Baiye's surpassing, their 2 votes will become meaningless. In the next game, their 100 energy points may even be deducted. 100 points? A number related to life and death. The audience gradually panicked. But Coxcomb was still smug, showing off like a single-celled organism without any scruples. Let you all step on him. You must be blind. What's Chinsu? In terms of strength and wisdom, our scientists are the strongest. Baiyi? In the copy, the subordinates of the Night Owl group listened to the announcement and couldn't help feeling a little surprised. How did he find it? Hui Qiao lowered his gun and turned his eyes to Chinsu. They were also on a mission. And Catherine was also investigating. But after wandering around most of the dungeon, they still couldn't find any valuable clues. Fortunately, the Night Owl group was strong. And through fighting, most people had already accumulated enough energy points. Chinsu didn't answer Hui Qiao, but just held a cigarette in his mouth, his eyes following the unextinguished fireworks in the sky, and his mouth corners slightly raised. The location of the NPC should have been announced, Chinsu said. Oh, it seems so, Hui Qiao responded. His expression was dull for a few seconds, as if he was thinking about something. Go west from here, almost to the end. The distance is not close. Let's talk about it later if it's not close. Chinsu nodded, and looked around at his subordinates. Whose energy points haven't arrived yet? Several subordinates raised their hands. Yes. Chinsu took a deep breath of the cigarette, then threw it down and stomped it out. Let's go back to the research institute. Tap 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 tap. Ah? Ah? Is Catherine really here? No plants? No monsters? A burst of hurried footsteps came from afar. Baiyi turned around and saw the naked man who had just squatted at the door rushing out with a shocked face. How is it possible? I didn't even come in. I actually let you come in first. What a mistake. You got so many points for nothing. The naked man yelled, while holding his head in exaggerated pain, and Baiyi beside him became more and more annoyed. I thought this person was a high-level player, who knew some secrets that I didn't realize, or he was naturally cautious, and was willing to give up being the first Pathfinder after weighing the pros and cons. It turned out that he was just a fool. No matter how angry the naked man was, the system still automatically flew out of his trouser pocket according to the settings. The naked man paused, as if he had received a prompt that the task was completed. And then he started a new round of shouting. 100 points? Only 100 points for completing the task? You were the first to come in and got 1,000 points. Baiyi was troubled by his shouting. But NPC Catherine seemed to have something to say. Unable to turn around and leave, she had to suppress her irritation and found a random sentence to interrupt the naked man's noise. Don't you have enough points for 1,000? If not, go and kill monsters quickly. Don't make a fuss here. Baiyi frowned and looked at him. Points? Baiye's words seemed to have pressed a switch in the naked man, and the man who was crazy just now immediately returned to normal. I have enough points. The naked man smiled slightly, and there was a hint of provocation in his eyes. Baiyi? Then what are you yelling about? Baiyi resisted the urge to beat him up, turned around and stopped looking at him, and only said to Catherine, Excuse me. Before he comes in, what do you want to say to me? Is it about the next mission? Yes. The naked man shouting just now interrupted Catherine's words, and then he finally calmed down, and Catherine continued. The letter said that you came to me, because you wanted me to help you leave the city safely, right? The words on the letter were all garbled, and no one knew what the garbled words said. But whatever she said was what it was, after all. The ultimate goal of this game was to escape from this doomsday world. Can you help us? Baiyi asked. Of course, Catherine said with a smile. Helping travelers who strayed into this city to leave is exactly the purpose of my staying here. You two can take a look at this map. After saying that, she pressed a button, and a curtain immediately fell in the room, and then, the same city map as in the system was projected on the curtain. We are here now. Catherine pointed to the westernmost side of the map, the area with few buildings, and then drew a circle on the map with her finger. The area around the city has been completely occupied by high-dimensional mutant plants. These high-dimensional mutant plants are extremely dangerous, and cannot be compared with the low-dimensional mutant plants in the city. We cannot break through with our current capabilities. This road is the only way to leave, Catherine said, while sliding her finger to the bottom of the map, pointing to the not-so-obvious path that Baiyi had seen before. although the plants on this road are also considered high-dimensional mutant plants. After a long period of research, we have found a way to deal with them. As she spoke, Catherine pressed the projection button, and the city map immediately switched to a real-life photo. The photo showed a narrow stone road, with only bare branches left on the tall trees on both sides. But there were a large number of dense vines entwined on the dead tree trunks. These plants are called parasitic vine, also known as parasitic vine. As the name suggests, their mutant characteristic is parasitism. Whether it is humans, animals, or other plants, they can become their parasitic hosts. Their seeds are very small. Once they successfully parasitize, they will immediately absorb nutrients from the host and grow rapidly. The parasitic host will often die within an hour. But fortunately, we have developed a special potion to resist parasitic vines. As long as you drink this potion before being parasitized, the seeds of the parasitic vine will not recognize you as a parasitic host, and you will not die from parasitism. Oh, so magical? The naked man suddenly interrupted from behind. Such a good potion. Is it given for free? While Catherine was explaining the task, the naked man was very quiet. He squatted on the chair, and his hands were anxiously rubbing the test tubes on the table. Special potions are naturally given to travelers for free. After all, our city has become like this, which has added a lot of trouble to everyone's journey. Catherine's tone was very sincere. But I don't have the raw materials to make special potions here. I have to stay here to guard the laboratory, and can't go out to collect raw materials. If you can bring the raw materials to this laboratory, I will be happy to make them into potions for you. Hey, it's not free after all. The naked man put down the test tube, smiled exaggeratedly, and looked at the NPC. Tell me, what raw materials do you want? The special potion for dealing with parasitic vines. The main ingredient is extracted from a plant called shadow grass. This is shadow grass. Catherine pressed the projection button again, and the screen was replaced with a picture of a path and parasitic vines, and then presented an illustration of a herb. Dark green needle-shaped leaves, black single fruit. These are the main characteristics of shadow grass. And more importantly, for some reason, this grass never mutates. Grass that never mutates? Bai raised his eyebrows slightly. Yes. Catherine nodded. This grass is relatively rare, but there is no regular growth area. It may appear everywhere in the city, so it is a bit difficult to find. However, the raw materials required for a potion are not many. 5 shadow grasses are enough. I will wait for you here. After finding 5 shadow grasses, you can come back to me at any time. I will use these grasses to make special potions to help you leave this city safely. Second update, the higher the virtue, the higher the evil. The first messenger. I didn't expect it to be Bai. The bald team leader crossed his arms, sighed and watched the screen, where the NPC explained the next task to Bai and his team. At present, AF, AJ and other games are also carrying out the vegetation outbreak copy simultaneously. Xiao Jing pushed the black frame glasses on his nose and said to the team leader, according to the information provided by the intelligence officer, Bai was not only the first to complete Mission 1 in AK Field, but also the first among all the fields. Therefore, AK Field was also the first to push the dungeon progress to 25%. Yes. After careful analysis, this task is indeed difficult. The bald team leader said. The research institute pointed out by the obvious clues is a trap. And the real location of the NPC has no guide, no signs, and even the entrance is very hidden. Although the existence of those iron boxes may make people associate. If Bai did not have such a powerful drone to assist, even finding these iron boxes would probably be a matter of luck. And the iron box photographed by the drone. None of us can see what it has to do with the research institute. He actually zoomed in directly to the part with the inscription, as if he had already known that there would be words there. Ed was obviously impressed by Bai's series of operations. Maybe because he is a mechanic who does research. He may be more familiar with these instruments than us. The team leader tried to explain. But actually, it should be Queso who got the first achievement. Xiao Jing listened to everyone's discussion, and glanced at the shirtless man behind Bai in the picture. I didn't expect that the second strongest player in the AK group would be like this. Xiao Jing didn't finish his words. But several people couldn't help but think of Queso's silly look just now. And they all showed complicated expressions on their faces. Well, in short, judgment is also part of strength. Bai made the right move after a calm judgment. He really deserves this achievement. The team leader concluded. In addition, after summarizing, he turned his head and looked at the time display above the screen wall. It is already 4:58 p.m. and there are less than 2 minutes left before the first heavenly punishment. How many people have filled their energy tanks? Can this data be checked? Yes. Xiao Jing operated on the computer. Currently, 146 people have obtained more than 1,000 energy points, filled the first energy slot, and confirmed that they can survive this punishment. 146 people. The team leader counted. There are a total of 285 players in this game, and currently 146 people are temporarily safe, which means that 139 people may be eliminated in the first punishment. Yes. But among these 139 players who have not accumulated enough points, there are also players who were killed by mutant plants before, and the 3 people killed by Bai Yi. Xiao Jing added. The team leader nodded, and then raised his head, watching the word 1658 suddenly flash, and become 1659. The game progress is only 25%, and this is only the first time of the punishment, and nearly half of the players cannot pass it. I don't know how many people will survive when the dungeon ends. The team leader sighed, and then stopped talking. The analysis team stopped talking, and tacitly turned their eyes to the clock above the screen wall, and watched the time approach 17 o'clock second by second. Time is almost up. The naked man suddenly came out of the basement, and said to Bai Yi. Bai Yi looked back casually, and saw an incomprehensible smile on his white face. I don't know how many more people will die, the naked man said with a smile. This man was a bit strange. Bai Yi didn't want to pay attention to him. He pulled the corner of his mouth politely, and prepared to leave. Just as he turned around, the gentle and calm female voice of the system suddenly sounded, echoing in the sky above the copy. Ding, 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 ding. The current time is 5 p.m. The first heavenly punishment begins now. Please be prepared. Players. As soon as the system finished speaking, not far away, a dazzling lightning suddenly broke through the sky, and pierced straight into a gray building, crackling. Bai Yi was stunned. Before the lightning disappeared, several identical vertical lightning bolts fell from the sky. The sky was still as bright as at noon, but the lightning flashes penetrated the dazzling sunlight, becoming dangerous arrows that people could not look directly at. No. No, ah! The screams from afar, brushing past Bai Ye's ears in the breeze, had become faint and unclear. The energy bracelet on his wrist vibrated at a certain moment. Perhaps the full energy tank blocked the punishment from heaven. But Bai Yi did not investigate. Nor did he have any expression, but just silently watched the alternation of lightning in the sky, and finally gradually returned to calm. The first punishment has ended. Soon, the system's voice sounded again, still as calm and indifferent, but at this moment it seemed particularly ruthless. 146 players have logged in again. The next punishment will be at 3 a.m. tomorrow. Please work hard to complete the task, accumulate energy points, and pass the punishment test. The first punishment ended, and as expected, only 146 people were left. The bald team leader frowned slightly, staring seriously at the screen of Bai Yi in front of him, seemingly thinking about something. Bai Yi in the picture did not say much to Queso, and he left the entrance of the basement directly. Queso did not follow Bai Yi either. The camera turned to him, and soon Queso could no longer be seen in Bai Yi's picture. The first heavenly punishment is over. Are those players who are the focus of attention all okay? The team leader asked Xiao Jing. Xiao Jing hurriedly checked the player list on the computer, including Bai Yi and Chen Su. The players marked with stars by them were all safe and sound and displayed in the front list. Well, it's okay, they're all still here. Yeah. The team leader nodded. Now on the energy list, Bai Yi is first, Chen Su is first. Hey! As the team leader said, he subconsciously turned his head to look at the energy list on the wall. When he saw the list, he suddenly found that Bai Yi was leading by a high score before the heavenly punishment, but now he has fallen to the first place, and Chen Su's name is at the top of the list. Hey, I just saw that Bai Yi was still first, Ed exclaimed, and the other team members also looked at the energy list. When did Chen Su catch up? And Huixiao? How come they surpassed Bai Yi by dozens of points? Bai Yi got those 1,000 points, but was still surpassed by Chen Su and Huixiao. What did the Night Owl group do? Just as everyone in the room was talking, a slightly abrupt voice suddenly came, and the analyst who followed Chen Su interrupted in time, clearly answering everyone's questions. They blew up that research institute. The monitoring room was silent for a second. What did you say? Ed was the first to react. You mean, the research institute full of tentacles? Yes. The analyst explained, looking still in shock. When they heard the system announcement, they checked the location of the Quest NPC, and they seemed to think it was too far and didn't want to go. Chinsu led the Night Owl team back to the research institute, and then... Okay. The bald team leader didn't have the patience to wait for the analyst to continue, and waved his hand and walked directly to Chinsu's screen. Show the video of them bombing the research institute. Okay. The analyst quickly operated on the computer, the screen switched, and the research institute that looked like a science museum quickly appeared on the screen. The time in the lower right corner of the video showed 16:46. Chinsu and a group of subordinates in black stood in front of the research institute, all fully armed, wearing goggles, wearing protective armor, without exception, carrying on their shoulders. All of them were hypernuclear destroyers Type 503. No way. Everyone has a hypernuclear destroyer. Abe looked at the equipment of the Night Owl group and was speechless. The hypernuclear destroyer Type 503 is a small controlled nuclear fusion weapon with extremely low radiation. But it can produce a huge energy explosion. It can be said to be the ceiling of destructive power among handheld weapons. However, due to its high cost, it is very rare on the market. And the Night Owl team? Each of them actually has one. Ed swallowed his saliva and stared at the screen in disbelief. On the screen, Chinsu raised his hand, and the well-trained members of the Night Owl team immediately lined up and raised their guns. When Chinsu waved his right hand, dozens of hypernuclear bombs flew towards the Research Institute building. The next second, there was a loud bang, and the flames that exploded instantly engulfed the entire screen. Everyone in the analysis team gasped and reflexively tightened their shoulders and leaned back. After a few seconds, the flames faded slightly, and the outer wall of the institute was blown into a mess. The mysterious tentacle creatures hidden in it that devoured many players were instantly exposed to the Night Owl team and the analysis team. These are the tentacle monsters. The team members opened their eyes wide and stared at the purple monsters on the screen in horror. Each of these tentacle monsters was huge, twisting constantly, filling every inch of the institute. And it was so dense that it was creepy. The monsters near the outer wall were also blown to pieces by the super-nuclear bomb, dripping with sticky juice. But even so, the monster seemed to have no pain and attacked the Night Owl team aggressively. If it were an ordinary player facing these disgusting and weird monsters, even if they didn't run away, they would inevitably show a look of fear, and a head-on confrontation would require some entanglement. But the bandits led by Chinsu have always been extraordinary. As the strongest fighting gang of Shinyu Star, the Night Owl group, they fight simply and brutally. Countless thick tentacles swept over like a nightmare. But the members of the Night Owl group were extremely calm, as if they were just a few small vines swaying in the wind. After all, everyone who came would use cannons to bombard. No matter if it was a house or a monster, they would all bombard it the same. If there are any who haven't reached the point, fire the cannon first, Chinsu said. Stepped back a little, looked around, and seemed to be looking for a cigarette. Most of the subordinates in black also stopped attacking temporarily, and only 3 or 5 people fired supernuclear bombs at the tentacle monster again. And with only 3 or 5 supernuclear bombs, the tentacles that rushed over were directly scorched black. The tentacle monster in the Research Institute is a mutated plant called purple vine, which also appears in other places in the copy. But the purple vine here seems to have mutated more deeply, and even looks like a mollusk. Xiao Jing was watching the playback on Chinsu's side, and was busy looking up the monster information, and his work was done very well. I wonder if this is the high-dimensional mutation that the NPC mentioned. The bald team leader rubbed his chin and said, if this is a high-dimensional mutation, then high-dimensional mutation is nothing special. A team member said, look at Chinsu and the others. Killing these tentacle monsters is just like cutting vegetables. The analyst nodded repeatedly, and the 3 or 5 people on the screen seemed to have accumulated enough points. They turned their heads and signaled to Chinsu. Chinsu nodded and gave the order. The next second, the black-clothed people raised their supernuclear destroyers and aimed at the Research Institute, which had been blown up to only half of the ruins. They pulled the lever and fired together. Boom! A few minutes later, the deafening explosion finally subsided. In the gradually dispersing dust, the Research Institute had completely turned into a pile of rubble and dirt, and several surrounding buildings were completely scrapped. Those tentacle monsters that had devoured many players were now only a charred pool buried in the soil, and even their corpses could not be found. As the dust on the screen dissipated, a system announcement floated out at the bottom of Chinsu's screen. Players AK-048 Chinsu and others completely broke the trap of the Research Institute and obtained the hidden achievement, the higher the road, the higher the devil. Achievement reward energy points, 1,000 points. So that's it. The playback ended. And seeing the announcement below, everyone finally understood the reason for the change in the energy list ranking. 1,000 achievement points. All players who participated in the bombing of the Institute have obtained them. On the current energy list, Chinsu ranks first, Huixiao ranks second, Baiyi ranks third, and the people behind Baiyi are also members of the Night Owl group. And the people of the Night Owl group haven't even done the first task yet. Their combat power is completely overwhelming among other players. Someone sighed. And I didn't expect that in the Institute. There is such a hidden achievement. You can get high energy points if you have outstanding ability to complete tasks. And you can also get it if you have outstanding combat power. This game design is quite balanced. The team leader thought for a moment and said, in short, now that the first heavenly punishment is over, the NPC location of the first mission has been made public, and everyone will soon enter the second stage of the mission. The next heavenly punishment will be at 3 a.m. tomorrow. If you don't have the ability to accumulate points by force alone, like the Night Owl group, you must find the Shadow Grass as soon as possible and try to complete the mission as soon as possible. And now Baiyi and Chinsu's energy points are ahead of other players. If other players want to enter the top 3, or make sure they are not in the bottom 30% of the list, the only feasible way is to get the achievement of completing the mission first. Like Baiyi did, Xiao Jing said. By the way, do you know what kind of punishment the bottom 30% of players will receive? Someone suddenly remembered this blind spot. I remember. The system didn't seem to announce it. Did it? Everyone in the analysis group was stunned when they heard this. Everyone's attention was focused on the game progress, and they really didn't think that far ahead. I heard that. This punishment was set by the Divine Court, and it has nothing to do with the game itself. Someone said. Set by the Divine Court? Everyone looked at each other. The punishment of the Divine Court. That would be, hey, what is Baiyi doing? When the analysts were confused, suddenly a voice came from the crowd, and everyone's attention turned to Baiyi again. The screen of Baiyi showed a green field with many iron boxes placed on it. In the center of the screen, Baiyi squatted next to an iron box, dug out a hole with grass and soil, pulled out the energy line buried in the soil, then cut it with pliers, and naturally put the iron box into his space card. The analysts were all stunned. Hey, no how. He just took it away. The iron box was engraved with the inscription of Jones Botanical Research Institute. It was obvious that the instrument belonged to the Institute. But what does it matter? This is a survival game, not a moral competition. Excessively noble sentiments will not work here. Baiyi easily put the iron box into the space card. Without this iron box, the surrounding grass seemed a little restless, but soon returned to calm. It seems that this iron box is indeed used to suppress the mutation of the surrounding plants. Considering that it is placed so densely, it would be a waste of the system's good intentions if some are not taken away. Baiyi put away the iron box without hesitation, got on the faulty machine, and left the warehouse area where the NPC was. After walking for about 5 minutes, Baiyi came to the center of a flat grassland, got off the faulty machine, took out the iron box from the Research Institute, put it on the ground, and then took out an energy block and a small tool, and quickly connected the iron box to the energy source. The large mutant plants that were just cleared by the faulty machine made the surroundings quiet. When the green light of the iron box came on, the restless grass and small trees immediately became obedient. The next task is to find shadow grass. Xiao Jing checked the task description provided by NPC Catherine. This grass has dark green needle-shaped leaves, black single fruit, will never mutate, and is rare, with no fixed growth area, need to be found throughout the city. It should be a bit difficult to find this grass. He stopped here. Did he find any clues about shadow grass? Abe looked at Baiyi taking out the iron box and guessed. That's possible. Xiao Jing adjusted his glasses, squinted his eyes, and looked at the screen carefully. But from this side, it seems that there are no plants that look like shadow grass. What about you? The field of view is limited in the live broadcast. Baiyi should have found more than us in the dungeon. Someone said. Well, one of the clues is that shadow grass will not mutate. I think the iron box that he took away to suppress mutation should also be prepared for finding shadow grass. Ed thought and analyzed at the same time. Look! When the box is closed, the surrounding plants are all agitated. Once the power is turned on, the plants immediately quiet down. If there is no change in a place between opening and closing, wouldn't it be easy to find the shadow grass? Oh! That makes sense. The team members suddenly realized and nodded. Bai Yi is a reliable player. Look at the game from the beginning to now. Everything he has done is promoting the progress of the game. Yes. And he has also prepared a lot of suitable equipment to assist the task. He is well prepared. I didn't expect a mechanic to be so compatible with this game. Indeed. Ed agreed and turned his gaze to Bai Yi's picture. Hey! Look! He's going to take out his equipment again. Everyone quickly focused their attention on Bai Yi. Bai Yi pressed the space card button on his wrist, operated it a few times, and then took out a large black bag from the space card. What is this? It seems very big. Yes. It's not small. It looks like a heavy instrument. Look! He opened the bag. The team members were concentrating, watching Bai Yi's every move, and saw him put the big bag on the ground, unzip it, and then pull it hard, taking out a light gray, long, soft and fluffy, sleeping bag. Ed, team leader, analysis team members. There was a sudden silence in front of Bai Yi's screen. All team members looked at Bai Yi in a daze, as he chose a flat place under the tree to spread out his sleeping bag, issued a few protective instructions to the broken machine, took off his suit jacket, and hung it neatly on the tree with a hanger, then unzipped his sleeping bag and lay down comfortably. After a long silence, someone finally broke the silence and asked an obvious question. That Bai Yi is going to sleep? Bai Yi is sleeping. The analysts who have been analyzing for a long time don't know how to analyze next. The current time is about 6:30 in the evening. The sun in the dungeon is still hanging high in the sky, and the sky is as bright as noon, as if time has never passed. In addition to Bai Yi, some other players are rushing to Catherine's location, some have started to look for shadow grass, and some are entangled with mutant plants. No player is as carefree and relaxed as Bai Yi. Therefore, the evaluation of reliable just now really needs to be taken back. The analysts looked at Bai Yi lying in the sleeping bag, and they all felt that they had spoken too early. In the dungeon, Bai Yi lay under the shade of the lush trees and soon fell asleep. After a short rest, Chin-Su and his group set off to the coordinates of NPC Catherine without any hurry. So in the live broadcast screen of the analysis team, the man on one side was smoking leisurely, while the man on the other side was sleeping soundly in his sleeping bag. It was supposed to be a survival competition, an adventure game, but it was strangely quiet under the bright sunshine. Fourth update, woke up, but not awake at the same time. In this life and death game, no one would waste time sleeping. So most players would carry energy potions to keep them energetic, which could effectively avoid sleep no matter how many hours or days the game lasted. But as an off-site spectator and analyst, you don't have to fight with the players. Bai Yi slept soundly in the game, and Ed and Xiao Jing, who followed Bai Yi, also took a nap. As for the group of players who took energy potions, the analysts could only choose to change shifts to keep up. The audience in the live broadcast room obviously had no energy after taking the drugs. While nothing major was happening, a few people were left to watch the screen, while the others were all sleeping in their seats. Bai Yi fell into a deep sleep, and after a few hours, there was still no sign of waking up. However, in other live broadcasts, the players only completed the task of finding Catherine at most, and there was no significant progress. They are really envious. A fat analyst from the Chin-Su Huichio team yawned, glancing at the Bai Yi team sleeping in a mess, and then looking at the screen at home, shooting here and there, and those black-clad bandits, who seemed to have endless energy, could not help but feel bitter in his heart. These ancestors. Can they be quiet for a while? The fat analyst complained in a low voice. They are not quiet. The colleague next to him stared at Chin-Su's screen intently, obviously very sleepy. It's almost midnight, and there are more than 3 hours before the punishment. They haven't found even one shadow grass in their group. Alas. After listening to his colleague's words, the fat analyst couldn't help but lean back in his chair lazily, wiping away the tears that flowed from his yawn. I think they don't need to look for it anymore, just like before, just find a place and mess around. That won't work. The research institute is different. There are super monsters inside that can be seen with the naked eye. But besides the research institute, Is there anything special in this copy? The colleague shook his head. It's okay to do it once or twice occasionally, but if the mission is not completed, you still can't pass it in the end. What the colleague said does make some sense. The fat analyst responded vaguely, looked at Chinsu for a while, and then his eyes drifted towards Bai Yi. He saw that Bai Yi had put on the white suit jacket, and was fixing his hair in front of the mirror in the robot's hand. Hey, he's awake! The fat analyst suddenly perked up, and hurriedly raised his voice and shouted. Ed, Xiao Jing, Bai Yi is awake, you guys wake up! The fat analyst's voice woke up Ed and Xiao Jing, and also woke up many dozing team members. Everyone looked at Bai Yi's screen in a daze. They saw Bai Yi had fixed his hair, put down his comb, tied the silk scarf around his neck, and tied a beautiful knot. Ahem, finally woke up. The bald team leader was also woken up. He opened his eyelids, cleared his throat, and glanced at the time. There are still 3 hours before the punishment. His energy is about the same, there is still a chance. How are you guys doing? The team leader turned around and asked the other team members. Whose player completed the task? The team members looked at each other, and no one answered. No one. The team leader was stunned. It's been so long, and none of these players have completed the task? Then who has made progress in the task? Come and report first. No one in the monitoring room said anything. Faced with the team leader's question, everyone shook their heads. The bald team leader looked unbelievable. It can't be that 6 hours have passed, and no one has found the shadow grass. Anyway, Chinsu and the others didn't find it. The fat analyst whispered. We don't have it either. Someone followed. We don't either. Kasua doesn't have it either, but he's not looking for it at all. The team member who followed Kasua in the distance said. The team leader looked at the team members, who said they didn't have it in surprise. And then looked at the screen. Whereby Yi had already sorted out everything. More than 100 players. 6 hours, not even a single quest item was found. The bald team leader stared blankly at Bai Yi on the screen. And after a long pause, he muttered again. It can't be Bai Yi again? He slept for 6 hours. Could it be that he got the first place in this second quest? After a hearty sleep, Bai Yi dressed up carefully, packed up his sleeping bag, and glanced at the time. There are still about 3 hours before the heavenly punishment. The first heavenly punishment, lightning, has already caused him to lose 1,000 energy points. Now the energy bracelet on his hand has just exceeded 80%. This means that Bai Yi needs to accumulate more than 100 points in the next 3 hours to ensure that he can pass the heavenly punishment. More than 100 points, the difficulty is moderate, but it is not an easy task. Despite this, Bai Yi does not seem to care too much about the points. He sat on the lawn and meditated for a while, then picked up the iron box that suppressed mutations, took out a tool kit from the space card, and disassembled the outer shell of the iron box in less than a minute. What is Bai Yi going to do again? After Ed and Xiao Jing woke up, several team members stared at the screen intently, watching Bai Yi dismantling the machine skillfully with confusion. Once the iron box was disassembled, the energy was cut off, and the surrounding grass and trees began to become restless. The mechanical giant still retained Bai Yi's protection instructions, guarding beside him, to prevent these plants from approaching. And Bai Yi obviously trusted this robot very much. All his attention was focused on the iron box that had become a mess, and he ignored the increasing number of mutant plants. Why is Bai Yi tinkering with this iron box here, when he doesn't want to look for the shadow grass? The analysis team watching felt very anxious. Time is running out, and he just doesn't move. Although he is only 100 points short, he still can't pass the punishment if the energy tank is not fully charged. Someone couldn't help but say, it's really unbearable to watch. When will he be able to carry out the mission? The anxiety outside the screen could not affect the progress of the game. The analyst kept talking and finally could only watch Bai Yi sitting on the ground, using a bunch of tools and parts that they didn't understand, killing time second by second. How is your injury? Chinsu put away the gun in the space card, and turned to ask Huixiao next to him. Earlier, when the research institute was blown up, Huixiao accidentally got his arm splashed with the body fluid sprayed by the tentacle monster. That kind of body fluid is extremely corrosive, and even the protective clothing is useless. Huixiao's arm was burned to a bloody mess. It's okay, boss. I can't feel it anymore. I guess it will heal soon. Huixiao stretched out his injured arm to show Chinsu. The wound has been treated with a special medicine for rapid recovery. Although it is still bandaged, judging from his free stretching movements, it should be fine. Yeah. Chinsu nodded, paused for a while, and asked again, "How is your back?" "Back?" Hu Qiao's expression froze slightly. And then he regained his composure. "That's okay. I've been fighting these trees with you in the dungeon. I hit wherever you pointed. And I didn't let you down." Chen Su smiled faintly, and his eyes scanned around, as if he was looking for something. Hu Qiao knew Chen Su's smoking habit, and quickly took out his cigarette box and lighter, and lit a cigarette for Chen Su. Chen Su habitually lit a cigarette in Hu Qiao's hand, took a deep breath, and then said, "For that matter, do you blame me in your heart?" Hu Qiao put away the cigarette box and smiled slightly. The thing that Chen Su mentioned was exactly the rumor about the Night Owl group. Chen Su once broke into the heavily guarded mansion of a wealthy man alone, completed the mission in the hail of bullets, but due to a scheduling error, severely injured his subordinates. In fact, Chen Su was accidentally forced to act alone. It was a carefully planned large-scale assassination operation, but because the supporting subordinates failed to cooperate in time due to scheduling errors, although the mission was successful in the end, several members of the Night Owl group died. The person in charge of scheduling at that time was Hu Qiao. "I didn't handle it well. How can I blame you?" Hu Qiao said with a smile. Chen Su took another puff of cigarette, and after a long while, he said in a deep voice, "I have to give them an explanation for those dozen brothers." "I understand." Hu Qiao nodded in response. "Yeah." He had said everything, and would not continue the topic. "The wound will heal, and the past will be forgotten. Those brothers can no longer come back. What Chen Su has to do now is to try his best to ensure everyone's safety and successfully complete this survival game. Even if we can't compete for the top 3 rewards on the energy list, we must ensure that no one falls into the bottom 30% to avoid the unknown punishment." "Is your energy bar full?" Chen Su asked. "Full. No problem," Hu Qiao replied. "At present, everyone has the 1,000 energy points given by the last achievement as a basis, plus the few hours of monster hunting, and should be able to pass the second punishment, even if we succeed this time. If we want to be able to handle the next and the next punishment with ease, we still have to find the shadow grass, one by one, since the mission requires us to find it. The grass must exist. Let's search the whole city and see if we can find one." "Yes." The group changed direction at the fork in the road and continued to move forward towards the place with lush vegetation. Not long after walking, they suddenly heard bursts of fierce fighting sounds coming from not far away, mixed with low mechanical hums. Chen Su's eyebrows moved slightly. His footsteps paused for a moment, and then he turned and walked in the direction of the sound. The subordinates in black quickly followed. And soon, the source of the sound appeared in front of the Night Owl group. On a green field with overgrown grass, a tall mechanical giant was fighting fiercely with the mutated plants that kept coming. Behind the mechanical giant, the familiar man in white was sitting on the ground, seemingly concentrating on something. He ignored the dangers around him, and only focused on studying the parts in his hands, with a calm attitude as if he was in another dimension. 5 updates. Can this be tolerated? The boss seems to be able to. Everyone in the Night Owl group, including Chen Su, was stunned on the spot. Those mutant plants seemed to be summoned by something, and they all approached Bai Yi and the robot. Although the robot tried to destroy the plants, it did not dare to fire casually to avoid hurting Bai Yi, and it soon seemed a little powerless. However, these mutant plants seemed to have spirituality, taking advantage of the opportunity of the robot to resist in front. A bunch of vines quietly attacked from behind and rushed straight to Bai Yi. But Bai Yi was still unaware, concentrating on welding the parts at his hand with a small welding gun. TSK. Chen Su frowned slightly, then jumped up, and with a flash of the red laser knife, he cut the vine to the ground. When the black-clad subordinates saw the boss take action, they immediately rushed forward, quickly lined up on both sides, showed their weapons, and worked together to fire at the surrounding plants. At this time, the robots seemed to be struggling to face so many plants alone, and after the Night Owl group arrived, the plants instantly became vulnerable. A group of bandits and a robot took turns to fight, and soon all the surrounding plants were destroyed, less than 2 meters away from them. Bai Yi was still like he was in an insulating cover, and was almost swept away by the vines, until the battle of the Night Owl group ended. He did not even raise his head. "Boss!" Seeing Bai Yi's performance, the subordinates in black were all furious. They came to save Bai Yi out of righteousness, but this man didn't even look at them, let alone thank them. "Isn't this too unbearable?" The people in the Night Owl group looked at each other, showing displeasure, and Chen Su's face became more and more gloomy. "Let's go. Boss. Don't worry about him," someone said. Chen Su didn't respond, and didn't seem to be planning to leave. So he looked at Bai Yi in silence. Since the boss didn't leave, the subordinates naturally didn't dare to move. They could only suppress their anger and stare at Bai Yi silently. On one side were the depressed men in black, and on the other side was Bai Yi, who was focused. The situation was deadlocked for a long time, until Bai Yi finally stopped his work, threw away the screwdriver, and raised the small instrument in his hand. "Done!" Bai Yi admired his work from beginning to end, and suddenly reached out and raised the small instrument in front of Chen Su. Behind the clear frameless glasses, his golden gray eyes sparkled with light and were full of smiles. "Look!" This gentle look froze Chen Su's gloomy face for a second. In this survival game, the relationship between players is like a chance encounter. Although they share the same hatred, they are wary of each other, and it is even more difficult to trust each other. Bai Yi is no exception. He is polite but distant, friendly but cold. After several encounters, Bai Yi always maintained an impeccable calm posture. Chen Su had never seen such a sincere smile on that delicate face. The childlike unconcealed happiness seemed fresh and sweet. Unfortunately, this smile was short-lived. Bai Yi quickly turned back into a calm and rational gamer, and stood up and said what he should say to the people in the Night Owl group. "Thank you for what you did just now," Bai Yi said lightly. "Ahem. Chen Su cleared his throat a little unnaturally, was stunned for a moment, lowered his eyelids, and pointed at the instrument in Bai Yi's hand. "What is this?" "This." Bai Yi raised the instrument slightly and showed it to Chen Su. "This is an instrument that can detect shadow grass." "What?" The people in the Night Owl group immediately showed surprise. In the past few hours, they have searched almost half of the green space in the city, but they have not seen even the shadow of the shadow grass. And this little gadget made by Bai Yi can actually detect the shadow grass that cannot be found? How to detect this? Chen Su was obviously a little doubtful. This instrument is actually modified from Catherine's mutation inhibitor, Bai Yi explained patiently. "After I disassembled the inhibitor, I found that the core inside is an energy ablation device, which can suppress the occurrence of mutation by offsetting biological energy. Since it has the energy offset function, it will naturally be equipped with a corresponding detection function, which can detect the magnitude of alienated energy, so that the ablation device releases the corresponding negative energy. So I disassembled the suppressor, took out the detector part for modification, and installed indicator lights and alarms. If the degree of alienation of the surrounding plants is lower than a certain level, the instrument will sound and light alarms, so that it is possible to find shadow grass that will not mutate." The scene was silent for a while. Bai Yi's explanation made this group of fighters basically incomprehensible. No one spoke. The atmosphere seemed a little awkward. And finally Chen Su reluctantly said something. "Anyway, with this, it's possible to find shadow grass." "Yes." Bai Yi nodded. "Did you get the suppressor from there? I can also help you modify one." Chen Su was stunned for a moment. "We didn't take it. Except for Bai Yi, I guess no one else would take it. After all, even if they took it, without Bai Yi's technology, they couldn't even get the energy." "It doesn't matter." Bai Yi didn't care and smiled slightly. "Then let's look for it together. You just help me. If we can find shadow grass, it'll be a thank you gift to you." Bai Yi and Chen Su are going to be partners. In the monitoring room, many analysts saw Bai Yi invite Chen Su. Chen Su nodded in agreement, and they were immediately excited. Colleagues who were catching up on their sleep also opened their sleepy eyes and hurried to the screens of Chen Su or Bai Yi. Bai Yi and the Night Owl team came together, which was simply a super combination in the AK field. They could capture every dynamic of this powerful combination in real time. Even at work, it was more interesting and exciting than following others. They should have teamed up a long time ago. "I really don't know why Bai Yi refused," someone commented. "I guess Bai Yi doesn't trust Chen Su's character. After all, Chen Su's reputation is really a bit unbearable. The analysts are all residents of Shinyu Star, and naturally have heard of Chen Su's series of cold and ruthless rumors. Since the survival competition began, everyone's opinion of him has gradually changed." Xiao Jing said, "Actually, Chen Su is a pretty good person. When he saw Bai Yi in danger, he was willing to help. It's definitely reliable to team up with him. One is responsible for intelligence, and the other focuses on force. Such a combination is simply exciting. It would be great if they could always be partners. Then the game in the AK field would be extremely exciting. Just as the team members were imagining the beautiful scenes of the future, Bai Yi, Chin Su and others in the picture had already started to act. Bai Yi swept around with the detector in hand, while others were busy chopping and killing the mutant plants that came to cause trouble. Bai Yi's style of doing things has always been straightforward and decisive. The Night Owl group is also low-key, but extremely efficient. Everyone cooperates well. However, after more than 10 minutes of efficient action, the detector remained silent and did not respond at all. The enthusiasm aroused by the top-ranking group gradually cooled down. Finally, an analyst carefully raised the question in everyone's mind: this detector, is it really useless? This thing is really useless. In the copy, everyone in the Night Owl group showed disdain. A little white-faced man who looked like he had no fighting power was actually valued by their boss so much. These subordinates in black clothes already had a lot of complaints about Bai Yi. Now seeing that his boastful expression was completely unreliable, everyone sneered secretly, and his expression became more and more lazy. But Bai Yi didn't care about the scattered laughter. His face was still calm, and he was concentrating on controlling the detector. On the street, corners, bushes and under the shade of trees, Bai Yi carefully scanned every corner. After detecting for a while, he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Chin Su pushed aside a bunch of bushes and turned to ask Bai Yi. Let me think about it. Bai Yi lowered the detector, thought silently for a while, and looked up at the sky again. Even though it was midnight, the sky above the city was still sunny. It's always daytime in this copy, Bai Yi said slowly. Chin Su also looked up at the sky. Maybe this is how the game is designed. A clear time passage is set, but the sky is always daytime. Bai Yi cast his eyes on Chin Su. Don't you think this is a little bit abnormal? Chin Su's eyebrows moved slightly, and he also looked at Bai Yi. The two looked at each other for a few seconds. Bai Yi suddenly turned around and walked to the door of a small building. Come! He called Chin Su over and pushed the door. It couldn't be pushed open, it seemed to be locked. Can you open this door? Bai Yi asked Chin Su. Chin Su didn't ask any more questions, pushed the door, looked at the door lock, then hit it hard with the handle of the gun, and a big hole was instantly smashed through the lock. Open. Chin Su stretched out his hand and pushed the broken door open. It was dark inside. The two walked in, and a light brown-haired subordinate in black followed them into the small building. The light in the house was dim, and only the sunlight scattered in from the door could barely see the furnishings here. This small building seemed to be a simple hotel. There were several sofas arranged in a circle near it, and a modeled counter with peeling paint in the back. There was also a calm room price sign next to the counter. The table, sofa, and counter were all covered with thick dust. It was unknown how long they had not been cleaned. Do you think shadow grass may be inside the building? Chin Su scanned the dusty room and asked Bai Yi. Well, I'm just guessing. Bai Yi answered as he walked towards the counter and walked around the room. The detector still had no response, no difference from being outside. How could grass be inside the house? The black-clad subordinate who followed him into the small building couldn't help but mutter, but seeing Chin Su's eyes, he immediately shut up. Shadow grass actually grows inside the house. Is this possible? The analysis team was skeptical of Bai Yi's speculation. This grass is called shadow grass. Maybe it can only be found in a dark house like this? Someone asked. I don't think it's possible. Someone also objected. No matter what kind of grass it is a plant after all. Plants need sunlight and water to survive. Unless someone takes care of it, how can it grow in a house like this? That's right. An uninhabited city, a completely closed room, does not have the conditions for plant growth at all. But Bai Yi, since the start of the survival competition, he has never made a wrong judgment. The people in the analysis team looked at each other, not daring to say that Bai Yi was wrong, but also finding it hard to believe that he was really right. So many players have been searching outdoors for more than 6 hours, but they haven't found a single blade of grass. Maybe it's because no one has searched in the building? There was no answer to this question, and everyone could only continue to stare at Bai Yi on the screen. The copies of the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition are all mirror images of the real world. Everything here should have a logical and realistic explanation, including the shadow grass. When considering the rationality of the shadow grass growing in the room, there is an unspoken but tacit reason for everyone's suspicion. This man who is supposed to sleep in the survival game Won't he solve the situation that no one can solve in the past 6 hours when he wakes up? Isn't this a bit against the rules? The detector has not responded at all, and Bai Ye's detection progress is not smooth. But Shinsu did not raise any questions, nor did he give up the search. He just stood calmly in the middle of the room, quietly waiting for Bai Yi to slowly find it with his method. Bai Yi searched for a while, then stopped, gently twisting the handle of the instrument with his fingers, as if he was lost in thought. Humph. The black-clothed subordinate behind Shinsu snorted softly, and although the sound was light, it revealed obvious disdain. His thoughts were exactly the same as those of the members of the analysis team. They spent so much time, but made no progress. If Bai Yi easily found the mission item, the face of the Night Owl team would be lost. However, Shinsu did not seem to care about all this. He did not force Bai Yi, but showed unusual patience. The subordinate in black glanced at Bai Yi with dissatisfaction, and deliberately raised his voice and said, "Boss, it seems that there is nothing here. Let's not waste time." Bai Yi made no progress, and Shinsu also seemed a little hesitant. But at this moment, Bai Yi spoke first. "It doesn't matter. You can go outside to look. I will go upstairs to see." After that, Bai Yi walked towards the stairs. The subordinate in black didn't want to stay, and since Bai Yi said it was okay, he turned around and prepared to leave. However, the next second, Shinsu strode towards Bai Yi and said, "Wait a minute. I'll go up with you." Sixth update, it's Bai Yi again. Although the detector failed to provide any response, Bai Yi still insisted on his speculation. The sunlight outside hurt people's eyes, but the light in the room seemed unusually dim. The room was not completely without windows. On the contrary, there were 2 large arched windows on the walls on both sides of the door, which was very beneficial for lighting. However, the glass of the 2 arched windows was painted with thick paint, and only the tiny gaps that could not be covered by the paint allowed some light to penetrate faintly, vaguely depicting the outline of the window. It was obvious that the previous owner of the house deliberately blocked the entry of sunlight, the eternal sunlight, and the thick blackout paint, the mutant plants that occupied the city, and the unchanging shadow grass. The answer seemed obvious. What they were looking for was most likely hidden in this building that was deliberately blocked from the sunlight. The old wooden stairs creaked underfoot, as if every step could cause the entire building to collapse. Bai Yi cautiously stepped toward the 2nd floor, and Shinsu followed closely behind him, keeping a distance. The boss did not move. So how could the subordinates in black dare to leave without permission? They had to reluctantly follow Shinsu and Bai Yi, and went up to the 2nd floor together. When they stepped onto the 2nd floor, they were greeted by a dark corridor, which was even darker than the 1st floor. The subordinates turned on the flashlight, and the faint light reflected the rows of guest rooms on both sides. The narrow doors were closed lifelessly, one door after another, extending into the deep darkness. Bai Yi didn't say much, just raised the detector slightly, and walked straight into the depths of the corridor. This corridor seemed endless, and the doors passed by Bai Yi one by one, and disappeared behind her one by one, as if there was no end. Bai Yi kept moving forward, and gradually, even the light of the flashlight became weaker. However, there was still no trace of the shadow grass. TSK, after all this effort, it still doesn't work in the end. In the public live broadcast room, many viewers sneered at Bai Yi, as if his failure to find the shadow grass would prove that their choice was right. In the whole audience, the only supporter, Coxcomb, always firmly believed in Bai Yi. It will definitely be okay, Coxcomb thought. No one found it in 6 hours. What does that mean? It means that the traditional method doesn't work at all. Then, who created the new method? Isn't it the scientist? Coxcomb felt that his reasoning made a lot of sense. Even if he failed to find it this time, Bai Yi would definitely be able to come up with other ways to solve this problem. He could solve the problems that others could not solve. His previous superb performances had already proved his strength. The Coxcomb pursed his lips tightly, and kept cheering for Bai Yi in his heart. At this moment, the silver-haired man in white clothes on the screen suddenly stopped for some reason. The Coxcomb felt nervous and looked carefully. In the dim picture, in front of Bai Yi, a faint green light suddenly flashed, slowly coming and quietly lighting up. Beep, beep, beep. In the quiet corridor, the alarm of the detector sounded rhythmically. Shinsu followed Bai Yi closely. When he heard the sound of the detector, he immediately perked up and cast his eyes at Bai Yi. The black-clad subordinates, who were dragging their feet behind, also hurried to catch up. Looking at the flashing green light, on the detector in surprise. What does this alarm mean? The subordinate asked a meaningless question. Bai Yi turned around, ignoring the man's question, and only smiled at Chen Su. I don't know if it's shadow grass. Let's go check it out. Chen Su nodded, signaling his subordinates to hurry up and provide lighting for Bai Yi. Bai Yi held the detector, carefully sensing the surroundings. The detector's alarm sometimes sounded, and sometimes disappeared. As Bai Yi walked in a certain direction, the pace slightly accelerated. Following the guidance of the detector, Bai Yi gradually walked to a locked guest room door. I have to trouble you again, Bai Yi said to Chen Su. Lick, Chen Su called out. Although he was dissatisfied just now, the black-clad subordinate named Rick did not say much at this moment. He took a few steps forward and kicked the door fiercely. Ding, 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 ding. The door opened, and the detector immediately became alert, and the beeping of the alarm suddenly became rapid and loud. Is it really here? Rick was surprised and asked. Bai Yi did not answer, but walked into the room with the beeping detector. There was a window in the room. Although it was covered with blackout paint, it was brighter than the windowless corridor. However, this weak light was still not enough for people to see clearly whether there were plants in the room. Bai Yi slowly walked around the room, listening carefully to the changes in the sound of the detector. Although the alarm sounded very urgent, as Bai Yi moved in the room, the rhythm of the drops still changed subtly. Bai Yi adjusted his direction little by little, and finally walked towards a bookshelf. There were actually not many books on this bookshelf. Only a few were placed as decoration. Rick saw Bai Yi stopped in front of the bookshelf and approached with a flashlight. Is it right here? Isn't this a bookshelf? Where are the flower pots? How can there be grass? Although it seems to have nothing to do with plants, the alarm sounded unusually urgent, as if warning them not to leave easily. Ding ding ding. The sound was loud, but Bai Yi did not turn off the alarm. It seemed as if nothing was in his ears. He stood quietly in front of the bookshelf and slowly scanned. Lick held up a flashlight, looking at the bookshelf, and Bai Yi suspiciously. Chen Su was waiting for Bai Yi's discovery at a distance. The analysis team of the monitoring room and the audience in the live broadcast room were also closely watching Bai Yi's every step. Under the attention of everyone, accompanied by the alarm, Bai Yi bent down slightly, reached out firmly, and took out a plant as small as a finger from the bottom of the bookshelf. The plant had dense dark green needles, and between several clusters of needles, there was a single black fruit the size of a green bean. It was shadow grass. Shadow grass. The monitoring room was instantly boiling. Bai Yi really helped people find shadow grass. Ed waved his fist excitedly. Oh my god! Someone who only slept for 6 hours was the first one to find shadow grass among more than 100 players in the AK field. Is this scientific? A team member exclaimed. This mission is too difficult. If Bai Yi hadn't invented the detector, who would go to such a dark place to look for it? It's incredible. It's simply amazing. Xiao Jing, the team leader, was excited. Hurry up and record the discovery process of the shadow grass, including its location and Bai Yi's search method. Be sure to be detailed. Ed, go find the information officer to search the iron box. Find out what kind of instrument it is, and what the alienated biological energy mentioned by Bai Yi means. And make a supplementary report to Xiao Jing after sorting it out. The game process has been stagnant for a long time, and there is finally progress. Everyone cheer up and work hard. Yes, the scientist found it. In the public live broadcast room, the coxcomb jumped up from a seat, regardless of other people's reactions, and applauded Bai Yi enthusiastically. The audience, who had not been optimistic about Bai Yi before, now stared at the inconspicuous grass in Bai Yi's hand in amazement, and were so shocked that they didn't know what to say. If Bai Yi's first completion of the task was accidental, but now he stood out among all the players for the second time, it can no longer be explained by accident, no matter how reluctant they are to admit it. Everyone has to face a fact. This seemingly weak little white face is really not a cannon fodder, and may even have unnoticeable strength. Their votes were voted wrong. The audience stared at the screen blankly. After a long time, someone lowered his head and secretly adjusted his voting machine. Admit it or not, it doesn't matter. It's this vote. I wonder if it can be changed. Boss, this seems to be the shadow grass. Rick's eyes widened, staring at the grass in Bai Yi's hand, and then turned to Chen Su. Chen Su walked forward to check, and raised his head to meet Bai Yi's eyes. Fortunately, I didn't guess wrong, Bai Yi said with a smile. If I can't find it, I'll lose face. Chen Su heard Bai Yi's joke. and his mouth curled up slightly. Take this grass first. We have enough energy now, so we can do the task later, Chinsu said. Oh, thank you very much. Bai Ye's energy points were not enough, so he was no longer polite and followed Chinsu's words to put away the shadow grass. But there is no soil here, no sunlight and no water. How can grass grow? Rick still couldn't believe it. Even in a virtual space, it shouldn't be so unrealistic. Such plants do exist. Bai Ye explained to Rick. There is indeed a kind of coniferous plant in this world that does not need soil and only relies on moisture in the air to survive. And this shadow grass should be a variant of this plant. Other shadow grasses may also grow in similar environments. We can look for darker places in various buildings, such as book gaps, wall gaps, and gaps between tables and chairs. Yes. Chinsu no longer wasted time. After Bai Ye finished speaking, he turned on the communicator and gave instructions to Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao, tell everyone to search inside the building, remember to bring good lighting, focus on searching book gaps, wall gaps, table and chair gaps and the like. There is only one detector. Everyone search by yourselves first, and then use the detector if you can't find it. Got it, boss. Hu Xiao responded on the communicator. Then, there was a shouting outside the window, followed by click click. Sounds of kicking doors, sounding like the doors around were badly damaged by this group of people. In sharp contrast, the room was much quieter. Since Bai Ye put the shadow grass into the space card, the alarm stopped. It seems that there is no other grass nearby. Let's go. Let's go somewhere else, Bai Ye said, and then walked out of the room and walked towards the stairs. I remember you said. You are not a botanist. Chinsu followed Bai Ye, as if with admiration. No. I just know a little bit. Bai Ye smiled slightly and raised the detector in his hand. This is my specialty. Making instruments? Chinsu asked. To be precise, it's human body mechanics. Oh. Chinsu looked at Bai Ye's back and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Great. You are the ones who are great. Bai Ye responded with a smile. You don't even need to do any missions, and you can pass the second heavenly punishment. Lucky. Chinsu simply answered without further explanation. With a clear scope of search, the next thing went much more smoothly. The two of them, plus a Rick, walked out of the hotel, entered the next building, and found two more grasses. When they returned to the outdoors again, the members of the Night Owl group also gained something. Boss, I found it here too. A subordinate in black came running over excitedly showing Chinsu the shadow grass he found. Look, there are two. I'll give it to you first. I'll find it later, the subordinate said, and actually wanted to hand the grass in his hand to Chinsu. Chinsu did not reach out to take it, but just turned his head slightly to indicate. Give it to Bai Ye. His energy is not enough, Chinsu said. The subordinate was stunned for a moment, and his eyes fell on Bai Ye next to him. This subordinate was not very old, slightly thin, with a delicate face, and his eyes were as bright as water waves. Boss. He glanced at Bai Ye, then turned to Chinsu, looking somewhat reluctant. Chinsu frowned and gestured again. The subordinate did not dare to say anything more, and had to hand over the shadow grass to Bai Ye. Is it enough for 5? Chinsu asked. Yes. Thank you. Bai Ye smiled, and two beautiful arcs appeared at the corners of his eyes. Chinsu's eyes stayed on Bai Ye's face for a second, and then he looked away. Go find the NPC to hand in the task first. Don't waste time, Chinsu said. Then you? Bai Ye asked. We are not in a hurry. We will go over once we find them all. Okay. Bai Ye was no longer polite. He handed the detector to Chinsu, raised his hand to summon the bad machine, and then sat on the machine's shoulder. Then I will leave first. See you again if we are lucky. After saying that, Bai Ye gave the bad machine an order, and the bad machine responded, yes, Master. Then it walked towards the warehouse area where the NPC was. See you again if we are lucky. Means that we will go our separate ways from now on. The handsome subordinate looked unhappy as he watched Bai Ye leave. We gave him all the shadow grass we found. What's his attitude? The subordinate muttered. Chinsu did not respond. He watched Bai Ye go away, lit a cigarette, took a puff, and slowly exhaled the smoke. Then he stuffed the detector left by Bai Ye into the arms of the handsome subordinate. Think about who helped us find the shadow grass. Chinsu said this, and without waiting for the subordinate to answer, he smoked by himself and slowly walked into a building. Chapter 24. Be careful. The phrase, "see you again if we are lucky," does mean that they will go their separate ways. Although Bai Yi took the initiative to help the Night Owl team find the Shadow Grass, and his cooperation with them seemed quite tacit, he never intended to complete this dungeon with them. He could not control Shinsu, nor could he control the Night Owl team. Since he could not control them, he could not guarantee that this journey together would develop in a direction that was beneficial to him. Bai Yi would never put himself in a passive situation because of excessive trust. Therefore, he chose to act alone and keep his distance from everyone. He firmly believed in not building a mutually dependent relationship with anyone, which was also one of his consistent principles. The place to find the Shadow Grass was not far from the warehouse area where the NPC was located. Bai Yi did not let the bad machine turn on the air pressure assist, but walked along the road to the warehouse area. He and the bad machine walked for more than 10 minutes, and then came to the green area in front of the warehouse area. The iron boxes on the ground still had green indicator lights on, and were scattered. The pit he dug still exists. Bai Yi and the bad machine did not stop. They crossed the green land, and came directly to the passage between the two rows of bungalows. As soon as they entered the passage between the bungalows, Bai Yi frowned slightly. It was exactly the same as the last time. What came into view was still the staircase leading to the basement, and the naked blonde man squatting beside the staircase. "Hi, magician." The naked man saw Bai Yi, his eyes lit up, greeted him enthusiastically, and waved his hand. Bai Yi walked to the stairs, put down the broken machine, and nodded politely. Although the naked man was friendly, Bai Yi never dared to relax in front of him like he did with Shinsu, because this man's nerves were a little abnormal, especially the vague dangerous aura that made him alert. The bad machine was too big to enter the basement. Bai Yi didn't want to say more, raised his hand to recall the bad machine, and walked towards the stairs. Before he landed, the naked man suddenly appeared in front of him and continued to ask cheerfully, "You haven't found 5 shadow grasses, have you?" Bai Yi was stunned for a moment, and reluctantly hummed. As a response, the naked man's eyes flashed with surprise. "Oh? So amazing. How did you find it?" "I've been looking for it for a long time, and can't find it." "Then you better go find it quickly." Bai Yi didn't want to argue with him, and tried to bypass him and enter the basement. But before he took a step, the naked man blocked his way again. "Didn't I say I couldn't find it?" The naked man still had that smiling look. "So I can only wait here. What are you waiting for?" Bai Yi looked at the naked man, and his vigilance gradually tightened. "Wait." The naked man raised his lips. "Wait and see if anyone's grass can become mine." As soon as he said the second half of the sentence, a fierce light flashed in the naked man's eyes, and a pale hand suddenly rushed towards Bai Yi's neck. Bai Yi reacted very quickly. Just when his hand was a few centimeters away from his neck, he quickly retreated, and was then steadily held up by the broken machine. "Oh!" The naked man's attack failed, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, as if he had returned to a friendly attitude. "I didn't expect you to react so quickly. Really good. 100 points. Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the broken machine, although he didn't speak, but his eyes became cold. It was not surprising that the naked man attacked. He was sneaking around here, and definitely did not have any good intentions. Ever since being stopped by the naked man, Bai Yi had been on high alert, ready to summon the bad machine again at any time. When the naked man attacked, the bad machine had already landed behind him, and immediately activated the protection function to protect Bai Yi firmly. "It seems that if I want to get your grass, I have to get rid of your robot first." The naked man's tone was glib and seemed careless. "For someone like you, without a robot, your combat effectiveness is basically zero. Right? Isn't it? Isn't it? Am I right?" "You are right." Bai Yi was not angered by the naked man's ridicule, but admitted generously, "But how is the combat effectiveness? You have to let me get rid of the robot first." Bai Yi looked down at the naked man. His attitude was indifferent, but his words were like a cold blade. "Go ahead, broken machine. Be careful, don't let him die. Bai Yi and Ka Suo are fighting." A cry suddenly came from the monitoring room, and the busy team members immediately focused their attention on Bai Yi's screen. What happened? Many people temporarily put down their work and gathered in front of Bai Yi's monitor. "Why are they fighting?" an analyst asked Ed curiously. "It's Ka Suo." Ed has been paying attention to Bai Yi, so he knows the whole story. However, just as he opened his mouth to say a few words, the Bai Yi robot on the screen quickly changed into a fighting posture, stabilized its body, And then a familiar white laser was fired from the mechanical arm, accurately hitting the unprotected chest of Queso. Hey, don't. Is he crazy? The members of the analysis team immediately exclaimed, and broke out in cold sweats. They have all seen the power of the laser cannon suspected to be PKL-5 that Baiyi equipped for the robot. It is a high-energy weapon that can melt super titanium alloy. Although it looks like the output is low power, the brightness of the white light is much weaker than when facing tank crabs and mutant plants. But even if the laser is reduced in energy, the mortal body cannot withstand it. Not to mention that this laser hit Queso's chest. The cost of killing a player in the game is quite heavy. If Queso dies like this, Baiyi will be in despair. The members of the analysis team held their breath and stared at the screen intently, and broke out in cold sweats for Queso and Baiyi. These two potential players in the AK group, cannot both of them die like this. Baiyi in the picture also looked solemn, and the robot's movements were obviously slowed down for a moment. At the same time, after being attacked by Baiyi's laser, Queso was not knocked down, nor did he show any reaction. Although the focus of the monitoring room was on him, from the angle of the camera, it was impossible to see that he was injured. Everyone held their breath and waited quietly for the situation to change. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds later, Queso's right foot gently took a step back, kicked up the dust, made a slight sound. Then, Queso actually jumped lightly, and instantly flew into the air. He's fine. He's fine. How is this possible? He's shirtless, without even a piece of armor. The members of the analysis team were shocked. Even if Queso was strong, luckily he was not seriously injured, but he was hit by a laser cannon that could defeat super titanium. How could he be unscathed? How could he still fight? Is he still a human? However, Queso's movements were like a phantom. Even after being hit, he was still extremely agile. He used the force to jump onto the roof of the bungalow, looking down at the white night below. A sly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a golden longbow suddenly appeared in his empty hand. Is this his weapon? The appearance of the longbow immediately caused an exclamation in the monitoring room. In this era of technological advancement, longbows have long been exhibited in museums. Not to mention where this naked guy got this half-length bow from. As the second highest seated player in the AK field after Chen Su, he actually used this antique weapon. This contrast is enough to make people dumbfounded. That's right. This Kasua. He uses a bow. A small voice came out from the shock of everyone. It was the analyst who had been following Kasua. And his arrows are very special. Special? Everyone looked at the analyst, expecting him to explain why they were special. But before the analyst could add anything, Kasua on the screen had already pulled the bowstring, and a beam of white light shot out from the empty bow, directly heading towards Baiyi. You have to hide. The white light shot towards Baiyi's face like a sharp arrow, and Baiyi's pupils suddenly shrank, and in an almost instantaneous reaction, his figure flashed, and he quickly flipped off the seat. The force field around the seat can resist most physical attacks. Even bullets are not afraid of it. However, what this naked man used was not a physical object that the force field could resist. His weapon was a light arrow. At the moment when Baiyi flipped off the seat, the light arrow was passed, and instantly penetrated the leather cushion of the seat. Baiyi narrowly avoided the arrow of light, landed on his feet steadily, looked up at the naked man standing on the roof. The laser cannon of the bad machine should have hit the naked man's chest directly, but Baiyi had no idea of this. From his perspective, the bad machine was obviously aiming at the naked man's left arm. Perhaps because the naked man moved too quickly, or the bad machine made a mistake in prediction, the laser bullet accidentally deviated from the target. Baiyi understood the consequences of hitting the player, and the momentary tension made a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. But at this moment, Baiyi's eyes were fixed on the pale chest of the naked man. Not only was there no scar, there was not even a trace of red mark. Chapter 25 Naked Queso. How could this happen? The camera angle turned, and the members of the analysis team also saw Queso's unharmed body. He was hit by a laser cannon, but he was not injured. Is he really not a human? The analysts simply couldn't believe their eyes, and the bald team leader, who had always ignored the shortcomings, was also completely shocked at this time. What is the reason for this? Does Queso have any special abilities? The bald team leader hurriedly asked the team member who was following Queso, but the team member was incoherent, stuttering, and couldn't explain it clearly for a long time. Hey, forget it. The bald team leader ran out of patience. He paused for a second, took a deep breath, and then raised his head and shouted, "Moo!" He shouted to the information officer in the corner. Quickly collect all the information about Kazuo and send it to me as soon as possible. The team leader's shout instantly quieted the monitoring room. Everyone was expecting a clear explanation for this incredible situation. After a short silence, the computer on the table made a slight sound, which instantly attracted everyone's attention. Here it comes! Ed rushed to the computer and quickly opened the file he had just received. Team leader, Kazuo's information has arrived. After confirming the content of the file, Ed hurriedly greeted the team leader and colleagues. For Information Officer Mu, collecting a player's information was obviously not a problem, and the speed of information transmission was quite fast. He still maintained his usual work style, saying little and handling work like a robot. The team leader seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't want to argue with him. When he heard Ed's call, he walked to the computer and carefully checked the information sent by the information officer. It must be said that this information officer did a very solid job. Although the information was not long, the content answered their previous questions appropriately. So that's it. The team leader looked at the lines of keywords on the page and seemed to be thinking. So he has such ability. No wonder in the preliminaries, only he could defeat the electromagnetic piranha. Ed and Xiaojing looked at each other, and the other team members also looked enlightened. Then it's hard to say who will win in the duel between him and Bai Yi, someone said hesitantly, and the others nodded in agreement, and then turned their eyes to Bai Yi's screen. On the screen, Bai Yi stood beside the robot, and Kazuo lowered his bow. The two sides did not fight again, nor did they have the intention to shake hands and make peace. They just faced each other quietly. The tense atmosphere just now became subtle. What a trouble. The roofs of the bungalows were all covered with waterproof tarpaulin, which was quite stable to stand on. Seeing that Bai Yi did not attack again, the naked man simply squatted on the roof and played with the longbow in his hand. This game has rules. I can't kill you, and you can't kill me. If a fight really breaks out, we may all be buried with them. So, let's save ourselves some trouble. The naked man smiled. Just give me your shadow grass. You know where it is. I don't know. Give me your grass, and you go find a few more, then we will both complete the mission. Isn't it great? Wow, think about it carefully. This plan is perfect. What do you think, magician? The naked man's words sounded a little stupid. Bai Yi stared at him coldly, not bothering to respond. Bai Yi would certainly not hand over the shadow grass. But if the negotiations failed after a few words, and the naked man chose to take it by force, then it would be a problem for Bai Yi. The power of PKL-5 is unquestionable. Even a tank crab with full armor can be hit by it. But the man in front of him was hit by the laser bullet of PKL-5. But he was still unharmed and alive and kicking. Is it armor, potion, superpowers, or some special transformation? Bai Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. Whatever the reason, Bai Yi knew that there was probably no weapon that could make him retreat. What? I've analyzed the situation so clearly, but you still don't want to give it to me. The naked man seemed to really think he was very smart. Bai Yi's face was cold and silent. He kept asking, You won't give it to me? Really? What if you really don't give it to me? Bai Yi asked, while quietly moving his feet, hiding half of his body behind the broken machine in the naked man's blind spot. PKL-5 is Bai Yi's strongest weapon. If PKL-5 can't deal with him, then I'm afraid this is the only thing that can deal with him. Bai Yi stared at the naked man and quietly took out a seemingly ordinary long-barreled gun. This was the needle bullet anesthesia gun that Shinsu gave Bai Yi. The modifier in the needle bullet had been replaced by Bai Yi with a strong anesthetic. After all, there were not many plants that needed modifiers. But there were many unfriendly players. For example, the three of Pang San. Another example was the guy in front of him. He couldn't be killed, and he couldn't get rid of him. So he could only use this to make him obedient. As for whether he would die after being anesthetized, that was not something Bai Yi needed to consider. You won't give it to me? Then I can only rob it by force. The naked man raised his eyebrows, seeming helpless. It's not fun to fight. Don't die accidentally and drag me down with you. Don't worry. I won't die in front of you, Bai Yi said coldly, holding the gun handle tightly behind the broken machine, quietly loading the tranquilizer gun. Really? Then, let's try it. As soon as the voice fell, the naked man's originally relaxed face suddenly became unusually sharp. He bounced his legs, jumped up from the roof nimbly, quickly pulled up the longbow, and a thin white light arrow appeared on the string again. At the same time, Bai Yi's eyebrows tightened instantly. and he suddenly threw out the tranquilizer gun from behind. And the black muzzle was aimed at the naked man. Obviously, the naked man didn't expect Bai Yi to have such a hidden move. His face tightened, and the movement stopped immediately. At the moment when he was slow to react, a flame bomb suddenly flew out from behind Bai Yi, instantly cutting through the air and exploding less than half a meter in front of the naked man. Bai Yi turned his head quickly, and saw a group of men in black quickly climbing onto the roof and rushing towards the explosion. Their leader Chen Su lowered the smoking muzzle of his gun and stared at the naked man who jumped out of the fireball. His brows slightly furrowed. In today's era, plants and machines are constantly mutating, and even planets have become difficult to survive. Humans are also beginning to develop superpowers as the trend goes on, which seems not impossible. However, being invulnerable to swords and guns, fearless of water and fire, these superpowers are really too amazing. Chen Su saw the man jumping out of the flames, unscathed, and stopped attacking. Although he has special abilities, he seems a little helpless in front of many members of the Night Owl group, and even turns around and runs away, seemingly not intending to confront them head-on. "Hey! You have so many people fighting against me alone. This is really a foul," Casso shouted, jumping between the roof and the ground, and flexibly moving back and forth in the narrow passage. He did not fight back, nor did he run away, and the longbow in his hand seemed to disappear. However, for the Night Owl group, this naked man was still difficult to deal with. This naked man not only had the ability to be invulnerable to swords and guns, but also had outstanding speed, strength, and flexibility. It was not easy to hit him accurately. Even if he was shot with lasers, flames, or shells, it would have no effect on him. So, how should this naked man be dealt with? Who is this man? Chen Su stopped attacking, stood beside Bai Yi, watched the chase scene quietly, and asked Bai Yi, "I don't know him." Bai Yi's eyes were fixed on the naked man. "He wants to steal the shadow grass." Chen Su nodded. "This man is not easy to deal with. We can try this." Bai Yi watched the naked man jump down from the roof next to him, and then leap to the other side again, raising the tranquilizer gun and aiming at him. "Tranquilizer gun? Will this work on him?" Chen Su raised his eyebrows and asked. "I don't know, let's try it." Bai Yi didn't explain much, focusing on aiming at the fast-running naked man, preparing to shoot. Bai Yi used a laser weapon, and Chen Su's flame bomb was a flame attack. Both were weapons that caused energy damage. The results of the first two attacks proved that the naked man was almost completely immune to energy damage. Therefore, if he wanted to cause higher damage, he had to find another way. Perhaps an inconspicuous physical attack like a tranquilizer gun could bypass his special ability and end this fruitless chase. At the same time, the naked man was still jumping between the roof and the ground, slowly circling a path with an unknown purpose. After turning around, the members of the Night Owl team tacitly split into two teams. One team continued to chase, while the other team quietly circled in front of the naked man, obviously preparing to launch a pincer attack. The naked man was still unaware and kept jumping high. Just as he climbed onto the roof of one side, a group of men in black suddenly blocked his way, forming a pincer attack from the front and back. "Now!" Bai Yi's eyes flashed with a gleam of light, and he was ready to press the trigger. However, before Bai Yi could fire, the naked man actually jumped up from between the two teams, staring at Bai Yi sharply. The next moment, the golden longbow appeared in his hand, and a flame-wrapped arrow flew towards Bai Yi and Chen Su. Chen Su's expression was stern, and he quickly dodged. Bai Yi was pushed away by the enemy and moved to the side safely. As the arrow landed, it caused a burst of fire, separating Bai Yi and Chen Su. At this moment, a black shadow passed by Bai Yi, and he instantly found that his tranquilizer gun was missing. "Oh, fortunately, it's okay," a greasy voice sounded from behind, and Bai Yi turned around suddenly, and saw the naked man standing high above, holding his tranquilizer gun in his hand. "This thing is really dangerous in your hand." The naked man grinned, as if joking. "Why don't I help you keep it?" "Don't thank me." After that, he quickly jumped away, got rid of the fight, and disappeared from everyone's sight. Bai Yi's face darkened instantly. He wanted to chase him, but stopped, stood there coldly, and said nothing for a long time. "Are you okay?" Chen Su walked to Bai Yi and asked with concern. "No." Bai Yi turned his eyes back to the direction where the naked man disappeared. He took my tranquilizer gun. This seemingly plain sentence made Chen Su startled. Others might not notice it, but as the leader of the Night Owl group, Chen Su was too familiar with this tone. In the calm expression, there was a hint of suppressed anger, and those who targeted this anger often could not escape bad luck. We still have this gun. You can get another one if you need it. Chen Su paused for a moment and said, No need. I will get it back after the mission is completed. Bai Yi finally just glanced at the direction where the naked man went away, took a deep breath, put this matter aside for the time being, turned to Chen Su. You came here so quickly. Have you found all the shadow grass? Yes. Chen Su nodded and handed the detector back to Bai Yi. Thank you for your instrument. You're welcome. Bai Yi put away the detector and his eyes returned to Chen Su again. Then, you go first. Chen Su interrupted Bai Yi. In this game, most players who complete the task first will receive generous energy rewards. Now, Bai Yi and members of the Night Owl group are standing at the entrance of the basement where the NPC is located. Whoever takes the first step may cause a difference of thousands of points. If it weren't for the sudden intervention of the naked man, Bai Yi would have completed the task long ago. And Chen Su had chosen to give in, so he would not compete with Bai Yi for this opportunity. His attitude was firm, and Bai Yi was tactful and did not say thank you anymore. After putting away the broken machine, Bai Yi smiled at Chen Su, and then walked through Chen Su's black-clothed subordinates to the entrance of the basement. Chapter 26. More than just the top 3. Boss Chen Su is really kind and righteous. He gave up the achievement points for completing the task in the first place so easily. In the live broadcast room, some people couldn't help but admire. The temperament of the boss and ordinary people is really not on the same level. What do you mean by giving up? The coxcomb muttered, feeling a little dissatisfied. In his opinion, it was Bai Yi who found the shadow grass first, so Bai Yi should be the first to complete the task. It's not a question of giving up or not. But he didn't intend to argue with others, and quickly focused his attention on Bai Yi's live broadcast again, due to the large number of players online at the same time. In order to avoid confusion, the sound in the live broadcast room was muted, and Bai Yi's screen was just a silent image. In Bai Yi's camera, as soon as he handed the shadow grass to the NPC immediately turned on a monitoring screen, and seemed to be pointing and talking to Bai Yi. Bai Yi's expression became more and more serious. As soon as the NPC finished speaking, he turned and walked towards the basement. The coxcomb-headed man didn't understand Bai Yi's intention for a moment. Just when he was about to observe carefully, someone suddenly patted his shoulder from behind, drawing his attention back. Turning around, he saw a thin, ordinary-looking young boy sitting behind him, leaning forward, with a slight smile on his face. Hey, brother. This Bai Yi. Do you think he is a scientist? Do you know him? The boy asked. Huh? What do you mean? The coxcomb-headed man became alert. He noticed that Bai Yi didn't seem to have any other fans, and most of the people in the live broadcast room were those who voted for him. Now someone came to him to mention Bai Yi, which made him unable to judge whether the other party's intention was good or bad. Nothing. Just asking casually. The boy was friendly and stretched out his right hand. Let me introduce myself. My name is Arnold. The coxcomb-haired man glanced at Arnold cautiously, shook hands with him hesitantly, and said nothing more, just quietly waiting for the next step. Did you vote for Bai Yi? Arnold asked with his hand back. Yeah. The coxcomb nodded. I came late. I only watched a small part of the live broadcast, and I haven't voted for him yet. Arnold continued. I'm actually a little hesitant. It stands to reason that Chen Su is very strong, but he always pays attention to his subordinates, and his personal performance may not be outstanding. For this second task, Bai Yi will go in and hand it in first, and he will get 1,000 points immediately. So I'm thinking, is it better to vote for Bai Yi, so he has a greater chance of winning? You just said he's a scientist? Is he really that good? Do you think he can make it into the top 3 in the end? Really good. When the coxcomb heard Arnold's words, his eyes lit up instantly, his lips slightly opened, and he couldn't believe his ears. Finally someone recognized Bai Yi's strength. Finally, there is someone like me, who is willing to support Bai Yi. I am no longer alone. Finally, I am not the only fan. Of course he is awesome. After a second of stunned silence, the coxcomb-headed man's voice suddenly rose an octave, and he almost jumped out of his chair in excitement. You vote for him. No problem. Let alone the top 3. With Bai Yi's ability, he can definitely take the first place in the server. In the dungeon, warehouse area, outside the entrance to the basement. Bai Yi had been inside for a while. The members of the Night Owl group were waiting outside according to Chinsu's instructions. Although no one said it explicitly, they were somewhat unhappy. The Night Owl group was a large organization with a clear internal hierarchy. The organization was divided into several teams, and each team divided its members into different levels according to their combat power. Everyone had to be promoted based on their strength, and rely on their combat performance to gain recognition from the team leaders and the top boss Chinsu. If this survival competition had not broken the normal order, many people might have to work hard for a long time before they could have the opportunity to become Chinsu's direct subordinates and accept his direct command. Even the bald Huixiao, who was recognized for his strong fighting ability, became the captain of the 15 3 years after joining the team, and became Chinsu's confidant. And Bai Yi, an outsider with no fighting ability. Why did the boss look at him differently as soon as he appeared? Was it because of his unorthodox methods? Or was it because of his face that was only worth watching? Although everyone did not say it on the surface. They felt indignant about this in their hearts, and even expected Bai Yi to make a fool of himself at the critical moment, so that the boss would know that he was actually a weak chicken. Salon. Chinsu called the handsome subordinate. But Salon was looking at the stairs leading to the basement, as if thinking about something, and did not hear. Salon? Chinsu called again, and Salon came back to his senses. Boss, Salon replied. Go down and see Bai Yi. He hasn't come out for so long. Is there any problem? Chinsu instructed. Ah? Salon frowned, obviously reluctant. There are only NPCs in the basement. I didn't hear him calling for help. There shouldn't be any problem. Although Salon is not tall, he has shown extraordinary fighting ability since he joined the team in his teens. So he has been brought by Chinsu very early. Although he is young, he has a close relationship with Chinsu. Among the subordinates present, he is the only one who dares to talk to Chinsu like this. Go quickly. Salon was not very obedient, and Chinsu didn't care about him. He just frowned slightly and urged him again. In desperation, Salon could only follow Chinsu's instructions and walk to the basement. After going down 2 or 3 steps, he heard a ding-dong prompt sound, and the familiar female voice of the system sounded again above the copy. Player AK-066 Bai Yi first found 5 shadow grasses and handed them over to the task NPC, completed the copy task 2, missing raw materials. Player Bai Yi obtained the achievement, The Wise Eye in the Shadow, reward energy points, 1,000 points. I said he was okay. Salon stopped on the stairs, listening to the system's broadcast, muttering in a low voice. But for some reason, after the broadcast ended, the system did not celebrate Bai Yi's success, nor did it set off fireworks for him. After the gentle female voice finished talking about the reward, it seemed to stop dryly. But no matter what, the mission was completed. The achievement was obtained, and Bai Yi was obviously fine. Salon breathed a sigh of relief and did not go to the basement to check. Salon paused for a moment, then turned around and prepared to go upstairs. At this moment, the door of the basement suddenly opened, and Bai Yi walked out quickly. Salon was stunned for a moment, and stood on the steps in a daze. Bai Yi took a few steps up the stairs, whispered to Salon, "Excuse me." Then he hurried to Chinsu. "What's wrong?" Chinsu saw that Bai Yi looked wrong, and asked proactively, "Chinsu?" Bai Yi stopped in front of Chinsu, looking straight at him. His tone was extremely serious. "Hurry up and hand in the grass. Don't listen to the NPCs anymore. Get ready as soon as possible. In 5 minutes, a large number of mutant plants will flood into the city, and the main target of attack will be this warehouse area. We must ensure that while the NPCs are making potions, they will not be disturbed by the mutant plants, so that we can finally get the potions and leave this copy." Alarm, alarm. As soon as Bai Yi's voice fell, the enemy attack alarm rang, as if it was going to shake the whole world. Whether in the monitoring hall of the dungeon or in the live broadcast room, everyone heard this thrilling system alarm at the same time. A large number of mutant plants are pouring into the city. A large number of mutant plants are pouring into the city. Plants have entered the outskirts of the city. They are advancing to the west of the city. Mission 3. The battle to defend the Green City is now open. Players are requested to actively participate in the battle, protect the safety of the city, and work hard to complete the mission. It turns out that once someone hands in the shadow grass, the plot of Mission 3 will be triggered immediately. Ed reacted quickly, and while speaking, he stared at the large and small screens in front of him. The players on each screen also heard the sudden alarm and responded in a hurry. Some even picked up weapons immediately. The analysis team in front of the screen was also infected by the urgent atmosphere of the game and became nervous along with the players. This system. Why is it so unconventional? Everyone has started Task 3. What should be done with the players who have not completed Task 2? Someone frowned and said. And there is less than an hour before the punishment. If these two things collide, won't the difficulty be doubled? Not necessarily. The bald team leader thought for a while and spoke in the discussion. Bai completed the second task at this time, which is actually a blessing for many players. You can get energy points by defeating plants, as long as the players are strong enough. The large-scale attack of mutant plants is equivalent to delivering energy points to the door for those players who can't find the shadow grass. Isn't this a good thing? Yes. The team leader's words made the analysis team nod in agreement. If Chinsu and Bai hadn't met, they would probably not have found the shadow grass. An analyst made a hypothesis. And fighting mutant plants is the Night Owl team's strong point. Who knows what achievements they can achieve in this fight? Indeed, this game is so cleverly designed in terms of both intelligence and force. And players can get generous points. Everyone's thoughts changed, and their faces relaxed a lot from the previous tension. Shadow grass is hard to find. If you rely solely on completing tasks to obtain energy points, I'm afraid many players will fall in the face of heaven's punishment. Thinking about it carefully. Although Bai cannot predict the final trend of the game, he completed the task at this time, which is indeed a bit of icing on the cake. Anyway, the team leader continued. This game is more complicated than we thought, and it is difficult to predict how the situation will change next. Each group should pay close attention to the progress. Yes, the team members responded in unison. At the same time, Chinsu and others in the live broadcast have successfully completed the task and returned to the ground one after another. Soon, NPC Catherine also walked out of the basement, holding a transparent sealed box in her hand, which contained a group of dark green coniferous plants. It was the shadow grass that Bai, Chinsu, and the Night Owl group gave her. The equipment for making potions is in the warehouse over here. Catherine motioned the players to follow, and said as she walked, the shadow grass you brought is still fresh, and can be used as raw material. If we wait a little longer, the shadow grass may go bad. As she spoke, she walked to a dark iron door not far from the basement entrance and unlocked it with her fingerprint. The potion must be made as soon as possible, and the mutant plants are about to attack. Please be sure to stop these plants for me, until the potion is made. In addition, the instrument used to make the potion is an ultramicro vibration separator. This equipment is very precise. Strong vibrations and temperature changes from the outside world will affect its accuracy, causing the potion to fail. Therefore, please be careful not to cause any vibrations or temperature fluctuations during the battle. Otherwise the potion will not be successfully made, and you will not be able to leave the city. Look! Catherine suddenly raised her head and looked into the distance. They are coming! Bai's expression froze slightly, and he quickly followed Catherine's line of sight. Gray buildings were being quickly swallowed by dense green. Giant trees bared their teeth and claws, raising dust that covered the sky. Special mission. Catherine must be safe. Is about to start. At this time, the system's voice sounded again above the warehouse area. Please protect Catherine and the ultramicro vibration separator under the siege of mutant plants, and ensure the smooth production of special effects medicine. The medicine production time is 20 minutes, and the mutant plants will stop refreshing after 20 minutes. If Catherine is still alive and successfully makes the potion after 20 minutes, the mission is successful. Please note, do not cause negative effects such as vibration and temperature changes during the battle. Once the negative effects accumulate to a certain extent, the mission will fail in advance. The timer will start in 1 minute. Please prepare as soon as possible. Your battle is about to begin, and I must also start making potions, Catherine said, pushing open the dark iron door. Good luck to both of us. Chapter 27 Alarm. The alarm sounded. Here they come. Chinsu looked around and saw the mutant plants approaching rapidly from all directions, said in a deep voice. The room that NPC Catherine entered was in the middle of the row of long bungalows next to the basement entrance. Chinsu roughly assessed the surrounding terrain and quickly arranged a battle plan for his subordinates. Huixiao, take your people to the bungalow. The back of the bungalow is left to you. Sanlan, and the rest of you, go to the roof to defend. Others, Follow me and guard the main gate. Strong vibrations and temperature changes cannot occur during the battle, so remember not to use any explosive weapons, flame and freezing weapons. Time is running out, act quickly. Understood. The subordinates in black have all been strictly trained, and immediately rushed to their respective defensive positions after receiving the order. Bai Yi also summoned the bad machine, and stood beside Qin Su. I'll guard the main gate with you, Bai Yi said. Yes. Qin Su nodded, and pulled out the red glowing laser knife from the space card. Bai Yi sat on the seat on the shoulders of the bad machine, fastened his seat belts, and prepared to face this wave of mutant plants. The mutant plants came fiercely, quickly submerged the gray buildings in the distance, and rushed to the warehouse area. In a blink of an eye, the vines in front had already climbed up the bungalows in the front row. Please note that the special mission will start counting down in 10 seconds. The system sounded at the right time. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Get ready. It's time to go. Yes. Let's start. In the AK live broadcast room, Coxcomb and Arnold sat side by side, staring at Bai Ye's screen. On the screen, Bai Ye's robot did not start the laser cannon to bombard crazily, nor did it wield a laser knife to slaughter like Qin Su did. Instead, it just used two large mechanical hands to resist the attack of the mutant plants. Although it was barehanded, the strength of the mechanical hands was not comparable to that of ordinary humans. The hard tree trunks were like fragile biscuits in the mechanical hands. With a slap, they were broken into sawdust all over the ground. And those thick vines were even more fragile in front of the mechanical hands. With a pull of the hands, the juice splashed and they burst instantly. Wow! The coxcomb-headed man stared at the battle of the robots, and the flashing light in his eyes seemed to blind people. Look, Arnold. Look at these metal lines. Look at these simulated muscles. Look at the strength of these movements. Oh my god, this is what a robot should look like. Amazing. Arnold was also infected by the coxcomb-headed man's enthusiasm, staring at the fighting robots intently, with a look of amazement. Is this robot Bai Ye's? I haven't seen it just now. How come it suddenly appeared? Hey, Bai Yi is indeed a scientist. We can't understand the operation of scientists. This is normal. The coxcomb-headed man was very enthusiastic about his new idol. You don't know how shocking it is when Bai Ye's robot really shines. Do you know that in the first qualifying match, Bai Yi faced a huge metal crab? No one in the audience thought he could win, but he easily summoned the robot and fired it, and the crab turned into ashes. The coxcomb was beaming with joy, and his tone and content were quite exaggerated. Arnold was stunned and nodded in response. Bai Yi is so powerful. Then why did so many people vote for him? Alas, those people are really blind. Just follow me to vote. Your brother's vision is absolutely correct, the coxcomb said confidently. After this special mission is completed, they get the potion and leave the city, and the game will probably be over. He just got 1,000 points. He is ahead by so much. He is definitely in the first place. This wave of mutant plants is basically the species seen in the city before. In the monitoring room, the members of the analysis team are busy analyzing the battle situation urgently. Although they cannot use overly powerful weapons in this mission, but with the physical fitness and combat skills of the players in the Night Owl group, even with laser knives, it is more than enough to deal with these plants. Although Bai Ye's personal combat power rating is only D level, his robot is powerful. With robots helping him fight and protect him, I believe Bai Yi can successfully complete this mission and earn considerable points. Yeah! The bald team leader watched the fierce battle on the screen, while occasionally participating in the discussion of the team members. According to the plot setting, after this battle, the game will be coming to an end. The top 3 on the energy list are Bai Yi, Qin Su and Hu Xiao. These 3 are currently carrying out the same special task of protecting NPCs, earning the same points. If nothing unexpected happens, the final top 3 should be them. The team members nodded in agreement. In addition, players outside the warehouse area have also encountered mutant plants in different areas. Some players with a small difference in energy points, or those who have defeated more plants, can already pass the second heavenly punishment. Xiao Jing also shared his real-time statistical results with his colleagues. There is still more than half an hour before the second punishment. In the following time, plants will continue to appear, as long as their fighting power can be maintained. It seems that the death toll of the second punishment will be far less than the first. The team leader nodded. This is indeed thanks to Bai Yi. The reduction in the number of deaths made the team leader feel relieved. And the team members were also happy. After all, witnessing the disappearance of life with one's own eyes is always a heavy blow. In short, there should not be much suspense about what happens next. Compared with the vegetation outbreaks in AE and AF, our progress is the fastest. And the process is bound to be the most exciting. There is a lot of information in this battle that is worth writing into the report. Shijing, you can start to organize the report materials. The team leader paused for a moment after speaking, but did not hear Xiaojing's response. The team leader looked at Xiaojing in confusion, and saw Xiaojing holding his glasses, staring at Bai Ye's screen intently, as if studying something. Huh? Shijing? Xiaojing? The team leader called again. Did you hear what I said just now? Ah, team leader. Xiaojing finally came back to his senses. I heard it. What are you looking at? The team leader was a little dissatisfied with Xiaojing's absent-mindedness. That team leader. Look here. Xiaojing noticed the team leader's expression and carefully pointed to the picture in the distance of the screen. That plant in the distance looks like I've never seen it before. There is no such record in the data, and I have no impression of the shape of this tree crown. Look, what is that? Only 12 minutes and 20 seconds left, everyone. Come on. Oh. Hui Xiao's voice came from the other side of the bungalow, and then there were several responses from his subordinates. There were many mutant plants, but when they really fought, it was not difficult for the Night Owl team to deal with them. Everyone worked together with ease. As for Bai Yi, with the continuous supply of bad machines to block the plants and the reliable Night Owl team to cooperate, it was naturally not a problem. However, when the bad machines were fighting barehanded, they shook violently up and down, and after a while, Bai Yi sat on its shoulders, and his stomach churned a little. What's wrong? Jinsu noticed that Bai Yi looked unhappy during the battle, and asked with concern. It's okay. Bai Yi responded simply. Seeing a tall plant approaching Jinsu, he immediately reminded him, be careful. Jinsu was very good at dealing with these plants. He just chopped down with a knife and cut the tall plant in half. This plant was very different from the ones they had seen before. Not only was it huge in shape, but there were also black balls of hair on the branches like dandelions. Jinsu swung his knife to cut off the main trunk, and the hair balls flew around like fluffy cotton balls, floating around Bai Yi and Jinsu. After so many battles, they had seen all kinds of plants, and it was not surprising that a new species suddenly appeared. However, for some reason, Bai Yi felt a little uneasy when he saw these fur balls floating in the air. He stretched out his hand, wanting to catch a fur ball and observe it carefully. But before his hand stretched out too far, Bai Yi suddenly retracted his hand and exclaimed, Jinsu! At the moment he shouted, those light fur balls suddenly expanded, and then a huge explosion sounded, as if they came out of thin air. Boom! Boom! A series of explosions spread quickly, and Jinsu reacted very quickly. He jumped up with the help of the tree trunk next to him, and jumped to the roof opposite, avoiding this wave of explosions. The bad machine quickly turned on the air pressure assistance, and retreated to a safe area 4 or 5 meters away. The explosion of a single hair ball is not very powerful, but the explosion of a group of hair balls at the same time is quite amazing. In order to successfully complete the task, everyone dared not even fire a small cannon. Who knew that the system would mix such a thing into the mutant plants? As if it was deliberately making them fail the task. Jinsu frowned, and before he jumped off the roof, he saw an unexploded small black-haired ball gently floating towards Catherine's window, and then suddenly expanded. Jinsu's pupils shrank instantly, but the roof was too far from the window, and he had no time to react. Zhou Fang. Yes! Jinsu shouted like thunder, and his strong subordinates immediately flew out and pressed the hair ball that was about to explode under him without hesitation. Boom! Chapter 28 The Source of Mutation Warning. Bai Ye's breathing could not help but stagnate. As the explosion sounded, the system's alarm sounded like a death warrant. Accumulated vibration of the explosion, 650 points. The ultramicro vibration separator can withstand a maximum vibration of 2,500 points. If the vibration accumulates to the limit, the mission will face failure. Please be careful. Zhou Fang, are you okay? Jinsu immediately jumped down from the roof, waving his arms to chop the restless plants around him. It's okay, boss. Zhou Fang was a burly man with a thunderous voice. He wiped the black dust off his chest with his hands and replied to Chinsu. I'm not injured. I'm wearing protective clothing. That's good. Chinsu confirmed that Zhou Fan was safe and sound, and quickly picked up the intercom to issue new instructions to his subordinates. Attention! A new type of mutant plant has appeared. The tree is tall and covered with black hair on the top. It may cause an explosion when it spreads out. Be especially vigilant and make sure the explosion is far away from the NPC's room to avoid further accumulation of vibration. Got it! The subordinates responded in unison. What kind of plant is this? The bald leader's eyes widened, focusing on the hairball exploding wildly on the screen. Xiao Jing, are you saying that this plant has never appeared before? Yes. Xiao Jing replied, and then showed the computer screen to the bald leader. Team leader, please take a look at this data. The bald leader lowered his head. Xiao Jing's computer was flashing information about the exploding black hair tree. Black Supuliang, difficulty rating 3,302 points, danger level 4 stars, mutation level, level 5. The leader carefully read the information about the hairball tree, suddenly realized something, and turned his head to look at Xiao Jing. Bring up the information about the popula tree and the tentacle vine in the research institute. Xiao Jing immediately operated and quickly brought up the data the team leader wanted. The popula tree. Comprehensive score 765 points. Mutation level 1. Purple vine score 1340. Mutation level 2. The popula tree and purple vine are only level 1 or 2. And the mutation level of this black Supuliang has reached level 5. The team leader and Xiao Jing looked at each other for a second and came to the conclusion in unison, could this be the high-dimensional mutant plant that the NPC mentioned? Record it quickly. The team leader hurriedly ordered. But didn't the NPC say that the high-dimensional mutant plants were all outside the city? How could they come here to attack them? Ed was surprised. I don't know if this is the setting of this special mission, or if the system has made a temporary adjustment based on their strong combat capabilities. The team leader pondered for a moment. With this black Supuliang, the difficulty of this special mission has increased instantly. The prohibition of using high-energy weapons has increased the difficulty of the mission, and now these black-haired trees have appeared. Even if the White Knight and Night Owl group join forces, I'm afraid this level will not be so smooth. Look! The team leader pointed to the battle scene on the screen. Around Bai Yi and his team, several black fir trees emerged from different directions. The fighters of the Night Owl team carefully drove away the scattered black fir balls, trying to prevent them from exploding near the NPC room. However, these fir balls seemed to be very smart, easily avoiding the obstruction of the Night Owl team members, going with the wind, and heading straight for the NPC room. The dozen of them could not completely control the flying black fir balls. The originally easy battle, due to the intervention of these high-dimensional plants, instantly made everyone fall into a difficult battle. Hey, it exploded again! In front of the screen of Bai Yi, Chinsu and others, the team members, who were paying attention to the battle situation, felt nervous. This battle seemed particularly difficult, the brave fighting power of the Night Owl group seemed unable to be exerted, and everyone was miserable. The vibration value rose rapidly. In just 3 minutes, the first black hair tree appeared, and the vibration value had reached 2050 points. The vibration is still 450 points away, their mission will fail. Even if they were just watching, the team members were full of anxiety. What should we do? This wave of plant attacks will last for more than 8 minutes. If this continues, their mission will definitely fail. What will happen if they fail? Someone suddenly asked. Can they find shadow grass again and redo the mission? When this was said, everyone was stunned, and no one answered for a moment. This was the first official game, and no one had ever experienced a similar situation. Besides, Bai Yi and his team were ahead of other groups, and what would happen in the future was an unknown to everyone. Do you remember what the NPC said? After a moment, the bald team leader first proposed a guess. The NPC mentioned at the beginning of the mission, if the potion fails, you will never be able to leave this city again. If I'm not mistaken, this sentence probably implies that once they fail, they won't have a second chance to restart the mission. No second chance. Everyone exclaimed. Then will they? Boom! Before he finished speaking, an explosion sounded on Chinsu's screen again. The system alarm followed closely. Although the Night Owl team continued to try to avoid another explosion, the number of black hair balls was too large. The vibration value quickly accumulated to 2,320 points. It exploded again. They are about to fail. What should we do? Everyone gathered together, worried about their heads. At this moment, A question from the crowd broke the silence. Hey! What is Bai Yi doing? He seems... Not fighting? Not fighting? Everyone looked at Bai Yi's screen. Bai Yi in the picture was indeed not fighting. The white figure was standing on the edge of the roof at this moment, with his hair tied up, sleeves rolled up, holding a large drill gun as long as his arm, driving finger-thick nails directly into the brick wall. Under the eaves, Bad Machine helped him hold a large roll of black tarpaulin, while Sunlan, Zhou Fong and Rick were beside him, guarding Bai Yi's suspicious and incomprehensible actions. 2 minutes ago. Boss, what should we do? These hairballs are really hard to guard against. The vibration value continued to rise. Although they tried their best to drive away most of the hairballs, as long as one was missed, the vibration value would instantly soar by dozens or even hundreds. The remaining time of the mission is so long that there is no end in sight. The current situation makes it clear that if they continue like this, their mission will inevitably fail. There are more and more black fir trees around, and other mutant plants show no signs of retreating. Bai Yi and Chen Su fought side by side, holding air spray guns, trying to drive away the fur balls in the sky. Although the spray gun is effective in dealing with fur balls, it still cannot guarantee that no one will be missed. Chen Su! Bai Yi sprayed away another fur ball, and shouted to Chen Su in a loud voice. I have a method to try, and I need someone to cooperate with me. Okay. What kind of cooperation do you need? Chen Su asked while waving the laser knife to drive away the fur ball. I'm going to make a dark shed on the roof, and I need someone to help me and resist the attack while I'm operating it. Dark shed? Chen Su was slightly stunned and seemed to realize something. But this was not the time to ask questions, and Chen Su didn't say much. Bai Yi needed him, and he made a decision immediately. Zhou Fong, take Bai Yi to the roof. Sunlan, Li Ke, focus on protecting Bai Yi. What to do next? Listen to Bai Yi's command. Received. Zhou Fong received the order, and immediately retreated to Bai Yi's side, and together with the Bad Machine, he made a way through the vines that suddenly attacked. Although Sunlan and Rick had some prejudice against Bai Yi, they followed Chen Su's orders, and firmly protected Bai Yi to climb onto the roof. What should we do next? Sunlan asked as he pulled Bai Yi onto the roof. I need these tarpaulins, Bai Yi said, and took out a circular saw from the space card. The black tarpaulin on the roof was thick and hard, covering the entire roof. The area was large enough, and the shading effect was also very good. It was an ideal material for a dark shed. Bai Yi acted quickly, started the circular saw with a buzz, and directly cut off a large piece of tarpaulin that was 5 or 6 meters long. Bad Machine, keep going. Then Bai Yi and Zhou Fong lifted the tarpaulin and threw it to the Bad Machine below, instructing it to put the tarpaulin on the eaves of Catherine's room. Now I have to fix the tarpaulin on the eaves, and the Bad Machine has to help me carry the tarpaulin. Please protect me. It will be done in 2 minutes at most, Bai Yi said to the three. 2 minutes, or we will fail the mission. Lick's face was full of disapproval. But in this case, they had no choice but to trust Bai Yi. Sunlan and Zhou Fong said nothing more, turned around to resist the attacking plants, protecting Bai Yi behind them. Bai Yi did not waste any more time, quickly rolled up his shirt sleeves, and then took out the huge drill from the space card. The drill was as long as his arm, and Bai Yi held it in one hand, looking even thinner and weaker. But for him, this was a familiar tool. He shouldered the drill, stepped on the edge of the tarpaulin, and then with a buzz, he drove the thick nail into the wall, and firmly fixed a corner of the tarpaulin to the edge of the roof. He seemed to have mentioned to Chen Su just now that he wanted to build a dark shed. The members of the analysis team followed Bai Yi closely, who was using a drill to hammer in thick nails one by one. Some looked confused, while others gradually understood the mystery. What exactly is the purpose of his dark shed? A team member asked. This hairball can be drilled. Can he ensure that there are no gaps in the dark shed, so that the hairball cannot drill in? And as long as the distance of the explosion is close enough, it will accumulate vibration value. Even if he covers the windows and doors tightly, it will still be useless. In fact, it does not need to be completely sealed. All Bai Yi needs to do is to block the sunlight. At this time, Ed did not join the discussion. He began to review the previous details, and suddenly a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. When Bai Yi was looking for the shadow grass, he must have discovered these. He turned to his colleagues excitedly. Bai Yi had already thought of the root cause of plant mutation, so he adopted this strategy. The cause of all this is most likely the sunlight. Sunlight? The analysts around were a little stunned. When Bai Yi found the shadow grass, everyone was just excited, and no one thought deeply about the logic behind it. After all, the shadow grass grows in the dark, which seems to be a matter of course. But now thinking back carefully, how can those shadow grasses that won't mutate grow in a place without sunlight? Could it be that the existence of shadow grass is hinting that the key to solving the problem of mutant plants is? That's right, it's sunlight. Ed understood everything in an instant, and his excitement was beyond words. This city has eternal daytime. Even midnight is no less bright than daytime. But the plants don't get sunburned or wither, but grow extremely vigorously. Inside all buildings, the windows are painted with blackout paint, as if they are afraid that even a little sunlight will get through. Indoors without sunlight, naturally there will be no mutant plants, and the shadow grass growing indoors will not mutate. And the use of shadow grass can be made into a special potion to resist mutant plants. The root of mutation is sunlight, and darkness is the resistance to mutation. With this analysis, it seems that everything is clear. Chapter 29 only 30 points away. Warning. The explosion caused 40 points of vibration, which is only 30 points away from the maximum vibration that the ultramicro vibration separator can withstand. The vibration accumulated to the maximum value will cause the mission to fail. Please proceed with caution. The system's voice was still calm, but the content of this warning made the fighters present feel nervous. 30 points. This means that if another black ball explodes near the NPC window, their mission will fail. Bai Yi, how long do you have? Lick couldn't help but urge. He always thought that Bai Yi had no real ability. Whether it was using a modifier to defeat the regeneration tree, or using an alarm to find the shadow grass. Rick felt that these were just tricks used by the weak to protect themselves, and they just happened to bump into the target of the mission. If you want to talk about real ability, you still have to be able to fight and resist, to defeat the enemy with fewer people, and to win every battle. For example, the boss. If it weren't for the fact that their fierce power could not do anything to these cunning fur balls for the time being, Rick would not have followed this weak man around obediently. It's almost there. Bai Yi replied with the buzzing sound of the drill gun. Rick chopped off the fallen thick branches with his knife and glanced at Bai Yi. It seemed that the work of fixing the tarpaulin was only 2 thick nails away. Bai Yi seemed very focused, and did not pay much attention to Rick's urging. A drop of sweat dripped onto the tarpaulin along his hair. The handsome and delicate man skillfully operated the rough drill. This picture seemed both incongruous and inexplicably brought out a special sense of beauty. Rick paused, then quickly retracted his gaze, forcing himself not to think about these trivial matters. In short, if his evil ways don't work this time, then he must let the boss see Bai Yi's true nature. Okay. At the moment when Rick made up his mind, the last sound of the drilling gun stopped abruptly, and then Bai Yi said loudly, "Rick, Zhou Fang, you go over there, and put down the tarpaulin, pull it as far as possible, wait for me to fix it at the end. Salon, you and I will be responsible for this side. No time to lose, as soon as possible." Being commanded by Bai Yi without any hesitation, Rick's eyes suddenly widened, and words of criticism almost came out of his mouth. But the next second, he still suppressed his emotions, and pulled up the tarpaulin with Zhou Fang according to Bai Yi's instructions. At this time, Bai Yi and Salon also quickly took their positions. Bai Yi shouted, "Pull!" The 4 of them stood on both sides of the bungalow, jumped down together, pulled 2 huge pieces of tarpaulin off the roof together. The instantly unfolded tarpaulin brought a gust of muffled wind, and the black fur ball was blown away suddenly. Bai Yi used a drill to fix the 2 corners of the tarpaulin to the ground. 2 large pieces of tarpaulin immediately stood diagonally on both sides of the bungalow, forming 2 triangular dark sheds. The area of several meters around the NPC room was instantly blocked by the tarpaulin into a large dark area. Like, "Zhou Fang, guard the 2 entrances to the dark shed over there. Sanlan, we'll guard this side. Please don't let Mauchio get close to the NPC's room." Bai Yi arranged the guards of the dark shed, and shouted to Chinsu, "Chinsu, let everyone protect the dark shed. The tarpaulin is not strong enough, and cannot withstand too strong an attack. The vibration value is about to be full. There are still 5 minutes before the end of the mission. We must ensure that this shadow lasts until the end of the mission." Did you hear what Bai Yi said? Chinsu directly issued orders based on Bai Yi's instructions. I heard it. Everyone answered in unison. The sound was like thunder. Their vibration value is only 30 points different. Is this dark room made by Bai Yi effective? The members of the analysis team were all worried for Bai Yi and Chinsu. With only 30 vibration values different, as long as one fur ball took the opportunity to break into the NPC window and explode, they would immediately face mission failure. Although 5 minutes does not seem too long, the vibration value quickly accumulated from 0 to 2470, which is actually just a few minutes. Not to mention exploding a fur ball, 5 minutes is enough for them to start all over again. If I'm not mistaken, Baye's approach should be feasible. Ed pursed his lips, focusing on the movements of the black fur balls on the screen. The shading degree of this tarpaulin is almost 100%. The triangular entrance will minimize the sunlight in the dark room. If the energy of this city's mutation is indeed hidden in the sunlight, then the fur balls may not be able to enter the dark room at all. Sure enough, as soon as Ed finished speaking, his expression brightened. He immediately ran to Baye's screen and pointed at the screen. Look! It's true. The fur balls are all here. They can't get in. Everyone looked in the direction of Ed's finger and saw many fur balls wandering at the entrance of Baye's dark room, going up and down. But they didn't go into the dark room. Even the flying hairballs slowed down here and stopped, as if there was an inaccessible restricted area ahead. It actually works. There was a burst of exclamations in the monitoring room. I didn't expect that darkness is the key to solving this copy. The key is found. It's not just 5 minutes. Even if there are still 50 minutes, they are safe. In the picture, Baye decisively activated the airflow spray gun, and the large group of hairballs gathered at the entrance of the dark shed was instantly sprayed 10 meters away, exploding with a loud bang. After the explosion, no alarm was triggered, and the vibration value remained at 2,470 points. Without any change. It's stable. Absolutely stable. The mood of the analysis team immediately became high. As long as the dark shed is not damaged, they will succeed in 5 minutes. This dark shed actually successfully blocked those hair balls. Salon looked at the stagnant hair balls in front of him in surprise, and suddenly turned his head to look at Baye on the other side. Although Salon understood Baye's intention when he made the dark shed, he did not expect that darkness would be so effective against these mutant plants. Unexpectedly, Baye's seemingly unorthodox method once again reversed the situation when they were in trouble. Once or twice may be considered accidental, but now it seems. Salon turned her head again and forcefully dispersed the gathered fur balls. Perhaps the boss's recognition of Baye was justified. Perhaps in this doomsday world, Baye's unique methods were exactly what the Night Owl group lacked and needed. If the combat effectiveness of the Night Owl group was combined with Baye's ability to solve tasks, if they could fight side by side all the time, they might really be invincible in this survival game. For minutes left. Keep going. Hui Xiao's voice came from the other side of the bungalow, and the battle over there seemed to be going smoothly. Salon concentrated his mind, preparing to defend the entrance of the dark shed for the last 4 minutes. But suddenly found that the black hair ball that originally gathered at the entrance of the dark shed actually changed direction at this time, staggering towards the tarpaulin on the side of the dark shed. Boss! This black hair ball seems to be going to blow up the tarpaulin. Someone shouted not far away. Semlin's face tightened, and his slightly relaxed mood suddenly rose to his throat again. He hurriedly glanced outside, and seeing that there was no one around, he took a step forward, ready to protect the hard-won dark shed. However, just as he took a step forward, a shadow suddenly flew across the sky. Salon looked up and saw Chinsu jumping up from the tarpaulin of the bungalow opposite. He quickly crossed the dark shed with several consecutive jumps, and then swung his arms and swept the hair balls in the sky into the big tarpaulin. Leave the outside to us. You and Baye guard the entrance. The boss's voice came from above, and Salon immediately returned to the entrance of the dark shed. Chinsu landed in front of several black-haired trees, and with a swing of the blade, a red light flashed, and the trunks of several trees broke immediately. Behind him, several black-clad subordinates quickly followed, wrapping the scattered hair balls and broken tree trunks into the darkness. There are 3 minutes left in the mission. There are 3 black-haired trees approaching at 4 o'clock. Leave it to us. There are 2 minutes left in the mission. Boom! The black-hair balls blown away by the big tarpaulin exploded in the distance. There is 1 minute left in the mission. The last minute. Guard all directions. We must not give up. Yes. The mission countdown is 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Time is up. Congratulations to all players. For completing this special mission, Catherine must be safe. The system's voice sounded in the warehouse area, and the unchanging soft female voice sounded like the sound of nature to everyone at this moment. The cumulative vibration value of this mission, 2,470 points. The cumulative temperature difference, 0 points. The special effect potion was successfully produced. The potion will be distributed to the players who participated in the mission as a mission reward. All players who participated in the mission receive the achievement, Cautious Guards, achievement reward energy points, 600 points. After the system finished broadcasting in the warehouse area, the sound gradually spread to the sky above the entire city. Congratulations to all players for completing Mission 3, Green City Defense at the same time, task completion reward energy points, 100 points. The location of the Shadow Grass will now be prompted to all players. After collecting Shadow Grass, you can go directly to NPC Catherine's location to exchange for special potions. In addition, the second punishment will start in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. Finally done. The system is always nagging. Everyone in the Night Owl group breathed a sigh of relief. And Bai Yi also put down the spray gun in his hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. But why are these plants still there? Although the task has been successfully completed, the mutant plants have stopped refreshing. But the refreshed plants are still struggling wildly around, standing still without fear. Boss, the mission is complete. Can we stop being so cautious? Lick shouted while chopping plants. Chin Su's mouth curled up slightly, waving the laser knife to split the thick branches in front of him. Then he put away the knife and replaced it with his usual heavy flame cannon, carrying it on his shoulder. Be prepared? Chin Su shouted to everyone. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. The next moment, the deafening sound of artillery fire suddenly sounded. The flames instantly engulfed the entire area of madly expanding mutant plants. The flames burned all the way to the sky. Wow, Chin Su is so amazing. The Night Owl team is so strong. In the AK live broadcast room, the audience has been in a state of excitement since the moment Chin Su climbed the eaves and walls and protected the dark shed with tarpaulin. Not only Chin Su's fans, this unique special mission attracted audiences from many other regions to gather in front of Chin Su's live broadcast. Everyone sat or stood, huddled together and stared. The target was locked on the mission that was about to end. When the artillery fire of the Night Owl team instantly turned those arrogant plants into ashes, cheers resounded throughout the live broadcast room, as if to overturn the roof. Oh my god! Chin Su is my favorite idol. He is so handsome that he is about to cry. A big boss is a big boss. He can complete any bad mission successfully. What kind of godlike operation is this? I really want to kneel down to these gods. TSK. Aren't all the methods invented by our scientists? The coxcomb snorted and proudly raised his eyebrows to Arnold next to him. However, his voice was not loud, and he did not seem to want to break the warm atmosphere. In the picture, the flames spread like a tide, as if they were determined to turn all the plants into nothing. On the energy list behind the audience, Bai Yi, Chin Su and other members of the Night Owl team were in the lead. And even Kasu, who was squeezed to where he was, didn't know where he was. The situation is clear now. The analysis team in the monitoring room was also immersed in excitement, and it took a long time for them to calm down. On the energy list, the last player in the Night Owl team had hundreds of energy points higher than other players, and the first player Bai Yi topped the list with a nearly 1,000-point advantage. The potion mission has been completed. You can pass the game with the potion. There should be no unexpected changes to the situation of the top 3. Ed clenched his fist and said, thanks to Bai Yi for handing in the task in time. All players have passed the heavenly punishment just now. Xiao Jing also added. And team leader. After this heavenly punishment, the system did not give the time for the next heavenly punishment. Yes. The bald team leader nodded and continued, Task 3 has been completed by all members. And the location information of the Shadow Grass in Task 2 has also been announced. This can almost be regarded as free points. There is really no need to set up heavenly punishment next. By the way, what is the current completion rate of the dungeon? Now it is 85%. Xiao Jing checked and replied. Very good. The team leader continued. 85% of the dungeon is completed. The remaining 15% should be to find the path out of the city. The location of this path has been shown by the NPC before. It should not be difficult to find it. The unknown information we are mainly concerned about now is what rewards the top 3 will get, and what punishments the bottom 30% of players will receive. Then can we get off work soon? Ed approached the team leader and asked with a smile. Get off work. Get off work, always thinking about getting off work. The team leader made an unhappy gesture and patted Ed's head lightly. Since you don't want to work so much, Then the report of this white knight is handed over to you. Ah. Okay. Ed pinched the back of his head and dared not to respond. Great success. The team leader called the fat analyst of the Chinsu team again and instructed, the report of Chinsu is handed over to you this time. The content is very rich. Write it well. You can find Xiao Jing if you need any information. Got it. The fat analyst immediately raised his hand and responded. Okay. Although this game is coming to an end, no one can relax. The ball team leader said seriously, don't forget. The person above is also watching this live broadcast at the same time. If there are any omissions in our work, I have warned you in advance of the consequences. After a dramatic battle, everyone almost forgot about the officials of the Divine Court in the VIP room. When the team leader mentioned it, the analysts were shocked and their nerves immediately tensed. Don't always think about leaving get off work. The last 15%, come on. Everyone, Bai Yi, Chen Su, Hui Qiao Ka Suo, the information of any one of them cannot be missed. Yes. Chapter 30, no need to pay it back. Really amazing. As the plants were burned to ashes, the raging flames gradually died down. Bai Yi walked to Chen Su's side, looked at the messy battlefield in front of him, gently lifted his glasses, smiled and said with emotion, you are really strong. Chen Su just smiled slightly, as a response to Bai Yi's praise. At this time, Bai Yi had changed back to his usual outfit, wearing a neat and clean suit jacket, half-long silver hair hanging smoothly on the side of his neck, looking very delicate. Just like in the fierce battle just now. The slightly embarrassed sexy look is gone. Chen Su glanced at Bai Yi, and then retracted his gaze. The system just said that the potion has been successfully made, and it should be possible to go and get it. Chen Su said. Yes, it should be possible, Bai Yi replied. Then after getting the potion, Chen Su paused for a moment before saying, after getting it, will you go together? Bai Yi looked at Chen Su in surprise, and then smiled, you go first. I still have things to do. Something? Chen Su raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Bai Yi nodded. I haven't got my tranquilizer gun back yet. The tranquilizer gun. Chen Su was stunned for a moment. After this fierce battle with the mutant plants, Chen Su actually forgot about the tranquilizer gun. In his opinion, a gun is not a big deal. Chen Su thought for a moment, and checked the energy list in his mind. You are now ranked first on the energy list. If we leave first, you may not be the first. It doesn't matter. Bai Yi didn't seem to care about it. It's only natural that you won the first place. For me, the tranquilizer gun is more important. Well, that's good. Since Bai Yi said so, Chen Su no longer forced it. That person is very powerful, not easy to deal with, you have to be careful. Well? Bai Yi nodded. Then, I'll go get the potion first. After saying that, Bai Yi walked towards the NPC's room. Are you really not going with us? Rick stood not far away with his arms folded. Hearing the conversation between Bai Yi and Chen Su, he obviously understood what happened. You are so weak. If you are beaten by that pervert, we can't help you. Okay. Bai Yi couldn't help but smile. I will take your words as concern. Who cares about you? The focus of my words is weak. Weak. Rick instantly got angry. Zhou Fang touched Rick's arm at the right time, reminding him to speak properly. Bai Yi smiled slightly, said nothing more, and walked straight into the NPC's room. Not long after, he walked out. I got the potion, so I'll leave first, Bai Yi said to Chen Su, Rick and Zhou Fang. Hey. Just as Bai Yi finished speaking, Simon came over, stared at Bai Yi for a second with clear eyes, and then took out an identical tranquilizer gun from the space card. I know you didn't look for him because you needed this gun, but without the tranquilizer gun, it might not be easy to deal with that person. As he spoke, he stuffed the tranquilizer gun into Bai Yi's arms without hesitation. Take it. You don't have to return it. We've been temporary teammates for a few times, and I don't want you to be beaten too badly. Bai Yi had seen Sinlin's dissatisfaction with him before, and now they were so attentive. Even Bai Yi was a little surprised. Actually, everyone is pretty good. Bai Yi held the tranquilizer gun and seriously thanked Sinlin. That naked man is indeed difficult to deal with. If you want to get your gun back from him, you still need some preparation. Without further ado, Bai Yi put the tranquilizer gun given by Sinlin into the space card, summoned the bad machine, and sat on the seat on the left shoulder. Then, we'll see you next time. Bai Yi waved to the people in the Night Owl group on the bad machine. Chen Su nodded, without saying much. We'll meet again in the next game. Don't hold us back. Like always couldn't help but speak wildly, and within a few seconds, he was pinned down by Zhou Feng. Bai Yi smiled, and finally glanced at the Night Owl team who were watching him, and then gave the order to the broken machine, and drove out of the warehouse area. Boss, are you going to get the potion? After Bai Yi walked away, Xiao settled the members of his team, walked to Chen Su, and lit a cigarette for Chen Su skillfully. Chen Su took a puff of the cigarette, and flicked the ash in the smoke. You go first. I'll go in after I finish. Then we'll help you get it together. Xiao frowned and looked around. This copy is not a good place. If you stay too long, you will only get into trouble. It's better to leave as soon as possible. Chen Su hummed, staring into the distance, seemingly thinking about something, slightly absent-minded. Xiao glanced at Chen Su, then called the members of his team 5. Let's go, follow me to get the potion. Several black-clothed subordinates heard the order, and followed Xiao to the NPC's room. Soon, they came out and distributed the potions to everyone. After Xiao and the others came out, Chen Su's cigarette was almost finished. He put out the cigarette, took the potion from Xiao, and glanced at his subordinates. Did everyone get the potion? Yes. Okay. The last mission. Let's go! After the defense mission was completed, the mutant plants in the city seemed to have restrained a lot. Bai Yi walked all the way, and did not encounter any attacks from plants. He rode on the broken machine, along the only way to the warehouse area, picked a suitable small building, and commanded the broken machine to take him to the roof. Most of the weapons in his hands were ineffective against the naked man, and he would suffer a disadvantage in a head-on battle. To deal with him, he still needed some strategy. Bai Yi hid in a corner of the roof and spent some time disassembling and assembling the broken machine. After finishing, he laid down beside the fence, installed the tranquilizer gun given by Sunlan, and pointed the gun at the intersection. After all, the naked man was also a player. If he did not complete the potion task, no matter how strong he was, he would not be able to pass the level in the end. As long as he enters the warehouse area, he will definitely pass through this intersection, which will fall into his sight. Bai Yi lowered his eyes, quietly stared at the key intersection, and patiently waited for the naked man to appear. He was not worried whether the naked man, who was anesthetized or injured, could successfully complete the game. After all, when the naked man took his things, he had already accepted the possible consequences of all this. As for the severity of the consequences, Bai Yi thought that was not within his consideration. TSK. TSK. The coxcomb-headed man hugged his arms, curled his lips, and said to Arnold beside him in a serious manner, Did you see it? I'm telling you, I like this most about scientists. What is it? Arnold was puzzled. In the public live broadcast room, the audience can only see the screen, but cannot hear the sound in the live broadcast. So although Arnold saw Bai Yi and Chen Su say a few words, and then left the warehouse area early, he didn't know what Bai Yi was going to do. He looked at the screen, glancing at the coxcomb head, blinking in confusion. What is Bai Yi doing? You've got all the potions. Why don't you go to clear the level? You still don't understand? The coxcomb head raised his eyebrows. The scientist is obviously waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? For whom? Arnold was even more confused. Waiting for whom? Facing the lack of tacit understanding between the two fans, the coxcomb was surprised. He's waiting for that pervert, the perverted naked man who took his tranquilizer gun. Ah, that person! Arnold's eyes lit up, finally breaking the window paper. Bai Yi wants the gun back? Then, will that pervert give it back to him? TSK. The coxcomb glanced at the other person, obviously thinking that Arnold's IQ was worrying. If you ask for it directly, he will definitely not give it back to you. So you see, the scientist has already set up the trap. Isn't he waiting for him to be caught? How long will he have to wait? Arnold frowned, looking back at the energy list. He must not wait like this, or he will lose the first place. Hey, he is leading by 1,000 points. It won't be lost so easily. The coxcomb didn't care, and this kind of first place can be given up. But hatred cannot be avenged. This style is so cool. We are both fans of the scientist. Don't say you don't get it. Well, now that you put it that way, it seems to be true. Arnold was easily convinced. After thinking for a while, he gradually tasted some of the taste. You know what? Bai Yi is really an extraordinary person. He looks weak, but he can fight. He seems to have a gentle personality, but he is so strong when doing things. Oh, I can't guess it. That's right. Hearing others praising his idol, the coxcomb-headed man was so happy that he almost flew to the sky. The person I like is not an ordinary character. Listen to me. Let's pick the scientist. I guarantee that you will get the points. And you will have a good life. Baye's prediction was indeed correct. Before half an hour, he saw a naked man with dazzling white hair walking out of the intersection. The man staggered, leisurely, as if he was taking a walk in front of his own house. Even though there were dangers all around, Baye quickly lowered his body, holding the tranquilizer gun in his hand, and pointed the gun at the naked man on the roadside, ready to wait for him to get close. At this moment, the naked man's footsteps suddenly stopped. Did he notice it? Baye immediately lowered his body. The naked man seemed to notice it, but he didn't seem to care. After pausing for a while, he continued to move forward. Whether he noticed it or not, Baye must not miss this opportunity to attack. He held the gun handle tightly and waited for the naked man to walk about 5 meters away. He narrowed his eyes and pulled the trigger decisively. Whoosh! The needle bullet filled with anesthetic cut through the air and quickly flew towards the naked man. However, at the moment when the needle tip was less than half a meter away from the naked man, the white shadow suddenly flashed, as if it had teleported, and instantly moved 2 meters away. It didn't hit. Baye frowned and quickly aimed the gun at the naked man again. At the same time, a door next to the naked man shattered, and a tall mechanical giant suddenly appeared next to the naked man. The rapidly rotating circular saw blade cut into the naked man's skin with a harsh metallic sound. In just a few seconds, Baye had modified the mechanical arm of the bad machine into 2 huge circular saws. The naked man's face changed, and he quickly jumped back to avoid it. Baye fired another anesthetic bullet, which was aimed directly at the naked man. At this time, the carelessness on the naked man's face was no longer there. He ducked to avoid the circular saw mechanical arm of the bad machine, and then rolled on the ground, narrowly missing Baye's anesthetic bullet. The circular saw fell from the sky again, attacking the naked man, and the golden longbow in his hand flashed, and the circular saw was instantly blocked by the longbow, and the saw teeth made a harsh metallic sound when they came into contact with the bowstring. Baye's judgment was correct. Although the naked man didn't care about lasers and flames, he didn't dare to take on this physical attack easily. On one side was the deadly circular saw, and on the other side was the anesthetic needle bullet. Even though the naked man had extremely high combat qualities, it was not easy to dodge. Baye, I know you are upstairs. The naked man shouted to Baye while resisting the attack of the broken machine. I don't want to fight with you. If I kill you, I'll be dead too. Don't you just want your gun back? I don't want your gun anymore. If you don't hit me, I'll give it back to you. Is it that simple? Baye looked at him coldly and didn't respond. Hey, I'm serious. Why are you hitting me? The naked man dodged left and right, while waving at Baye. You don't really want to kill me, do you? You can't kill me, and killing me won't do you any good. I wanted to steal your grass, but I didn't. Then the only thing left for our grudge is this gun? I'll give you the gun back, and we'll be even. Isn't that enough? As he said that, the naked man really took out the tranquilizer gun and threw it on the ground with a clang. The gun is here. The naked man continued to shout instigatingly. Hasn't your mission been completed? Go and clear the level. I won't get in your way. I don't want to bother with you. After saying that, the naked man suddenly jumped up high, and instantly jumped out of the attack range of the bad machine. He pulled the golden longbow, and a flaming arrow flew towards the bad machine. The bad machine quickly retreated, and the flaming arrow landed, instantly igniting a patch of weeds, while the bad machine was blocked by the flames. The naked man made several consecutive leaps, and soon disappeared among the densely packed buildings. The flames on the ground gradually died down. Baye came down from the small building and picked up the tranquilizer gun that the naked man had thrown down. It was indeed the one that Shinsu had given him before. Baye put away the tranquilizer gun and looked up at the corner of the building where the naked man disappeared. What a weirdo, Baye thought. From the flaming arrow he used to escape at the end, it can be seen that, if he wanted to fight, the tranquilizer gun and the broken machine were no match for him. But why did he act so embarrassed, even admitting his weakness directly, and giving the gun back to himself? Baye frowned, unable to understand the naked man's thinking. But anyway, the gun was back, and there was no need to fight anymore. Baye took out the toolkit, removed the two circular saws from the broken machine's arm, and restored the broken machine to its original state. Maybe this naked man really has a brain defect, Bai Yi concluded in his mind. Chapter 31 Shinsu. Listen carefully. At the southernmost end of the dungeon, in front of an inconspicuous fork in the road. This is it, right? Shinsu stopped. Huiqiao immediately checked the map and photos of the scene provided by the NPC. The photo shows a small garden path paved with stone slabs. The stone slabs are full of wounds due to years of disrepair. The big trees on both sides have withered and disappeared. But the dead trunks are entangled with a piece of green soft vines full of vitality. These vibrant vines are intertwined between trauma and death, as if it is a long-forgotten tomb, exuding a strange and unique beauty. This scene is just like the one in front of us. It should be here, Huiqiao confirmed. Then turned his head and looked directly at Shinsu's profile. Boss, let's drink the potion here, Huiqiao suggested. Yes. Shinsu glanced at the path, then took out the special potion that had been prepared. According to the NPC, the soft vine on the dead tree is a parasitic plant called Palace Vine. The seeds of this parasitic vine will quietly and silently invade the player's body, and quickly grow rapidly with the host as nutrients. Once parasitized, the player will die of systemic exhaustion within an hour. The special potion in their hands is the only way to resist these parasitic vines. For this potion, they went through the search for the research institute for Catherine, and risked their lives to protect the bungalow where Catherine lived. All these hardships were to escape from this world of plant mutation. Now, they hold the potion in their hands, and stand in front of the exit of the escape road they are embarking on. Everyone is safe. No one is missing. And everything they have experienced in this world will come to a perfect end at this moment. Everyone has worked hard along the way. Shinsu turned around and said to his subordinates loudly, "Drink the potion, and let's clear the level together." Yes. The subordinates in black responded in unison. And then each took out the potion, raised their heads and drank it all. Are you ready? Shinsu also drank the potion and threw away the bottle. Ready? Okay. Let's go! Shinsu gave an order, and everyone stepped onto the stone slabs of the path one by one. Congratulations to all players for finding the escape route first and completing all the tasks in the dungeon. Vegetation outbreak. The moment they stepped onto the stone slabs, the system's broadcast sounded immediately. 100% completion of the dungeon, reward energy points, 500 points. All players present have obtained the achievement. Quick escape home, reward energy points, 1,000 points. Energy points have been settled. Please leave the dungeon as soon as possible, and wait patiently for the system ranking announcement. Congratulations again to all players for successfully passing this game. EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Looking forward to your participation again. In the monitoring room, Shinsu, Huiqiao, and a group of Night Owl team members' screens all went out at the moment the system broadcast ended. Night Owl team, a perfect ending. With the excited applause of analysts such as Shinsu and Huiqiao, the atmosphere on the scene was instantly ignited, and others also joined in the celebration. For AK Field, this is not only the first official competition, but also the first batch of players to complete the game, which is of great significance. Xiaojing, the energy points have been settled. Each member of the Night Owl team has received 1,500 energy points at the same time, and currently they are at the top of the list. Xiaojing reported the situation of the energy list to the team leader. Currently, Shinsu ranks first. Huiqiao ranks second. But the final ranking will be confirmed after all players' energy points are settled. As the game is coming to an end, the top three will most likely not exceed Shinsu, Bai Yi and Huiqiao. So the suspense now lies in how they rank. Ed added. Speaking of Huiqiao, he is really amazing. Someone carefully analyzed the data curve of the energy list, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Look at this chart. From the beginning of the copy, he has always been at the forefront with Shinsu and Bai Yi, and there has been no change. The strength of Shinsu and Bai Yi is obviously unquestionable. But Huiqiao's performance is not outstanding, and he can still maintain this position. Huiqiao is really a master. The team member who followed Huiqiao explained. He failed to enter the top 5 in the preliminaries, so no one paid much attention to him. However, his failure to enter the list is not a problem of strength. When he entered the field, the opponent's monster was already dying. He fired 2 shots and won the victory. He was too lucky, and he had no chance to score. In fact, according to the information, He is the backbone member of the Night Owl group, second only to Chinsu, the captain of the 5th team, an old senior in the Night Owl group, extremely strong, and deeply trusted by Chinsu. He played an important role in this game. In the defense battle just now, he led the 5 team members to perform the mission on the other side, which was no less difficult than Chinsu's side. When the research institute was blasted, he also rushed to the front line, and his arm was severely corroded by acid. His ranking was definitely earned by his combat power. But everyone focused on Chinsu and Bai Yi and ignored him, said the team member, with a little dissatisfaction in his words. The analysts also began to recall Hu Xiao's performance after being reminded. However, Chinsu and Bai Yi were too dazzling. In comparison, Hu Xiao's brilliance would naturally be overshadowed. Then Hu Xiao's report must be written in detail. The bald team leader nodded, after listening to the team members. You must write down his deeds and contributions one by one. If his strength is really good, in the next game, he will become the focus of our attention like Bai Yi and Chinsu. Got it. The team members answered firmly, with a gleam in their eyes. Although the energy points have been settled and the live broadcast screen has gone black, Chinsu and the others are actually still stuck in the game and have not yet been teleported out. To leave the dungeon, they need to leave the city. But the path is unexpectedly long. After walking for nearly 5 minutes, they still can't see the end. These parasitic vines are really chilling. I'm almost going to be scared. Rick walked, poking the soft vines on the roadside with his gun barrel out of boredom. The leaves of these vines are small. The stems are slender, and the bottom of the stems are densely covered with countless needle-like thorns. Those thorns are tightly embedded in the dead bark. A closer look is creepy. These vines are so strong, they can't be pulled off at all. Rick poked the gun twice at an angle, but still couldn't separate the soft vines from the trunk. Okay, stop moving around. Salon couldn't help but say, with dissatisfaction in her tone. Aren't you afraid that these things will parasitize on you through the barrel of the gun? No, it will be fine after taking the medicine. Rick smiled nonchalantly. Look, we have been walking for so long, and these things have no reaction at all. Then you should be a little more obedient, and if you put something on the barrel of the gun later, wouldn't it be disgusting? Salon frowned. Alas, you are a germaphobe. Lick said this, but he still listened to Sinlin's advice, and put the gun away. It's put away. I'm well behaved. Are you satisfied? You put it away without wiping it. Hey, don't let others know that you and I are teammates. Salon just finished complaining, but her expression suddenly froze, and her eyes were fixed on Rick's hand. Hey, put your hand here. Let me see it. What are you doing? Lick was a little impatient, but he still stretched out his hand. I didn't touch. Before he finished speaking, Rick's voice stopped abruptly. They both stared at Rick's outstretched hand at the same time, motionless like a stone sculpture. What's wrong? Zhou Fang in front turned around and asked. Salon? This is... Rick didn't respond to Zhou Fang. He was stunned for a few seconds, stammered, but was interrupted by Salon eagerly. I told you not to touch it. You insisted on touching it. Why did you touch it? Why did you touch it? What? Sinlin's shout startled many people, and also attracted the attention of Chinsu, who was walking in the front. Everyone looked at them in confusion, and then looked at Rick's hand hanging in the air. On the back of Rick's hand, a small green bud emerged. The small leaves on the bud were exactly the same as the vines parasitic on the dead trees on the roadside. How could this happen? Everyone was shocked, and Rick was so scared that his face turned pale. What should I do? Salon? Zhou Fang! Rick cried, turning to Chinsu, who was rushing over. Boss! What should I do? I don't know if I will be parasitic if I touch it with a gun. Boss! How do I get rid of it? Don't panic. Chinsu tried to calm Rick's emotions, and then took out a few treatment injections from the space card. This injection is a special treatment drug for the Night Owl team. It has a quick effect on many bacterial or viral infections, and is a must-have item for missions. But for plant parasites, it's hard to say. Try this medicine first. If it doesn't work, think of another way. Chinsu handed the medicine to Zhou Fang and asked him to inject Rick. Zhou Fang had just torn open the injection package when he suddenly heard another exclamation from the crowd. Salon! On your neck. Chinsu hurriedly looked at Salon again. Sure enough, on her neck, a bud like Rick's had grown. Salon! Did you touch Rick just now? Chinsu asked in panic. No. I don't know. Sunlan was also in a panic. She couldn't see her neck, and could only stand there stiffly. Quick! Someone take the medicine and inject it to Sunlan. Jinsu's cold eyes revealed anxiety, and he turned around and shouted to everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately took out the injection and quickly injected it to Sunlan. However, the medicine obviously had no effect. The young shoots of the parasitic vine did not disappear, but spread at a speed visible to the naked eye in front of everyone. What should I do? What should I do if I'm parasitized? Did the NPC tell me? No, no! Sunlan and Rick were terrified, frozen in place, and their teammates around them were at a loss, and extremely anxious. In battle, each member of the Night Owl team is a master, but in this situation, no one has experience. I wonder if cutting off this piece of flesh will work. Someone was eager to find a solution. Cutting off? Rick's hand is easy, but how to cut off Sunlan's neck? The special potion just now. Someone suddenly thought of it. Does anyone have any of those potions left? Give them to them. No, I drank them all. Wait. When it comes to potions, someone finally thought of the key question. Didn't they drink the potions? Why are they still parasitic? Yes. Everyone was suddenly awakened by this question. Why? Did the potion lose its effect? Ah! Just when everyone was confused and panicked, someone suddenly screamed. Me, I have it too. What? Ah, I have it too. Screams came one after another, and everyone found the young sprouts of parasitic vines on their bodies one after another. The already anxious team was even more chaotic at this moment. Boss, your hand too. One of the subordinates pointed at Jinsu's hand. Jinsu raised his hand quickly, and sure enough, under his left thumb, a tender green, but also sprouted. Jinsu's breathing stagnated, staring at his hand, speechless for a long time. The green buds spread wildly on everyone, as if wrapping them up like dead trees on the roadside. Jinsu looked at the panicked subordinates, finally gritted his teeth, and said resolutely, for those growing on the hands and face, use a knife to cut them off first, tug off the buds on the neck, and then think of a way. Jinsu raised his voice, and said to the panicked people, don't waste your energy. Before Jinsu finished speaking, Hu Xiao spoke coldly from behind him. He immediately turned his head, and saw Hu Xiao standing not far away, with several members of his team 5 next to him, looking calm and watching the chaos calmly. Hu Xiao? Jinsu was stunned, and felt uneasy. What do you mean by that? Literally. Hu Xiao raised his eyebrows, and said in a relaxed tone, I have confirmed with the NPC that there is no way to remove the parasite. Even the bottle of potion is only effective when it is not parasitized. Once it is parasitized, there is only one way to go. He confirmed with the NPC. He confirmed it on purpose. Jinsu narrowed his eyes slightly. After the battle, he was smoking outside, Sunlan and Rick were bickering, and other subordinates were resting in various places. It was Hu Xiao and his men who went to the NPC to get the potion, and then distributed it to everyone. You tampered with the potion. Realizing the truth of the matter, Jinsu's face suddenly darkened. He lowered the parasitic hand, and said nothing more, just looked at Hu Xiao coldly. You, why? Behind Jinsu, someone wanted to rush forward angrily, but was stopped by Jinsu. Why? Hu Xiao chuckled. But his face was not happy. Jinsu, you should ask this question, so that I can answer it. Jinsu looked at Hu Xiao coldly for a few seconds, and then turned to the subordinates behind him who were parasitized. Everyone, see if you have anything to block the light. Mutated plants cannot leave the sun. Blocking the sun may prevent parasitism. It's useless. Hu Xiao interrupted Jinsu's words with a long tone. I actually asked the NPC if avoiding the sun is useful. The answer is no, yes, it is useless, after all. With your body as nutrition, why does it need sunlight? Once parasitic, there is no way to remove it. Is this sentence so difficult to understand? After hearing Hu Xiao's words, everyone was speechless, and the panic atmosphere gradually stagnated. Jinsu subconsciously wanted to clench his fist, but his fingers seemed to be restrained by something, and began to be out of control. Aren't you going to ask why? After a moment of silence, Hu Xiao spoke impatiently. You won't ask? You won't ask? If you don't ask, then I'll have to tell you myself. Otherwise, you'll die later, who will I tell? Hu Xiao's mouth curled up, and then he changed the subject. Do you still remember the 100 lashes you gave me? Just because of this? Jinsu's heart tightened. What else? Isn't that enough? Hu Xiao pretended to be surprised, his eyes widened. You made me look so bad in front of everyone, Isn't that enough? Those 100 lashes really hurt. You hit me so hard. Chinsu, I really want you to have a good taste of this. But forget it, I'm a very satisfied person. As long as you die, I'll be happy enough. Hu Qiao laughed proudly a few times, and suddenly changed the subject. But you should still be thankful. You are lucky to be alive until now. In fact, you should have died 100 whips ago, but who knew you were so lucky? I changed the scheduling plan, and it was not you who died, but those dozen unlucky guys. That time, did you do it on purpose, just to kill me? Chinsu's heart suddenly sank. Before today, he had never thought that Hu Qiao would actually want to kill him, let alone that he had the intention to kill him so long ago. Is this your own idea? Or someone else's? Chinsu asked in a low voice. Many people want me to kill you, but I can't handle them all. Hu Qiao shrugged, as if he took it for granted. But why would I accept someone else's orders for nothing? I want to kill you, but it's just my own idea. If you don't die, I will always be a servant bowing my head beside you, and I will always be suppressed by you. If you keep living, how can I stand out? His shoulder was almost completely numb, and even his left leg began to lose sensation. Chinsu tried hard not to fall, but he heard a muffled sound behind him, followed by a scream of like. He felt a sharp pain in his heart, and Chinsu tightened his face, resisting the urge to look at Hu Qiao over there. Hu Qiao joined the Night Owl group 5 years ago. He was promoted from the 1st level to the 5th level fighter, and then served as the captain of the 5th team, and became his trusted subordinate. All along the way, Chinsu thought he had not treated him badly, even though he lost more than a dozen brothers because of his mistakes, in addition to having to punish him for the sake of discipline within the group. Chinsu did not even lower his position. Chinsu had always had high hopes for Hu Qiao, and trusted him wholeheartedly. But this was the result. His heart was filled with mud and sand, and he felt very depressed. Chinsu did not question Hu Qiao, was not angry, did not collapse, and did not even take any action. It was all because he trusted others wrongly, and the result should be like this. Now, even if he forced himself to say something or do something, he would only appear to have no dignity when he fell, like a defeated dog. If he died here, he would not fight with the world. But it only implicated the brothers who had been following him. Sun Lan! Another cry came from behind. Chinsu gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to turn back. You could have chosen to kill me without hurting innocent people, Chinsu said hoarsely. The numbness in his left arm spread to his neck, making it more difficult to speak. Innocent? Them? Hu Qiao pretended to be surprised, with contempt in his words. You mean I kill you, and let these loyal brothers of yours go? What a joke. Chinsu, if they let me go, how long can I live? The sound of falling to the ground kept coming from behind, and even the screams gradually stopped. Chinsu felt as if his whole body was filled with molten iron, and he was too stiff to move. It was as if invisible vines were grabbing him and dragging him towards the dark abyss mockingly. Okay. Now that everything is clear, you should have no last words. Right? Hu Qiao smiled, but with a hint of cruelty. The scenery here is nice. You should thank me for choosing such a romantic place to die for you. What? Can't move? Can't speak? You're going to die anyway, so you'd better save some energy and enjoy the scenery before you die. Pluto. Huh. Go to hell. Chinsu and his friends have successfully passed the level. Bai Yi sat on the bad machine's shoulder and walked leisurely towards the path at the southern end of the city. The news of the Night Owl group's clearance was broadcast throughout the dungeon. Just like when Bai Yi first completed the task of finding Catherine. Golden fireworks bloomed in the sky, and Bai Yi even controlled the drone to take a photo with the fireworks. On the energy list, Chinsu is currently the first, and the following people are also members of the Night Owl group. Bai Yi carefully calculated that he did not get the 1,000 energy points reward for the first clearance, and the final ranking should be second. Second place is not bad either. Being able to pass the level alive is a good result. This path is not difficult to find, and the system does not seem to set up obstacles here. When taking the medicine, the map and the real scene photo were sent to the brain interface at the same time. Walking in the direction indicated by the map, soon, Bai Yi arrived at the place shown in the real scene photo. Dead trees, vines, slabs of gravel. This path to pass the level is exactly the same as in the photo, making people feel uncomfortable. Congratulations to player AK-066 Bai Yi for finding the escape route and completing all the tasks in the dungeon. Vegetation outbreak. As soon as the bad machine stepped onto the stone road, the system's voice sounded immediately. 100% completion of the dungeon, reward energy points, 500 points. Energy points have been settled. Please leave the dungeon as soon as possible, and wait patiently for the system ranking to be announced. Congratulations again to the players for successfully passing this game. EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Looking forward to your participation again. Huh? It's finally over. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Leaning back on the chair, let the broken machine move forward slowly. Now teleport out. It should be night in reality. Bai Yi checked the time. It was past 5 in the morning. I wonder where the little mute will hide this time, he thought idly. The mutation in this copy gave him some inspiration. The sunlight caused plant mutation, making plants have a certain intelligence. Perhaps we can use some radiation in the sunlight to stimulate the brain waves of the little mute to make it more active. I will try it after I go back. In addition to the little mute, the super titanium crab legs placed at Lao Ping's place should also become plastic raw materials now. This time when I went home, I was finally able to replace the bad machine with a strong shell. The path seemed a bit long. Bai Yi walked aimlessly, and after almost 5 minutes, he still hadn't walked out of the copy. He changed his posture, pushed his glasses, and looked forward. Something on the ground not far away seemed to have attracted attention. What was that? Bai Yi leaned forward to check. Those were people lying on the ground in all directions. Bai Yi was startled, and immediately asked the bad machine to hurry over. These people were motionless. Their bodies were densely entangled by the green parasitic vines. When approaching, Bai Yi was shocked to find that these people were wearing the black clothes of the Night Owl group. They were the members of the Night Owl group. Bai Yi couldn't believe his eyes. He jumped off his seat in a hurry, and while running, he put on the thin black rubber gloves he usually used when handling machinery. Hey! How are you? Bai Yi shouted, squatting down, trying to tear away the parasitic vines of the person closest to him. But after exerting force for a few times, Bai Yi stopped moving, and his breathing became rapid. Bai Yi recognized the face under the green vines. This person was indeed a member of the Night Owl group, and he had spoken to him a few words. But at this moment, his face was blue and gray, and he was lifeless. Bai Yi's heart sank, and he stared blankly for a moment, then stood up suddenly and began to check one by one. Is there anyone alive? Who can hear me? Shinsu, Rick, Sunlan, where are you? Bai Yi turned over a person lying on the ground in a panic. His face was old, and he had obviously been dead for a long time. Is there anyone else? If you can, please answer me. While walking and shouting, Bai Yi suddenly noticed a few strands of hair sticking out from the vines. Light brown. It was Rick's hair color. Rick! Bai Yi hurried over and pulled the parasitic vine off Rick with great effort, but it was too late. Rick! Looking at Rick's lifeless face, Bai Yi felt endless pain in his heart. He pursed his lips, suppressed the surging emotions, and turned to check the person who fell next to Rick. That person is Sunlan. The parasitic vines are wrapped around Sinlan's neck, covering most of her face. Sinlan's eyes are half open, seemingly staring at something, and her pupils have lost their former lively brilliance. Sunlan. Bai Yi couldn't bear to watch any longer, turned his head away, trying to suppress the constant surge of pain, and his voice trembled. Why? Didn't you drink the potion? Aren't they all very strong? How could it be like this? Just now. I was waving goodbye, still talking and laughing about the next game. Why did it become like this? A chill gradually spread around, and my energy seemed to be drained away bit by bit. Bai Yi lowered his head, almost unable to bear the bitterness in his throat. Just then, he suddenly heard a slight sound. What sound? He hurriedly looked at the broken machine behind him. The broken machine stayed there quietly, without any movement. Is it an illusion? Bai Yi looked away in confusion, but the sound rang again. It was very faint, almost imperceptible. It was like something was rubbing the gravel on the ground from time to time. Bai Yi was startled, and immediately stood up, looking around. Not far ahead, there was another person lying there. Strangely, the parasitic vines did not cover his entire body, and half of his body, dressed in black, was exposed. That person was Shinsu. Bai Yi's heart was in his throat, and he hurried to Shinsu's side. Shinsu, are you still alive? Shinsu. Shinsu's body was stiff, motionless, his eyes slightly open, and there seemed to be a little blood on his face. The green parasitic vines were wrapped around his left side. His head and right side looked intact, and his curled right hand was bulging with blue veins, as if he was holding on to the last hope of survival. "Chen-Su, I am Bai Yi. Can you hear me, Chen-Su?" Seeing that Chen-Su still had hope of survival, Bai Yi's heart was lifted up all of a sudden. "Can you not speak? Can your hands move? Can your eyes move?" After Bai Yi finished speaking, for fear of missing any details, he stared at Chen-Su's face. Chen-Su's half-opened eyelids trembled slightly. "You're still alive. Great, you're still alive." Bai Yi hurriedly pulled off the parasitic vine. "You have to hold on. I will definitely save you. Hold on. Let me think of a way." He quickly pressed the space card and whizzed out a bunch of potions. These medicines are of various types, with different effects. Bai Yi didn't have time to think too much, as long as they were related to treatment. He used them all on Chen-Su. However, after all the medicines were used up, the tender green buds on Chen-Su's body continued to emerge one by one. These are useless. Then, Bai Yi thought for a moment, and immediately took off his suit jacket, covering Chen-Su's body to block the light. But after a moment, he opened it again and found that the buds were spreading again. The light blocking was completely ineffective. Bai Yi threw the jacket aside and looked anxiously at the stiff Chen-Su below. Although Chen-Su's right half is still intact, the new buds of the parasitic vine have grown to the position of his heart. The parasitic vine is constantly eroding his body, and his life is slipping away step by step. Soon, he will be like Sunlan and Rick, and will never wake up. However, the medicine has no effect. The parasitic vine cannot be removed, and there is no possibility of providing any help to Bai Yi. He can't stay here like this, and can't watch him die. And the way to save him, maybe, there is only that one. Bai Yi took a deep breath. His heart was firm, and he finally confirmed the extraordinary, risky and bold idea. This was it. "Chen-Su, listen carefully." Bai Yi held Chen-Su's arm covered with green buds, tried to keep his voice steady, and said to him word by word, "Chen-Su, I have a way to save you. However, once you use this method, you will no longer breathe, nor will you have a heartbeat. Although you are not dead, you are not alive either. You will be bound to me. If you leave me, you may not be able to exist anymore. Most importantly, I cannot guarantee that my method will succeed. Maybe I can take you away, but I still cannot save you. But other than that, I have no other way to save you. Do you understand? Are you willing? If you are willing, just blink your eyes." Bai Yi finished speaking, holding his breath, staring intently at Chen-Su's eyes. I saw Chen-Su's pupils move slightly. After a few seconds, the eyes slowly closed and opened again. It seemed to reflect the figures of the two people who would be intertwined from now on. Chapter 32 Dead. When Bai Yi walked out of that path, the surrounding scene instantly disappeared, and he was teleported back to the white space before the game started. Waiting for all players to complete the game should have been a long process, but perhaps the system adjusted the time mechanism. Bai Yi had just stood firm and heard the system broadcast about the game results. Congratulations to the players for completing this EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Vegetation Outbreak. 285 players entered. 121 players completed the game. The energy points of all players have been settled. Now the final result of the energy point ranking is announced. The system process is as usual, step by step, and there is no rush. However, Bai Yi is worried about Chen-Su's affairs, and has no time to listen to those lengthy reports. The bad machine has been taken back, and Chen-Su's body is hugged by it and taken away. The device containing the bad machine is implanted on the inside of Bai Yi's left arm, which can be regarded as a modified version of the space card. The principle is to fold and compress time and space, thereby ignoring the volume and weight of the object, and carrying the object to any place. In the folded spacetime of the space card, time is almost still, so theoretically, Chen-Su's life should be stagnant, and the growth process of the parasitic vine is also stagnant, and it will not further invade his body. If Chen-Su wants to survive in this parasitic state, freezing time through the space card is almost the only way. But to be realistic, Bai Yi has never stored a living organism through a space card, and no one in the scientific community has conducted similar experiments. In practical applications, no one can foresee what results these theories will present. Maybe the parasitic vine will stop growing, but Chen-Su will die because of the change in the space-time pressure of the space card. This situation is not impossible. Bai Yi was very nervous, and he was eager to return to the abandoned factory to deal with Chen Su's affairs. He had no intention of listening to the system's broadcast. However, the system would not let Bai Yi go because of his eagerness. The process set by the game would not be omitted. The final results of the top 3 energy points are now announced. The calm female voice of the system was slightly excited when announcing the results. EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Vegetation Outbreak, AK Field. 3rd place, AK-149 player Smith. He killed a large number of mutant plants with his powerful fighting power, and finally obtained energy points, 2,309 points. 2nd place, AK-132 player Hu Xiao. He triggered many in-game achievements, and his overall strength should not be underestimated. Finally, he obtained energy points, 2,466 points. 1st place, AK-066, player Bai Yi. His brain power and fighting power are equally outstanding. As an explorer and pioneer in the game, all the problems he faced were solved. Finally, he obtained energy points, 2,647 points. Let us congratulate these 3 players together. Hey, what's going on? How could this happen? Where is Chen Su? In the monitoring room, the ranking announced by the system triggered a panic discussion. If you calculate it, Chen Su's points should be more than 2,800. Right? Why isn't his name in the top 3? Xiao Jing, the ball team leader, was also puzzled, and quickly turned to Xiao Jing and said, "Go check the system. How many points did Chen Su settle in the end? How could he not be in the top 3? Okay, team leader." Xiao Jing immediately searched in front of the computer, but after a while, he still couldn't find Chen Su's name in the energy ranking. No way. Xiao Jing pushed his glasses and looked through the list again and again. No one in the top 3, no one in the top 10. The 10th place only has a little over 1,000 points. How could Chen Su not be there? The 10th place only has a little over 1,000 points. When Ed heard Xiao Jing's whisper, his heart moved, and he quickly walked to Xiao Jing's computer. This is not right. This is definitely not right. There are about 20 people in the Night Owl group. Their mission rewards and achievement rewards combined cannot be only a little over 1,000. Wait! Ed suddenly realized something, and rubbed against Xiao Jing's screen, checking the energy list up and down. Wait a minute. The 10th place is not from the Night Owl group, neither the 11th place, nor the 12th place. I remember there was a man named Sun Lan and Xiufang in the Night Owl group. How come they are both missing? What? After hearing what Ed said, the team leader hurried forward, and the other team members gathered in front of Xiao Jing's computer. You mean, except Chen Su, many members of the Night Owl group are not on the energy list? The team leader asked. Yes. Ed pointed to the energy list on the screen and said, I remember all the players behind Hu Xiao who have settled more than 2,000 points. They are all from the Night Owl group and have always been in the top 20. But you see, start from here. Ed pointed his finger. The score of the 10th place suddenly dropped, and the people behind are not from the Night Owl group. Xiao Jing quickly called up the list of the Night Owl group and compared it with the energy list. As Ed said, there were only 8 players from the Night Owl group from the 2nd to the 9th place in the front row of the energy list. Could it be that the points were deducted for some reason? The bald leader thought for a moment, and then said to Xiao Jing, go back and look for them. Maybe there is a problem with their points, and they fell behind the energy list. Okay, team leader. Xiao Jing followed his instructions and flipped down the energy list. The analysts around him also stared at the energy list. Time passed by, and the energy list flipped over more than 100 places under the gaze of everyone, but there was still no Chen Su, Sun Lan, or Zhou Fang's name. They are not on the energy list. Everyone looked at each other, and the monitoring room fell silent instantly. All 121 people who completed the game, even if their scores were low, will be displayed on the energy list. And the final ranking is a foregone conclusion, so all players who can complete the game must have achieved the goal. But among these 121 people, they are not there. This almost only represents a possibility. But how can this possibility exist? They clearly saw Chen Su leading the Night Owl team to the path to pass the level, and heard the system broadcast congratulations on their passing. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Everyone in the team was silent, and no one wanted to be the first to bring up the unimaginable speculation. The computer screen in front of Xiao Jing was silent for a long time. He turned his head and looked at the bald team leader stupidly. Team leader, do you want to see the list of all players? Xiao Jing asked. Unlike the energy list, All players who participated in this game will definitely appear in the list of all players, even if they have already. Yeah. The team leader seemed a little confused, and nodded after thinking for a while. Xiao Jing swallowed his saliva, opened the player list hesitantly, and slowly dragged it down. The names of more than 100 people flashed across the screen one by one. Xiao Jing paused, and then continued to drag down. The names missing from the energy list all appeared at the bottom of the list. Salon, Li Ke, Zhou Fang, Chen Su. Behind each person's name, the glaring words were clearly marked. Death. System. System. Come out. What's the situation with that pretty boy? What's the situation with Chen Su, boss? Come out and explain it to me. In the live broadcast room, a group of dissatisfied viewers shouted loudly, and their voices almost blew off the roof. In the corner, Coxcomb and Arnold smiled secretly, but did not show off at this time. Although Coxcomb kept saying that Bai Yi would definitely take first place. The two were also happy to see Bai Yi really stand in the first place. But they knew in their hearts that the current ranking was really puzzling. Boss Chen Su obviously has more than 2,800 points. But Bai Yi only has more than 2,600 points now. How can he be first? This is a conspiracy. It's definitely a conspiracy. Are we, the audience, blind? System. Stop pretending to be dead. Come out and explain to me quickly. The audience in the hall yelled at the system. And the scene was once in chaos. The management office of AK Live Hall urgently contacted the headquarters. And the headquarters contacted the game department of Shiting. Soon after, the management office received the game result explanation from above. This is the management office of Xingqiuan Hall. Please be patient. The voice of the administrator came out clearly on the radio. We have received the final ranking explanation document of AK Game. We will explain the questions of all the audience. Explain quickly. Don't waste time. The audience shouted at the radio, regarding everyone's doubts about the ranking. The system explained as follows. The administrator did not beat around the bush and read directly from the document. The final settlement points of AK-048 player Chen Su were 2,833 points. But after the points were settled, the player failed to complete the game, and the player's biological information could not be detected in the game. So the player was deemed dead. Dead players do not participate in the final energy ranking. And the top three are Bai Yi, Huixiao, Smith, Death. The audience who supported Chen Su were stunned, and the smiles of the Coxcomb and Arnold next to him also froze instantly. Chen Su, Death, that Pluto Su who could destroy the world actually died? Can I leave now? After the ranking was announced, Bai Yi anxiously asked the system in his mind. If there is no important process, please send me back to reality. Please wait, as the #1 player in this game, you still have rewards to claim. The system responded. Bai Yi lowered his head, took a deep breath, and tried to calm himself down. But Chen Su's fate was in jeopardy in the space card in his left arm. No matter how he controlled it, this anxiety could never be calmed down. I don't need the reward. I hope to save all unnecessary procedures and leave here quickly. System, sorry. Receiving the reward is a necessary procedure, and the player cannot cancel it. If you want to leave as soon as possible, please make a request after the reward is generated and bound to you. Okay. I will make a request now. Once you can send me out, please let me leave as soon as possible. System, understood. After the reward is issued, it will be carried out according to the player's request. Chapter 33. Wish me success. Some people are alive, some people are dead. Huixiao is alive, Chen Su is dead. The bald leader stared at the familiar names at the bottom of the list. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, Xiao Jing, check who this third place Smith is. Smith. Xiao Jing immediately began to look up the player's information. This Smith is an important member of the Night Owl group, and belongs to the 5th team led by Huixiao. What about the people behind him? The leader continued to ask. Xiao Jing browsed the introductions of other players again, and replied, the ones behind are all members of Team 5 of the Night Owl group. Xiao Jing's words made him realize something all of a sudden, and he turned back to look at the bald team leader. Team leader. You mean, if I remember correctly, the introduction of this salon mentioned that he is a young man with extremely high combat talent, and has been a direct subordinate of Chen Su for a long time. The team leader recalled the situation in the previous copy. Like should be the young man with light brown hair, who is always with Chen Su. Zhou Fang. Is he the one who blocked the black hair bomb for Chen Su? This person is obviously also very trusted. He was responsible for escorting Bai Yi to the roof. Chen Su chose him. The people who survived are all Huixiao's people, and the people who died are all Chen Su's people. 8 quickly understood what the team leader meant. You mean, this is an internal conflict? The idea of internal conflict shocked everyone present. A person as powerful as Chen Su actually died in an internal conflict. This is chilling. The analysts were in mixed emotions, and no one could speak. Congratulations to Bai Yi, Huixiao, and Smith for getting the top 3 in this game. A system announcement that was synchronized with the game came from the monitoring room. At this time, the live broadcast on the screen wall was completely dark, and only this announcement reminded that the final stage of the game was about to be revealed. What generous rewards will the top 3 players receive? The answer will be revealed to everyone next. First, Smith is the 3rd place. As the system voice fell, the largest display area in the center of the screen was brightly lit, and everyone was startled and realized that their observation mission was not over yet. Quick, everyone! Take your positions and keep records. The team leader came back to his senses and shouted hurriedly. The team members quickly returned to their respective positions, cheered up, and looked at the big screen together. In the middle of the pure white space on the screen, there stood a player with a high nose and deep eyes, a typical Caucasian figure, dressed in black, who was really dressed like a member of the Night Owl team. Congratulations to AK-149 player Smith for winning the 3rd place in the energy list. As a reward, you will get 2 EVO high-dimensional ability cards. I hope that in the future Doomsday World, these 2 cards will provide you with unexpected help. EVO high-dimensional ability card? The team members looked at each other, with confusion on their faces. Even the members of the analysis team, who have more information, no one has heard of this thing. What exactly is a high-dimensional ability card? Smith on the screen also asked. High-dimensional ability cards are cards that integrate certain special effects. When used at the right time, they may greatly improve your combat effectiveness, or release special abilities that can affect the game situation. The system's answer to Smith was confusing. High-dimensional ability cards are rewards for players who perform well in the game. You can only get them when you are in the top 3 of the energy list. You cannot get them through other means. As the 3rd place in this game, the high-dimensional ability cards you get are 1 ordinary card and 1 excellent card. Each card is for one-time use. Please choose the right time to use it in the future games. Before the system finished speaking, 2 light balls gradually lit up in front of Smith, one emitting white light and the other emitting green light. Then, 2 oversized card backs appeared in the light balls. The backs were decorated with complex patterns, and the center was written with cursive characters. Evo. The one in the white light is a normal quality ability card, and the one in the green light is a good quality ability card. Now players can open the card and check the content of the card they have obtained. Smith followed the system's instructions, raising his hand and tapping the white card. The suspended card back suddenly flipped, revealing the contents on the front. The front showed a burly man, running fast. The caption below the card read, "Normal, slight acceleration. Increases the player's running speed within 10 seconds. But the specific acceleration value does not exceed 1.2 times the original speed." Smith shook his head, obviously thinking that the effect of this card was mediocre. Then he clicked on the card back of the fine card, and the card flipped in the light, showing a picture of an energy bracelet. Excellent, double energy. This card can be used at any time before the energy points are settled, to instantly double the energy points. But please note that the doubled energy points do not exceed the limit of 5 energy slots. Smith thinks this card is much more practical than the previous one. If you don't accumulate enough energy points before the punishment comes, this card can save you from death. And if you can successfully survive every punishment, and use it before the end of the game, this card may also allow you to jump to the top of the energy list. As the 3rd place, Smith only received these 2 cards as a reward. After receiving the cards, the screen switched to Huixiao's space. As the 2nd place, Huixiao received a common card and 2 excellent cards as rewards. His common card was also not very effective, and could detect an energy point acquisition point within 50 meters. His excellent card looked much more convincing. Excellent, absolute protection. Immune to all damage. Remove all harmful states on the body. And the effect lasts for 5 minutes. Excellent, excellent copy. You can copy a high-quality high-dimensional ability card at will. The absolute protection card is equivalent to a survival card, which can be immune to any damage, allowing players to save their lives in various situations, which is more worry-free and effective than doubling points. And the excellent copy card can give you an extra absolute protection, and even create a stronger excellent card, which is undoubtedly a rare good card. Congratulations to player Huixiao for winning the reward. The voice of the system on the screen is as cheerful as the host of the award ceremony, but the atmosphere in the monitoring room did not become warm with the announcement of the fresh rewards. The members of the analysis team watched the cards in front of Huixiao shrink one by one, and finally put them into their pockets. And their hearts were extremely complicated. Although as bystanders of the game, they should remain neutral to the players, but as a group of people with humanity and emotions, following these players until now, it is really unlikely that they have no bias in their hearts. Since Chen Su appeared on the stage, he has occupied everyone's attention, and his every move has touched everyone's heart. From the initial fear to the later admiration, everyone has long regarded Chen Su as the soul of the EVO game. And now, in just one instance, the person that everyone had been thinking about died for no reason. How could everyone not feel sad? It also made people feel a little disgusted with Huixiao, who survived the internal strife. What did he do to Chen Su? Someone in the crowd said quietly. If they fought head-on, how could he possibly defeat the legendary Pluto Su? No one could answer this question. For them, the answer might be forever buried in this world full of plants. The long-awaited moment has finally arrived. The first place prize will be announced soon. After Huixiao's prize was announced, the screen quickly switched, showing another pure white space. Winning first place in the EVO competition, not only will you get a common card, 2 excellent cards, but also a unique rare quality ability card. Accompanied by the system's explanation, for flashing light balls appeared in the pure white space, 1 white, 2 green, and a special light ball that glowed like a flame with golden orange light. But before these 4 cards, there was no one. The first player of AK field, Bai Yi, is missing. However, since the first player of this field, AK066, Bai Yi, left the game early, the live broadcast of the card opening process was cancelled. For the specific content of the reward card, the audience and players can check it in the EVO public information after the game. This game has officially ended. Thank you for your support and attention. EVO Doomsday Survival Competition. Looking forward to seeing you next time. The game has ended. The audience of AK Live broadcast room has left one after another. Only a few audiences, who are still sitting in front of a live broadcast screen, seem to be immersed in the bad news, and unable to extricate themselves. Brother, it's over. Let's go. Arnold patted Coxcomb's shoulder. Coxcomb responded, but didn't say anything more. The scientist won the first place as he wished, but Coxcomb felt an inexplicable blockage. He wanted to be happy, but he couldn't be excited. Although Coxcomb supported Bai Yi 100%, and even secretly voted for Chen Su at the beginning of the game because of anger, Coxcomb actually saw all of Chen Su's calm judgment, strong fighting ability, and leadership charm that made his subordinates willing to follow. Chen Su's high score also depends on Bai Yi's help, and Bai Yi's victory also depends on Chen Su's help. These two people could have been a perfect partner. Congratulations on choosing the right player in the AK audience voting event. And the bonus energy points will be directly charged into your energy bracelet in the next game. The personal terminal sent a reward message. But after seeing it, the Coxcomb head felt mixed emotions. Vote for the player AK066, Bai Yi. The player won the first place in this game, and was awarded 1,000 energy points. Vote for the player AK048, Chen Su. The player died in this game, and was awarded 300 energy points. I didn't expect that the vote I voted for Chen Su out of anger actually won me a reward. But this is definitely not the ending Chen Su deserves. Brother, everyone has left. The Coxcomb was in a daze for a long time, and Arnold reminded him again. Well, let's go. Sitting for a long time was useless. The Coxcomb finally took a deep breath, stood up, and left the live broadcast room with Arnold. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, the circular live broadcast screen almost occupied the entire wall, and the picture was frozen in an empty white space. The 4 cards were quietly suspended in the air, the light that should have been shining, but was frozen at this moment. It's really interesting. You even disdained to accept the first prize. The official of the Divine Court in a dark blue robe stood up from the sofa, gently twisted his stiff neck, turned and walked to the door. The secretary beside him saw this, and hurriedly took the official's coat and gently put it on his shoulders. Do you think Bai Yi's performance meets your expectations? The secretary asked attentively. Meet your expectations? Of course, it's beyond my imagination. The official of the divine court gathered the lapels of his coat, with a kind smile on his face. Those two talented sons are really as good as their reputations say. I'm really looking forward to their next performance. When is his next match? The venue of the next match has changed, so the start time should be later. His next match is scheduled for the 5th of next month. The secretary looked at the match schedule and replied, The 5th of next month. The official thought for a moment. Okay. If you have something scheduled that day, postpone or cancel it, and make time for it. I will come to watch this kid's match again. Are you planning to come to watch his next match? The secretary was a little surprised. It is really extraordinary that you value this white knight so much. As the general manager of the EVO gaming department, it is one of my responsibilities to discover emerging talents in the competition, the official said, and walked out of the VIP hall with steady steps. The secretary took the lead to open the door for the official, and smiled and praised his hard work and dedication. A group of bodyguards followed closely behind, and walked directly from the VIP channel to the apron, and then took a small aircraft to leave the Star Cluster venue. Swish. In the dim environment, the ancient gates slowly opened, and the dim light in the courtyard gradually lit up. Bai Yi hurriedly led the broken machine, stepped into his abandoned factory, and went straight to the small room of the operating table. After a few days of running around, the various instruments in the small room were still operating normally, and the data on the display screen was normal. However, Bai Yi had no time to pay attention to these data, nor did he care about the whereabouts of the little mute, but went straight to the operating table, and together with the broken machine. He transferred Shinsu from the space card, and carefully placed it on the bed of the operating table. Once he left the space card, the parasitic vines parasitizing the left side of Shinsu's body began to become restless again. Shinsu lay quietly on the bed, his eyes closed, his face as pale as paper, and he had no breath of life. Bai Yi's heart tightened, and he quickly pulled the connectors of several instruments and quickly connected them to Shinsu's head and body. Fortunately, the heartbeat was still there, and although the brain waves were weak, they had not disappeared. However, Bai Yi stared at the parasitic vines that were still slowly growing on Shinsu's body, and his brows were furrowed. The parasitic vine had penetrated deep into his left chest, and his left lung and heart were probably parasitic. He was able to maintain the last heartbeat, probably relying on his will, but with his own ability, it was impossible to maintain his heartbeat. Bai Yi lowered his head, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and turned to take out the modifier from the medicine cabinet. The modifier is a drug that eliminates the biological properties of the body. It has a significant effect, but it is extremely dangerous. Once the modifier is injected, the body will lose all biological states within a few minutes. All cells will be transformed into a special carbon-silicon existence, no longer undergoing metabolism, and the body will maintain its pre-modification state and will not decay over time. Parasitic vines will only parasitize living organisms, and this carbon-silicon body is obviously no longer a target for parasitism. After the modifier is injected, the parasitic problem will be solved. But Shinsu will also lose his breathing and heartbeat, no longer needing to eat or sleep. And although he still looks like a human, he can no longer be called a human. Shinsu lay quietly on the bed, his handsome face showing a fragile paleness, his breathing so weak that it was almost unnoticeable, as if with just a slight touch, the thin line hanging his life would quietly break. Bai Yi calmed down, and finally made up his mind to put aside his hesitation, looked at him deeply, and then pierced the syringe filled with the modifier directly into his skin. The transparent liquid slowly flowed into the body, and then, the visible growth of the parasitic vine gradually slowed down, and finally stopped. The vine leaves began to turn yellow and wither. And finally, because they also absorbed the modifier, even the withered posture was fixed at a certain moment. Bai Yi carefully cleaned the dead vines on Shinsu's body, and carefully examined the body occupied by the parasitic vines. Fortunately, his head, neck and right half of his body were still intact. His skin color was normal, and his nerve conduction could proceed smoothly. However, the left half of his body, which had been occupied by the parasite for a long time, was iron gray, and his nerve reflexes were completely lost. I am afraid that it had been necrotic for a long time before the injection of the modifier. Bai Yi removed the instrument and exhaled gently. Shinsu, I'm sorry. Your left hand and left leg cannot be saved. Although Chen Su closed his eyes and did not respond, Bai Yi still said seriously, I will try to replace you with the best replacement. If possible, I will try to make you able to fly over rooftops and walls and sweep through thousands of troops like before. After all, you are Chen Su. Such a powerful Chen Su. Bai Yi looked at Chen Su quietly. His heart was full of sorrow and pain. His Adam's apple moved, and then he turned his eyes away and inserted a temporary interface in Chen Su's heart and connected it to the external energy supply device. The survival of living organisms requires nutrient supply. And now Chen Su's body also needs special bionic energy to maintain basic operation. Wait for me here first. Wait patiently for me to prepare everything. Bai Yi turned on the energy supply device, and the bionic energy liquid slowly flowed into Chen Su's body. He looked down at Chen Su's quiet face, reached out, and gently stroked his forehead. I hope it will work this time. I hope that when you wake up again, you will still be that invincible god of war. Pluto Su. Chapter 34. If it was him. Bai Yi had returned to the abandoned factory, and the players with higher rankings on the energy list were also teleported back to the God's Blessing Square. But in the game, some people were still stranded in that white space. Hey, is anyone there? A short player in a green jacket shouted loudly in the empty space. Where is the system? Is there anyone? Answer me. No response. Before entering the game, this guy in a green jacket was just an ordinary street thug, living a life that was neither good nor bad, and doing very ordinary things, could not join the Black Gang, nor the Night Owl group, and could only wander around every day, doing some small fights and petty thefts. Although he was not a strong player, he managed to survive these 2 games with a little fighting skills and super luck. But even if he survived, he was still a little inferior to the real strong players. At the end of the whole game, his energy points were only more than 500 points. And 500 of those 500 points were the task rewards each player received after setting foot on the path out of the city. Therefore, in the final energy ranking, Green Jacket fell firmly into the bottom 30%. Hey, system, what does this mean? After staying in the white space for too long, Green Jacket was too tired to stand, so he simply sat down cross-legged and just yelled. I know my points are not high. Isn't it a punishment? Then punish me quickly. Why are you leaving me here? I want to go home and sleep after the punishment. System, hey, system. Green Jacket had just yelled halfway, when the white around him suddenly disappeared. Then, the world spun around, and Green Jacket felt his body falling rapidly. He was so scared that he closed his eyes and shouted randomly. But after a few shouts, the terrible feeling of falling disappeared instantly. Fall. Landed. Green Jacket touched it tentatively with his hand. It seemed to be a cold and damp ground below, and there was fine sand on his fingers. He opened his eyes slightly, and found that the surroundings were dark and unclear. Compared with the bright white space, it was like 2 different worlds. Where is this? He heard someone's voice next to him. Is there someone? Green Jacket opened his eyes, and tried to look. When his eyes adjusted to the darkness, he was surprised to find that there were many people rubbing their heads next to him, with confusion on their faces. He seemed to have seen 1 or 2 people in the game. He was teleported here with other players? Could this be the last 30% penalty? Beep. Just as Green Jacket was confused, a high-power searchlight suddenly shone on them roughly, and the shrill whistle almost pierced the eardrum. Green Jacket was startled, and his body tensed up reflexively. Then, a clanging sound of footsteps was heard, and a tall and strong man walked out of the shadows. He was dressed in a neat uniform, wearing short leather boots, with a stern face, and kicked the player who was still sitting on the ground without a clue. Stand up. You? And you? Stand up. Green Jacket turned his head to look at the source of the sound, and found that the tall and strong man ordered rudely. Huh? The kick player was obviously not a good person either. He jumped up and shouted at the tall and strong man. Who are you? You dare to kick me? Are you tired of living? Before he finished speaking, the player was about to attack, but the tall and strong man glanced at him, said nothing, and just took a step back. Before he could throw a punch, a few sturdy soldiers rushed out from his side, pressed the player to the ground in an instant, and with 2 crackling sounds, cuffed his hands and feet. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? Let me go! Let me go! The player struggled desperately on the ground, but those iron handcuffs were not easy to break free of. He struggled and screamed in pain. But the tall and strong man walked to him expressionlessly, glanced at him, then pulled out a long iron whip from his waist, raised his hand, and whipped it hard. Ah! The screams of the player shocked everyone and made them gasp. The iron whip lashed again and again, and the player immediately cried out miserably. His heart was torn apart. Green Jacket and the players around him dared not delay any longer, and quickly stood up, rolling and crawling, and quickly lined up according to the tall and strong man's request. The tall and strong man glanced at them, handed the whip to the subordinate next to him, walked through the tears and blood on the ground, and walked in front of Green Jacket and the others. The player on the ground soon fell silent, and the whip in the subordinate's hand continued to whip his bloody body. The tall and strong man glanced at the group of players, and in the sound of the iron whip, he said coldly, "This place is the God Bless bunker. From now on, you will follow my orders to complete the work of the bunker. If there is any resistance, that person will be the next one." The players all lowered their heads, not even having the courage to look at the tall and strong man. The terrifying whip sound gradually disappeared, and finally a brave player swallowed his saliva, stuttered and raised his hand, as if he wanted to ask something. The tall and strong man glanced at him, as if allowing him to speak. "Excuse me, sir, is this the penalty for the last 30%? The player trembled and asked in a trembling voice, "How many days do we have to work here? When can we come back? Home? Home?" The tall and strong man snorted coldly, and then answered all the questions into one answer. "All bunker workers. You will never be able to return to the ground. You will work here for life, until the day you die." Beep. Verification passed. Pass. The recognition system at the gate said in an electronic synthesized voice. Clang, clang, clang. Clang, clang. "Master, super titanium raw materials have been successfully obtained." The bad machine walked in from outside the door, said a word to Bai Yi, and then stood quietly by the door. Bai Yi operated the knobs on the control console, and his eyes were fixed on the numerical graph on the display screen beside the bed, as if he had not noticed the return of the bad machine at all, and had no reaction at all. The curve on the numerical graph fluctuated unsteadily, and appeared chaotic and disordered. Bai Yi lowered his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, turned to the bedside, and picked up the electric screwdriver. On the bed, Chen Su was still sleeping quietly. Various pipes surrounded him. The man was not wearing any clothes, and only covered his lower body with a sheet. Bai Yi pushed aside the pipes that were in the way, and then used an electric screwdriver to remove the screws on Chen Su's left shoulder. Connected to Chen Su's left shoulder was a mechanical arm with a complex structure, and its outer shell removed. Bai Yi carefully dismantled the mechanical arm completely, and placed it on the table beside him. Bai Yi placed the little mute on a rocking chair beside the table, and as usual, he stared into the void with a bit of emptiness. In the past few days, Bai Yi did not try to activate the brain waves of the little mute again. He did not put into practice the method of using radiation instead of electric current stimulation that he had thought of in the copy before. After all, the most important thing at the moment was to make Chen Su's hands and feet intact and wake up smoothly. Bai Yi sat in front of the table, put on more sophisticated tools, and after thinking for a moment, began to operate the mechanical arm carefully. The room was quiet and silent. The electronic clock on the wall showed 0:14, and the colon in the center beat rhythmically second by second. The bad machine stood by the door, patiently waiting for the next instruction from the master, while the little mute quietly accompanied Bai Yi, who was concentrating, like an exquisite doll. Neither the bad machine nor the little mute seemed to notice, or care, that a visitor who did not belong here had quietly appeared on this dark and lonely island. Or, he was about to become a new member here. Click. Bai Yi pressed the switch, and the buzzing sound of the micro-welding gun disappeared immediately. He leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rubbed his tired temples. "Let's go, bad machine." After a short rest, Bai Yi stood up and finally called Bad Machine. "Come with me to put the super titanium raw materials into the warehouse." "Okay, master," Bad Machine responded. Bai Yi's warehouse is a large factory behind this small factory. He led Bad Machine through the dim yard and stopped at the door of one of the factories. "Sorry, Bad Machine." While entering the password lock of the warehouse, Bai Yi said to Bad Machine, "I promised to replace the super titanium shell for you, but now it seems that there may be no time." Although Bad Machine did not have advanced intelligence to understand the emotion of sorry, Bai Yi still communicated with it like a friend. There are only 7 days left until the next copy. I think I should concentrate on dealing with his affairs first. What do you think? There are also these super titanium. Let him use them first. Okay. The bad machine tilted its head, and the red light on its head flashed. Okay, master. The bad machine responded. Bai Yi smiled slightly, took the bad machine into the warehouse, and told it to organize the iron barrels containing super titanium raw materials. The bad machine was full of power and moved quickly. Soon, the barrels of raw materials were taken out one by one and neatly placed on the shelf. If I really succeed. Bai Yi leaned against the door. His tone was light, as if he was talking to Bad Machine, or as if he was talking to himself. If I really succeed, then he will become our companion. Companion? Bai Yi never needed this kind of relationship, nor did he want it. Under no circumstances. He did not intend to become a companion with anyone. This has always been his principle. But he also understood that Chinsu fell in front of him like this, his life hanging by a thread. How could he not save him? Bringing Chinsu back to the abandoned factory was the only way to save him, and letting him enter this isolated territory was Bai Yi's helpless choice. If it was him, maybe we could try. Bai Yi looked at the busy figure of Bad Machine, and was silent for a long time before speaking again. Maybe. We can try it. What do you think? Bad Machine? Okay. Master. Bad Machine nodded seriously in response. Chapter 35. So that's it. Have you heard about it? What did you hear about it? About the bunker. Bunker? Recently, people in the main city of God's Blessing Star are in a state of panic. Although there is no official information, what kind of punishment will be given to the bottom 30% of the game, but all kinds of speculations and rumors are everywhere, and no one can clearly point out which rumor is closest to the truth. No matter how severe the punishment is, it will eventually end, and it is better to survive the punishment than to die in the game. Everyone thinks so. But this was only the situation a few days ago. Are you sure? It's the legendary bunker? The bunker really exists? Where is it? It's not right under our feet. No way. I thought it was something adults use to scare children. I don't know who spread the news about the bunker, and it spread quickly within a few days, and quickly reached everyone's ears. Although this is just one of many rumors, the content is very specific, and it almost makes people feel like they are there in person. Even the shabby beds in the bunker, and the whip in the hands of the warden are described in great detail and vividly. According to legend, the God's Blessed Bunker has always been hidden in the shadow of the God's Blessed Star. All resources, food and daily necessities are obtained in the dark bunker by the workers with 20 hours of inhuman labor. The reality of the God's Blessed Star seems to confirm this statement. The energy and daily necessities needed by people are uniformly distributed by the God's Court. But if you think about it carefully, no one is engaged in planting or daily necessities production. It is also rumored that once you enter the bunker and become a worker, you will stay there forever and can never return to the ground. In fact, in the God's Blessed Star, it seems that there are always some people who disappear without a trace for various reasons. Sometimes they break the law, or disobey the God's Court, or even just disappear after traveling. There has never been a clear explanation for the disappearance of these people, as if they have evaporated from the face of the earth, and no one can see them again. And those players who ranked lower also disappeared in the game, and their relatives and friends have not received any news from them so far. How can people not believe this? Brother, do you think the bunker thing, is it true? At the bar of the simple little bar, Arnold asked the coxcomb in a low voice. The coxcomb was silent for a while, and took a sip of wine slowly. His friend, a best friend since childhood, brought him into the game during the preliminaries, but this time, Bai Yi's official game, he watched it alone, because his friend almost failed to enter the top 70% in the first official game. Since being teleported out of the game, the coxcomb has never seen his friend again. The door next door was locked, and he couldn't help but use the spare key to open it yesterday, but he saw the same as the previous few days, dirty clothes thrown on the back of the chair, the table was full of unclean food packaging, and a thin layer of dust on the ground. Obviously no one had returned these days. In the past, no matter how far they went, their contact would never be cut off for more than 3 days. But since the end of the game, there has been no news from their friends. Coxcomb was unwilling to believe that the failed players would be sent to the bunker. He couldn't imagine that his closest friend would be locked up in such a hell just because of a few energy points, and never come back. But at the moment when Arnold asked, He realized that he had been deceiving himself and denying it. But he couldn't find any reason to refute this rumor. When is your next match? The coxcomb didn't want to talk about it anymore, so he had to change the subject abruptly. Me? Arnold hesitated slightly, as if thinking. I'm on the 7th of next month. After a short pause, Arnold answered. Oh, I'm on the 5th of next month. The coxcomb didn't care, and continued the conversation. Your match? I'm in the AF match. I'm in the DX match, Arnold said. Oh, I see. The coxcomb nodded. Then on the 5th, you can come and watch my match. Okay. Arnold smiled. The coxcomb also smiled, and flicked the cup in his hand. Just come and cheer for me. You don't need to give me the support votes. I don't think I can make it to the top 3 with my strength. But don't vote for me. I'll start with 1,300 points. No matter how badly I do, I won't fall into the bottom 30%. That's absolutely impossible. The two chatted and laughed, clinked their glasses, and the haze about the bunker just now seemed to have dissipated a little. After I pass this game, I'll come to see you on the 7th. The coxcomb took a sip and then said, You also started with 1,000 points. I think this game is also stable. I'll go to cheer for you then. Yeah. Okay. Arnold agreed with a smile. Since quitting the game, Bai Yi has never stepped out of the abandoned factory. Day and night alternate. And he is immersed in the research of Chen Su's transformation every moment. Chen Su's body has been injured beyond recognition. And as a living being, the possibility of survival is very small. Bai Yi's goal is to create a new form through the remaining healthy part of Chen Su, a transformed body that not only maintains his personality and memory, but also can continue to exist without the support of life energy. This was a bold attempt. And it was also a plan that Bai Yi had been thinking about and experimenting with for a long time, but had never been completely successful. The object of his first experiment was the bad machine. The bad machine was transformed from a high-end Nani robot, which had a nearly perfect mechanical structure when it left the factory. After Bai Yi's transformation, the various body functions of the bad machine could be said to be extremely precise and smooth. However, although its body was perfect, it could only be controlled by artificial intelligence, and it was impossible to truly embed a consciousness with human thinking. Bai Yi's second experimental subject was the little mute. He spent a huge amount of money to buy back a little boy who had just died from an orphanage, and attempted to use the human corpse as a basis, and use the real brain to control the transformed bionic body. The transformation process was successful, and Bai Yi successfully connected the brain-computer signal of the little mute. But unfortunately, even if the body adapted to the lifeless state, the dead brain could never be revived. Chen Su was the third experimental subject. Chen Su did not die. His consciousness, personality, memory and preferences, everything, still existed in this body. Therefore, if this succeeds, even if he loses his life, Chen Su will still be Chen Su. As long as his consciousness is still there, with a perfect body, he can once again become the Hades who calls the shots on the battlefield. Once Chen Su is saved, Bai Yi's long-term goal will be achieved. Now, everything is ready. Bai Yi has carried out a comprehensive mechanization transformation on Chen Su's body. His internal organs and bones have been completely replaced with metal bionic machines, and a complete energy flow circulation system has been implanted. Portable energy blocks are enough to maintain the normal operation of his various functions. The brain is intact. Only a micro-signal converter is implanted in the back of the head, which allows mechanical signals to be converted into neural signals that the brain can recognize, so that Chen Su can use his original brain to control the modified body. His original skin is also completely preserved. After strengthening and special optimization, it can still sense temperature and touch signals through the skin and transmit them to the brain. His 5 senses and sense organs also exist in the form of simulated signals, and his perception of smell, taste, vision and hearing is even more acute than before. However, the left leg, left arm and part of the left chest in his original body had completely necrotized and could not be used. Therefore, Bai Yi prepared a set of mechanical prostheses for him to use in combat, which integrated various weapons and equipment, and also prepared a set of lightweight bionic prostheses to facilitate more comfortable movement in daily life. Bai Yi has created and tried all possibilities. Now, all he has to wait for is Chen Su's awakening. Chen Su? At the control console, Bai Yi adjusted the instrument in his hand, trying to wake Chen Su up. Chen Su, can you hear me? The instrument in his hand was a small device he made himself, which could be attached to the brain wave controller, sending awakening stimulation to the brain, hoping to wake up the sleeping object. But the device did not seem to work. Even after the stimulation, Chun-Su on the bed was still sleeping soundly, with no signs of waking up. "Chun-Su, I am Bai Yi. Can you hear me?" As he spoke, he adjusted the gear and increased the strength of the instrument. But Chun-Su still kept his eyes closed, and did not respond to the instrument or Bai Yi. The brain wave graph on the screen showed that his brain was active, with steady and rhythmic fluctuations, indicating a good state. This was much better than the brain waves of the little mute, who was forcibly activated. However, if Chun-Su could not wake up, what was the point of these positive brain waves? If Chun-Su fell asleep forever, all of Bai Yi's efforts would be in vain. Why? Bai Yi turned off the awakening device, frowned and thought for a moment, then pulled over a series of test equipment to re-examine Chun-Su's auditory system and perception system. Test signal alpha was generated successfully. It took 0.007 seconds. Test signal alpha was transmitted successfully. It took 0.022 seconds. Test signal alpha was received successfully. It took 0.005 seconds. Everything was normal. Chun-Su could hear, and his brain could receive the signal from the instrument. So what went wrong? Bai Yi couldn't figure out the problem, so he could only test Chun-Su's body functions again. But the results still couldn't find out why he couldn't wake up. In desperation, Bai Yi could only put all the instruments aside temporarily, turn on the computer, and enter the online database, and start to check. The room was so quiet that it seemed as if time had stopped. Only the ticking electronic clock on the wall reminded him that time was still passing. Bai Yi was so focused on studying the data that he suddenly stood up from his chair when the sky was just getting light. "So that's how it is," he said to the little mute in the rocking chair, his eyes sparkling and his face showing a rare excitement. "I understand. This way he can be awakened." The little mute had no idea what he said and just stared blankly ahead. But Bai Yi didn't care whether the little mute understood or not. His cheeks flushed slightly, and he walked to the bedside excitedly. "Don't worry. I will wake you up soon." He looked down at Chun-Su's face, and after thinking for a few seconds, he turned around and took out a small bottle of anesthetic from the medicine cabinet and injected it into a micro needle. Then, he raised his hand and stabbed the needle directly into his ear. It seemed a little crazy and irrational, but Bai Yi knew what he was doing. Chun-Su's body had been transformed into a perfect mechanical body, so perfect that it did not require any external intervention, and it would even automatically block external information to improve the smoothness of operation. To wake up Chun-Su, it is necessary to break this perfect closed loop. Let his brain receive the information transmitted by Bai Yi, just like recognizing self-signals. And in order to achieve this goal, he must make some sacrifices. The anesthetic gradually took effect, and his left ear and neck began to numb. Bai Yi walked to the mirror, put gauze on his shoulders, disinfected the skin around his ears, took out a sharp knife, and cut off his left earlobe without hesitation, cutting off his own flesh and blood. This seems a bit crazy. Bai Yi placed the cut earlobe in a small beaker to hold down the bleeding wound. But if he wanted to successfully transmit his signal to Chun-Su, he had to inject his own biological information into this perfect mechanical body. The biological information required was not only DNA, but also cell structure, element ratio, and other complex data. These data could only be provided by his own flesh and blood. So Bai Yi had to make some sacrifices. However, in order to wake up Chun-Su, and even to realize his long-cherished pursuit, what did this little madness matter? The bleeding gradually stopped. Bai Yi picked up the beaker, put his earlobe into the centrifuge, and pressed the switch. Soon, the centrifuge separated a bottle of milky white translucent liquid. Bai Yi carefully took it out, walked to Chun-Su's bed, and injected the solution containing his biological information into the pipe connected to Chun-Su's heart. "Wake up, Chun-Su." Bai Yi watched the liquid slowly flow into Chun-Su's mechanical heart, and silently said in his heart, "Maybe what you face after waking up will bring you painful torture. But if it is you, it will be absolutely no problem. After all, you are so strong. After all, you firmly chose to live at that time. So, open your eyes. No matter what you will encounter in the future, please live well. Chun-Su. Chun-Su. Can you hear it? Who is calling? Whose voice is it?" It was as if I had experienced an extremely long dream. The blazing flames in the dream surged like a tide, until the end of the sky. Chun-Su felt that his body had lost weight, uncontrollably drifting in this sea of fire, rising with the restless heat waves, leaning forward and backward, and unable to stop. Chin-Su. Wake up. Wake up. That voice followed me like a shadow, and it didn't disappear for a long time. He wanted me to wake up. So I was sleeping? Chin-Su. Chin-Su. Open your eyes. Open your eyes, open. Your eyes. A ray of light lit up from the sky, and instantly dispelled the raging fire. The light became brighter, and finally, the things in front of me began to become clearer. It was a cement-colored ceiling. Instruments, screens, and bundles of unknown tubes. Huh? You finally woke up. A man's voice came from beside him. The cold and gentle tone sounded familiar. Am I awake? Chin-Su propped himself up and turned his head. Sure enough, a thin man stood beside him, wearing a clean white coat and frameless glasses. The eyes behind the glasses, one gold and one gray, looked at him quietly with a faint smile. Do you remember me? The man asked. He is. In an instant, a name appeared in his mind. Bai Yi. Chin-Su heard himself answer. Yeah. The man smiled slightly. How do you feel? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Uncomfortable, seemingly not. Chin-Su felt for a moment, and shook his head. Then, the man asked again, but his tone was slightly more hesitant than before. Do you remember what happened before? The things before. Chin-Su felt a little confused, and subconsciously raised his arm, and suddenly, the stiffness in his memory swept through his body. The dilapidated path, twisted soft vines, fallen teammates, and the sneering enemies. The soft vines were tightly wrapped around me, and my life was like sand between my fingers, slowly slipping away from my body, and it was irreversible. Someone came to me, and he said that he might be saved. But even if he was saved, I would no longer be alive. So that's it. So I was saved. So I was dead. Chapter 36. Become my summoned body. You have 2 left arms and a left leg. One is a bionic prosthesis, which is mainly used for daily life, lightweight and looks, and feels almost the same as real hands and feet. Bai Yi showed Chin-Su the bionic arm that looked quite real, and pointed to the cool metal mechanical arm he was wearing now. This mechanical arm is designed for combat, with a variety of weapons built in, which can be directly retracted and released through brain signals, and replaced and used, which is much more convenient than putting weapons in the space card. We can try it in the yard. After Bai Yi finished speaking, he took Chin-Su out of the room, and came to the open space in front of the small factory. Chin-Su raised his mechanical arm, looked at it carefully, and then turned his eyes to Bai Yi. Try it. Bai Yi smiled slightly. Chin-Su nodded, paused for a second, and suddenly raised his arm. A large caliber heavy artillery was flipped out from his arm, and the black muzzle was aimed at the warehouse behind the small factory. This heavy artillery was the high-energy flame cannon F-36 type that Chin-Su had used before. Oh, don't fire. Bai Yi leaned back subconsciously and reminded with a smile. Chin-Su seemed to hum softly, but it seemed that he didn't. In the next moment, the flame cannon disappeared, and a slightly thinner weapon appeared above the mechanical arm. This weapon was long and narrow, and was completely black. There was a matte nameplate at the tail, which was engraved with the words AJ-8. It was the AJ-8 rocket launcher that Chin-Su used when he shot the mechanical ant in the head. Your laser knife is also here, and it can appear from the palm when necessary. Bai Yi pulled up his mechanical hand, pointed to the palm, and gestured to the inside of the mechanical arm. Several space cards are integrated here, including a single weapon type and a large space card with A-class capacity, which should be enough for the time being. The shell of your mechanical prosthesis is made of super titanium material, which is the material with the strongest defensive performance at present, and attacks usually do not cause damage to the mechanical part. Also, Bai Yi pointed to the lower left neck of Chin-Su again. It looks normal on the surface, but you can feel it with your hand, and there is actually a button here. Chin-Su did as he was told, and touched his neck lightly, and indeed felt a unique touch. Try pressing it, Bai Yi said. Chin-Su looked at Bai Yi, and then gently pressed the button. With a buzzing sound, the fluid instantly covered Chin-Su's whole body, tightly wrapping his exposed parts. The fluid had a faint dark gray matte luster. This is a super titanium fluid protective suit, which has stronger defense than your previous magnetic fluid protective suit. The mechanical limbs of the super titanium shell, combined with the super titanium fluid protective suit, make Pluto-Su even more invincible when fully armed, Bai Yi said with a smile, his eyes full of warmth. Chin-Su stared into Bai Yi's eyes silently. After a moment, He lowered his head and looked away. What he had done, obviously, was not only for survival, but also to try to restore everything in the past. The weapons he was familiar with, the protective clothing he was used to wearing, and even the position of the protective clothing switch, were all thoughtfully set to the original position. Bai Yi was so attentive to him. Thank you. After a long time, Chen Su said heavily. You're welcome. Bai Yi responded with a smile. Chen Su still lowered his head, his eyes wandered, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. The yard was silent, as if only a breeze was passing by. After a while, Chen Su whispered, I'm sorry. I made you laugh. Bai Yi's smile gradually faded, and he stared at Chen Su's face quietly. Your hands and feet are still there. Do you want to see them? Bai Yi asked softly. After hearing this, Chen Su's face froze slightly. But he didn't say anything for a long time. He didn't refuse. Nor did he have a clear idea. And his mind seemed to be blank. Bai Yi regarded it as consent. So he turned around and walked towards the warehouse. And turned back to signal him to follow. Come on. I'll take you to see it. Behind the small factory, there stood 5 spacious large factories, some of which were filled with items, while others were empty. Bai Yi pushed open a door. There were no neatly arranged shelves. Most of what he saw were huge instruments and machines. Bai Yi led Chen Su through several devices, and finally stopped next to a cylindrical glass box. It's right here. Bai Yi pressed the lighting switch of the instrument next to him, and the originally dark glass was instantly illuminated by light. This tall glass water tank is filled with transparent liquid, and a smooth white mannequin is immersed in the liquid. But the left half of the mannequin is connected to a real body. The muscles of the body are tight, and it is obvious that it has been tempered for a long time. However, upon closer inspection, the skin is wrinkled and full of holes and tiny eyes. The color of the skin is lifeless blue-gray, and it is obvious that it has been rotten for a long time. At the collarbone below the left shoulder of the body, there is a clear black number AK-048. Chen Su placed his fingers lightly on the glass wall, staring at the string of letters, unable to speak for a long time. At this time, Bai Yi slowly said, I'm sorry. When I brought you back, your left half of the body could not be restored. With my current technology, I can only preserve your right side and let you have the body you have now. So, you mean I still have hope of becoming human? Chen Su was stunned for a moment, his voice trembling slightly. Although he was not dead yet, he was no longer alive. Bai Yi's words were as heavy as a stone, like the cruel reality he had experienced after waking up in this body. The mechanical feeling of the joints, the faint hum of energy flow, the extremely clear vision and hearing, the abundant and endless physical strength and energy, the calmness of the chest, and no more in and out breath. His existence was no longer human. All his senses were making this inference fiercely, but the remaining memories in his mind were resisting, roaring and unwilling to accept such a reality. At this moment, he only wanted to ask himself, is there still hope to return to the past? In the future, how many possibilities of life are left? Chen Su stared at Bai Yi. His inner confusion was like a tide, and he was looking forward to his answer. However, Bai Yi was silent for a few seconds, and finally shook his head. The modification is irreversible. Just like the lost life cannot be restored. Bai Yi continued, giving this half of the body back to you is just to allow the necrotic part to regenerate signal reflections, so that your brain can control them again. But to restore to a biological human body, within my knowledge, is impossible. Lost life can never be brought back. This is such a simple truth. What on earth are you expecting? Then, there is no need. Chen Su clenched his fists, staring deeply at the part of the water tank that once belonged to him. After a long silence, he finally closed his eyes, turned around and strode towards the warehouse door, determined not to look back. Bai Yi's abandoned factory is located in a desolate area far away from the hustle and bustle of the city, surrounded by only dirt and rocks, weeds, and a row of uninhabited small houses. During the day, you can occasionally hear the sound of a flying vehicle passing by in the distance, and those faint mechanical noises coming from nowhere. After nightfall, this area is shrouded in endless silence, and time seems to gradually sink into the dark abyss, until the deepest darkness. What are you thinking about? Outside the small factory, Bai Yi walked forward and sat side by side with Chen Su at the foot of the wall. Since Chen Su woke up, his words seemed to become very rare. Unless Bai Yi asked, most of the time he was just silent and dazed. Just like now. Bai Yi is sure that there is no problem with his language system, and his cognition and thinking are normal. However, it is not difficult to guess why Chinsu is silent. Is this factory where you live? Chinsu seems to be responding to Bai Yi's question, but this is not his real answer. Yes. Bai Yi did not say much. He wanted to chat, so he let him. I am a shopaholic. I bought too many materials and parts, and the instruments and equipment are piled up like mountains. If I'm not in the factory, I don't know where else I can stay, Bai Yi said with a smile. Chinsu raised his lips slightly, responding to Bai Yi's self-deprecation in an attempt to lighten the mood. But, Bai Yi continued, I've been busy transforming your body these days, and I forgot to think about what will happen after you wake up. Although the factory is not small, except for this small factory building for living, I have filled all other places and turned them into warehouses. So you can only stay here for the time being. In 2 days, I will let the broken machine vacate a room for you. In fact, as a transformed body, Chinsu no longer needs sleep. And Bai Yi knows this better than anyone else. But he still said this to Chinsu. After all, Chinsu was not a bad machine, nor a little mute. In a sense, he was still a real person. But Chinsu just nodded slightly, and did not say much. You will be bound to me. If you leave me, you may not exist anymore. Bai Yi once said this to him on the path. Yes, now he has become a modified body. As a machine that is born and dies, and depends on Bai Yi, this factory is his future home. And perhaps, he doesn't need a so-called residence at all. A residence is something that only real people need. No need to bother. Chinsu's voice was low. Bai Yi did not respond, but smiled slightly, pulled his left hand, and pressed a few times on his wrist. As Bai Yi operated, a beep sounded, and a miniature holographic screen suddenly appeared above Chinsu's wrist. You really don't need to rest, but being forced to stay awake all the time, you must feel a little lonely. Bai Yi operated on the holographic screen, and showed the interface to Chinsu. So I designed a sleep function for you. As long as you want, you can use this function to spend any time. He slid the holographic screen, and the sleep function panel appeared in the interface, including time setting, sound wake up, vibration wake up, and other modes. For you, this may not be interesting. The little mute doesn't communicate, the bad machine has limited intelligence, and there are only machines in the factory. So when I sleep, if you feel bored, you can try to sleep. Bai Yi said. Chinsu looked at Bai Yi's smile. His expression slightly dull. He actually even considered these things for himself. Chinsu's heart was instantly stirred, and he subconsciously wanted to say thank you. But his eyes slid, and he found that Bai Yi had a piece of gauze wrapped around his ear. What's wrong with your ear? This sentence came out before thanking. I gave it to you. Bai Yi replied. Give it to me? Chinsu was stunned, and he didn't understand what Bai Yi meant by I gave it to you. Bai Yi stared at Chinsu and smiled gently. If you don't have my biological information in your body, I can't wake you up. So I give this to you. What he meant was that he cut off his earlobe and gave it to him. Chinsu looked at Bai Yi in shock and was speechless for a moment. So that's why. Bai Yi spoke in a relaxed tone and didn't seem to think that his actions were surprising. So this body of yours belongs to you and to me. You must cherish it. Otherwise you will treat me badly. Chinsu stared at Bai Yi's profile, and his heart was filled with bitterness and sorrow, shock and gratitude. All kinds of emotions intertwined, making him unable to tell which one was stronger. Bai Yi seemed to have difficulty finding the right words to respond to his selfless giving. After a long silence, Chinsu finally said thank you again, which he should have said a long time ago. Thank you, Chinsu said solemnly. But this time, Bai Yi did not say you're welcome. He turned around to face Chinsu, and his tone was less joking and more serious. If you want to thank me, use your ability to protect me. Bai Yi stared at Chinsu. You also understand that I am very fragile. Without you, I might die in the next game. If I die, what will you do? This may be a little unfair to you, but as long as I am fine and you are fine, we can all be fine. So, Chinsu, together with the bad machine, be my summoned body. Chapter 37, Lone Star Escape. A few days later, the number plate of the monitoring room at the Star Cluster venue changed from AK to A1. After the preliminaries and the first official match, many players either died or were forced to retreat to the bunker, which was equivalent to losing the qualification to continue participating. There were only a few participants left, so all the players with the number starting with A were gathered in one place, and then randomly divided into 3 groups, for the second official match. The analysis team led by the ball team leader was specially assigned as the exclusive analysis team for the A1 field because of their outstanding performance. Ed, Xiaojing, Decheng, and most of the original AK team members joined the A1 analysis team of the ball team leader. The ball team leader was in front of Xiaojing's computer screen, checking the list of players in the A1 field. There are many familiar names on the list. It seems that the previous AK field was really strong. We know these players very well, which is very helpful for us to carry out our work. Bai Yi, Huiqiao Smith. Ed approached Xiaojing, whispered the names on the screen, and couldn't help sighing. It's a pity that Chensu is gone. Ed sighed. More than 10 days have passed since the last vegetation outbreak dungeon ended, and Chensu's matter has always been a lingering worry in everyone's mind. In the last game, Bai Yi and Chensu's strong combination brought countless exciting scenes. But now, only Bai Yi's name appears alone at the top of the player list, and the once glorious combination no longer exists. For every member of the original AK analysis team, this is undoubtedly an irreparable regret. Okay, everyone cheer up. The ball team leader was like a responsible commander, motivating the team's morale in time. In this second game, the contestants are all strong players who have passed 2 levels, and in the third and fourth games in the future, the contestants will only become stronger and stronger, and the game will become more exciting. What's more, although Chensu is not here, Bai Yi is still here. In the list of players issued by the Divine Court, Bai Yi is at the top, and his name is especially bolded, and everyone knows what this means. Let's rekindle our enthusiasm for the game, and carefully record the performance of Bai Yi and other strong players. No matter what the future holds, our responsibility is to keep their glory and brilliance today in the records of the Divine Blessing Star forever. The ball team leader's passionate words aroused the team members' sense of professional mission. Less than 10 minutes before the game started, players began to appear on the screen wall one after another. The team members adjusted their mindsets, returned to their respective positions, put Chensu's affairs aside for the time being, and prepared to go all out to meet the work at hand. The game is about to start. Focus, and perform our duties well. Yes. AK-066 player Bai Yi, welcome to participate in the EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Field A1. In a pure white space, Bai Yi was wearing a sophisticated white suit, his glasses were bright and clean, his hairstyle was exquisite and steady, and a black cross earring was added below the left earlobe, just covering the wound on the earlobe. He looked indifferent, expressionless, and quietly waited for the system to announce the rules of the game. The system's voice was still that elegant and gentle female voice. The rules of this round of competition were similar to the previous one, and it was still a game mode of completing tasks, accumulating energy points, and surviving the punishment of heaven. After the game, the top 3 players with the highest total energy points will be rewarded with high-dimensional ability cards, and the next 30% of players will face punishment from the God's Court. This competition will be held in a mirror world of an uninhabited planet. Players must complete the task and escape from this uninhabited planet to successfully pass the Doomsday game. The specific task will be announced after entering the game. Due to the special nature of this game setting, here we remind all players again, it is strictly forbidden to kill other players in the game. If this behavior occurs, the energy points of the killer will be immediately cleared, and the energy slot will also be invalidated. The game will start in 1 minute. Please be ready. 10, 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. Welcome to this EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Lone Star Escape. EVO Game 3, Lone Star Escape. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in his face, causing Bai Yi to shudder. He came back to his senses, and found that the pure white space in front of him had disappeared. He was teleported to an empty area in the dim night. Although the sky was dark, a strange light shone down obliquely, illuminating the place that should have been dark. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the light, and saw a huge and bright planet hanging in the distant sky. The cold white and slightly blue light made the surroundings a cold half-bright and half-dark scene. This place was obviously not suitable for human habitation. Bai Yi made a judgment in his heart. This time was different from the last vegetation outbreak. As soon as we entered the dungeon, there were many players gathered around. This open area was quite wide. The players were standing relatively sparsely, watching each other, and no one was willing to communicate too much. Those who had experienced the 2 games had already deeply understood the cruelty. Energy points were an extremely limited resource, but they were necessary for survival. If you grab them, you live, and if you lose them, you die. In this competition in the name of life and death, Everyone was an enemy. Therefore, before the game even begins, everyone is in a tense state, and will not easily expose even a glance or a word of information to others. Scientist? Bai Yi naturally indicated that he was the same. He drooped his eyelids, trying to reduce his presence, waiting for the system to issue the first task. Scientist? My God. You are also in this game. There was a sudden noise not far away, and the man, with a loud voice, seemed particularly harsh in this tense atmosphere. But Bai Yi didn't want to pay attention to this noise. He rationally chose to ignore it. Damn! I'm so lucky! I'm in the same group with a scientist. The man's voice was getting closer and closer. Bai Yi couldn't help but look up, and saw a tall man with a red coxcomb, rushing towards him excitedly. Scientist! Oh my God! I actually saw you in person. I watched all your previous games. It was really exciting. It was great. So the scientist was referring to me? Bai Yi was stunned, staring blankly at the enthusiastic man in front of him, not knowing how to respond. The man smiled foolishly, and stretched out his hand, as if he wanted to shake hands. Let's meet. I'm your fan. A die-hard fan. A 100% true fan. A true fan? Bai Yi tried to hold back his expression, which was about to tear apart, and looked down at the hand that was stretched out. Finally, he looked back at his face, but still didn't stretch out his hand. The coxcomb-headed man didn't seem to care. After retracting his hand, he continued to express his support. In your last game, I watched it in the Star Cluster Hall. At that time, everyone supported Chen Su, didn't think highly of you, and even voted against you. But I knew you were great, so I voted for you without hesitation. The coxcomb-headed man looked at Bai Yi, his eyes sparkling. If you don't believe me, look at my energy bracelet. He handed his energy bracelet directly to Bai Yi. Look, the game hasn't even started yet, and I have 1,300 points. 1,000 of them are the first prize I got for supporting you. I immediately decided that I must be your #1 fan. I was before, and I will be in the future. Bai Yi remained silent, still staring at the coxcomb head, trying to figure out what he was saying. What on earth does this guy want to do? Bai Yi couldn't understand it for a long time. On the eve of such an important game, he actually came over to build relationships, and showed off his bracelet carelessly. He even told me the information of 1,300 points at the start so easily. If he was really sent by someone to make me relax my vigilance, this method is too clumsy. Or, this person is simply stupid. How could such a stupid person make it to the second official game? Bai Yi's thoughts were temporarily confused, and he could not draw any effective conclusions. While Bai Yi remained silent, Coxcomb didn't seem to be planning to leave, and stayed beside Bai Yi with a smug look on his face. You just said. After a minute of silence, Bai Yi finally spoke, and Coxcomb immediately cheered up. You just said, 1,000 points is the reward for supporting me. Yes. Coxcomb nodded firmly. Then, what about the other 300 points? Bai Yi asked tentatively. Oh, the 300 points. When he mentioned the 300 points, Coxcomb's mood suddenly dropped a bit. Those 300 points are votes for Chen Su. He scratched his head a little embarrassedly, and then explained. But I didn't really want to step on him. I just voted blindly out of anger. I didn't expect that Big Boss Chen Su would. I know you have a good relationship. I feel bad when Big Boss Chen Su got into trouble. Alas, anyway. It's useless to say anything now. I hope Big Boss Chen Su won't blame me in heaven. All players have been loaded. Just as the coxcomb had finished speaking, the system's voice sounded. Welcome all players to EVO Doomsday Survival Competition, Lone Star Escape. Current time, 12 noon, EVO Survival Competition officially begins. Just as the system announced the start, a matrix of light spots suddenly flashed in the center of the open area where the players were, and then, a huge monster appeared in the light spots. Hey, what is this? It seems to be a spaceship? The players discussed in a low voice, and their eyes were attracted by the huge metal object in the blue light. From the appearance, this giant seems to be a spaceship, but it is obviously seriously damaged. The hull is twisted and broken. The wreckage is scattered all over the ground, and even the seats inside are exposed. Starship Noah was hit by space debris and fell to this unknown planet. 478 survivors of the plane crash were forced to be trapped in this deserted, uninhabited area. Without communication, there is no way to rescue. The only way to leave this desolate planet is to repair the damaged starship and let it fly back into space. After briefly introducing the background of the game, the system released their first mission. The wreckage of the starship is scattered in every corner of the deserted planet. The first task of the survivors is to collect these fragments together to repair the starship. Each successful collection will add 20 energy points to the player's energy bracelet. The more you pick up, the more there is no upper limit. In addition, the first punishment in the game will appear at 6 p.m. Before the punishment comes, please collect as many fragments as possible and accumulate enough points to pass the punishment. Mission 1. Scavengers on the Lonely Star. Will start soon. Please try your best to survive and escape the doomsday. Chapter 38. Enemies meet on a narrow road. This game is not that simple. In the A1 monitoring room on the second floor of the Star Cluster Hall, the bald team leader said thoughtfully. This time the analysis team still adopted the group follow-up method. Several analysts formed a group, focusing on a key player, and other non-key players were observed by unassigned team members. Due to his wonderful performance in the previous game, Bai was placed on the largest screen in the center of the live broadcast wall at the beginning of this game. The bald leader was still sitting in front of Bai's screen as in the previous game, paying attention to the overall situation and focusing on the top player in this A1 event. Leader, you said it's not easy. What do you mean? Ed heard the leader's whisper and leaned over to ask. The first task. You also heard the system's explanation. The leader glanced at Ed. Yes, I heard it. Let the players pick up the fragments. Ed replied. This task is not as simple as picking up fragments. The leader said meaningfully. Did you notice what the system said? The more you pick, the more you get, there is no upper limit. The more you pick, the more you get, there is no upper limit. Ed thought about it, still didn't quite understand what the team leader meant. Are you saying that this task has no completion standard? Yes. No completion standard means that this first task will not be like the last one, where everyone will get the same reward points when they complete it, nor will it be like Bai, where the first person to complete it will get a lot of achievement points. At present, it seems that if you want to stand out in this task, the key is to get more fragments than others. If you want to get more fragments, it's not something that can be done simply by trying hard to find them. It's not something that can be done simply by trying hard to find them. Ed's expression was shocked, as if he had understood something. I understand what you mean. A starship cannot produce infinite fragments, so the total amount of mission items must be limited. Since the total amount of fragments is limited, players may fight each other in order to get more fragments and more points. No wonder before the game started, the system specifically reiterated that killing other players is prohibited. It turns out that the mission mechanism of this game is a mechanism that may cause armed conflict between players. Yes, that's it. The bald team leader nodded in affirmation. And think about it. Although only one mission has been announced in the game, the plot of this game is that players need to work together to repair a starship and leave this uninhabited planet together. This plot sounds like it requires everyone to cooperate, but under the pressure of obtaining energy points, heavenly punishment, ranking, generous rewards and punishments. How can players really cooperate? So the word together actually means limited. Under this game mechanism, the competition caused by limited is likely to be snatching. Not only Ed, but other team members also listened carefully to the team leader's analysis and nodded in agreement. But after agreeing, the team members began to worry about the players again. I wonder how many fragments are scattered everywhere, and whether they can be easily found. Someone said. If it's easy to find, it's fine, but if it's hard to find, the scene of this game will be. Although the system says that killing is strictly prohibited, but in fact, it's not that strict. Yes, after all, Bai killed someone in the last game. The ending of this sentence is very small, but everyone came from the AK team, and everyone knows what Bai did in the last game. Bai, the top player in this game, is not a soft-hearted person. Everyone knows this. The discussion gradually subsided, and everyone involuntarily turned their eyes to Bai's screen. The mission has been issued. Bai lowered his head and thought for a while on the screen, then followed a path to leave the open space where the starship wreckage was located, followed by a strange man with a red coxcomb. I don't know how he will find those fragments in this game, and how to accumulate energy points. Everyone had doubts in their hearts, and this doubt made people feel a chill inexplicably. Strictly speaking, this planet is not a completely uninhabited place. At first, Bai only felt that there were low hills all around, hazy and unclear. However, when he really got closer, he realized that these hills were not formed naturally, but piles of abandoned machines. Each machine is at least 1 person tall. And most of them have a similar shape, narrow at one end and wide at the other end. And the overall look is like a cone with a flattened tip. The narrow end is equipped with a dark red semicircular device. And the wide bottom is connected to several thin curved metal strips, like the limbs of some giant insect. Bai Yi lifted up the 3-claw clamp of one of them, looked at it carefully, and then put it back. If I am not mistaken, these machines are all abandoned robots. And from the design structure, they seem to be mechanical soldiers used in combat. Who made so many similar mechanical soldiers for what reason? And abandoned them all here? Countless abandoned robots piled up into dark hills with no end in sight. The incomplete mechanical corpses, under the cold night light, intertwined into this huge mechanical cemetery, which looked extremely desolate and lonely. Wow, is this a robot army? The coxcomb put his hands on the awning and looked at the mechanical hills around him. In a place without sunlight, it seemed that he didn't know what he was blocking. It's amazing. So many robots, all piled up here. They made so many. Why don't they want them anymore? Are these robots unable to move? Scientist, you said you are so good. Can you fix one or half of them? Bai Yi frowned slightly, and a vein on his forehead was faintly throbbing. I think there's nothing broken here. Hey, look at this. The arms and legs are intact. Clang. Ah. This. Is it so easy to break? He clenched his fists, and the joints made a crackling sound. Bai Yi finally couldn't stand it anymore, turned around abruptly, and stared coldly at the innocent-looking coxcomb. Since the mission began, this guy has been pestering him. You? Although he was unable to suppress his irritability, Bai Yi still tried to suppress his anger, trying not to appear out of control. Aren't you going to do the mission? You're always following me. If you find the fragments, it's hard to say how to distribute them. That's fine. I'll give them all to you. The coxcomb-headed man didn't hesitate. I have 1,300 points. Don't worry. Just take the fragments first. Thank you so much. Bai Yi was getting more and more annoyed, and said again, Then don't you have anything else to do? This game is not suitable for team building. You'd better not follow me all the time. Other things? I don't have anything else to do. The coxcomb-headed man scratched his head. I understand that the fragments you mentioned are difficult to divide. But it doesn't matter to me. Don't I have more points? I plan to help you find them first. And when you have found enough, I will find mine. Also, don't be fooled by my unreliable appearance. I am actually quite good at fighting. If someone comes to bully you, I can protect you with your robot. Don't worry. I will follow you, and will definitely help you. I will never hold you back. The sincerity of the coxcomb-headed man made Bai Yi unable to find a reason to kick him out. Otherwise, it is better to sit on the bad machine and let him throw it away. Bai Yi thought. In this copy with the keyword robbery, the bad machine is indeed too obvious a target. Bai Yi did not want to summon it at the critical moment. But it seems, Bai Yi closed his eyes and made up his mind. Anyway, he should get rid of him first. Hey! Hey! Just as he was hesitating in his heart, the coxcomb suddenly shouted excitedly, which scared Bai Yi. Bai Yi opened his eyes and saw the coxcomb jumped up a robot hill next to him in a few steps, climbing flexibly, and then took out a book-sized metal block from some corner. The piece of metal emitted a faint white light, which contrasted sharply with the dim mechanical parts around it. In addition, to indicate its identity, the name of the starship was faintly displayed on the metal block, Noah. Without a doubt, this was the mission item they were looking for. Damn. My luck is so good today. I saw a glow on it, climbed up and took a look, and it was indeed the fragment. The coxcomb held the fragment high, excitedly jumped down from the top of the hill, and ran straight to Bai Yi. Here, I'll take it for you. The coxcomb smiled carelessly, and stuffed the fragment directly into Bai Yi's arms. I'll find it later, and give it back to you. The coxcomb was very strong, and Bai Yi lost his balance and stumbled back a step. After stabilizing his body, Bai Yi took the fragment and looked at the coxcomb in surprise. This person really gave the fragment to him. At this moment, Bai Yi was sure. This coxcomb was not a spy set by the enemy, and it seemed that he had no other intentions. This man, so simple that he is a little bit stupid. But this sincerity made Bai Yi feel a little bit sorry, even though he was still irritable, but he couldn't bear to leave him like this. You should keep this fragment for yourself. Bai Yi tried to be more friendly and returned the fragment in his hand. I have a way to collect fragments, so you don't have to worry about me. Even if I encounter danger, I can protect myself. This game is about life and death, and 1300 points can't guarantee that you will pass it smoothly. I appreciate your kindness, but you keep following me like this, which affects your own game progress. I'm fine. The coxcomb refused to take it, and wanted to push the fragment to Bai Yi. As for the points, it's enough to be alive. I don't want to be in the top 3. I really just want to follow you. It doesn't matter to me. Oh, you are so polite. The coxcomb was talking, and suddenly a slightly hoarse male voice came from the front. Bai Yi's nerves suddenly tensed up, and he immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the voice. In the open space not far away, several men in black blocked their way. The leader was tall and bald, and followed by several equally strong men, tightly surrounding him. Bai Yi slightly lowered his brows, put the fragment directly into the coxcomb's hand, and turned to face the group of men in black. The fragment is such a good thing. If you don't want it, then give it to me, Hu Xiao on the opposite side said with a smile. Chapter 39 Unsolved Mysteries. In the A1 live broadcast room of the Star Cluster Hall. Sorry, excuse me. Excuse me, excuse me, Arnold said politely, while struggling to squeeze through the crowded crowd. He had to find his good brother, Coxcomb, who he had just met, to see where he was in the live broadcast screen. Arnold was already quite late. When he entered the live broadcast room, the audience seats were already full, and even the aisles were full of people. He could only struggle to get through the gaps in the crowd, trying to find the shadow of Coxcomb in the corners of the 4 live broadcast screens. He knew that Coxcomb was not a strong player, and there was little chance that he would appear in a prominent place. However, he did not expect that he could not find Coxcomb even though he tried his best to find various small pictures. There were more than 400 players in this game, but the live broadcast screen was limited. Only a few top players could be broadcast live, and the rest depended on luck. He is in this game. Right, Arnold muttered in a low voice, and looked down to search for Coxcomb's name on the EVO public information interface of his personal terminal. The result showed that he was indeed in the A1 field. It's this match. Hey, I came here with so much trouble, how come I can't see it? Arnold was a little disappointed, and randomly looked through the information on his personal terminal. At this time, the audience area suddenly became agitated. Hey, they actually bumped into each other. Bumped into each other? They must be picking on each other on purpose. If it were me, I would do the same, after all. That person is Bai Yi. Who was the first to play? Bai Yi? Arnold's heart trembled, and he suddenly raised his head. Bai Yi is also in this match. Bai Yi and Coxcomb Head are in the same match? Excuse me. Excuse me, please let me take a look. Arnold is small, and his sight is completely blocked by the head in front of him. He struggled to get his head out of the crowd, and saw in the largest video screen the player wearing a white suit and silver gray hair was Bai Yi. And the red next to Bai Yi, wasn't that the coxcomb? Hey, that's my brother. Arnold pointed at Bai Yi's screen and shouted excitedly. Who? Bai Yi is your brother? The eyes of the audience around him immediately focused on Arnold. It's not Bai Yi. It's the coxcomb. The excitement on Arnold's face was obvious. The audience turned their eyes away again. Arnold didn't care about the eyes of the people around him. He was just immersed in his own excitement. However, the excitement didn't last long. He soon realized that the situation was not optimistic. In the dark night, Bai Yi and Coxcomb were confronting a group of black-clad men on the opposite side. Arnold still had some impression of the bald man in the middle of the black-clad men. That was Hu Xiao, the captain of the Night Owl Team 5, who won the second place in the vegetation outbreak competition. Hey, big brother. Arnold stepped forward and asked the audience, who had spoken before. What do you mean by what you said just now? You said that if it were him, he would probably do the same. What is this Hu Xiao trying to do? You still don't understand. The audience member, who was called Big Brother by Arnold, had tattoos on his arms, but his face was not fierce. He glanced at Arnold and answered patiently. There are limited items in this game. The more others take, the less you get. This Hu Xiao obviously wants to take the initiative, and wants to kill the strongest opponent from the beginning. You mean, Hu Xiao wants to kill Bai Yi? Arnold exclaimed and quickly looked at the screen. In the picture, Hu Xiao was saying something to Bai Yi, and his face did look unfriendly. But isn't killing prohibited in this game? If Hu Xiao kills Bai Yi, wouldn't he be finished? Arnold asked anxiously. Hey, the rules of the game are just empty words. Killing is prohibited, but killing with someone else is allowed. Huixiao wants to get rid of Bai Yi. And he has many ways to do it. Yes. A companion of the tattooed man also said. In the last game, Huixiao obviously didn't think much of Bai Yi. If Chensu hadn't been there, the scene would have been quite harmonious. But Chensu is dead, and Huixiao has taken the position of leader. Now the Night Owl group belongs to Huixiao. Huixiao is not a kind-hearted person. Now without Chensu's protection, Bai Yi will most likely fall directly into Huixiao's hands. Arnold was dissatisfied. He and the coxcomb-headed man are the only two fans of Bai Yi. And of course they prefer Bai Yi. Bai Yi and Chensu have a close relationship. And Arnold doesn't like to hear about Huixiao's rise to power after Chensu's death. People with different ideals cannot work together. Arnold no longer talks to the flower-armed man and the others, focusing on watching the live broadcast and turning a deaf ear to those unpleasant topics. You are so optimistic about Huixiao? The flower-armed man said. Then will you vote for Huixiao in this game? To be honest. His companion laughed. I have already voted. In the VIP room on the 3rd floor, the official in a dark blue robe was still sitting leisurely on the comfortable sofa. And the circular screen in front of the sofa continued to play Bai Yi's live broadcast. The official held the voting device in his hand, tapped the small screen twice, and then handed the voting device to the secretary beside him. The secretary checked it, and as expected, the official once again voted for Bai Yi. After the game, I really should let Bai Yi come in person to thank you for your support. The secretary complimented. That's not necessary. The official waved his hand casually. As long as he can perform well, and live up to the expectations of the divine court. That's fine. The person you favor, there will definitely be no problem. The secretary praised with a smile. Back then, Chensu was definitely a favorite. But you didn't choose him, but supported Bai Yi instead. Unexpectedly, Bai Yi won first place in the competition, but Chensu died in the game. I have to say, you really have a good eye for talent, which is incomparable to ordinary people. Alas, it's not that great. The official was modest, but a satisfied smile appeared on his face, obviously moved by the secretary's compliment. Chensu is also a good player. Although I voted for Bai Yi, I have always been paying attention to Chensu. He died in the game, which is indeed a pity, the official said, and then asked the secretary, has the cause of Chensu's death been investigated? It has been investigated. The secretary responded immediately, showing that the work was done well. The place where Chensu died during that period was exactly at the junction of the copy and the outside world. There was no live video recording, so the investigation of the cause of death depended on the data restored from the database by the technical department. According to the restored data, when Chensu had the accident, he was indeed on the small road before the transmission. At that time, Chensu and members of the Night Owl group were heading to the teleportation point. But Chensu and some of his men were parasitic by the roadside parasitic vines on the way. The restored conversation records show that the reason for the parasitism was that his subordinate, Huixiao, replaced Chensu's anti-parasitic potion. Oh! Huixiao? The official was a little unfamiliar with the name. Yes, it's him, the secretary said, pointing to the big screen in front of the official. On the screen, Bai Yi was surrounded by a group of men in black between two mechanical hills, and it seemed that a conflict was about to occur. The secretary was pointing to the burly bald man among the men in black. That bald guy is Huixiao. The official nodded, and did not continue to ask why Huixiao wanted to plot against Chensu, but just smiled implicitly. After all, the subordinate killed the boss. The reasons for this situation are nothing more than those, and it is not difficult to guess. However, although the player Chensu has been determined to be dead, there is actually one thing that has not been confirmed. The secretary continued. Oh, what is it? The official asked. It's about his body. The secretary paused for a moment, and explained carefully. The basis for judging that Chensu is dead is that he did not leave the copy. But his active biological information could not be detected in the copy. In fact, there were about 10 people who died at the same time as him. In addition to the lack of active biological information, their bodies were also found. But Chensu's body was not among them. Although he did not leave the copy, there was no body left. Strictly speaking, this matter can only be inferred, and the evidence is not conclusive. The body is gone? The official frowned slightly. Why is there no body? Was it destroyed by the monster in the copy? Or was it taken away by someone? There is no conclusion yet. It takes time to restore the data. The data restored by the technical department is limited. Based on the known information, we can only infer that Shinsu is dead, the secretary said cautiously. The official lowered his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he spoke again. All players who pass the level should pass through that path. Yes. The secretary nodded. Then after Shinsu, who else passed through that path? This. The secretary was a little stunned, and failed to answer immediately. The official narrowed his eyes slightly, and his expression was not very friendly. I understand what you mean. I will urge them to restore it as soon as possible. The secretary responded quickly. Open the terminal immediately. And sent a message to the investigation team. Yes. The work was assigned. And the next step was to wait for the results. The official did not say much, but just leaned on the sofa and turned his attention back to the live broadcast screen. In the live broadcast, Bai Yi and the men in black were still confronting each other. But the atmosphere seemed to change slightly. When the official saw a man on the screen clearly, his face changed instantly, and his eyes widened. Sometimes, some things happen with great drama. Who would have thought that the unresolved legacy issues would be easily revealed in this live broadcast? Chapter 40. Isn't this just right? Hu Xiao. Bai Ye's eyes suddenly tightened, and at the same time, a trace of cold hatred rose in his heart. That hatred did not come from Bai Yi himself, but from Shinsu's consciousness. Although Hu Xiao and Coxcomb Head knew nothing about this, Shinsu was right here, hiding out of sight, watching everything that happened in front of him with cold eyes. Because Shinsu's brain was equipped with a signal bridge specially built by Bai Yi and Shinsu could exchange basic information without words. Perhaps because of the shared biological information, Shinsu's emotions would sometimes be directly transmitted to Bai Yi. From your appearance, it seems that you are not going to give me the fragment. Hu Xiao stared at Bai Yi, like a bee staring at its prey. Hu Xiao and his party did not state their intentions, but they obviously did not have good intentions. Facing this group of extraordinary night owls, the combination of a handsome man in a suit and a red-haired gangster seemed particularly helpless. What do you want to do? Despite the disparity in strength, the Coxcomb Head still stepped forward and stood in front of Bai Yi. We didn't interfere with you. Just do what you should do, and don't ask for trouble. Oh, you got a little brother so quickly. Hu Xiao glanced at Ji Guan too, then turned his eyes to Bai Yi, not taking this little character who suddenly appeared seriously at all. Hu Xiao's target was Bai Yi, so he naturally wouldn't let Ji Guan Tu stand up for him. He gently pressed Ji Guan Tu's shoulder, moved him aside, and then looked at Hu Xiao coldly. You want more than just a fragment, Bai Yi said. Huh? Hu Xiao sneered, and hooked his finger at the subordinate beside him. The subordinate immediately understood, respectfully took out a cigarette lighter from his pocket, and lit a cigarette for Hu Xiao. Since you asked, I won't beat around the bush. Hu Xiao took a puff of his cigarette, and his thoughts emerged in his mind. I don't know. What exactly does Shinsu like about you? Is it your crooked ways? Or is it? Hu Xiao looked Bai Yi up and down, and snorted contemptuously. In short, when Shinsu is here, the brothers can only give in to you. Now that he is dead, the Night Owl group is not his. Don't think we will let you go. Did we stand in your way? The Coxcomb Head had already considered himself to be on Bai Ye's side, and Hu Xiao's words to him were equivalent to talking to himself. You go find yours, we go find ours. It's such a big place, no one should think of occupying it. Hu Xiao's eyebrows twitched slightly, glancing at the Coxcomb Head, but he only spoke to Bai Yi. Are you pretending to be stupid or too stupid? He is stupid, don't you also fail to understand like him? Bai Yi did not respond, but subconsciously stroked his left arm. Bai Yi knew exactly what was going on in this game. Ever since the task of picking up the fragments was announced, Bai Yi understood why the system emphasized the rule that players were not allowed to kill each other. For those players who did not want to compete fairly, reducing the number of players, especially getting rid of those who were capable of obtaining more task items as soon as possible, was the real shortcut. In fact, there was no restriction that players must compete fairly, so it was easy to imagine how bloody this game would be without much speculation. However, Bai Yi did not expect that the first person to find him was Hu Xiao. It must be him. Bai Yi did not answer Hu Xiao, but asked Shinsu in his heart. Bai Ye's words were vague, but Shinsu hesitated for a moment, and still gave a positive response. Before that, Bai Yi had never mentioned what happened that day. It seemed that everything was just normal, and there was no need to delve into any special reasons. But in fact, Bai Yi had already marked Hu Xiao's name with a red circle in his heart. After all, none of the people who fell on the path were from Wu Qiao's team, and Wu Qiao himself was not among them. Chen Su, Sun Lan, Li Ke, Zhou Fang. Why did they end up in such a situation? There would be no other answer except him. Chen Su would have to settle this account with him sooner or later. There was no other possibility. At this time, Wu Qiao was standing in front of them, squinting his eyes, holding a cigarette, as if he was afraid of causing resentment. This was just right. Are you ready? Bai Yi asked. Yes, Chen Su responded. Time is short, and there is no need for me to waste time talking to you. Wu Qiao seemed to be about to finish his opening remarks. We know your tricks very well. You can't beat us at all. Why don't you just come over and let us tie you up, so that we can save some effort? Bullshit. The cockcomb head couldn't stand Wu Qiao's contempt for Bai Yi, and he was furious. He showed his weapon with a flip of his hand. If you want to touch Bai Yi, you have to get past me first. Oh, loyal little brother. I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky. Wu Qiao finally looked at the cockcomb head straight in the eye. Since you want to buy one get one free, let's get rid of yours first. Go! Wu Qiao raised his hand to signal, and several men in black behind him immediately rushed towards Coxcomb. Although Coxcomb was a little dull at ordinary times, he had already entered the second game of the official competition, facing the aggressive men in black. He was not afraid at all. He held the electric knife in his hand and rushed forward. However, before the two sides could fight, Bai Yi's mechanical giant suddenly appeared and blocked Coxcomb. Bai Yi issued an order, and a metallic sound of sizzle was heard. The hands of the mechanical giant instantly turned into two giant circular saws, rotating at high speed. Several men in black reacted quickly and immediately jumped to the sides to avoid it. Although the machines did not take the initiative to attack, the attack of the Night Owl group was temporarily blocked by the two sharp saw blades. It seems that you don't want to save everyone's effort. Wu Qiao put away the fake smile on his face and glared at Bai Yi with a gloomy face. In that case, don't blame us for being ruthless. I'll leave this to you. Bai Yi's cold expression was firm, and he half raised his left arm while speaking. After all, we also want to find you. Bai Yi raised his left arm and swung it down suddenly. Looking for me? Huh? You think you can? Wu Qiao waved his hand disdainfully. But before he finished speaking, he froze in his place. In the dim light, a familiar yet unfamiliar figure appeared. This person was tall, wearing a tight fluid protective suit, which perfectly outlined the muscular lines of his right half. However, his left half, from the chest to the arms, and then to the legs, was actually a pure mechanical structure. The solid mechanical parts emitted a dark gray light in the cold night, as if they contained the powerful power that once possessed and could destroy everything. Wu Qiao's eyes immediately widened. His mouth opened wide, but he couldn't close it. The black-clothed subordinates behind him were also stunned, their eyes full of fear, as if they had seen the devil resurrected from hell. The coxcomb was also shocked, and wanted to point at the man and say something, but he could only make a sound of awe, and he couldn't express it completely. Is this a dream? How is this possible? This person is Chen Su. Chen Su. Just outside the copy, screams suddenly exploded in the live broadcast room and the monitoring room. And even the officials and secretaries in the VIP room were stunned and couldn't help themselves. Chen Su, how is it possible? Is he not dead? In the live broadcast room, the audience could no longer maintain their previous calmness and rushed to the screen, fearing that they had seen something wrong. The short Arnold squeezed through the crowd with difficulty, although he shouted, "Don't push, make way for me." He was so anxious that he didn't want to miss a moment, trying desperately to see the shocking scene clearly. Chen Su, is he with Bai Yi? In the crowd, the discussions became more and more chaotic. Even a simple discussion turned into a quarrel. Is his left half armor or a prosthetic limb? He wasn't here just now. How did he suddenly appear? That's right, I didn't see him in the square either. Wait a minute, wait, no! After a while of noise, someone finally realized a key problem. Chen Su, how could Chen Su be here? In this player list, there is no name of him at all. There is no name of Chen Su in the player list, but he actually appeared in this game where he should not be. The monitoring room was in chaos at this time. Everyone was discussing loudly in surprise and excitement. No one could believe what they saw. How is this possible? He obviously didn't quit the last game. How could he be with Bai Yi? What happened? And what's wrong with his left half? Is it armor or... No, it's not armor, it's a mechanical prosthesis. Aide looked at the screen carefully and said firmly. Everyone looked at Aide, and then focused their eyes on Chinsu's glowing mechanical body. The noise in the monitoring room seemed to pause for a moment after Aide's words. Chinsu, who had been considered dead, now appeared in a half-machine form, suddenly next to Bai Yi, a mechanic who could summon robots. In the silence of this moment, a speculation came to mind. Could it be that Chinsu? Everyone looked at each other. No one dared to believe this unbelievable. But it seemed to be the only reasonable speculation. Could it be that he become Bai Yi's summoned body? Turning a real person into a summoned body. How is this possible? Someone immediately questioned. Didn't Chinsu die? Could it be? No way. Can Bai Yi revive Chinsu? He's just a mechanic. Wait, everyone calm down, let me sort it out. The bald team leader's mind was in a mess. He waved his hand at the chattering crowd, and stood up to a quiet place with few people. Bai Yi is indeed a mechanic, but he is definitely not an ordinary mechanic. From the previous information, at least, he had resurrected the body of the little boy. If so, resurrecting and transforming the dead Chinsu seems not impossible for him. However, how did he get Chinsu's body? He didn't receive the reward of the high-dimensional ability card at that time. Could this be the reason? The bald team leader pondered in his heart, walking slowly in the monitoring room, until he came to his senses inadvertently, and found himself in a corner at the back of the room. In this corner sat a young man with dark hair, long eyebrows and eyes, a thin face, staring at the screen in front of him, and exuding an aura of peace with the world. The discussion that was about to break out in front of him did not affect him at all. The bald team leader stood there for a long time, but the man did not react at all, just ruthlessly typing something on the computer, expressionless, as if he was in another dimension. When the team leader saw his appearance, he was immediately unhappy. Moo! Such a big thing happened in the game. Why are you still doing your own things here? The team leader scolded with a tight face. What information can you find? What help can you provide for our analysis work? You should take the initiative to do it. Our A1 team members have always been enthusiastic and positive. Why are you so different? Don't you feel that you are out of step with everyone else? The black-haired man did not respond. His fingers were still typing quickly on the computer keyboard. Huh? The team leader was startled, and his anger instantly rose. Moo, I'm talking to you. What's your attitude? The team leader scolded, and immediately quieted the monitoring room. Is this how you work? Is this how you treat your leader? I'm standing next to you, and you're blatantly slacking off? Do you think everything will be fine if you join the analysis team, if I really fire you? And throw you over there to play games desperately? Do you believe it? I'm telling you, don't think you're irreplaceable. This analysis team can still do well without you. The bald team leader was furious, glaring at the black-haired man, but the next moment, he saw the man suddenly stop typing, raised his hand and pointing to the position where the team leader originally sat. On your computer, Moo said indifferently. What on my computer? Don't change the subject. The team leader didn't react, and his mind was still on teaching this arrogant team member a lesson. The previous difficulties plus today's situation made the team leader speak like a flood and beast, and he couldn't stop at all. But before he could say a few more words, suddenly there was a cry of surprise from the front. What is this? This person is Bai Yi. Right. Team leader, come and see. It seemed that Xiao Jing's voice was urging him to go over quickly. What are you looking at? The team leader regained some of his sanity, glared at Moo, and walked towards the crowd. When the team members saw the team leader coming, they immediately made way for him. The team leader suppressed the remaining anger in his heart, frowning and looking dark, staring at the screen that was being watched by everyone. What is that? He asked, but his eyes were carefully checking. On the computer screen was a full-screen photo. The photo still looked like it was taken from the angle of outdoor surveillance, enlarged a lot. And the picture was slightly blurry, but the content could be slightly recognized. The photo shows a silver-haired man, wearing a white t-shirt, black gloves, and concentrating on operating a complex machine. On the bed next to him, there lies a man with a mutilated body. Although he has his eyes closed, the analysis team can still tell that it is a very familiar face. This man is Chinsu, who is missing half of his body. Chapter 41. No need. In the photo, Chinsu only has half of his body left, lying in Bai Yi's studio. Now Chinsu, who is half mechanical, has appeared beside Bai Yi. Obviously, Bai Yi transformed Chen Su into his summoned body. There is no other way. Minister. The secretary hung up the intercom and walked to the official. I just talked to the minister of the research department. He was very shocked by this. If Chen Su has already died, with the current level of technology, it is almost impossible to revive him. If he is still alive, I can't think of any feasible way to summon him like this. The secretary reported to the official seriously. Moreover, regarding Chen Su's life and death, the technical department just sent the data comparison results of 2 official games, which show that in the current copy, there is no biological information of Chen Su that matches the records. No biological information of Chen Su? The official was stunned, and his eyes turned from the secretary, who lowered his head slightly, to the circular live broadcast screen in front of him. On the screen, Chen Su still looked calm and composed in the face of a group of terrified men in black. He lowered his eyes slightly, looked at Xiao opposite him, and said coldly, "Long time no see." The tone, voice, and demeanor were no different from Chen Su's in the past. The person was right in front of him. But he couldn't find any biological information? What's going on? The official asked the secretary with a serious face. Is Chen Su in front of him now a living person or a dead person? This, the Minister of Research and Development couldn't give a clear explanation. But he said, they will conduct a focused investigation on this matter. The secretary answered cautiously. The official leaned back on the sofa, staring at Chen Su on the live screen, and did not ask any more questions. The research department of Shiting is the most authoritative research institution on Xinyu Star, and the research director's specialty before taking office was bionic machinery and ergonomics. The mystery that even he couldn't figure out, probably no one else on Xinyu Star could solve it. No, there is still one. The official's heart moved, and he turned his eyes to the slightly weak man in white behind Chen Su. There is definitely someone who can explain all this. And that is the mechanic who made all this happen. Bai Yi. Long time no see? Xiao tried his best to remain calm. But a trace of panic flashed in his eyes. Your brain was not sucked away by the parasitic vine. Was it? It was only more than 10 days since the last time. Really? But for me, it has been a long time. Chen Su's eyes were as cold as ice, staring coldly at Xiao's face. It's been a long time. It seems like a lifetime ago. Huh? Xiao smiled coldly, pulled out a cigarette with trembling fingers, took a deep breath, and his eyelids suddenly lifted. You are not dead. I am really surprised. But I have seen the player list of this game, and your name is not among the more than 400 people. Despite the sudden accident, Xiao remained calm, paused for a moment, and grasped the key to the matter. So how did you get in? You don't need to know. Chen Su did not answer, nor did he show any expression. Okay. Xiao seemed to have thought of something, and lowered his head to reveal an inexplicable smile. When he looked up again, the previous panic in his eyes disappeared without a trace. Anyway, you are not in the player list, which means you are not a player in this game. If you are not a player in this game, then the rule of not killing people will not apply to you. Right? Xiao's mouth curled, malice emerged. I just wanted to catch Bai Yi, but I didn't expect you. A bigger target. To come to me on your own initiative. You were lucky last time, but this time it may not be the case. Since you want to die again, I will deal with the 3 of you together. Before he finished speaking, Xiao quickly jumped back, and a thin-barreled spear appeared in his hand. He raised the muzzle of his gun, and with a sizzle, the bullet shot towards Chen Su with sparks. Xiao's men worked in tacit cooperation and efficiency, quickly surrounded Chen Su, raised their weapons, and fired in multiple directions. In an instant, lightning and fire broke through the silent night sky, and attacks from all directions came whistling. Be careful, Bai Yi behind him reminded nervously. However, as soon as the word be careful reached the signal bridge, the dust and smoke in the encirclement rose lightly, and Chen Su had disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the Night Owl group was stunned, and before they could react, they saw a dazzling flame suddenly falling from the sky, right in the middle of the encirclement, and exploded. The black-clothed men around were caught off guard and knocked to the ground by the sudden explosion. The bad machine quickly retreated while protecting Bai Yi. The coxcomb was the first to lose his balance, and was also knocked to the ground. He was stunned for a moment, and quickly got up, and hurriedly ran towards Bai Yi to protect her. The flames dissipated, and Chen Su stood quietly on the mechanical hill not far away, looking down coldly at the black-clothed men who were knocked to the ground by the explosion. Bai Yi had confirmed with the system before that Chen Su, as her summoned body, would be regarded as a player's weapon. Killing people with weapons is equivalent to killing people with players, so if Chinsu killed those people, Bai Yi would be punished by the system. However, Chinsu was very familiar with the combat capabilities and equipment defense level of the Night Owl team members. He had already calculated how to attack them in a way that would hurt them without being fatal. After all, they were all his subordinates. After Huixiao fired the bullet, it landed on a pile of shorter machines nearby. Since the bullet came out of the gun, he had been staring at Chinsu, but he was unable to react to when Chinsu suddenly disappeared, and when the explosion was emitted. As Chinsu's confidant, Huixiao was very familiar with his combat capabilities. Chinsu's body speed and reaction ability are extremely strong, and almost no one in the Night Owl group can defeat him. But at that moment just now, even his own sight did not catch the speed, and even the former Chinsu could never do it. Or rather, as long as it is a human, it cannot be done. Chinsu has changed. Huixiao frowned, tensed his nerves, and took a fighting posture. Chinsu on the mechanical mountain also looked directly at Huixiao. You go deal with Huixiao, and I will block the rest. In the signal bridge, Bai Yi sent such instructions. Yeah, Chinsu responded, and the next moment, his figure flashed, and he appeared less than 2 meters away from Huixiao. Instantly, the red light in the palm of the mechanical hand shone, and the laser sword wrapped in red flame stabbed straight at Huixiao's face. Do we need to show mercy to these people? Bai Yi's question came to my mind again. No need, Chinsu replied coldly. Bai Yi, do you think you can deal with so many of us alone? Huixiao was blocked by Chinsu on a distant mechanical hill, and Bai Yi commanded the broken machine to block Huixiao's many men. The leading black-clad man waved his weapon and said to Bai Yi with a gloomy face. This man had a high-nosed bridge, deep eyes, and looked very much like a Caucasian. He was the third player who made up the position in the last game. Smith, I'm not so confident. I'm actually very weak. Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the bad machine, with his hand supporting his face, not paying any attention to his words. I'm just helping Chinsu delay time and disperse your strength. As for dealing with you, I have to wait for Chinsu to do it himself. After all, you are all participants in the assassination of him. Bai Yi's tone was contemptuous and arrogant. Hearing his words, the black-clad men immediately looked gloomy. Smith's eyes turned cold, and he stopped talking nonsense with Bai Yi. He took a step back, pulled the trigger, and a flame bomb flew towards the bad machine. The others also quickly separated to the sides, trying to surround Bai Yi and the bad machine like they did to Chinsu just now. If you want to touch Bai Yi, ask me. Just before the black-clothed men surrounded him, a flash of lightning suddenly appeared behind the crowd. The coxcomb head came out alone, fearless, and he danced wildly with the electric knife among the black-clothed men, and actually broke the encirclement that was about to be formed. Coxcomb had no grudge against the Night Owl group. He appeared here for Bai Yi. Bai Yi had no intention of joining forces with Coxcomb, nor had he discussed tactics with him. However, Coxcomb's impromptu attack gave Bai Yi an opportunity. Taking advantage of the brief moment when Coxcomb attracted the other party's attention, Bai Yi quietly gave instructions to the bad machine. The next second, a very thin and bright white laser instantly shot out from the bad machine's arm, and quickly swept across the feet of the Night Owl group. This laser was obviously not an ordinary attack. Wherever it passed, the hard ground immediately splashed with gravel. The Night Owl team was shocked and quickly jumped around to avoid the attack. The coxcomb was quick to react, and immediately waved the electric knife to block it. With a scream, the black-clothed man blocked by the coxcomb had no time to react, and his legs were cut off by the laser. Before the game started, Bai Yi not only modified Chensu, but also made some simple upgrades to the functions of the bad machine. Inspired by the last game against the naked man, Bai Yi designed 2 special circular saws in the arms of the bad machine. Normally, the palms of the bad machine are normal mechanical, but once it enters the combat state, the front end of the arm can be switched to a high-speed rotating circular saw within 1 second. The circular saw is just an auxiliary weapon. The real attack power of the bad machine still comes from the PKL-5 quantum laser cannon. The biggest advantage of PKL-5 is its unparalleled destructive power, but in some cases, this advantage may also become a limitation. For example, in this situation where the enemy's combat power must be weakened, but it cannot be fatal. Therefore, Bai Yi optimized it. Now, The laser cannon in the arm of the bad machine can release firepower at full power like when fighting against tank crabs. And it can also use quantum laser beams as thin as iron wires at this time to cause huge but non-lethal precision strikes on the target. Even if this laser beam is thin, it is still the destructive power of high-energy particles. The magnetic fluid protective clothing that the Night Owl team often wears cannot resist the white light attack of the bad machine. Hui Xiao once said that they all knew Bai Ye's methods. From Hui Xiao's perspective, this is not arrogant. As temporary teammates who have fought side by side, they do know the weapons used by Bai Yi. But they don't know that Bai Ye's tricks are never limited to what they see. Old 3. The teammates' legs were cut off. Screams rang out, and blood gushed out. Smith looked at the deadly white light in astonishment as it struck again. The crowd had no time to care about the electric knife waving around with the coxcomb-headed man, and they all climbed up the mechanical hills on both sides to avoid it. As soon as they stepped onto the hill, the white light suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by 2 dazzling high-energy laser bombs, each of which blasted at the mechanical piles on both sides, turning into a pile of metal fragments. It seems that I alone can deal with so many of you. Bai Yi pushed his glasses, and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Chapter 42 The Best Reward. Oh my god! Bai Yi fought against the Night Owl group alone. And he got the upper hand so easily? The audience in the live broadcast room were all stunned. The Night Owl group, which is said to be the strongest underground organization besides the Divine Court Army, is well equipped, has amazing combat power, and is almost invincible on the Divine Blessing Star. In the last game, Bai Yi was not even optimistic about the popularity of the top spot. Before, Bai Yi and Chen Su had always been on good terms, and naturally there had been no conflict between him and the Night Owl group. Now the two sides are fighting for the first time. I didn't expect that as soon as the battle started, Bai Yi would force the members of the Night Owl group into a desperate situation. Is the Night Owl group too weak? Or is Bai Yi underestimated? The votes for this game should really be cast for Bai Yi. Someone swallowed his saliva and hesitated to take out the voting machine. No. I still think Hui Xiao and his team are stronger. Some people still don't think highly of Bai Yi. Having an advantage temporarily does not mean that we can win in the end. The strength of the Night Owl group is well known, and they will not be defeated so easily. Look at that Smith. They are going to fight back. Sure enough, the men in black in the picture quickly adjusted their strategies, dispersed, and hid in the ruins of the destroyed machinery. Bai Ye's robot was huge, and immediately became a conspicuous target. Smith gave an order, and the artillery fire was concentrated on the robot. The purpose of the Night Owl group was obvious, and they intended to destroy Bai Ye's most powerful attack weapon first. At this time, Bai Yi was in the light, and the Night Owl group was in the dark. He instantly lost the advantage on the scene. The robot kept dodging in the artillery fire, and occasionally released laser counterattacks. Although the robot had a strong defense, the Night Owl group failed to cause substantial damage to it. But the robot could no longer effectively attack the Night Owl group. The offensive and defensive battle was in a stalemate, and neither side seemed to have any obvious advantage. However, on the hill not far behind Bai Yi, the battle situation between Chen Su and Hui Xiao was completely opposite, and it was a one-sided crushing. The speed was too fast. Hui Xiao was almost cut by Chen Su's blade. Just when he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the dazzling red light came like an arrow again. Chen Su's attack had lasted for more than 10 minutes, but his speed did not slow down at all. The power of each knife was still the same, just like the first knife, still extremely powerful, even for the strongest warriors. After several consecutive attacks, the strength and speed will inevitably change slightly. In the past, Chen Su would inevitably show a trace of fatigue after more than 10 minutes of high-intensity fighting. But the man in front of him who was swinging a knife, his fighting power did not decrease at all during this period. He is no longer the Chen Su of the past. Bai Yi, what did he do to him? Under such an extraordinary attack intensity, even a master like Hui Xiao had almost no chance to breathe, let alone counterattack. The thunder gun in his hand has become a simple defensive tool. When it is unavoidable, he can only use the barrel to resist Chen Su's attack. After many times, the thunder gun is covered with dense dents. What happened to Chen Su? Hui Xiao rolled over, quickly stood up, and waved the barrel to block Chen Su's attack. Could it be that he is already team leader? Chen Su's measurement report is out. Xiao Jing pointed at his screen and said excitedly to the bald team leader, "Take a look here. Reaction speed 34 milliseconds, instantaneous force 423 kilograms, 100-meter moving speed, 3.58 seconds. Abe read the data in the report, widened his eyes, and stared at the bald team leader blankly. This is indeed beyond the limit of human beings. More than beyond. The team leader stared at the string of numbers, unable to hide his surprise. Compared with ordinary people, these values are almost several times or even dozens of times higher. Bai Yi actually created such a powerful body for him. Several people looked at each other, and after being shocked, they were silent for a while. The biological information of Chen Su could not be detected in the game, and the analysis team also got the news. He has physical abilities far beyond those of humans, but no biological activity information. It seems that Chen Su, the bald team leader, looked solemn. After a moment, he finally considered carefully and came to a conclusion. It seems that Chen Su is no longer a human in the conventional sense. The analysis team looked at the extraordinary but real Chen Su on the screen, and their feelings were extremely complicated. This Wu Qiao is really not simple, an analyst said. He has persisted for so long under such an intense attack, which has almost exceeded the limit of human beings. He is indeed the backbone of the Night Owl team. The team member next to him continued. But if you keep dodging and can't fight back, you will eventually be defeated by Chen Su. Yes. Everyone nodded. I hope Chen Su can succeed in revenge, someone whispered, but his tone was particularly serious. Chen Su. Although Wu Qiao's fighting ability was recognized in the analysis group, he was just a mortal after all. Under Chen Su's continuous and powerful attack, he soon felt powerless. He was panting, trying to find an opportunity to distract Chen Su's attention, trying to win himself a chance to fight back or at least catch his breath. I suddenly have a guess. Wu Qiao barely dodged Chen Su's blade and managed to force a mocking smile on his face. Actually, did I already succeed? Chen Su glanced at him coldly, but his attack did not weaken. I guess I really succeeded. Wu Qiao dodged, still chattering. I killed you, but you are really lucky to be saved by Bai Yi. Bai Yi is just a mechanic, he is not a god. So now you are just a half-dead puppet, just like that big fool over there. While Wu Qiao was talking, he glanced over, pointing at the broken machine next to Bai Yi. Did I guess right? The great Pluto Su has actually fallen into such a half-human existence, and has to listen to the call of that pretty boy and work for him. If I were you, I would have wanted to die a long time ago. But you are not me, and you won't live long either. Chen Su didn't seem to be bothered by Wu Qiao's ridicule. His hand movements did not slow down at all, but the blade became more fierce. Hard mouth. Wu Qiao still didn't give up, and continued to provoke Chen Su with words. After all, if he didn't do this, he wouldn't have any chance in front of the now almost invincible Chen Su. You've been my subordinate for 5 years. I know you better than anyone else. You have to act like a boss everywhere, and you have to save face with everyone. But now you have become a tool that can be summoned at any time and dismissed at any time. Can you really live with this face? Salon, Rick, they all worship you as a god. If they were underground, and knew that the boss they worshipped had become a weak summoned body, I wonder how they would feel. His physical strength was gradually running out, but Chen Su's attack still made Wu Qiao unable to find a flaw. After talking for a long time with little effect, Wu Qiao thought about changing the topic. Speaking of your little brothers. They died so miserably. They followed you because they admired you. But, one by one, they became fertilizer for the parasitic vines. Before Rick died, his body was twitching. His mouth was wide open. His saliva was flowing to the ground. But he couldn't make a sound. Zhou Fang couldn't move his hands and feet. His body was stiff. But he still wanted to protect you. The way he desperately crawled towards you was really heartbreaking. When mentioning the dead subordinates, Chen Su's attack finally paused for a moment. Others may not notice it, but Wu Qiao, who is also skilled in fighting, saw it at a glance. His eyes lit up, and the topic became more heated. And Salon. The way he died was simply disgusting. You like him so much, and you always take him with you. Are you attracted by his looks? It's a pity that his face is covered with parasitic vines. His mouth, eyes, and nose are all covered with leaves. His watery eyes never closed until he died. This time, Chen Su's red flame blade, which was swung at Wu Qiao, was obviously delayed for a moment. It finally worked. Hu Qiao was overjoyed, quietly pressing the space card with his hand, trying his best to continue to whisper heartbreaking words into Chen Su's ears. Your little brothers treat you as a god, but in the end they all died because of you. They were so young, so loyal, and they wanted to protect you before they died. You killed them. You are a monster, willing to live in a lowly way. And they killed a group of loyal little brothers. How can you still live in this world? Hu Qiao shouted, and Chen Su finally made a sound. Now, Hu Qiao's eyes condensed, using up his last bit of strength, pulled out the AJ-8 rocket launcher from the space card, pointed it at Chen Su's heart, and suddenly pressed the launch switch. Whoosh! A rocket flew out of the tube, carrying sparks and gusts of wind, and quickly flew towards the direction of the cold white planet hanging in the sky. Chen Su, who was supposed to be aimed at, had disappeared without a trace. Hu Qiao's breathing stagnated, and he opened his eyes wide in horror. The next moment, he was grabbed from behind and quickly flew into the air. If I kill you, it will be the best reward for them. A cold word sounded in his ears. Hu Qiao turned his head in horror. Chen Su looked down at him expressionlessly. Below them, Smith was fighting fiercely with Bai Yi and Bad Machine. Chen! Hu Qiao seemed to want to say something, but Chen Su raised his arm and hit it hard. The man in his hand flew to the ground like a cannonball and rushed straight to the center of the bombardment. Hurry up and stop firing! Smith was the first to notice something wrong, and immediately stopped his hand that was about to pull the trigger. The other men in black also quickly stopped firing, but the shells that had been fired could no longer be retrieved. Just where Hu Qiao landed, several explosive bombs flew over, with a loud bang, and the flames instantly rushed into the sky. Boss! Smith shouted heartbreakingly, and the next second, Chen Su actually jumped out of the blazing flames. And then the blazing flames swept across, forcing all the scattered Night Owl group out of the cover of the ruins. Bai Yi, who had been waiting for an opportunity, took advantage of the chaos to immediately fire a laser beam. Several black-clothed men forced out by the flames could not dodge in time, and their legs were immediately cut off by the white laser. After landing, Chen Su quickly rushed into the flames. Before everyone could react, his hands and feet were chopped off by the rapidly passing red light. Just like that, the combat effectiveness on the field was sharply reduced. Hu Qiao also died under the shells of someone unknown, and only Smith and a few younger brothers were left on the battlefield, confronting Chen Su and Bai Yi from a distance. You, what do you want? Smith swallowed his saliva, holding his gun and asking nonsense subconsciously. You have more than a dozen people here? Bai Yi sat on the shoulder of the Bad Machine, smiled slightly, and spoke leisurely. We can get revenge, and there are less than a dozen people fighting with us for the fragments. This time, we have made a lot of money. What happened before, that was all Hu Qiao's idea. We are his team members, and we can only obey his command. Faced with a powerful enemy that he could not defeat at all, Smith wisely chose to bow his head. Killing Hu Qiao will be your revenge. So why bother with us? Alas, that can't be said casually. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows. How you live with Hu Qiao? You must die with him. It's not scientific to say that casually. Then you will die, Smith said in a trembling voice, and raised his gun again. Bai Yi would obviously not let them go, even if they ran away. No one could outrun Chen Su. Smith had no choice but to fight to the death with Bai Yi and Chen Su. Be careful. Smith was about to launch an attack, but someone suddenly shouted from somewhere. Smith paused, and Bai Yi turned back reflexively and saw the electric knife in the coxcomb head, which was flying towards Bai Yi with sparks and lightning. Bai Yi was startled and hurriedly protected his head and face and hid to the side. But the space on the seat was limited, and although he tried hard to dodge, the electric knife still brushed past his arm. There was a force field protection around Bai Yi's seat, but it only protected physical weapons, but could not resist electric current. The electric blade cut a wound on his wrist, and blood gushed out quickly. Bai Yi looked in the direction of the electric knife in surprise, and saw that the man with the coxcomb was suppressing a sturdy man in black. However, before he could control him, the man turned over and clamped the coxcomb behind his back, holding him tightly. The man was tall and burly, dressed in black, and the bald man was Hu Qiao, who was thrown into the artillery fire by Chen Su and could not survive. Chapter 43. Less than an hour. Hui Xiao is not dead. In the monitoring room, the members of the analysis team were suddenly shocked. He was obviously blown up by a shell. There was more than one shell. How could he survive? No, wait! Someone suddenly noticed something, and hurried to the screen, pointing his finger high. Look at him. Is there light? There is light? Everyone took a closer look, and sure enough, Hui Xiao's body was covered by a layer of faint golden light. As the bright flames around gradually extinguished, the golden light became more and more obvious. Indeed, there is such a layer of light. What exactly is this light? The analysts looked at each other, and after a moment, they suddenly realized the source of the light. This is a high-dimensional ability card. EVO high-dimensional ability card. Excellent, absolute protection. Immune to all damage, remove all harmful conditions on the body. The effect lasts for 5 minutes. Xiao Jing, Ed shouted hurriedly. Check quickly, is Hui Xiao's card used up? It has indeed been used up. Xiao Jing had already checked the result on the computer, and there was no need for Ed to remind him. Hui Xiao won the second place in the last game, and got a common card and 2 excellent cards, and now in the player information, he only has 1 excellent card left. His absolute protection is gone, and this layer of light is the effect of absolute protection. The conclusion of the analysis team was not wrong. At the moment when Chen Su was about to smash Hui Xiao to the ground, Hui Xiao did call out the system in his mind, and used his high-dimensional ability card excellent, absolute protection. Because of this, he was able to remain unharmed in the violent collision and explosion. Taking advantage of the sea of fire at the scene, Hui Xiao quietly lurked behind Bai Yi, preparing to give him a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the coxcomb next to him noticed the movement, and he pounced on him, knocking him down with his gun. However, the coxcomb's fighting ability was mediocre, and he was no match for the elite Hui Xiao. He skillfully tied the coxcomb with a steel rope, stepped on the ground, and stared coldly at Bai Yi not far away. His whereabouts were exposed, and he couldn't use cold guns. Fortunately, he caught the coxcomb in his hand, which was undoubtedly a card that could threaten Bai Yi. Hui Xiao was secretly proud of himself. If you want to save him, I don't recognize this person. You can do whatever you want. Bai Yi answered lightly. Hui Xiao was speechless for a second, and his voice rose 8 degrees. He crushed the coxcomb's face with his feet. Don't know him? Who are you kidding? How can he protect you if he doesn't know him? Kill him quickly. Don't worry about me. The coxcomb was stepped on the face and shouted indistinctly. Even if we knew each other before, we don't know each other now. Bai Yi wiped the blood casually, without any emotion, and seemed to be indifferent to the safety of coxcomb. Despite this, he and Chen Su did not attack Hui Xiao again. Why Hui Xiao did not die, and what the light on his body was. Anyone who knew the rewards of the competition could figure it out. Bai Yi and Chen Su naturally understood that under the protection of Hui Xiao Gaovica, it was meaningless to attack him. So, Bai Yi chose to ignore Hui Xiao and the coxcomb under his feet, and turned to Smith. However, as soon as he turned around, Smith showed a scornful smile, raised his hand, and showed him a black object. That was Bai Yi's space card wristband. The pain of the wound made him unable to react for a while, and the wristband flew out at the same time as the electric knife cut it. You said you don't know him, but you should know this one. Right? Smith said. In the last copy, they had too many intersections with the Night Owl group, and Smith also knew what this space card meant to Bai Yi. For the mechanic Bai Yi, the content of this space card is his most core combat power. Oh! Well done. When Hui Xiao saw Smith got Bai Yi's space card, he raised a wicked smile, loosened the restraint on coxcomb, and no longer cared about him. For Bai Yi, this space card is much more important than coxcomb. We will accept this great gift. If you want to come back, come find us. After saying that, Hui Xiao grabbed coxcomb and stuffed a ball into his chest pocket. The next second, he raised coxcomb high and threw it towards Bai Yi. Just as Chen Su's pupil shrank, he instantly jumped up to stop coxcomb and threw the ball away decisively. Boom! The ball exploded instantly above the mechanical hill. Hui Xiao actually stuffed a miniature bomb into coxcomb. At the same time, several smoke bombs exploded around Bai Yi and Chen Su. Thick smoke instantly filled the air, and the surroundings became blurry, and nothing could be seen. When the smoke cleared, Hui Xiao, Smith, and the few surviving men were gone. Have Hui Xiao and the others stopped? Xiao Jing watched the gradually dissipating smoke, frowning slightly. revealing a hint of doubt. His absolute protection can last for 5 minutes. According to the situation, he has a chance to fight Chen Su again. But what about 5 minutes later? The bald team leader crossed his arms, his eyes fixed on the messy Bai Yi and Chen Su. Bai Yi covered the wound on his wrist, and Chen Su carried the coxcomb that he had rescued from the air. Both of them were silent, and it seemed that they had no intention of chasing Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao's Galway Ka can avoid damage in these 5 minutes. However, if he can defeat Chen Su within this invincible time, then he may consider continuing the fight. But to defeat Chen Su within 5 minutes, is it possible? Oh, it is true. Xiao Jing nodded suddenly. The loss is so serious. The strength gap is so huge. Once Hu Xiao leaves, I am afraid I will never see him again. Ed looked a little regretful. This man is really lucky. He actually drew such a powerful card. If he never hides, how can Chen Su get his revenge? Hey, pay attention. The bald leader frowned and reminded. As members of the analysis team, they need to remain neutral and not lean towards any player. Although the leader admits that this is difficult to do, at least the desire for revenge on Chen Su should not be too obvious. The game has just started, and the future development is unpredictable. The grudge between Chen Su and Hu Xiao is not the focus of your attention. Get a good attitude and do your work seriously. Oh, 8 agreed with a pursed mouth. Hu Xiao had been running away for a while, and those Night Owl members who were injured also gave up and left. The system sent them out of the dungeon. There was silence all around, and only the damaged machine and Bai Yi were shrouded in the cold night light. Chen Su and Bai Yi tacitly did not chase Hu Xiao. Hu Xiao was not an easy person to deal with. He tried his best to escape, and even Chen Su would find it difficult to catch up with him. What's more, Bai Yi got off the damaged machine, raised his wrist, and looked at the wound caused by the electric blade. How's your hand? Let me see. Chen Su stepped forward and pulled up Bai Yi's hand to check. Thanks to the protection of the space card wristband, the wound was not too deep, and the bleeding had almost stopped during this period. But even so, they had no medicine to treat the wound, and all the equipment and potions that Bai Yi brought were in that space card. Bai Yi adjusted his sleeves, and then lifted his eyelids, and locked his eyes on the timid coxcomb not far away. Coxcomb shuddered immediately. Well, I just saw Hu Xiao trying to shoot you, and I rushed over in a hurry. When he blocked it, my knife, somehow, whoosh, it flew out. The coxcomb-headed man shrank his neck and explained carefully. Well, are you okay with your injury? Bai Yi glanced at him coldly, then retracted his gaze and ignored him, and whispered to Chen Su, this is a bit troublesome. Bai Yi frowned slightly. It's not so bad without medicine and weapons. But the key is that the replacement energy blocks you and the broken machine need are all in that space card. Energy blocks. Chen Su's expression suddenly became solemn. How long can we hold on before we find Hu Xiao? Let me see, Bai Yi said, activating the small holographic screen on Chen Su's mechanical arm and opening the body data interface. As soon as he saw the data, Bai Yi's face immediately became serious. What's wrong? Chen Su asked hurriedly. Bai Yi did not respond immediately, but took a deep breath and turned off the holographic screen. You only have 12% of your remaining energy. Bai Yi's tone was very serious. I didn't expect. In real combat, your consumption would be so huge. I miscalculated. I didn't calculate your energy problem accurately. 12%. Even if there is no fierce battle next, you will hardly last for an hour. An hour. Chen Su was stunned, and the coxcomb next to him was also shocked. Less than an hour? The coxcomb immediately came forward and said anxiously, how long can the robot last? Why did Hu Xiao take the space card away? If Brother Chen Su and the robot are out of power, what will you do? Scientist? The coxcomb's voice was too loud, and Bai Yi's brain was about to explode with his messy nonsense. Chen Su seemed to have sensed Bai Yi's mood. His face darkened, and he looked at Coxcomb Head with a frown. Coxcomb Head immediately shut his mouth. His heart tightened. Once Hu Xiao escapes, it will be difficult for us to find him again before we are ready. After a short silence, Bai Yi spoke to Chen Su again. And with your remaining energy, it is not enough to deal with the next battle. The most important task now is to find available energy as soon as possible. This game will never be as easy as the last time. There are Hu Xiao and more than 400 players who are eyeing him. Without you, I am afraid, it will be difficult to pass the level safely. Only if you are safe, Can we be safe? No matter what. I will never let anything happen to you. Chapter 44 Huixiao must die. It's a good thing that this game is set in a world full of machines, Bai Yi said, while commanding Bad Machine to take a robot down from the pile of mechanical corpses. The robot was huge and heavy, and Chen Su carefully assisted Bad Machine to lay a relatively complete robot flat on the ground. Usually when this kind of high-energy consuming mechanical body shows that the energy is exhausted, there will still be a small amount of energy left in the internal energy block. But this energy is not enough to maintain the activity of the mechanical body, so it is displayed as 0. These robots are probably the same. If I am not mistaken, their energy type should be the same as yours. Bad Machine, turn this robot over with the bottom facing up. After Bai Yi gave the order, he turned to Chen Su and said, although there is not much remaining energy in each mechanical body, there are piles of waste mechanical bodies here. If you dismantle a few of them, they should be able to barely provide you with use. Well, thank you for your help. Chen Su cooperated with the Bad Machine to turn over the robot and responded, why are you so polite? Bai Yi glanced at Chen Su and couldn't help but smile. Should I also say something polite to you? It's no trouble. This is what I should do. Chen Su also smiled back and didn't say anything more. He didn't tell Bai Yi about the unignorable stiffness in his body at the moment, and the intermittent hearing and vision. He didn't want Bai Yi to know that his body had begun to show a low energy reaction. Even if Bai Yi knew, he couldn't replenish his energy instantly, and couldn't restore himself to a state without energy restrictions. Why add pressure to him for nothing? Screwdriver. Screwdriver. Bai Yi did not notice Chen Su's abnormality. He checked the bottom of the robot and began to look around for something to replace the screwdriver. Scientist, see if this will work. The coxcomb-headed man beside him found a thin piece of iron from somewhere, ran to Bai Yi and handed it to him as if he was offering a treasure. This piece of iron can really be used. But Bai Yi did not say anything polite, did not smile at him, and did not even look at him. He took the thin piece of iron directly. Bai Yi ignored him, and Coxcomb didn't dare to say much, just stood aside timidly, watching Bai Yi unscrew the screws of the robot with a thin iron sheet. He didn't care about Bai Yi's indifference, nor could he care. After all, if it weren't for the electric knife that flew out of his hand, Bai Yi and Chen Su would have chased Huixiao to find the fragments. Why would they have to tinker with these mechanical garbage here? Coxcomb swallowed his saliva in his heart, knowing his position here very well. Core board. Transmission shaft. This wire should be nerve conduction. This one should be signal reflux. Bai Yi muttered to himself, while looking for the location of the energy components inside the robot. This one should be the energy line. Energy block, here. The internal structure of the robot is often similar. Bai Yi is quite familiar with it. Not long after, he found the energy component along the line, carefully removed the metal block about 5 centimeters thick together with the energy line on it. Amazing. The coxcomb looked at Bai Yi's skilled operation and could not help but exclaimed. But Bai Yi ignored him and walked straight to Chen Su with the energy block. These robots have obviously been stacked for a long time. The outer shell is relatively solid, but the screws, joints and small parts inside are almost all rusted and corroded, and some are even so fragile that they break at the touch. Bai Yi carefully placed the severely rusted energy block on the ground, and then asked Chen Su to sit down. Raise your left hand and place it on your knee. Bai Yi helped Chen Su move his arm, exposing his left waist. The energy block in Chen Su's body was installed exactly in this position. Chen Su did not speak, and his movements were a little slow. Bai Yi took off his fluid protective suit, found the location of the hidden screw, then used a thin iron sheet to unscrew the screw, completely opened the piece of skin. Wow, this is what's inside Boss Chen Su. Seeing the complex mechanical structure exposed on Chen Su's waist, the coxcomb's eyes instantly lit up like light bulbs, and his passion for robots was ignited again. There are so many parts. What's the round one for? And this red one, is this the energy block? No. Get out of the way, Bai Yi said without embellishment, and then removed a metal block similar to the waste energy block from Chen Su's body, and moved it slightly outward. Do you feel anything? Bai Yi asked Chen Su. Nothing. Chen Su's answer showed a pause. Bai Yi's face changed slightly. He knew what this pause meant. If he didn't quickly input energy into Chen Su, he might not even be able to speak. And his time was limited. No matter what, he had to make him return to normal before the end of his day. Hold on for a while. I'll give you some energy. Bai Yi gritted his teeth. Calm down. And remove the outer shell of the energy block on Chen Su. Sure enough, the data on the energy block showed that the remaining energy was less than 10%. Sit tight. I need to connect the wires. Yeah. Chen Su's voice was low and reluctant. Bai Yi frowned, quickened his movements, and neatly removed 2 of Chen Su's energy wires, and then moved the energy block taken out of the mechanical corpse to the ground next to it, trying to connect the wires of the 2 energy blocks together. Unfortunately, the wire on the waste energy block was too short, and no matter how he moved, there was still a gap of more than 10 centimeters. I'll do it. I'll help you. The coxcomb-headed man seemed smart and active, and hurried forward to help Bai Yi lift the energy block on the ground. Bai Yi didn't look at him much, but just picked up the energy line that had been shortened and prepared to connect it. Don't worry. Connect the line, and you will have energy. If you feel uncomfortable, tell me. This time, Chen Su didn't respond. Bai Yi put away his thoughts, stabilized his movements, and carefully connected the interfaces at both ends together. At the moment of connection, the energy block in Chen Su's body suddenly lit up. Hey, there is really energy in this broken iron block. The coxcomb was full of surprise, and he moved closer to Chen Su to take a look. Scientist, you are so amazing. That's it. A few more times, the energy problem will be solved. Bai Yi breathed a sigh of relief, and tried to stand up, but he bumped into someone behind him. Clang. Ah! Bai Yi turned around in a hurry, and saw the coxcomb standing stupidly by the side, and the broken waste energy block on the ground. I didn't expect you to get up. After the hard work, the energy block was broken by himself again, and the coxcomb was frightened like a quail. He stuttered to apologize, but couldn't say anything for a long time. That, scientist, you, don't. The energy block that just lit up in Chen Su's body suddenly went out again. Bai Yi stood in place, and his eyes swept to the fragments on the ground. Suddenly he raised his eyelids, and his sharp eyes pierced the coxcomb through the lens, and his whole body exuded a sense of oppression, making people numb from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. Scientists. The coxcomb-headed man swallowed his saliva. You? Stay away from me. Bai Yi's words were concise and clear, but his tone was cold, and left no room for negotiation. Although Bai Yi and Chen Su encountered a lot of trouble in the dungeon, outside the dungeon, everyone's attention had long drifted away, and almost no one discussed their predicament. Oh my god! Is Chen Su's body now all mechanical? In the live broadcast room, the audience all widened their eyes, staring blankly at Chen Su, who was turned over at the waist. The research of bionic mechanical human body is regarded as a high-end and mysterious field in the scientific community, and ordinary people cannot even touch it. Now, this mysterious field is exposed to everyone. It is a common operation for Bai Yi, but in the eyes of the audience, it is like a live broadcast of God creating man. How can this be? It looks like he is still a person. This body, these parts, are they all made by Bai Yi? The audience was shocked and turned their eyes to Bai Yi, who was busy at Chen Su's waist. I used to think Bai Yi was just a mechanic who repaired robots and aircraft. I didn't expect that he could actually revive Chen Su into a complete robot. Bai Yi's level is really extraordinary. Sir, the Minister of Research has already watched this live broadcast. In the VIP room, the secretary leaned over slightly and conveyed the Minister of Research's message to the official sitting on the sofa. He said that from the information obtained from the live broadcast, Chen Su's internal structure basically follows the general design of the bionic human body, although only the waist part is shown. This part is basically consistent with the design structure of the Cyber 837 bionic human body. However, the Minister of Research also mentioned that although the internal design is not new, there is a key point in Chen Su's transformation that confuses him. Although Chen Su's body can be regarded as a normal bionic robot, it is obvious that he shows a high degree of autonomous thinking ability when he moves, and his speech and behavior almost completely retain his original personality. The Cyber 837 bionic human body is a very cutting-edge design in the current scientific community. The operation of each part of the body is very smooth and accurate, and it uses the most advanced AI system today, Cybernova. However, even Cybernova has certain shortcomings in autonomous thinking, not to mention simulating the thinking mode and behavior of a specific human being so meticulously. Therefore, in response to such a transformation effect, the Minister of Research and Development proposed two speculations. First, Bai Yi used a more advanced AI than Cybernova on Chen Su, successfully simulating Chen Su's personality. And second, directly connected Chen Su's brain to the Cyber 837 bionic human body. But the Minister of Research and Development could not determine which speculation was closer to the truth. After all, no matter which one, it has exceeded the current scientific community's cognition. Beyond the cognition of the scientific community. The official looked at the circular live broadcast screen, where Bai Yi was trying to collect waste energy, thought for a moment, and suddenly smiled. This Bai Yi, but he is only 27 years old. At the age of 27, he can make such a transformation beyond the cognition of the scientific community. Even the Minister of Research and Development, a top expert in the field of bionic human body, finds it difficult to see through his technology. This young man has a limitless future. The official nodded slowly, slid the touchpad next to the seat, and enlarged the picture of Bai Yi little by little. Such a talented young man, if he is buried in the crowd, it would be a pity. The secretary paused, and quickly realized something. He didn't say much, just nodded and said yes. On the screen, Bai Yi laid a row of waste energy blocks next to Chen Su, patiently supplying the weak energy remaining in them to Chen Su. The official leaned back in his chair, looking at Bai Yi's focused and steady eyes, with a half-smile on his face. And his words revealed a calmness and control of the overall situation. After this game is over, let him come to the divine court. You also know that the superiors attach great importance to talents. We in the divine court must not let such a pearl be covered in dust. How do you feel? Chen Su didn't know how many waste energy blocks he had consumed until he finally opened his eyes. Bai Yi immediately talked to him, and checked the energy display at the same time. The number barely showed 13%, swayed a few times, and dropped to 12%. Do you feel strong? Bai Yi asked. Yeah. Not bad. Chen Su moved his neck, clenched his fist, and turned to look at the pile of broken energy blocks on the ground. Thank you for your hard work, Chen Su said in a deep voice. Bai Yi glanced at Chen Su, looking a little helpless. If you are so polite again, I will directly dismantle your energy block. After saying that, Bai Yi did not wait for Chen Su's reaction, and picked up a brand new waste energy block from the back and connected it skillfully. 12% of energy is not enough for you. You need to charge at least 30% before we can leave here, Bai Yi said. Then, what about the bad machine? Chen Su thought for a while and asked. He remembered that Bai Yi had mentioned that his and the bad machine's spare energy blocks were all in that space card. It uses fusion energy, which is relatively rare, while you and these machines use common radiation energy, Bai Yi explained while supplying energy to Chen Su. The bad machine has been with me for a long time. It is relatively well designed and uses more efficient energy. Even if it is fighting, a block of fusion energy can keep it active for at least 12 hours. You may laugh at me, but I have never tried anything to transform you. At the beginning, considering the success rate, we use common energy instead of directly using fusion energy. As a result, maybe because you are too powerful, your battle consumption far exceeds my expectations. I really didn't consider this point. Sorry. It's all my inability. The remaining energy was quickly used up. Bai Yi removed the connected energy line and replaced it with a new energy block. Chen Su quietly watched Bai Yi busy, but he was speechless in his heart. Even if he wanted to say it doesn't matter, he had no position. After all, even his life was given by Bai Yi. If now, he is considered a life. Although the battle here is fierce, no other players have approached for a long time. The broken machine silently helped Bai Yi to remove energy blocks from the mechanical pile. Chen Su did not say anything more, but just quietly watched Bai Yi connect the waste energy blocks to himself again and again, feeling the power in his body gradually filling up. After countless energy extractions, Chen Su's energy display finally exceeded 30%. Bai Yi wiped the sweat from his forehead, put down the sleeves of his shirt that were rolled up at his elbows, and put on the suit jacket that he had just taken off. Let's go! Bai Yi closed the skin on Chen Su's waist again, and said to him, the punishment from the sky is not far away. If we don't find the fragments, something might happen. And charging you like this is too inefficient. We have to find Huixiao, and get the space card back. Huixiao. Chen Su stood up, moved his hands and feet, looked coldly, and looked into the distance. No need to think too much. No matter his current state, alive or dead, Huixiao must die. Real death. Find him, and make a quick decision, Chen Su said firmly. Chapter 45 My Intuition. Only 15%? The bald leader checked the progress of the game, and then looked up at Bai Ye's screen. The game progress has just passed 15%. There is still a long time. We can let Chen Su and Bai Yi go to find Hu Qiao. It seems that there will inevitably be another battle between them. So what is Hu Qiao doing now? The bald leader paused for a moment, and then asked the members who followed up with Hu Qiao's team. Hu Qiao and the others are still on the mission. A member with a short flat head replied after a pause. After leaving Bai Yi, Hu Qiao and his team robbed several players of the fragments they had collected, and subdued several players who looked strong, tied them up, and threw them into the cave. I wonder if those players can break free and survive the punishment safely. The so-called doing a mission. Is this what it means? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Although they knew that the game was like this, Hu Qiao's actions were too straightforward and unscrupulous. Hu Qiao is such a bad person, Xiao Jing said indignantly. After watching the battle between Hu Qiao and Chen Su, and hearing the hurtful words Hu Qiao said to Chen Su, and then stealing Bai Ye's space card in a very low way, she had been simmering with anger for a long time. She especially hoped that Chen Su and Bai Yi would find Hu Qiao immediately, pin him to the ground and beat him up until all his teeth fell out, and finally steal all his mission props. Even if he could survive the punishment from heaven, he would not have enough points, and would be thrown into the man-eating bunker by the divine court. Unfortunately, the team leader was there. No matter how angry she was, she could only hold it in. She had been holding it in originally, but when she saw that Hu Qiao ranked first on the energy list with this series of unscrupulous behaviors, her anger was about to explode. Evildoers will always be punished. Xiao Jing lowered her voice and said angrily. The team leader glanced at Xiao Jing, said nothing, and continued to give instructions to other team members. Chen Su. The battle between Bai Yi and Hu Qiao is probably the most important event in this game. From now on, you guys should pay attention to their positions in real time and measure the distance every 3 minutes. Our analysis team must be fully prepared to meet their next battle. In addition, the team leader thought for a moment, and then asked the crew member with a flat head who followed Hu Qiao. You just said that Hu Qiao subdued the powerful player, tied him up and threw him in the cave. Where is this cave specifically? It's right here. The team member switched Hu Qiao's live broadcast to playback mode and slightly adjusted the timeline. The screen showed that Hu Qiao, Smith and others grabbed a burly man, tied him up with a steel rope used to tie coxcombs, and threw him into a medium-sized round hole on the mechanical hill. The hole was perfectly round, and the robots stacked beside the hole were cut neatly, making the area around the hole look very smooth and neat. Did Hu Qiao and his team make this hole? The bald team leader was a little surprised. The hole was obviously not formed naturally. If Hu Qiao made it, it would be unimaginable. It's not Hu Qiao. It should have been originally in the copy. The flat-headed team member enlarged the picture a little, pointed to the cave in the distance, and said to the team leader, Look here. And the one behind them. They are all. This is strange. The bald team leader rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If it wasn't done by the players, then it was formed naturally. Logically, caves in nature are either formed by crustal movement or by weathering and water flow. And the caves formed are irregular. How can there be such a regular cave formed by natural causes? The team leader was puzzled, and the team members were even more confused. They looked at each other, and no one could think of the answer. In the end, everyone had to put this matter aside and focus on Hu Qiao again. Look, this is a schematic diagram of Hu Qiao's direction of action after leaving Bai Yi. The flat-headed team member operated very skillfully, and clicked a few buttons, automatically dividing Hu Qiao's screen into 2 screens. One side was the live broadcast of his current search for fragments, and the other side was the map of the game copy. However, this map is very simple. Only some general areas are marked, and the paths between the scrap machinery piles are not shown. Here is the location of the starship. This coordinate point is where he fought with Bai Yi. The dots are the locations of the caves where he dropped the players. This red line, from here to here, is the approximate route recorded by his coordinates. Not bad. You did a good job on this diagram. The flat-headed team member's markings were clear. The bald team leader praised him repeatedly, then crossed his arms, and carefully observed the picture on the side of the screen. From this picture, the location of the starship Noah is in the southwest of the game map, and Hu Qiao's general direction is to move northeast away from the starship. The team leader paused, turned to Xiao Jing and asked, Have Bai Yi and the others started to move? Can their route be shown like this? Oh, I'll try. Xiao Jing pushed his glasses and operated on the computer seriously. The flat-headed team member also went over to give some instructions, and Bai Yi's screen quickly showed the split screen of the live broadcast and the map. Team leader. The diagram is out. The bald leader was discussing with other team members when he heard Xiao Jing's report and looked up at Bai Yi's screen. Bai Yi's direction of travel was marked with a blue line, and he was heading northeast. Can these two maps be overlapped and compared? The leader asked hurriedly. The flat-headed team member said yes. And then after some operation, Bai Yi's route was displayed on Hu Qiao's map. Bai Yi's blue line was much shorter than Hu Qiao's red line. But from the beginning, the blue line almost completely overlapped with the red line at a certain point in the middle. Bai Yi and the others knew the route Hu Qiao took? Ed exclaimed. And the other team members also showed shocked expressions. When Hu Qiao escaped, he released a cloud of smoke bombs, and even the analysis team could not see clearly which direction he fled to. Bai Yi. How did he know? A moment ago, Hu Qiao should have gone this way. At a fork in the road, Chen Su looked down at a not very conspicuous diamond mark on the ground, paused, and then raised his head again, looking at a road leading forward. How did you know? Bai Yi walked over, looked down at the ground, and looked at Chen Su again. If I'm not mistaken, this mark was left by Hu Qiao. Chen Su pointed to the ground and said, Left by Hu Qiao? Are you sure? Bai Yi was slightly startled, and carefully looked at the pattern on the ground. Yes. Chen Su nodded to confirm. In this mission, to complete it successfully, you must make a mark on the road. Otherwise it will be very difficult. And the strokes of this mark make me feel very familiar. Chen Su's analysis does make sense. The task of this scavenger is to collect fragments, and then send them to the starship, so that the mission props can be converted into energy points and charged into the player's energy bracelet. Therefore, finding the fragments is important. But being able to quickly return to the vicinity of the starship after successfully obtaining them is also the key. However, the map provided by the system is too simple, especially the intricate roads between the mechanical hills. If you don't mark them in advance, it is really difficult to find the correct path back to the starship. Even Bai Yi only made some simple marks. Therefore, even if there is a risk of being tracked, Hu Qiao is likely to do so. However, this mark is not the pattern usually used by members of the Night Owl group. In the past, when we made marks, we often carved a loose Y on the ground as an arrow to indicate the direction of travel. Like this, Chen Su said, pulling out the laser knife and drawing a pattern on the ground. This pattern is a bit special. It can be said to be a Y shape, and it can also be seen as the existing lines on the ground, which is quite natural. As for this diamond mark, Hu Qiao may have deliberately changed the marking style to avoid being tracked by us. However, the inherent habits are still there, and there will always be some similarities between the modified style and the original mark. Bai Yi compared the Y drawn by Chen Su with the pattern suspected to be drawn by Hu Qiao, and found that although Hu Qiao's pattern was roughly a diamond, the broken line inside was very similar to the stroke of Chen Su's Y. There is one more thing that can be judged. Chen Su put away the laser knife and continued. If you want to mark the ground, you must use the high temperature of the laser knife to burn it, to ensure that the mark is stable and not easy to disappear. The laser knives equipped by the Night Owl group are all ultra-high temperature types. Knives of this strength are rare on the market, judging from the burn marks left on the ground. This is basically carved by an ultra-high temperature laser knife. Amazing. After listening to Chen Su's explanation, Bai Yi's eyes curved and he showed a bright smile. You are indeed a professional. Chen Su was slightly stunned by Bai Yi's praise, and then he couldn't help but chuckle. I just know him better, Chen Su replied. Bai Yi smiled and pointed forward. However, you just said he would take this road. If you regard the diamond mark as an arrow, it seems that he should be more likely to take another road. Do you think that, in order to prevent us from finding him, he used the reverse mark as a second insurance for himself? Yes. Chen Su nodded in agreement. If I were him, I might do that. Of course, it is also possible that he chose the road pointed to by the mark, and used reverse thinking as a third insurance. After forward thinking comes reverse thinking, and after reverse thinking, there can be another reverse thinking. If you keep speculating like this, you will eventually fall into an endless cycle. So, which round to stop at, which step to speculate to, you can only rely on intuition. Bai Yi lowered his head and thought for a second, raised his head, and looked at the road that Chen Su had originally chosen that was not pointed to by the mark. Let's go this way. Oh! Chen Su raised his eyebrows slightly, seemingly surprised by Bai Yi's quick decision. Are you sure? Yeah. Bai Yi smiled at Chen Su. My intuition tells me to trust your judgment. Chapter 46. Oops. I see. After watching the replay, the bald team leader nodded repeatedly. Chen Su is indeed very powerful, and... He paused for a moment. And as expected, Chen Su's past thoughts and memories have been completely inherited by the current mechanical body. It seems that Bai Yi and the others will find Huiqiao soon. And now there are only 4 people left on Huiqiao's side. If Bai Yi and Chen Su join forces, they will definitely not be able to resist. When Ed said this, there was obvious excitement in his tone, and he almost couldn't help but say bluntly, Chen Su will be able to take revenge soon. Their battle with Huiqiao should not start too soon. The bald team leader was not as optimistic as Ed. The replay just now ended, and now Bai Yi's screen was showing a live broadcast. In the picture, Chen Su jumped down from the top of a mechanical mountain and handed Bai Yi a piece of debris with a faint white light. Bai Yi and his team are unlikely to rush to find Huiqiao. The time for the heavenly punishment is running out. Even Bai Yi must hurry. Ed wanted to see Chen Su's revenge, but when he heard the team leader mention the heavenly punishment, he suddenly remembered its importance. He immediately went to Xiao Jing's side, and the two of them checked the system together to see how many fragments Bai Yi had found. 4. 4? Ed and Xiao Jing both widened their eyes and exclaimed, how could it be? He has only found 4 fragments now. 1 fragment is 20 points. If you want to pass the punishment, you must find at least 50 fragments. It's already past 4 o'clock. There are less than 2 hours left before the punishment. The game starts at 12 noon, and the punishment time is 6 p.m. Finding 50 fragments in 6 hours is not a demanding time. But Huiqiao messed up Bai Yi first. And then Coxcomb Head intervened. Bai Yi lost his space card. And Chen Su lost his energy. Just solving Chen Su's energy problem took him a lot of time. What should I do? Xiao Jing was anxious all of a sudden. In less than 2 hours. Can he find so many fragments? If he can't find them, then... Hey! What's going on? Before Xiao Jing finished speaking, the team members on the other side of the monitoring room suddenly made a commotion. What happened? What happened? Everyone came over. Xiao Jing stretched his neck to see. Ed also stood up and came over. As soon as he stood up, a red light suddenly flashed in the corner of his vision. Is it Chen Su's red flame laser knife? This thought flashed through Ed's mind, but when he turned around subconsciously to look, he took a deep breath and almost forgot to breathe. In the picture, Chen Su looked calm and was fighting fiercely with some monster. The monster was cone-shaped, with slender limbs, and its hands were like triangular pliers. It was the abandoned combat robots everywhere on this planet. Beware. Even Bai Yi had never expected that. These mechanical soldiers, which seemed to be rusty and long scrapped, could actually jump up and attack. This sudden resurrection completely caught Bai Yi off guard, and he was unable to summon the bad machine in time. Chen Su quickly flew in front of Bai Yi, protecting him like a shield, and finally avoided the strange light emitted from the top of the mechanical soldier's head while rolling. This light was a very bright red thin line, which seemed to have little power on the surface. But on the ground protected by Chen Su, a large hole nearly 1 meter wide was hit by the ray. Quickly summoned the bad machine. At the moment of protecting Bai Yi, Chen Su reminded in a low voice, once the battle begins, my energy may be exhausted quickly. Okay. Bai Yi nodded, and summoned the bad machine as he was told. The mechanical soldier flashed with strange red light, and several thin legs moved like the wind. Powerful rays were emitted from the circular device above its head without warning. However, when seeing these dangerous mechanical soldiers, Bai Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, and he couldn't help but smile. If you want to sleep peacefully, you naturally need a suitable pillow, which is exactly the situation now. But we don't have to worry about it now. Bai Yi took a few steps back and handed the battlefield to Bad Machine and Chen Su. Your energy has been delivered to the door. The mechanical soldiers are no longer the opponent of the players, and Chen Su and Bad Machine's attacks are no longer controlled by others. Bad Machine immediately activated PKL-5, quickly raised his arm, and a white quantum laser bullet flew towards the mechanical soldier like an arrow. The mechanical soldier dodged nimbly, but unexpectedly. Chen Su had already prepared in the direction of its escape, and instantly launched a rocket, directly blowing the mechanical soldier's head to pieces. After the head was destroyed, the mechanical soldier's conical body fell down, turned into a dead body. Before people could react, the second and third revived robots suddenly jumped out from the hill. Although these robots were dangerous, Chinsu's fighting power was really strong. The two worked together tacitly, and quickly dealt with the second and third robots. It was not until the 10th or so soldiers struggled and were blown away that the surrounding mechanical hills finally returned to peace. Bai Yi and Chinsu. They are so strong. Ed couldn't help but sigh while watching the live broadcast. The punishment from heaven had not yet come, and this wave of revived robots had reduced the original 400 players to more than 300. Many players were caught off guard and were hit by the sudden laser and blood splattered. For Bai Yi and Chinsu, these robots that caused a sharp drop in the number of players have become a benefit given to them by the game. Look at Bai Yi's energy points. Xiao Jing checked the player information and his tone suddenly became excited. After killing these dozen robots, Bai Yi's energy points suddenly exceeded 800 points. So many! Ed saw these points and his eyes lit up. If we find a few more fragments, won't the energy be enough? I said it a long time ago. Bai Yi will be fine. There must be more than one way to accumulate energy in this game. Bai Yi and his friends can always find a way to survive the punishment. Ed and Xiao Jing smiled at each other, and their worries were relieved. Who is Bai Yi? The top 5 in the preliminaries, easily won 3 achievements in the first game, solved all the task puzzles in one fell swoop, took the lead steadily, finally won the first place without any suspense. Such an outstanding player, how could ordinary heavenly punishment stump him? Absolutely impossible, 100%. Chinsu's energy estimation has always been accurate. Although the energy consumption is not high at ordinary times, but once entering the battle, 30% of the remaining energy is not enough. Soon after the battle, he felt insufficient energy, his limbs were weak, and his body fell directly to the ground. Chinsu. Bai Yi hurriedly supported him, let him sit down next to the pile of machines, then turned around and decisively pried open the mechanical soldiers, whose heads were blown off by them. The timing of the resurrection of these mechanical soldiers was indeed just right, bringing not only energy points, but more importantly, the resources they needed most at the moment: energy blocks, a dozen mechanical soldiers, a dozen energy blocks, lively soldiers, and almost full energy blocks, making this wave of harvest a huge profit. Bai Yi acted quickly, disassembled the energy blocks neatly, ran quickly to Chinsu's side, took out the thin iron sheet, and cut open the skin on Chinsu's waist. The flickering energy blocks quickly transferred energy into Chinsu's body. While transferring energy, Bai Yi mercilessly stripped all the mechanical soldiers, took out the energy blocks inside one by one, and put them into the space card on Chinsu's mechanical arm. These resurrected mechanical soldiers are indeed puzzling. Observing their body parts, they are severely corroded like the previous mechanical corpses, but their energy blocks are full of energy. Is there any special reason for them to be successfully charged, or are there some robots with sufficient energy that have been abandoned here? While thinking, Bai Yi threw the emptied energy blocks aside, and closed the skin around Chinsu's waist. Chinsu also opened his eyes, stood up, and tried to move his body. It was a long-lost feeling of being full of energy. No matter why those robots had energy, they had become Chinsu's resources. The energy problem was temporarily solved, and the energy points before the heavenly punishment were basically sufficient. So what we have to do now is to find Huiqiao. Let's go! Bai Yi looked into the distance. Yeah. Chinsu nodded in response. Bai Yi put away the broken machine and looked at the time again. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon, and there was still an hour and a half before the heavenly punishment. Many players should return to the starship during this period. If Huiqiao wanted to grab more fragments, maybe. Wait. For 30? Bai Yi's breathing suddenly became rapid, followed by a strong sense of fatigue, sweeping his body like a tide. Oops, I actually forgot about this. Not enough points. Heavenly punishment. Fortunately, there is. Bai Yi? Chinsu saw that Bai Yi was suddenly in a bad state, and hurried over to check. Just as he got in front of Bai Yi suddenly closed his eyes, and fell directly on Chinsu. Bai Yi? Chinsu was shocked, and quickly reached out to protect Bai Yi. Bai Yi trembled slightly, and said a few words vaguely, and then his body softened, and he fainted completely. Bai Yi? Chinsu opened his eyes wide in horror, and protected the limp Bai Yi with his arms, and stood there at a loss. What he just said seemed to be narcolepsy? Chapter 47. How long does he have to sleep? What happened? The monitoring room, that had just calmed down, was in turmoil again. Ade and Xiaojing stared at the screen in unison. The screen showed Bai Yi in a coma, and Chinsu recovering from shock, and quickly picking up Bai Yi. What happened to Bai Yi? Is he injured? Xiaojing asked anxiously. I seemed to see him say something to Chinsu before he fell down. Ade was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned to Xiaojing. Quick, play that part. Okay. Xiaojing operated in a hurry. Soon, the image of Bai Yi falling in Chinsu's arms appeared on the monitoring screen again. Turn up the volume, turn on the sound waveform analysis. The bald team leader also rushed to the front and gave a loud command. The technicians quickly executed. Although Bai Yi's words were short, the waveform analysis process was also quite fast. As Bai Yi's vague voice sounded, 3 words gradually appeared at the bottom of the screen. Narcolepsy. What? Narcolepsy? Everyone was stunned. For a moment, they didn't know how to react. All this happened too suddenly. It was just like an absurd joke. First, Hu Xiao intercepted. Then Chinsu's energy crisis. After solving the energy problem, Bai Yi fainted again. After this setback, the 2 protagonists didn't even start the mission. Can this game continue? No wonder he wanted to sleep in the dungeon in the last game. And he even brought a sleeping bag. The analyst who was watching suddenly mentioned the previous incident. I thought he was pretending. But I didn't expect he was forced. Others recalled the past. So what's the matter with his narcolepsy? He was able to arrange everything perfectly in the last game. But why did he faint this time? The bald team leader pondered for a moment, and subconsciously looked towards the corner of the monitoring room, but soon came back to his senses with a frown. He really didn't want to deal with someone over there. Hello, Ed. The team leader paused, and called Ed. Here. Ed responded immediately. Go over there, and ask Mu to check the situation of Bai Yi's narcolepsy. The bald team leader whispered. Okay. Ed responded positively, walking quickly to the corner where Mu was. Soon, he hurried back. Team leader, Mu said the information has been sent. Ed said excitedly. Yeah. The team leader looked down at the computer, and sure enough, there was an open file on the screen. The team leader looked carefully, and the file listed some items related to physical health. The medical history column showed severe illness, none; chronic disease, none; overall health status, good. The column for gene analysis reads, no obvious gene defects. The other medical record is blank, nothing. The team leader looked at the bare record, and suddenly became angry. Ed. Here. Go ask that guy, why did he give me a blank sheet of paper? Oh. Ed nervously ran back to Mu, asked a few questions, and then hurried back, secretly glanced at the team leader, obviously feeling a little guilty. Team leader, he said no. No. The team leader's eyes suddenly widened, and his voice suddenly rose 8 degrees. No, nothing. Bai Yi had collapsed there. How could there be nothing in the medical records and health status? No, I don't know. Mu just said 2 words, no. Ed's voice became smaller and smaller, for fear that the team leader would vent his anger on him. Although the team leader was full of anger, he did not completely lose his mind, and waved to let Ed leave. Ed shrank his neck, ran back to his seat quickly, and just sat down. He was pulled over by Xiaojing. What should we do? Ed. Xiaojing looked anxious. The team leader's attention was all on the inexplicable narcolepsy. But Xiaojing was more concerned about more urgent things. What should we do? How could Bai Yi fall ill at this time? He is still more than 100 points short of energy points. If he keeps sleeping until the punishment from heaven, then he will. Isn't there no hope? What's wrong? What happened? Scientist. Scientist. In any case, Bai Yi can't just lose consciousness in broad daylight. Chinsu picked up Bai Yi and planned to find a hidden place to hide him. At this moment, he suddenly heard a commotion behind him. Chinsu looked back and saw a red-haired man running down from the top of a mechanical mountain not far away. It was Coxcomb. Since they started tracking Hu Xiao, Coxcomb had been following him closely. Although his tracking skills were poor, Chinsu had already noticed it. However, this man was not a threat except for being a little clumsy. So Chinsu did not intend to pay attention to him. Since he was willing to follow, he would let him do as he pleased. The Coxcomb head had no ill intentions, but was worried that Bai Yi would delay too long because of the energy issue, and would not be able to complete the 1,000 points of heavenly punishment. So he collected a lot of fragments and quietly followed Bai Yi, hoping to help him. If Bai Yi really couldn't complete it, His fragments might still come in handy. What's wrong? What's wrong with the scientist? But now Bai Yi has fainted. And the coxcomb head can't hide himself anyway. He took 2 steps at a time and hurried to Chen Su. And saw Bai Yi, who had lost consciousness, in his arms. And asked anxiously, "Why did the scientist faint? Is he injured? Maybe he has narcolepsy." Chen Su answered, "Narcolepsy?" The coxcomb was stunned, and his face was full of confusion. "Bai Yi also has this disease?" Chen Su did not respond. After all, he knew about this matter, but only less than a minute earlier than the coxcomb. Then, how long does he have to sleep? The coxcomb didn't care whether Chen Su answered or not, and asked questions repeatedly. "There is only more than an hour left before the heavenly punishment. Do you have enough points? How many fragments do you still need to hand in? If he doesn't wake up, then he won't be able to pass the heavenly punishment. I'm thinking about this issue too." Chen Su was of course worried, but he would not speak out his worries like the coxcomb. "I don't know if he can wake up before the punishment. If not, then I can only give it a try by submitting the fragments for him. I was identified as his weapon by the system. Maybe the fragments I handed in can transfer energy into his bracelet." "Oh, that's possible." Hearing Chen Su say this, the coxcomb-headed man's eyes lit up instantly. "Then let's go back to the starship and give it a try. Don't worry about the fragments. I still have a lot here. The moment of the punishment is not far away." Nowadays, many players choose to return to the starship to deliver the fragments. In the open area where the starship is located, players gradually approach from all directions, cautiously throwing fragments into the starship, and quickly leaving this conspicuous place. Chen Su and Coxcomb were hiding in a hidden corner next to the empty field of the starship, quietly waiting. Coxcomb had suggested that Chen Su hand in the fragments, and he would hide with Bai Yi. But this idea was rejected by Chen Su as soon as it was proposed. Although Coxcomb was a good person, his reliability was really worrying. In Chen Su's opinion, it was too worrying to leave Bai Yi to him for care. Even Chen Su was very cautious about the situation at the moment. When Bai Yi fell into a deep sleep, he wanted to avoid meeting other players as much as possible, so as not to cause unnecessary conflicts. He and Coxcomb watched the empty area in the dark, waited for more than 10 minutes, and finally waited for a time when no one was around. "Let's go!" Chen Su whispered, and immediately picked up Bai Yi and rushed towards the starship. The huge starship wreckage and the scattered debris were shrouded in a layer of faint white light. Chen Su thought for a moment, holding the fragment handed by Coxcomb, and tried to put it into the white light. Ding! Unknown player. The task item is invalid. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded in the air. Unknown player? This won't work. Coxcomb had not yet caught up with Chen Su's speed, and only arrived at the starship panting after hearing the system prompt. Chen Su did not speak, lowered his head and thought for a moment, held Bai Yi's hand, put the fragment into her palm, and then held her hand and stretched it into the white light again. Ding! Unknown player, the quest item is invalid. Ah, this doesn't work? The coxcomb-headed man glared, also imitated Chen Su's actions, trying to put a piece of debris into Bai Yi's hand. Player AF230 gained 20 energy points. The system prompt sounded. The coxcomb-headed man was stunned, and could only put Bai Yi's hand down again. It seems that the system is very strict in judging who performs the action of inserting quest items, Chen Su said. If Bai Yi hadn't put in the quest items on his own initiative, it would probably be ineffective. Then what should we do? The coxcomb seemed a little impatient. He's sleeping now. How can we let him do it on his own? Chen Su sighed, looked around, then picked up Bai Yi and quickly returned to the corner where they were hiding. Then what should we do now? The coxcomb followed closely behind him, looking at the sleeping Bai Yi, thinking, and his face became solemn. It's less than an hour before the punishment from heaven. Are we just going to wait like this? The coxcomb was worried. I can't think of any other way for the moment. After Chen Su finished speaking, he observed the coxcomb again. This person seemed to be hesitant. Obviously he had something to say. If you have any ideas, just say it directly, Chen Su said coldly. I have a guess. Being seen through by Chen Su, the coxcomb sighed helplessly, revealed. I remember the previous heavenly punishment. Bai Yi also slept at that time. It's just that he laid out the sleeping bag, set up the good and bad machines, placed the mutation inhibitor, and arranged everything properly, so I thought he just felt that he had enough time, and just wanted to take a nap. But think about it carefully, that time he might have foreseen that narcolepsy was going to occur, so he arranged everything in advance to ensure his safety during this period. He slept last time too? Chin-Su was a little surprised. As a player in the same game, Chin-Su didn't know what Bai Yi was like at that time. Yes, right after the first punishment, he went to find a place to sleep. The coxcomb explained. You went to save Bai Yi later, but he had just woken up not long ago. He fell asleep after the first punishment. When Chin-Su met Bai Yi, he had just woken up. More than 6 hours. Chin-Su's expression froze immediately. Yes. The coxcomb nodded in annoyance. Maybe it takes that long for him to wake up once he falls asleep. If that's the case, we can't help him increase his energy points, so he won't be able to survive the punishment. Chapter 48 Life and death are determined by fate. Although Coxcomb is always stupid, his speculation coincides with the analysis team's idea. If it weren't for narcolepsy, Bai Yi actually had no reason to sleep so long in the last game. In the last game, he faced a dangerous environment alone, and slept for 6 hours, which means that he may not be able to control the duration of the attack. Since he has slept for 6 hours in the last game, what is the possibility that he will wake up within an hour before the punishment from heaven comes in this game? Is Bai Yi really finished this time? After the initial tension, Ed and Xiao Jing gradually calmed down. They each sat in their seats weakly, one blankly flipping through the paper and pen on the table, the other blankly staring at Bai Yi, who was sleeping quietly on the screen. In the game, Chin-Su and Coxcomb took him along the bumpy road. But Bai Yi, who was soft in Chin-Su's arms, seemed to have his soul taken away. No matter how bumpy it was, there was still no sign of waking up. Does he have any props or instruments that can be used? Many analysts who were not too busy also took the time to pay attention to Bai Yi's situation. Or a high-dimensional card? Did Bai Yi get any high-dimensional cards that could be used when he went on stage? No. Ed did not look for the card that Bai Yi got when he went on stage. He had already memorized it in his mind. The common card Bai Yi got is a lighting card, which can be used as a flashlight in the dark. It is almost a useless card for him. As for the fine cards, one is a fine copy of Wiqiao, and the other is a medium-range self-enhancement card, which can improve various combat values of the body. However, he is sleeping so deeply now, and the enhancement card is useless. Finally, there is a rare card, which is hidden and can only be viewed by the player himself. It is not published on the public platform. We cannot know the content of this card. But no matter how magical it is, no matter how many energy points it can provide, Bai Yi must be able to use it. Now Bai Yi is sleeping so deeply, he can't even deliver the task items, how to call out the system, and how to use the high-dimensional card. Ed is very concerned about this. Not only does he remember Bai Yi's card clearly, but he has also thought about the problems that other analysts just thought of. Ed's words made sense. The other analysts fell silent. The whole monitoring room was shrouded in a thick low pressure. Ed and Xiao Jing in front of Bai Yi were the center of this low pressure. As the old saying goes, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor are determined by heaven. The bald team leader came over, sighed, and gently pressed Ed's shoulder. Our analysis team mainly serves survival games, and the players we follow are all people who hang their lives on the game. Therefore, we don't know when they will suddenly die in the game. Everyone knew this when the team was formed. 1 qualifying match, plus 2 official matches, the death scenes that appeared on this wall are shocking. If you don't control your emotions, no one can bear such a series of deaths. But it is really difficult. In a job like ours, it's too easy to get hurt, the bald team leader said, patting his chest. So, we can only try to be a little cold-blooded and numb, so that we can protect our hearts. Ed, Shijing, you two go and take a rest first. I'll keep an eye on Bai Yi here. When you adjust your mood, I'll arrange for you to follow up with other players. In a corner outside the starship empty field, Chin-Su quietly watched over the sleeping Bai Yi. The surrounding atmosphere seemed particularly peaceful, and even the usually noisy coxcomb head became quiet for some reason. Perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. Chin-Su looked at Bai Yi's sleeping face, and said softly after a moment's silence, if he was the former leader of the Night Owl group, Chin-Su would never waste his words with a guy like Coxcomb. Even half an hour ago, he would not bother to discuss any solutions with such a character. However, the situation is different now. If he continues to do nothing, Bai Yi will face a desperate situation. Chin-Su cannot tolerate Bai Yi's death from heaven's punishment, and he is even more unwilling to see him lose his chance of survival because of his prejudice against Coxcomb. After all, besides himself, the only person who was willing to go all out to rescue Bai Yi was Coxcomb. Even if this person seemed unreliable, Chinsu needed him to help. What can I do? Hearing Chinsu's words, Coxcomb was immediately refreshed. What do you need me to do? As long as I can do it, anything is fine, he said excitedly. Chinsu looked at Coxcomb, tried his best to suppress his doubts about him, helped Bai Yi up and hugged him. Come with me, Chinsu said simply, and then took Bai Yi away from the starship. He did not elaborate on the purpose, and Coxcomb did not dare to ask more questions. He could only try his best to follow behind, fearing that he would fall behind. After climbing over several mechanical hills, Chinsu finally stopped at a place surrounded by abandoned robots. This is... Coxcomb put his hands on his waist, breathing rapidly, and finally asked a question. You? Chinsu frowned, looking at Coxcomb's weak appearance, thinking for a moment, and said helplessly, Can you take care of Bai Yi for a while? No problem. Coxcomb immediately agreed, trying hard to slow down his breathing, and reaching out to take Bai Yi from Chinsu's arms. However, Chinsu did not let go, but looked around, jumped onto the mechanical hill in a few steps, and placed Bai Yi safely in a hidden circular cave. You stay here to guard him. If anything happens, or he wakes up, remember to call me. I can hear you, Chinsu warned. Leave it to me. I promise to take good care of Bai Yi. The Coxcomb patted his chest and made a solemn promise. However, after making the promise, he still couldn't help asking, Then where are you going? Mr. Chinsu? Chinsu did not respond, but leaned over to take off the energy bracelet on Bai Yi's right hand, and then emphasized to the Coxcomb, Keep an eye on him, and suddenly jumped out of the Coxcomb's sight. Quick, notify the live broadcast management office in the Star Cluster Hall. Switch to the live broadcast focus on Bai Yi. The camera is focused on Chinsu. Although the ball team leader has been emphasizing that the team members should remain neutral and control their emotions, when he saw that Chinsu seemed to have a way to solve Bai Yi's energy point problem, the nervous and anxious expression still revealed his true heart. Obviously, his concern for Bai Yi is no less than that of Ed and Xiao Jing. The live broadcast management office is very efficient, and the picture of Bai Yi quickly switched from Bai Yi with his eyes closed to Chinsu parked under the mechanical mountain. Chinsu raised his head, looked around the mechanical hill, and then grabbed an abandoned robot at the bottom with both hands, and pulled it hard, pulling the whole robot out. Hey! What is he going to do? The analysts gathered around, and watched in surprise as Chinsu threw the robot's body aside, and then grabbed another one, and threw it out without thinking. Is he going to demolish the hill? Everyone was stunned, and looked at Chinsu's series of operations that challenged the norm. Chinsu in the picture seemed to think that it was too slow to demolish the mountain with his hands alone. He stepped back a few steps, and his mechanical arm flipped. A J-8 rocket launcher instantly appeared above his arm. The next second, a rocket whizzed out, and with a bang, a huge gap was directly blown out on the mechanical hill. Ah! Could it be? An analyst suddenly had an idea. Is he looking for those robots that have resurrected? Everyone's eyes instantly focused on this analyst. The analyst was a little nervous when he was suddenly stared at, but he took a deep breath and bravely expressed his speculation. Look, just now, Bai Yi's energy points jumped from 80 points to 800 points. Wasn't it because of beating those zombie robots? Those robots jumped out of the mechanical mountain, and you also saw the battle just now. Bai Yi didn't move a finger at all. The fight was all Chinsu and those bad machines, but all the points went to Bai Yi. Right. Others reacted one after another. Although the quest items cannot be delivered on behalf of others, it is normal for players to gain energy points when weapons kill monsters. That is to say, if Chinsu kills a few more robots, even if Bai Yi doesn't wake up, he can still get points. Everyone discussed along this line of thought, and hope instantly ignited in their hearts. In the picture, Chinsu fired several rockets, instantly raising a tall mechanical hill to the ground. Metal fragments were scattered all over the ground, and no matter whether they were alive or dead, they couldn't even find a complete mechanical soldier. Someone actively queried the system, but the current display of Bai Yi's player information still showed more than 800 points. It doesn't matter, anyway. We have found a way to increase Bai Yi's points. All we need to do next is continue to blow up the mountains. Although Bai Yi's energy points have not changed, the crowd is still full of confidence. Now only one mountain has been blown up. There is still more than half an hour before the punishment of the sky. For Baiye's safety, it will be enough to kill 2 or 3 more robots. Come on. Chinsu, blow up all these mountains. The crowd outside the copy cheered for Chinsu eagerly, and Chinsu in the copy did show his powerful ability. His body full of energy was full of mobility. One mechanical mountain after another was blown up, but Chinsu's movements were still not slow or slack. However, after blowing up several mountains, Baiye's points still did not increase. No way. As wave after wave of unsuccessful attacks returned, the cheers in the monitoring room gradually weakened, the atmosphere became increasingly cold, and the confidence just now began to become blurred. Could it be that all the survivors were killed in the previous wave, and Chinsu's method will not work? Someone whispered. There are less than 20 minutes left before the heavenly punishment. Don't worry. The bald team leader looked solemn, but he still patiently comforted the anxious team members. If we really find someone alive, it will only take a few seconds for Chinsu. There's still time. Let's wait and see. With the team leader's comfort, the team members could only try to calm down and silently look forward to the critical moment of saving Baiye that the team leader mentioned, which would come in time before the punishment from the sky. Baiye's point still did not change, and it seemed that this method might have failed. Chinsu in the game certainly noticed this, but he did not stop, and continued to fire rockets at the mechanical hill one after another. After all, at this moment, this seemed to be the only chance for Baiye to gain points. Boom! The explosion sounded again, and scattered metal pieces flew everywhere, instantly covering the ground. However, the energy slot on Baiye's bracelet still remained at more than 80%, and it did not even increase by 1 point. The punishment will be carried out in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. Finally, the ominous reminder issued by the system resounded throughout the copy, and was transmitted to the loudspeaker in the monitoring room at the same time. What should I do? In the monitoring room, the analysts all looked anxious. In the copy, Chinsu paused, held Baiye's bracelet, clenched his fist tightly. But in a flash, he raised the rocket launcher again, and continued to attack the mechanical mountain fiercely. Time passed by, the atmosphere of despair became thicker, but Chinsu still bombed mechanically. If the live camera could be switched to a bird's eye view, you would find that around the cave where Baiye was, almost all the mechanical hills had turned into pieces of broken ruins. The punishment will be carried out in 1 minute. Please prepare yourselves. The system prompt sounded again, and the deafening explosions became more and more intense. It's almost 6 o'clock. The analysts in the monitoring room counted down silently, and the atmosphere became more and more tense. 18, 19, 20, 45, 46, 47, 56, 57, 58, 59. At the moment when the clock pointed to 6 o'clock, multiple live screens flashed vertical lightning at the same time, and the crackling sound waves surged out of each speaker like a tide, shaking everyone's eardrums. Some were shocked, some were desperate, and some could not believe it. But no matter how people felt, time still ruthlessly passed this moment and continued to flow endlessly. The punishment from heaven did not last too long, and the dazzling lightning soon disappeared. Chinsu lowered his mechanical arm and stood quietly in the night, then had returned to peace, without moving again. Baiye is over. Having failed to protect Baiye, he is also destined to end here. Chinsu closed his eyes, and after a moment, he slowly opened them again. Maybe this is fate. Originally, on that small path to the customs, everything should have ended completely. Originally, an existence like myself maybe should not exist, since I have promised Baiye something, but failed to do it. Then, it's just right. Let it all end completely. Chapter 49 Safe and Sound. Baiye just died like that? That top player in bold and red, the young man with a promising future who was particularly concerned by the divine court, a genius mechanic who could even resurrect the dead like a god, just died like that? There was silence in the monitoring room. Only the footsteps of the players in the dungeon and the occasional conversations could be heard from the speakers of the live broadcast screen. Even the bald team leader sat in his seat in a daze and didn't say a word for a long time. Team leader. The technician hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward to ask, whose live broadcast is being shown on the biggest screen in the middle? Oh. After hearing the technician's question, the team leader came back to his senses, hesitated for a moment, and looked at the live broadcast screen that originally belonged to Baiye. On the screen, Chinsu stood quietly in the charred ruins, and there was nothing around him. Only the huge cold white planet hanging in the air cast a half bright and half dark, cold and lonely night light. After a long time, he moved his feet slightly, looked around, and then picked up a small object and looked at it carefully. The object was not big, lying in his broad mechanical palm, and it looked particularly inconspicuous. Chinsu lowered his eyelids, stared at the object in his hand silently, and just looked at it for less than 2 seconds. His face suddenly changed, staring at the object for a moment, and then quickly clenched the mechanical hand and ran out in an instant. "Hey! What's wrong?" The technician looked at Chinsu running in the ruins in confusion, and the bald team leader also stared at the screen blankly. After 3 seconds, he suddenly reacted. What Chinsu was holding just now was an energy bracelet. Baye's energy bracelet. "Quick! Who of you? Quickly check Baye's energy points." "Oh!" The analyst sitting in front of the computer responded in unison. Soon, someone found out the result and reported loudly. "Team leader, Baye still has more than 800 points." "That's right. 843 points. 843 points." The team leader's eyes suddenly widened. In this EVO game, the death of a player means exiting the game, and the energy points will be reset to 0. And Baye, his points are still there. "Quick! Contact the live broadcast management office. Move the live broadcast camera back to Baye." The bald team leader turned his head sharply and instructed the technician. Received. The technician immediately began to operate. In less than a minute, the ruins and Chinsu's images on the central screen disappeared, and were replaced by the hidden cave where Chinsu placed Baye. In the cave, the red-haired coxcomb looked alert, sometimes nervously looking outside, sometimes shrinking back into the cave, looking back to check the back. Behind him, Baye lay quietly on the ground and slept peacefully. If you look closely, you can even see his chest rising and falling. Baye is not dead. The monitoring room exploded instantly, and the analysts no longer paid attention to the players they were following, and ran forward to watch Baye's screen. He really didn't die, but how could he not die? That's a punishment from heaven. How could he escape it? "Technician, quickly replay the footage just now," someone shouted anxiously. The technician agreed, operated on the computer for a few times, and then looked up and said hurriedly, No replay. The live broadcast just now didn't record Baye's image. Maybe when Chinsu comes back, he can help us find the answer first," the team leader said after thinking. At this moment, Chinsu really appeared at the entrance of the cave, just in time to echo the words of the team leader. "Quick! Turn up the volume of the central screen." The team leader was excited and gave the order quickly. Chinsu and the screen also looked at Baye, who was sleeping soundly with astonishment. After a moment of silence, he turned his head and asked the coxcomb next to him, "What's going on?" As the analysis team waited anxiously, Chinsu's cold voice finally sounded in the monitoring room. "You won't believe how thrilling the moment I just experienced." The coxcomb was so excited that he almost jumped up and said to Chinsu with a beaming face, "As soon as you left, I heard explosions all around me. After careful consideration, I gradually understood your intention. I thought to myself, this method is good. It will definitely work this time. So I took care of the scientist while checking his energy points in the system. But when he was about to face the punishment from heaven, I found that there was no increase at all. I was so anxious." "Get to the point." Chinsu interrupted the coxcomb head coldly. "Oh!" The coxcomb head was stunned by what Chinsu said, and hurriedly swallowed his saliva, scratched his head, and could only sort out his thoughts again. At that moment, the punishment from heaven came, and lightning really struck the cave. Seeing the punishment from heaven begin, coxcomb rushed forward in a hurry, and tightly protected Baye. But the lightning was a virtual setting of the game system, and was not restricted by any physical laws at all. The lightning suddenly penetrated the body of coxcomb and hit Baye directly. At that moment, a golden light suddenly flashed on Baye's body. It was particularly dazzling. My eyes lit up, and I couldn't see anything clearly. When I opened my eyes again, I found that Baye was still lying there safely, exactly the same as before, without any scars. I guess that light protected him, whether it was his amulet or his guardian angel. I didn't see it clearly, but it was really magical. Chinsu frowned slightly. The coxcomb said so much nonsense, but the key information was just one sentence. At the moment of the heavenly punishment, the light emitted from Bai Yi kept him safe. Bai Yi probably doesn't have such secondary things as amulets and guardian gods. From a logical point of view, the mechanism of the game itself is most likely to affect the setting of the game's heavenly punishment. Then, in other words, Chen Su's heart moved, and he vaguely found an answer. If this is true, then everything seems to have an explanation. Rare card. In the monitoring room, the analysts and the bald team leader instantly realized the same possibility. Could it be that the rare card really saved Bai Ye's life? What card did Bai Yi draw? Can this card be found on the EVO public platform? Except for Bai Ye's ordinary and excellent cards, the information of rare cards is hidden, and it is indeed impossible to query under normal circumstances. However, as the official analysis team of the EVO game, they naturally have a much wider channel for obtaining game information than ordinary people. It should be found in the prop records. The bald team leader thought for a moment, and couldn't help but speak. Ed. The team leader called a few times, and suddenly remembered that Ed and Xiaojing had already gone to the lounge next door. He paused for a moment, and was about to find someone else to check the records, when the door of the monitoring room was suddenly pushed open, and Ed and Xiaojing rushed in excitedly. I'm here, team leader. I'm here, Ed shouted loudly. We heard you say that Bai Yi is not dead next door. Is it true? Is he really still alive? Xiaojing asked anxiously, and there was almost tears in his voice. It's true. He's really not dead. Everyone responded, and quickly made room for Ed and Xiaojing to take their positions in front of Bai Ye's screen. Ed and Xiaojing got ready and turned to the team leader. What do you want? Team leader? We're ready. Yes. Good. The team leader was obviously very excited. You too. Check the item usage records around Bai Yi in the past 5 minutes immediately to see if the rare card saved his life. This is the most important special event in this game so far. We must get to the bottom of this matter, and we must not miss any information. Got it. Bai Yi is not dead? In the public live broadcast room, the audience stared at Bai Yi, who was sleeping quietly on the screen, and their eyes almost popped out. Although the live broadcast was muted, it was easy to guess what Bai Yi had experienced just from the screen. He suddenly fainted, fell into a coma, had insufficient points, and was in danger of dying. Just when everyone thought Bai Yi was dead, he miraculously survived. When they looked back at the real-time energy list, their jaws dropped. This sleepy player, who didn't even complete the task seriously to accumulate points, not only escaped the punishment, but also had 843 energy points before the punishment, without any reduction. Other players either died thoroughly, with their points reset to 0, or survived the punishment, with their points reduced by 1,000. This player's points did not fall below 1,000. Nor was he killed by the heavenly punishment. He even climbed to the top 10 of the energy list with the 843 points that were not deducted. What kind of game bug did this person have? Whether they supported Bai Yi or opposed Bai Yi, everyone was stunned by this scene. The man with tattoos and his companions looked at each other, not knowing how to understand the current situation. Arnold was secretly happy, and lightly punched out of the sight of others. System administrators, come out. Soon after, someone jumped up, pointing angrily at the air in the live broadcast room and yelling, Why didn't Bai Yi die? Come out and explain it to us. Yes, explain it clearly. This shout caused 1,000 waves, and many viewers also shouted. Among these viewers, there were many who voted against Bai Yi, and some who were simply angry about the unfair game. After all, the game was unfair, which was related to the interests of all participants, including the people they cared about. Not only did he not die, his points were not deducted at all. Without a reasonable explanation, we will never accept it. This kind of scene of shouting for explanations was not the first time. The Star Cluster Hall Management Office was accustomed to it, and quickly contacted the relevant departments of the Divine Court. The relevant departments were very efficient, and the reply was delivered soon. Please do not make a fuss. Regarding Bai Ye's heavenly punishment, the explanation of the game is as follows. A staff member of the management office made a familiar voice, after a brief explanation, then began to read the reply of the Divine Court. First, Bai Ye's energy points before the punishment were 843 points, which could not offset a death. So Bai Yi did suffer the punishment of the punishment like other players with insufficient points. But unlike others, Bai Yi won the first prize in the previous game, a rare quality EVO high-dimensional ability card. The card is called Rare, Death Rewind. And the effect is as follows. When the owner is about to be judged dead, the owner's time attribute will be immediately retraced to 1 minute before the moment of death. The effect is passively triggered by the owner's death judgment. 1 minute before being killed by the punishment, the player Baiyi was healthy and had 843 energy points. Baiyi triggered the effect of the rare card when he died, and the time attribute was reversed, which resulted in his survival and points being maintained. Everyone listened to the explanation of the management office, and they were stunned. This is a rare card. This rare card. The effect is so amazing. No wonder. Even the system has to hide the content of the card, and not let the public check it on the public platform. So, the reason why Baiyi didn't die, logically speaking, is explained. But what's the difference between this and a bug? It's really annoying. Chapter 50. Apologize for me, the first punishment has ended. There are 312 players who have logged in again. The next punishment is scheduled for midnight. Please work hard to collect the mission items, accumulate energy points, and pass the test of punishment. Hee. The coxcomb looked at Baiyi, who was sleeping peacefully, and couldn't help laughing softly. The sound seemed abrupt and inexplicable. However, at this moment, Shinsu unexpectedly understood the reason behind his silly smile. The big stone in Shinsu's heart fell with the end of the first heavenly punishment. He felt like he had experienced a catastrophe, and his mouth corners could not help but rise slightly. After this heavenly punishment, you should only have 300 points left. Shinsu's tone was much more relaxed than before, as if he was a comrade in arms who had just fought side by side. There are still 6 hours before the next heavenly punishment. Go and complete the task. I will just stay here to guard Baiyi. Okay. The coxcomb nodded, without much refusal. Shinsu is obviously more reliable than him to take care of Baiyi. If he keeps waiting here for Baiyi to wake up, he might be punished by the next punishment. He doesn't have any amulets, nor does he have the ability to help him survive the punishment. Then I'll leave these fragments to you. The coxcomb took out pieces of fragments from the bag on his waist, and put them on the ground one by one. If Baiyi really sleeps for 6 hours, then when he wakes up, there will only be 1.5 hours left before the next punishment. Who knows what changes will happen to the game by then? It will be difficult to get energy points. Why don't you take these fragments? And when Baiyi wakes up, I'll give them to you directly. And the points for the second heavenly punishment will be enough. Well, thank you very much. Shinsu didn't say politely to the coxcomb head, although Baiyi was expected to sleep for 6 hours. Who can be sure about sleeping? If he wakes up an hour or half an hour later, the points for the next heavenly punishment will really become a problem. Moreover, Baiyi doesn't have a second rare card. In case of emergency, then I'll leave. The coxcomb had packed all the fragments, closed his pocket, and scratched his head a little embarrassedly. When Baiyi wakes up, please tell him I'm sorry for me, tell him I know I was wrong, and don't be angry. If he calms down, I will come back to fight Huichia with you guys, and I promise I won't mess it up next time. It's better not to have a next time. Shinsu thought to himself, without saying much, just nodded. After saying everything, coxcomb didn't waste any more time, waved to Shinsu, and left the cave. Shinsu watched coxcomb go farther and farther away, collected the fragments he left behind, and put them into the space card in the mechanical arm. 6 hours. Shinsu looked at the sleeping Baiyi, walked over to him, and sat down. If nothing unexpected happened, he planned to wait for Baiyi to wake up in this cave, and not do anything else. Although it seemed a bit of a waste to do nothing for a few hours, the most important thing at the moment was to wait for him to wake up safely. Xiao Jing watched the coxcomb gradually leave Baiyi's live camera, and couldn't help but sigh, to be honest. This coxcomb is really a kind and good person. In this competition of life and death, every mistake could make people fall into the bunker of despair. But he was willing to leave all the fragments he collected to Baiyi without reservation. Beforehand, they were not familiar with each other, it was just a slightly special encounter. It is very likely that for coxcomb, this slightly different relationship was enough to make Baiyi occupy an important position in his heart. The team leader was thoughtful, turned his head, and instructed the technician to switch the coxcomb's picture to the small screen next to Baiyi. Baiyi was sleeping at the moment, and Ed and the others had nothing to do. Coxcomb had already had many interactions with Baiyi in this game, and paying attention to him might make Baiyi's report more detailed and rich. Xiao Jing retrieved the information of Coxcomb head, and said to Ed and the team leader, player number AF230. Combat rating B. His performance in the previous AF field was mediocre, and his ranking in the energy list of the last event was not high, and he only barely made it into the top 70%. Ed leaned lazily on the back of his chair and joked, with such strength, he really has the leisure to care about Bai Yi. He consumed 1,000 of the 1,300 energy points at the beginning of the game, and now only has 300 points left, which has no advantage among the players. In fact, for a long time after the game started, Coxcomb Head's name was like the first place on the energy list. After all, it is almost impossible to get the first place in the whole field by pressing both the support vote and the opposition vote at the same time. However, now, the Coxcomb Head can no longer be found in the top 20. Xiao Jing helplessly checked the energy ranking table, and only then saw his ranking. Now his ranking is 203rd. The total number of players is 312. Although it does not represent the final number of people who passed the level. But according to this calculation, he will soon fall into the bottom 30%. Ed made a simple estimate. If he keeps surrounding Bai Yi like a fanboy, he might really see the bunker. Bunker. Xiao Jing's heart was shocked, and this word made him feel a little nervous. Unlike ordinary players, the last 30% of players will become bunker laborers after losing the game. The analysis team has received clear information from the Divine Court. Imagine the harshness and cruelty in the bunker. The prison-like environment. Working overtime for 20 hours a day, and never being able to return to the ground. Xiaojing's anxiety became more and more serious. Are you really saying that once you enter the bunker, there will be no chance to get out? Xiaojing asked Ed. I don't know. After all, I have never experienced it. Ed had no answer. Xiaojing said sullenly, not only does a game kill many people, it also puts many people into the bunker. This is the second game of the official competition, and there will be more games in the future. Aide added. If this continues, I don't know how many people will be left on the God's Blessing Star in the end. Compared to the survival of the God's Blessing Star, the players in the copy are more concerned about whether this game can be successfully passed. The game has been going on for more than 6 hours, and there are few mission props scattered outside, and the living robots that attack the players have disappeared, so it is difficult for everyone to find a way to increase energy points. Coxcomb searched the mechanical hill for a long time, but still found nothing. The starship fragments were obviously not as easy to find as they were at the beginning. He put down the open metal plate, and wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. How about, go over there and take a look. He turned his head and looked northeast, in the direction of the cold white planet. In his field of vision, there was a flagpole standing tall in the distance, with a tattered dark flag fluttering in the wind, which contrasted with the huge planet glowing dimly, as if making some kind of dark call. Might as well go and explore. Coxcomb stared at the flag for a few seconds, and made a decision in his heart. The existence of this flag seemed very abrupt, and the obscure call seemed to reveal some ill intentions. But Coxcomb thought it was okay. Without taking risks, how can you gain anything, anyway? It's still a long time before the next punishment, so I have enough time to explore. Maybe I can avoid a few traps, kill a few monsters, and pick up a lot of points. He thought so, and took 2 steps at a time, jumped off the mechanical pile, and ran towards the cold white planet. After all, it was a game copy, compared to a real planet. The map in this game was just a child's plaything. But as a game scene that could accommodate more than 400 players, it was indeed huge. Coxcomb had good physical strength and was swift. However, he trotted all the way, crossed the hill, and took more than an hour to finally approach the flagpole. This was a small square, with a tall flagpole standing in the center. On one side of the square were dilapidated building ruins. If you think about it carefully, it seems that this was once a castle or a large church. This place looked unpopular. The small square was empty, and the ruins looked lifeless and lifeless. The broken walls looked like a long-dead beast, abandoned alone on this desolate planet. Time had passed, and it had already decayed to the bone. Among the piles of mechanical corpses, there was a strange piece of building debris. Even with my eyes closed, I could feel the insecurity here. Therefore, Coxcomb did not show up rashly. He chose to hide in a round hole on a small hill and secretly observed the situation in the square. At this point in the game, although the spiritual energy on Coxcomb is not much, it is still a little. It is impossible that no one will come to such an obviously abnormal area. There must be many players as cautious as himself hidden in the nearby mechanical hills, waiting for some fool to run to the flagpole or ruins and become the first person to step on the landmine. Whoever wants to be this fool can do it. Anyway, I don't want to do it. This is what Coxcomb thought. This cave is very small. Coxcomb can only squat, and cannot stand up straight. He leaned a whole piece of mechanical soldier's shell against the hole, hid inside to conceal his figure, and prepared to fight a protracted war. Although this seemed to waste time looking for points, it was better than stepping on a landmine and being killed. The Coxcomb had made up his mind, and looked out from the gap of the hole. Just before he could see the situation clearly, a system broadcast suddenly came in the quiet air, and he was so scared that he almost knocked the metal shell in front of him away. The progress of collecting starship debris has reached 90%. Mission 1. Scavengers on the Lonely Star have been confirmed to be completed, and the second stage of the game process is about to start. Players, please note, the high-energy particle storm will hit in 1 minute. The particle density of this storm is 100 billion, and the intensity rating level is high. Players, please seize the time, take good protection, and wish you all safe survival until the end of the storm.